I have to cap.
Okay. Okay. Hello, class. Are we audible? Hello? Shit, wait. I'm gonna turn off the Firefox music now.
Yeah, I just turned mine off too. Oh, wait, I gotta pin something.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot to tag you in the title. This is
How
stupid.
you hate me. Wow, you
I
hate
hate you
me.
so
You
much.
do. We're the same person. This is self hate, actually. Self hater. Wow. But okay, so this is Numo. Numo's
Yeah.
cool. And we're gonna
Yeah.
do a Parasite tier list.
Hey everyone, I spend a lot of time on Specs channel. I assume y'all know who I am.
I would
And
I would
hi
hope y'all
Chili.
do. Wait,
Hi,
Chili's in
hello,
here? Hi, Chili.
Chili Beans in the raid. Hi.
Wait, oh shit, ayo. Hell yeah.
Oh, Chili, you just missed the team's music.
You missed the teams. You
You missed
missed
the
the
team's
team's
call.
call. No, why did we say that at the
Chili
same
can't give
fucking
himself a
time?
shout out. Give me a sec.
Oh yeah, I can. Oh wait, I can't do it on my end. Still slick, so you gotta sleep, but have a fun
Oh wait,
stream. Rest well.
there we go. Yeah, what was Chili
Amazing.
doing? Grand Blue Fantasy versus. Of course he was.
Of course he was.
You're muted. Oh fuck.
Wait, wait, guys, is he muted on my end or y'all or his end?
No, he was. No, it was my OBS. That I muted my mic on my
Oh,
OBS.
oh my god.
That
Okay.
was me being dumb. That was me
Yeah.
being really stupid.
That's funny. That's so funny. It's so funny.
I didn't take my customary pre-stream nap today, so
Ah, yes.
this caffeine is really pushing me.
I see. It's
Yeah.
yeah.
Also, I don't know what the docket, worm wise. You're just jump scaring me.
Yes, yes. We're
Yeah, yeah.
that's what it is. I mean, I sent you the notes. You reviewed them, right?
Sorta, a little bit. I skimmed them. There's a lot of notes, man.
Okay. Damn. Okay. I
Oh,
mean,
I
we
didn't
can
know I could full screen it.
yeah, you can full screen it. I mean, we can start off with Giardia cuz it's on screen
We
right
could start
now.
off with Giardia because I'm the Giardia.
Yes. Wait. If Spectral is talking on your stream, Nemo, I don't hear them.
Are
Hey.
you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? Give me a second.
Oh shit, thank
What
you.
the
Thank you for stream
fuck?
avatars. Thank you for
Oh
reminding me about
my
stream
god.
avatars. Oh my god.
No, you're audible now. Oh fuck. It's
Hello
as if I haven't been
class.
doing this for 3 years.
Hello class. Am I audible? Hello.
Oh,
Hello.
oh my
Welcome
god.
to MIPA, which is Microbiology and Parasitology. Today, we are going to have
Yippee.
a tier list of
We're
all of
doing
the
a
GI
tier list.
parasites.
Yeah, my god, it's my mod. That's my mod gang.
That's really your mod. Iconic. We love it.
Conic. Okay.
Wait. Okay, share chat is enabled. Okay, perfect, perfect, perfect. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yeah. But yes, so we're gonna start off with Giardia. For context, everybody, Giardia is a fuck, what is it? How did I forget?
Fuck.
How did I forget? How did I forget?
Uh, uh, you can get it from drinking untreated water. What is it?
It's an
It's a small
anaerobic
guy.
flagellated protozoan parasite that colonizes and reproduces in the small intestines of several vertebrates, including humans. They're like what, 12 to 15 micrometers
Micron.
long,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Yeah.
like 12-ish microns.
Yeah, like 12-ish microns. Fucking Numo here is one, obviously.
Yeah, look at me.
look at look at
I'm
him.
I'm straight out of your moving practicals.
But yeah, so the cool thing about the infection of Giardia is that in its motile trophozoite form, in the intestines of infected humans or other animals, they form resistant cysts, which can be spread via poop mouth route.
Yeah.
And some of the symptoms of them are mild to profound fatty diarrhea, excess gas, stomach, or abdominal cramps, upset stomach, or nausea. The treatments are usually metronidazole or albendazole. And the reason why they cause the weird fatty diarrhea
I
thing
should probably
is,
pull up a picture of Giardia, huh?
well, you are a Giardia. It's
I
fine.
am a
You
Giardia.
are a Giardia. We don't need to get a picture of a Giardia. Also because it won't allow me to add picture tiles to the fucking tier list.
You can
Got
put it on the tier list. Like but make a special tier that's like this is the viewing area.
Oh, right. Well, so there's no way for me to do that on here.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted this board because it looked
We
cleaner than the other one.
we couldn't have done this on tier maker.
We can we can do this on Tier Maker. Yeah,
Is there already one
we
made?
can find out. We can find out. We can find out.
Let's find out now.
Let's find out right now.
Let's find out now.
Let's find out now.
Why do you need to pay $17 to give me edit access on this website?
See, it's so stupid. Parasite. Let's look for. There is a Parasite tier list.
There's a parasitology tier list. I see it right now. Yep.
What are these? Are this is not it.
Nope.
Which one is it?
Trichomonas.
Which Parasite are we looking at? Which?
Plasmodium vivax, Plasmodium ovale, Stoma.
What tier list are you looking at?
I'm looking at the parasitology parasites tier list.
Oh, okay. Let's go look at the Parasitology.
They're not all GI.
That's fine. We can just use that one then.
Because Plasmodium is here.
Yeah, we can do that one then. But at
Well,
least
let's do this
our
one.
boy,
Fuck it.
our boy Giardia is in here. Also,
Our
Chili
boy
Beans,
Giardia.
thank you so much for following.
Yeah.
But
Wow.
yeah. Wow.
Okay, let me just do that. Okay, guys, we're on this website
We're on this
now.
one instead. Okay, wait. You have to fix it on the vertical end. Okay.
Wait, let me just zoom in actually, so I can actually see what I'm doing.
Yeah.
There we go.
Wait, you weren't
Woo!
streaming it this entire time? What?
No, I was. I mean, I'm zooming in on the tier maker one.
Oh, so. This is so funny. God damn it.
Okay.
You're the same person. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. God damn it. But okay. So, we're going to start off with Giardia. And with everything that I talked about, I don't know. Low-key, it could be like a B tier. But it's very recognizable though, so it's very easy.
You know exactly what it is. Yeah. Exactly. You see a Giardia on a slide and you're like, whew!
Yeah, you know immediately.
This station's good.
Yeah. It's great.
Yeah.
That's why I'm like tied between A or B.
Yeah. A or B. Honestly, I think the clincher is that Giardia is cute.
Yeah, A tier.
A tier.
A tier. Immediately A tier.
Is that a fucking
What? What?
You just have that lying around in your emote section?
Yes. I do.
Emotes?
Yes, I do. Also, hi Soray! How are you doing? Welcome in. And yes, of course I have a Giardia in my emotes. Why would I not?
Why would you not?
Yeah.
Giardia's cool.
Giardia's cute.
Wait, actually, what am I doing? I could just... Can you stream yours and then I'll stream Discord? That way we're looking at the same thing.
Yeah, of course. Wait.
There we go.
There we fucking go, guys.
There we fucking go. Don't worry, chat. Don't worry, chat. We're figuring this shit out. Give me a second.
We're learning this stuff on the fly. It's M9. Still pissed off I didn't get to go to my ultrasound of the balls at Fatima or make networking cables in college. Sup, folks of the medical kind. Hi! How are you doing, buddy?
Sup, folks of the medical kind? Yeah.
Hello.
Again, as my title says, a medical student and a medical washout.
Wow! Wait! No! You're still medical to me. But you're
exactly what I am, though.
I don't want to say that, though. That's mean. Or rather, well, it's self-deprecating. Good enough.
Yeah.
Oh,
I can say it. I can say it about myself.
You can say it. I can't.
I don't mind people saying it about me.
I'm not gonna say it because it's rude.
Anyway, Giardia's cute.
Giardia's
I think
cute.
that's what
the clincher. That's really the clincher. All right. Yeah. Ooh, we have schistosoma mans. We have 3 schistosomas in here.
Yeah, we have 3 schistosoma.
I just call them
Yeah, I always said
schistosoma.
schistosoma. I always
What?
said schistosoma. Looking at it, that's not how it's spelled at
That's
all.
not how it's spelled.
That's how all of my professors said it. So I
What?
just
What do you
rolled
mean?
with it. Yeah.
What? What? The
The
Discord isn't
Discord is not
showing.
showing.
Oh,
Oh shit, it's because I unfocused the window. Okay, it looks like
yeah.
I'm stuck here.
Oh
If I have
no.
to Google anything, I'm doing it on my phone.
Look, it works.
Skull
Skull
emoji.
emoji. Real. Real.
So true. So real, bestie.
Yeah.
Oh damn.
But hey, we can
This
keep
is so
going.
ghetto.
It
Anyway,
is so
you keep
this
going.
is so fucking terrible. It's great. But okay. So we put in Giardia lamblia. Giardia
Yeah.
lamblia is gonna be an
Oh,
A
also,
tier. Yeah, what's
according
up?
according to that one website I saw a while ago,
Mm-hmm.
Giardia can be transmitted sexually?
Yes, it can.
That's scary.
No, think about it. Think about it though. You
No,
know
yeah,
how
poop
it
poop in the
poop mouth.
yeah, I get it.
Anal
Poop
oral.
mouth.
Anal oral.
Yeah. Anal oral.
Anal
If
oral.
you're, if you get poop on your dick and then they put their dick in their
Or
mouth. No, wait.
no,
That
no,
just
no.
goes
Just
back to
eating
them.
ass. Eating
Yeah.
ass.
Just eating ass.
Eating
Eating
ass.
ass.
Eating ass is how we
Eating
do this.
ass. Eating
Eating ass.
eating ass.
And
No,
this is why
I
dental
was still
dams.
this is why dental
This
dams.
is why dental dams. Am I wrong? Am I
Yeah.
wrong?
Yeah, yeah.
Look,
So.
look, this is why I will always recommend safe practices. Is
Is fingering
hearing
still
still
sexual
sexual
transmission?
transmission?
Again, anal oral.
Anal. Okay, this is extremely
Shit.
convoluted, but I can see a way where this could happen.
No, shit gets on your finger.
Yeah.
Finger goes near mouth.
Yes, because
It's
you're in the middle
no.
of
This
it.
is
You're not
exactly
thinking
how.
about it.
Yeah. This is exactly how we get norovirus
Unfortunately, yes, or monkeypox.
or monkeypox.
Yeah.
Or Clostridium.
Yeah, C. diff. Yep.
Yeah.
Finger to butt, in mouth, boom, some fetish. Yeah, this is probably someone's fetish.
Yeah.
Wait, it is. Bug chasing. Oh god. I forgot about
Oh
that.
God. Shit.
Why did I remember that? Why did I remember that? Oh my god.
We got a brain bleach now, guys. Brain bleach. Let's look at more bugs.
Yeah, let's look at more bugs.
Anyway, schistoma.
Where?
No, I said schistoma.
Oh, schistosoma mansonii? Yeah, sure.
Schistosoma. Yeah.
Schistosoma mansonii. Well, we can talk about schistosoma mansonii. It's in our notes. So schistosoma mansonii is one of those worms.
Oh, it's a fluke.
It's a fluke.
It's a fluke.
It's a fluke.
A fluke is a type of worm, chat.
Yes, it is indeed a type of worm. These are waterborne parasites of humans. They belong to the blood flukes. They live in the blood veins or the human intestine, and they can cause schistosomiasis. The one that I remember about Mansonii is I don't remember actually no, I don't yes. It can co-occur alongside like EBV or Hep C or Hep B, Hep C, because this is due to high prevalence of schistosomiasis, where chronic viral hepatitis is prevalent. Important factor is like co-infection. Co-infection is known to cause like earlier liver deterioration and more severe illness. There's actually a schistosoma that is specifically linked to liver cancer, but I forgot which one that is.
Yeah. Yeah. And if I'm not mistaken, right? They
Mhm.
don't actually cause they're not actually the things that cause the illness.
Yes.
It's more of like a hypersensitivity reaction to the
Yes.
bugs. Yeah.
Well, yes,
It's
because
all in there somewhere.
yes, it is all in there somewhere. It's because like there's the granuloma formation, because that's initiated by
Ah.
antigens secreted by the mycelium through its microscopic pores within the egg shell, and your immune response is to the granuloma rather than to the direct action of the antigens. And this is where the symptoms
Mm.
happen. The
Yep,
granulomas
yep.
form, like impair blood flow in the liver and induce portal hypertension. And the collateral circulation is formed, and the eggs actually go into the lungs, which then cause more problems. This is where you get the pulmonary arteritis and then eventually cor pulmonale. This is yeah, it's really weird. It's really weird.
It's
I
really
think
weird.
this is the one that in the sketchy for this, I think I remember the Schistosoma mansoni being the ones that go counter to the flow of blood, but I don't remember for sure.
Hmm.
But yeah, what do you think? For me, just because of the weird thing with the cancer and also the Katayama fever,
Yeah.
maybe would you say A tier or B? Also, it kind of looks
Um,
like a little speech bubble.
I I think that this goes for all of this genus.
Yeah,
I think that hiding in the circulatory system like a bunch of spies is pretty fucking cool.
yeah, I agree. I completely agree here. No, I agree.
Not
But
as cute, not as cute as Giardia.
unfortunately, not as cute as Giardia.
Honestly, it's I have a bias towards the purple ones. The
Same.
ones that stain purple.
Yeah.
I
Well,
have a,
no. Okay though, but you're right. You're right though, because the ones that stain purple or pink are just great.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So like
We'll get a
maybe
few of
B.
those later. Maybe B. But yeah, they can avoid that's how they avoid immune
Y-
response, right? By hiding in
yes.
the blood.
Yes.
Also, can we get like a size thing? It says here that they're like 100-ish microns.
Yes.
How
They're
big is a red blood cell?
fuck, wait. You know I always forget that. Did you know I always forget that? But they're like 7.5 to 8 in diameter. 7.5 to 8
7.5 to 8
micrometers.
microns.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
So,
like
red blood cell is 2 inches. What kind of
what?
fuck ass blood are you
No,
looking at? No,
what
no.
are you looking at? What kind of MCV? Huh?
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Oh my god.
Now we were talking. No, we're talking about how I play Bloodborne, right?
Yeah, yeah,
That's an
definitely.
enemy.
Yeah.
That's an
Huh.
enemy. Just a
Uh,
big red blood cell.
okay, that would be kind of crazy though.
You hide in the biconcave disc. It eats
That's the
you.
mechanics.
It eats you with the with the biconcave disc, and then it swells.
Yes,
Um,
absolutely.
no, anyway,
Okay.
okay. So if a red blood cell is about 6-ish, how big is a macrophage? Because I know macrophages are like the big
Macrophages are
boys.
huge.
Macrophage size. I'm googling it. Oh, 25 to 30
Mm-hmm.
microns.
Yeah.
Nah, these guys are huge in compared to the rest of the blood cells.
Yes,
Okay.
these fucking completely elephant the other motherfuckers.
Now, now, how big do you have to be perceivable by the naked eye?
Remember that there was a virus that is.
Mm, yeah, yeah, yeah. Because it's like, 100 microns sounds like a lot, but it's
It's really
actually not.
not.
That's
It's
like,
really
it's
not.
like 1/10 of a millimeter. But like, still.
So visible to the naked eye. Fuck. Your naked eye can see how. What? I. It's like 200 to 400, maybe.
200 to 400 microns. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. 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 That's what I'm thinking,
And
at least.
honestly, I think all three of these guys are similar enough that we
Yeah.
could group them together.
Would you want to say B tier?
But yeah, but
Eh.
like, what do we have anything special to say about the Japanese one and the other
Uh.
one?
I mean, there are some fun things to say about Japonicum specifically. Japonicum is fuck. What is the special thing about them? They still form granuloma. Same. They still do the lung shit. Same. Uh,
Oh,
literally nothing. No
they
difference.
show up in the superior mesenteric veins.
Yeah, that is like the one
Yeah,
thing. That's the one thing.
that's the one thing.
That's
That's
the
the
one
one
thing.
thing.
That's the one
They
thing.
sh- they come in from above. Like
Yeah,
like
that's it. That's
what's
really
his
it.
name? Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible.
Yes, actually. Then
Again, spies
Makongi.
hiding in your they're spies hiding in your bloodstream.
Yeah, basically, yes. There's also Makongi, which is still
That's like a niche
schistosomiasis.
one, right?
Yeah, it's not as niche actually. It's a little common, but it's one of the five
Okay.
major ones. The only weird thing about it is that it's been found in Laos and in
Ooh,
eastern
that's really
Thailand.
close.
Yeah,
Those are
but
close.
Mekongii has been shown to have like the smallest distribution of any schistosome species.
Mm. Look, we're Filipino. We probably have
We probably have,
30, 30 to 50 bugs in our body at any given time. We keep pets here.
unfortunately, yes, we do. And then, oh, but hematobium. Hematobium is really, really interesting. Hematobium
Hematobium?
is, yeah,
Yeah, okay.
schistosoma
What about it?
hematobium. This is the one that's on the tier list. If I remember correctly, this is the one that causes bladder cancer. It's a leading cause of bladder
Oh,
cancer. That's the one thing I remember about it because I was like, there's one that causes a cancer, but I couldn't remember which one. It's it's hematobium,
it's
which
hematobium.
yeah, it's a
Okay.
urinary blood fluke.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
what are the carriers for these guys?
The carriers for these guys, these are going. So humans are the definitive host, but freshwater snails, for all of the
Mm,
schistosoma species, are the intermediate hosts.
okay. Snails?
Yep, snails,
Okay.
freshwater snails specifically.
Freshwater snails.
Yeah,
Okay.
the only real
Do they hang out in
difference.
livestock at all?
No,
No.
no, it's snails. So
Got it.
basically, they. So eggs hatch, they go into the shell of the snail. The snail like makes they develop the sporocysts in the snails. Then there's the developing cercariae. The cercariae release from the snail and actively swim into the water, and then they penetrate into the skin. That's how they get into
Mm.
you. It's skin
Oh, they
penetration.
penetrate. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, right? It's crazy. Yeah, so like that's how they work. So the only other thing about the only real difference, which is why it can cause bladder cancer, is because they the eggs get released and travel to the urinary bladder. Unlike everywhere else,
Mm.
every other schistosoma, which like releases into like this intestine.
Yep.
Yeah. So
Okay.
that's like the one difference really. But like other than that, they're basically I would still consider them all B tier, but they're really interesting because they're B tier because they're interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
yeah,
could be much lower if they were like this and also boring.
yes, exactly, exactly. Do you want to? Okay, wait. Do you want to do one of the tapeworms next?
I mean, we already did me. We got to do you.
We do. Technically, I technically the way that I am drawn is more like a mix between Tania saginata and Tania solium. So I guess I'm like a weird member of the Tania
Sorry,
species.
Tangina what?
Tania.
What'd you call
Eh?
me?
Eh? Eh? But yeah, so we have a Tania solium and we have a Tania saginata. The only real difference between these two is that Tania solium is in pork and is the one that eventually will cause the brainworms because one
That's the one that goes into your brain and does
yeah,
the
after
shit.
you yes. So basically after you eat the pork, you poop it out.
Mhm.
But then if you eat it again, like if you accidentally have like fecal oral transmission of like the encysted embryos of like the or the encysted eggs of the
Okay,
Tania solium.
wait. So
Yeah,
humans are the definitive host, right?
yeah,
You poop them out.
yeah,
The poop contains cysts,
yeah.
and then you ingest the cysts again.
Yep,
Okay, we're on the same page
yep,
here.
yep. Humans are still the definitive host. The intermediate hosts for them are still going to be pork or bears
Pork,
or
pork or
boars.
bears. Yeah,
Pork or boars.
yeah,
Boars.
yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so basically it's transmitted to pigs through human feces that contaminate or that contain the eggs and then contaminate the food. Pigs ingest the
Mm.
eggs, then those eggs develop into larvae and then oncospheres.
No, the
And then into infective tapeworm cysts, which are called cysticerci. Cysticerci. And then those cysts are acquired through consumption of uncooked or undercooked pork. And then they grow into adult worms. The
Mm.
adult worms in the small intestine, that's the primary hosting. This is what we have.
Mm.
This is where we have the taniasis. But the secondary hosting was where we have the brain worms, which is cysticercosis. This is due to eating food or drinking water contaminated with feces from someone infected by the adult worms, thus ingesting the tapeworm eggs instead of the cysts.
Instead of the cysts. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, those eggs develop
Ah.
cysts in the muscle, usually with no symptoms.
And then they
But
burrow into your brain and fuck you
some
up.
some do, yes. Sometimes it's in the muscle, and sometimes it's in the brain. Treatment of the brain form is more difficult, but it is still possible.
Treatment of the drain form of anything is more is
It's always
is
difficult. It's always
harder.
going to be
It's always
difficult.
more difficult.
It's always more difficult, but it exists. It's possible. It's not like the
Yeah.
worst thing. It's not like it's generally not the worst thing. There are worse things
So
out there.
so 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 what does the brain infection do?
You can get seizures for one thing.
Okay.
Eh,
Well, you know.
well, so they form in the brain cysticercosis or neurocysticercosis. This is going to be like you can have seizures, increased pressure in the skull, cognitive impairment,
Mhm.
end up becoming the head of the NHS and the FDA. That's a RFK Jr. joke for all the
Yep, yep,
Americans
yep.
in chat and
Haha.
those who know.
The
But yeah,
knowers.
the knowers in chat, or like specific neurological problems, but in severe cases, it can be like life threatening.
Yeah.
Because and it's really interesting because like if you have the cyst, the neurocysticercosis, and like specific parts of the brain, this is where you
Mhm.
have like differing manifestations. So like if it's in the brain parenchyma, mainly going to be seizures. But if they're colloidal cysts in the brain parenchyma, you can have like vomiting, headache, or like focal signs, like you can locate where it is. The granulomas or calcifications could have like sometimes recurring seizures, but the interesting one to me is cysticercotic encephalitis. This is the one that can cause seizures, coma, and intracranial hypertension. It's interesting, it's weird, it's location
Yeah.
based. It's like real estate. Also, wait,
Mm.
Bone, could you please? Yes. I've been yapping so much about medicine. I would really appreciate if you like self-promote me. I am so sorry. I got sidetracked.
uh, got sidetracked talking about these worms,
I know
these itty
these
bitty
worms,
guys,
these little
these
little
little guys.
guys. But also another interesting thing about like the worms is that in the subarachnoid space, you can have like acute stroke syndromes,
Mm.
or also hydrocephalus.
I was gonna say hydrocephalus or oh god, what's the other one? Which
uh,
the other big brain infection?
Shit. Another one could be
The one
like
the
ependymitis,
yeah,
inflammation of the
or
ependyma. But
yeah,
also in
yeah,
the spinal cord,
ependymitis.
you can have arachnoiditis. Like
Yeah.
where you have a inflammation of like the arachnoid motor. You already know that part. But this can also
Yeah.
lead to root pain, weakness, and sometimes rarely, meningitis.
Meningitis was the one I was thinking of.
Yes, that's going to be specifically spinal cord. But there are some other ones.
Yeah.
Obviously,
Watch your
in
meninges, guys.
Yep. Just
Take
fully
care of
cook
your
your pork.
meninges.
Fully cook your pork. Don't eat tapeworms,
Yeah. Medium well,
please.
at least.
I maybe I'm a bitch because I eat my pork fully medium well. I want that shit dead,
No.
almost
Yeah, no,
carbon.
medium well. Like I enjoy living. Not living. I enjoy good food. So I do okay, this sounds weird.
I'm scared.
I undercook my pork to most people's standards, but it is enough
Okay.
to be inhospitable to all microbial life
Okay.
for like 5 seconds.
Okay. Yeah, in pork.
Right, no, not even 5 seconds, but like, there pasteurization is a function of temperature and time. You can
Yes.
hold it at a lower temperature for a longer time and achieve the same effect.
Yes, you can. No, I agree with you.
So
I
I
agree with you.
so I cook my so I cook my pork. I cook my pork to a lower temperature than is recommended, but I just hold it there for a longer time and it'll be fine.
Okay. I will side eye you the next time we go eat food, but I will allow it. I will allow it. And yes, Bonehead, this isn't specifically pork.
Wait, we are talking about pork.
Yes. Yummy Taro. Hello.
Oh, it's yummy. It's yummy.
Yummy. We're talking about
Yummy.
worms and like other
We're
shit.
talking about bugs. We're talking about little bitty bugs that burrow into your stomach and intestinal tracts and muscles and bloodstreams and sometimes your brain.
Yeah, and that's specifically Tania Solium. What do you want to rate this as? Because I just find them interesting.
Hi.
For me,
Consistency at all. Femboy lover, I do not keep a
Yeah.
schedule. There's
no consistency at all. Yep, neither of us. Are any of them in the balls? Maybe. Do you
this is
remember?
a stream for people who grew up watching Monsters Inside Me on Animal Planet.
Yes, actually. Oh my god,
I love that show so much.
I love that show. Actually, I don't know if there's any that are in the balls.
It always made me super paranoid about drinking any water, but like
Same actually.
but I kept watching it anyway.
Look, the show is good though. That's the thing.
So, okay, chat, what kind of parasitic infections have you had?
Have you guys
I
had
don't
any parasitic
have you guys
infections in your life?
any parasitic infections? I don't think I have. I had norovirus, but that's not a parasite.
That's not a parasite.
The tapes. Oh,
The
no, Name
tapes.
got the tapes.
No, you got the tapes. No.
No, you had Speck just
You
like
had
wriggling
me.
around in there.
Yeah, you really did have me wriggling around in there before I was
Oh
even
no,
a
I had
VTuber.
amoebiasis that one time.
Oh yeah, no, that counts. That counts. That's a parasite.
That counts.
That counts.
Yeah,
that
I was
counts.
gonna
That
say,
is
does that
that's a
count?
GI.
It barely counts.
It
Sure.
counts. If Giardia counts, it counts.
If Giardia counts, then yeah, protozoa,
Yeah, it's a
amoeba. What
protozoa.
the fuck?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're,
sure.
they're cousins. They're cousins. They're cousins. But yeah, so with Tania Solium, that's like the one interest. That's like the coolest feature about it. Tania Saginata, it doesn't do that, but it can happen in pork and in beef, and I love beef. So I
Yeah.
don't know.
Look, again, usually, okay, so you do cook beef at a lower temperature,
Yes,
which does increase the risk of contracting
yes.
parasitic infections. But let's
But
remember, usually when you're cooking beef pink, you are using meat that's from deep in the muscle,
yes.
which is less likely to be infected with
Oh, absolutely.
cysts and larvae and stuff.
Yes. And the other thing about Tania Saginata is that its infection is quote unquote relatively harmless and clinically asymptomatic.
So you can have it and just doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
It doesn't matter. Well, I would still say it matters, but yeah, it's not the worst.
You could be
one.
allergic to it, I
It
guess.
could be allergic to it. I mean, everybody can be allergic to anything. So it's like,
Exactly.
why
So
do-
like
yeah,
that's a non-issue.
it's a non-issue.
Or rather, we can't really prepare for that.
You can't really. That's why I kind of want to put Tania Solium back at A tier, but Tania Saginata in B or C.
Let's put it in C tier just because it's not as interesting.
It's really not as interesting. It doesn't even cause any like real issues, which makes me sad.
Sure.
But oh, the one thing, heavy infection can result in weight loss, dizziness, abdominal pain, diarrhea, headache, nausea, constipation, chronic congestion, and loss of appetite. So in some cases, some people might want it to like no, guys, by the way, this is a joke. This is not real. This is in Minecraft. Do not take this as medical advice. This is all opinions. This is not advice.
This man is not qualified to
I
give
am
medical
not qualified to
advice.
give medical advice just yet. Give me like 3 more years.
3 more years.
3 more years. 3 more years. But what I'm saying here is you should never take this with a grain of fucking salt. I could
Never
probably see
seek
some
out
people taking Tania Saginata to try and lose weight. I can see it happening and I'm scared.
I can see this being like a TikTok trend.
Exactly, because they can live in the host for up to like 25 years. And
You're
most
from Henry's
infections
chat
will
now.
last for 2 to 3 years without treatment.
Yes? Question mark? It's hi Bombi.
What?
Sure.
What?
I don't remember like 90% of the people whose streams I chat in. Let's be real here. A bunch of unqualified idiots are talking.
We're yes, we are absolutely a bunch of unqualified idiots talking.
Yeah,
Also, hi
and
Tosi. Hey, how are
the
you?
purple guy stopped in undergrad.
Yeah,
So
I'm in med school, so I'm like in my second year retaking some classes. I passed micro though.
let's go, you passed micro.
I passed micro, which is why I don't have to like
Pe-
really study this, but I love this shit anyways.
most people hate micro.
I like micro because of Sketchy.
Uh
Sketchy saved me. But yeah, on really one benefit of like the Tania species is that they're easily treated with praziquantel, and this is like a single dose administration at like 5 to 10 milligrams per kilogram. So, like, say for example, if you're 65 kilograms, let's calculate that out. So 65 times, let's just make it at 10. 650 like milligrams.
wait, oh
It's not
really?
too
Just
bad.
single dose?
Yeah,
Then
single dose.
you don't even need a you don't
Nope.
even need a course of antiparasitics
Nope.
for this?
Mm,
Okay. Yeah,
mm,
sure.
yeah. It's
So you
great.
just get it and you
You
go
just get
oof, and
yep.
then you drink the
Oof.
medicine and then you go
Yep.
yippee.
Yep. Exactly. Exactly that.
It's not yeah, okay. So, fun fact about amoebiasis, once you get it, you kind of have it forever.
Yeah, that's why I'm glad I never got it.
Yeah.
I'm very glad I have never got it.
So you do get intermittent problems.
You oh god. Okay.
It's like seasonal or some shit.
What? Oh, that's fucked.
Yeah, sometimes your tummy just hurts and you go, "Oop, it's those darn amoebas again."
No. Oh my god. Do you want to go on to another fluke? We can
Sure.
go on to Clonorchis sinensis, which is a liver fluke.
Yeah, oh, that thing is from China.
Yes. Or at least it was
I know my
named in
Latin
China.
roots.
Yeah. It's a species of liver fluke
I was
and
found in China.
yeah.
Sure.
Okay, it's endemic to Asia and Russia. It is the most prevalent human fluke in Asia and like third most in the world. Yeah, and yes, it is still actively transmitted in China, but it's also in Japan, Korea, Russia, Vietnam. But most infections occur in China. The main infection is going to appear like jaundice, indigestion, biliary inflammation, bile duct obstruction, maybe even liver cirrhosis. But the thing that I remember about Clonorchis sinensis is that it can cause cholangiocarcinoma and hepatic carcinoma. It is a group
Ah,
1
so
biological
wait,
carcinogen.
wait, wait. Let let me can you say that which cancer it was again?
Uh, cholangiocarcinoma and hepatic
Th-
carcinoma.
okay, so that would be liver cancer and bile duct cancer?
Yes. Yes, it
Let's
is
go!
it is the major causative agent of bile duct cancer. There's actually a video that I wanted to show you
I'm
of
so glad I remember some of this.
you remember some of this stuff. 1 minute, I have to look for this because like Clonorchis fluke. Wait.
Yeah. And while you're googling this, let me tell chat. Look, because most of these are transmitted through food and I am a food nerd, I have some stuff to contribute. This is
It's great.
so this stuff is I believe transmitted or like we get it from fish, right?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, we get it from fish. Shit like this and like anisakis is why fish is frozen in the supply chain.
Yes.
Which is why people who go like, "Oh, this fish was never frozen," are lying to you. They're straight up lying to you. They have to freeze the fish to kill the eggs and the larvae and the cysts and shit like that.
I am going to send you the I'm gonna like put this TikTok on the screen because it's really cool.
Okay, wait. Okay. Yeah, okay. That's a way to do it.
There we go. That's Clonorchis sinensis, guys.
Oh, he big.
He big. He's really
Oh,
big. He
Oh,
big.
he
He
big.
big. He big. That's Clonorchus sinensis. Also, Toasty, hell yeah, I'm glad you're doing better. Or at least you'll be healing well.
Having a good bandage contact, put my eye for the abrasion. Oh, cornea stuff.
Yeah, cornea stuff.
That
Corneal
sucks.
abrasion. But yeah, this is our Clonorchus
Which part?
sinensis.
Which part of the body is this? They say it in the first 3 seconds.
Yeah, I know, it's so
I
funny.
love TikTok
I
comments.
love TikTok comments so much.
Yeah.
But yes, so because of that, where do you want to put Clonorchus sinensis? Because I'm good with
Okay.
anywhere except like
Causing
B. I don't
yeah.
like it in
Causing
B
can
tier.
yeah, yeah, it's cool.
It's really cool.
Causing cancer, like I think brings it down, but also like, cool pathways got us talking
Mm-hmm.
about some cool shit.
Yeah. Is it another B
I I'm
tier? Like
I
top
think
of
it's a
your tier?
safe I think it's a safe beat here.
Yeah, I'll put at the top of B
Yeah.
tier because
Being a little cutie pie, like the big one.
yeah,
Like the fully mature version.
yes,
Yeah, sure.
yeah, yeah. They look really cute.
I
I don't
really
know what
hope
it is
chat
about them.
finds the bugs as cute as we do.
I mean, I hope so. If not, I'm sorry. You're just gonna
we
be subjected to this the whole time.
otherwise we're sounding like a bunch of fucking maniacs here.
Look, speaking of an actual cutie, do you want to look at Nicator Americanus?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Look at him.
They caught the fish itself and use it like same day, but that's not something that happens in commercial spaces typically. Yeah, right. Unless, for example, the restaurant that boasts that touts their extremely fresh seafood, unless they're getting under the table deals and getting their fish straight from a guy on a boat,
Yeah, it's gonna be frozen.
it's gonna be frozen. And even then, boats have freezers.
They do have freezers. Also, why would okay? This is just me being stupid because I don't really know. Why would you not want your fish to be at least a little bit frozen? That way you don't have to deal with worms or flukes.
Worth worms. Because there's this thing where people are like, "Oh, the fresher it is, the better." Okay. This happens
Mhm.
a lot in Japan. This happens a lot in Japan
Ah,
because there, yeah, it's really common to catch a fish and then cut it up and eat it like right there raw, right?
oh,
Which is why anisakis is such a problem for them, or where it's virtually unheard of pretty much everywhere else.
yeah. That's because I've never heard of it otherwise.
Yeah. I only know about anisakis because of cells at work.
I only knew about Anisakis because of like lecture and also because of another anime. Have you ever watched Demeku MD?
Yes.
Yeah, first episode.
Yeah, I have.
Anisakis simplex.
Yep. Yep. It's a really common infection in Japan because people eat a lot of like raw seafood, raw fish, like
Just
freshwater
straight
or
up.
saltwater,
Yeah.
just without having any processes done to them. I don't know, but it defeats the sweet taste of the flesh. I don't know what makes it sweet. Probably just like volatile flavor
Volatile
compounds
flavor compounds.
that get
Just
lost in
I
the
guess.
fucking that get lost when it gets frozen. It happens.
It
It's
does, but like
it's
I feel like
subtle.
it's
It's
still a
subtle
marginal.
enough. It's subtle enough and marginal enough that like
Yeah.
freeze your fucking fish.
Please freeze your fucking fish, guys.
If
This
you're
is
gonna
what you
eat it
should
raw,
listen to
freeze
us
your
about.
fucking fish.
This is what you should listen to us about. Cook your meat fully. Cook your Tania Saginata and your Tania Solium. Cook your host fully. And like freeze your fish. Freeze your fish.
Yeah,
Come on.
yeah.
Come on, guys.
If you're gonna eat your fish raw, freeze it.
Yeah.
To be fair, again, if you're buying it from a supermarket, it was frozen at some point
Yeah.
in the supply chain. Like
Yeah,
you're
it
not gonna
was.
have any problems there.
Mm. But yes, let's look at Nicator Americanus because Nicator Americanus is actually kind of a fucking cutie pie. I
Ooh,
do
I'm
love
not
Nicator.
familiar with this guy.
Nicator? Oh, it's in the video. It's in the sketchy picture that I sent you. It's a hookworm.
Mm.
It's a
Well,
new
hookworms
world.
are immediate. Yeah. Oh, the New World hookworm. No, no, no. I've
Yeah,
heard of it.
yeah, 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 the new world hookworm, Nicator Americanus. So Nicator Americanus is a species of hookworm. It's commonly known as just like I just said, the new world hookworm. It's a nematode, and the only thing is different that's different about it is that they differ mostly in geographical distribution, the structure of the mouth parts, and in relative size. So, if you look at the picture right here, you see how that face looks a little different?
Okay.
Let's pull up a picture.
Yeah. Damn, Toasty living the Dave the Diver life.
Yes, actually.
No offense to
And
these odd slash cute parasites. Yay! It also finds them cute.
yay! Thank you.
We're
Ancylostoma
not
duodenale.
crazy. We're
I
not
mean,
crazy.
we're not crazy for this.
We're not crazy about this. We're
Yeah.
crazy about other things. We're crazy
Yes.
for other reasons.
Yes. Look at the difference between Blockhead. Hey. Hi.
Hi, Blockhead.
Hi. Hey. Hi. How are you? We're talking about worms and also parasites and other parasites.
Yeah,
Also, thank you so much for checking in. But yeah, look at this. These two are so cute.
yeah.
Nicator
Okay.
americanus and Ancylostoma duodenale. Ancylostoma duodenale is the old worm, old world hookworm.
Old world
Nicator is
hookworm.
the
Yeah.
new world. They're both cutie
Okay.
pies.
Now, sorry. Nicator Americanus is reminding me of something.
Okay.
Look up the messengers from Bloodborne.
Yes. 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 It's
They
so
look exactly like
funny.
that. They look exactly
They
like that.
do.
Their mouths are shaped exactly like
Yes,
that.
I know. So because of that, what do you want to rate
And
them?
look,
They're
it's pretty
so
like their
cute.
shit look like, their what's it called? Their signs and symptoms and infection paths. It's all pretty textbook, right? They
It,
burrow through your skin.
yeah.
They go to your heart, they go to your lungs, they go into your gut, and then, they hook to the wall of your intestines. That's why they're called hookworms,
Yep.
right?
They,
They make you itchy, they make you anemic. Like this is
yep. The
really
same thing happens in both of them. It's just
yeah,
that which one looks
this is all
cuter to you?
yeah,
Because
Nicator Americanus, obviously.
yeah, Nicator americanus, but also Ancylostoma just kind of has a cute little mouth too. Like,
Yeah, yeah,
look at
yeah.
that.
He kind of
That's
looks
like
like he's smiling.
exactly.
Can I request a tier list after this? I have enough points. You can request it now. Hey, Spec,
What?
after this, do you want to do another tier list?
Absolutely, of course,
Yeah.
of
Yeah, you
course.
have a guest. 2 for 1 deal, dude.
A twofer. But
A
yeah, no, like
twofer.
because of their cuteness,
I
I
feel like
kind
this is
of
an S tier.
yes, yes, and because Ancylostoma is like kind of smiling, can I put it like still an S
Do you
tier,
know
but
High
like
School
a little bit
DD?
behind
I'm
it?
gonna refund you. Do you know High School DD? I'm gonna have to refund you.
I
I do not.
what the fuck is that? I don't know what
You don't
that
know
is
High School
either.
DD?
I
It's
don't
an
know.
anime.
Oh, look,
It's an anime. I believe High School DD is the one with like
the Gooner ship.
the clip of like a bullet matrixing through a pair of boobs that are like
Oh
swinging.
yes, no, I've seen the clip. I've
I
seen the
think that's High
clip.
School DD, or it might be High School of the Dead. It's one of those two.
High School of the Dead is the one with all the zombies, though. Is that not it?
I don't know, man.
I don't know either.
I didn't watch either of
I
those.
didn't watch either of them either.
I didn't
Oh,
watch either of
also,
those because,
yeah,
like, I don't watch. I was gonna say I don't watch Gooner shit. Closes tab that says interspecies reviewers.
I. So you don't watch some Gooner shit. Shizu, hi.
Hey,
Hello,
hey,
hello,
Shizu.
hello. How are you doing? Hello,
I'm the
Skullgirls
one
and MF Doom
with the
fan.
tits. Okay, Skullgirl's an MF Doom fan.
This is the all that you told me about him.
Oh, okay, fine. You
I
want
would like
another
to know
thing?
more. Yes,
He likes Red Veil.
Red Veil. Okay, Slay, Slay.
Slay.
You will accept the Doom, but okay, as if being a fan of Skullgirls is a bad thing.
Okay, let me figure out how to refund or redeem. Give me a second. It's been a while since I've had to do this.
Oh wait, no. How about Genshin Impact male characters? Okay.
Genshin Impact male characters? Oh, that I can do.
Yeah, we can do. We can do. I know nothing about Genshin. You can yap to me about Genshin, and I can just rate them on how cute
I
they are.
I only know a little bit about Genshin.
We both know an amount of Genshin.
No, I'm mostly aware of like up until about 3.0 because that's where I quit.
I see. For me, I only know what I get commissioned to draw.
Yeah,
I will
fair
leave it
enough.
at that.
Yeah, okay. So like
Hmm.
everything after Sumeru, I'm gonna be flying blind. But they're kind of same faced. We're gonna be fine.
And considering the last time I played Skullgirls with Deku, I don't
Deku, I
know if
didn't
I
know
can
if I
consider
can be
myself a
considered
fan.
myself a fan.
You can become a fan. I can proselytize about Skullgirls and you can get back into it.
Yeah,
Like how some people proselytize about Street Fighter. We need to get a Skugs community again. Come on. Come on.
yeah.
Come on.
Come
Let's all play
on, come
Skugs.
on.
Come on. Let's play Skugs. Let's get on. Not right now though. We're
But
doing a tier list.
they're not right. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And then for Tania species,
Also,
I'm just gonna keep
Skullgirls. Oh yeah,
what is
Duck.
he?
Oh yeah, Duck. Spec here is
I
Skullgirl's
love
strongest
Skugs.
warrior.
I love Skugs. I love Skugs. I love Skugs. I love Skugs so much. Am I good at it? No. I still love it.
Neither am I. Like,
Yeah! It's okay. We're all bad. We're all learning. I can do like an approximation of the double bread and butter, and
yeah.
I
Look,
can play
I
the
all
lick.
I do is like ABC special. Like that's all I'm capable of. So
I
like
yeah.
we're
We're both yeah. You used to play Skullgirls because of your friend, but you got bored.
friend, but got bored.
Fair enough.
Fair enough, honestly. Like tag games are scary, and I can see how they can get boring if you get beaten up all the time, or like
Yeah,
if you're not able to do the cool shit because the cool shit
it's
is kind
hard.
of gate kept by the mechanics. Yeah,
It's just hard for me. Sometimes it's hard for me to get the rhythm. So it's like, shit, what can I do?
yeah. Look, we're not all we can't all be good at scramble, stray hit, conversion, knockdown.
Yeah,
Check this shit out.
yeah. Basically, we can't. One day, one day we could, but that ain't today.
Hmm. Okay, actually, so we were talking about tapeworms. Whoa, whoa! I can zoom in. I didn't know I
Yeah,
can
you
zoom in
can
on
zoom in.
Discord.
You can zoom in on Discord.
Whoa!
What?
It's
Yeah,
really it's really grainy, but like,
it is grainy, but like
hmm,
you can zoom in. We were
yeah.
talking about tapeworms. You put in the hookworms. I don't know if there's Anchovies vermicularis on here because like that would be the next one to want to do.
All nowhere. Oh, Shizu, you will love Spec.
Yes,
Spec has some baller music taste.
I yes I have a lot of fun music tastes in here.
Yeah,
I like music. Music is fun. Music is very good. Ooh, oh my god,
I
wait.
introduced you to clipping. You introduced me to Wednesday Campanella. Like,
Yes, exactly, exactly. And I also introduced you to May,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
EMEI, who,
yeah.
if I somehow get to the scary number of 500, is on
I
my
I can't.
karaoke set
Yeah,
list.
I can't read the names.
It's okay. I
You're in
can.
charge of choosing. You're always going to be in charge of choosing the next one.
That's
I can't
okay.
input anything.
Ooh, there's Entubi histolytica. I can see that one.
Entamoeba histolytica.
Yeah, that's the. So the fun thing about Entubi histolytica, it's amoebiasis, but also it can also be transmitted sexually, because poop mouth,
Cause
anal
poop
oral,
mouth.
because anal oral.
Yep. Uh huh.
It
Yeah.
also
I got it.
causes
I got it.
bladder
I
or
got it
not
from
bladder.
some sketchy intestines that I ate on the street.
Yeah, poop mouth, dude.
Yeah. I ate the poop.
You definitely did. But yes, for those that don't know, Enterobius histolytica is an anaerobic parasitic amoebozoan, and it causes amoebiasis. There are two species. So the other species is Entamoeba dispar. It looks pretty similar to Entamoeba histolytica, but um, yeah, but yeah. uh,
But yeah.
the
And
for
Entamoeba histolytica is most of the time what you're going to be talking about anyway.
Yes, exactly. But like unfortunately, if you were in my class of microbiology, we had to know all of the
Of
Entamoeba
course, you have to know
species.
all of them.
Yes,
I'm I'm
but here's the thing:
I'm
we
talking as
don't have to see them. We barely
ah.
see them though. We
Who
only
gets that shit?
nobody.
Who gets
Nobody
that shit?
does. Nobody does. That's the thing. It's so dumb.
Yeah. No, you can't be worse than my friend
What
who
happened to
who
your friend?
contracted leptospirosis and amoebiasis at the same time.
What the fuck?
He
What?
he ate some sketchy street food while it was flooding.
No. You know what? That sounds okay. I'm so sorry. That just sounds like a really good step question. Like, patient comes in with symptoms of amoebiasis, but also was given doxycycline. Why?
I he had both of them.
He had both. Like,
Uh,
imagine that'd be so
we wouldn't
ass.
be talking. No, no, we're not going to be talking about leptospirosis today, right? That's not a parasitic
That's
infection, I
not a
don't think.
parasitic infection,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
yeah, yeah. It's bacterial, right?
It's bacterial.
Yeah, doxycycline is an antibiotic.
Yes, it is. It is an
Yeah,
antibiotic.
yeah.
Quick question for you: what kind of antibiotic is it?
I know it's broad spectrum.
Okay, but what's the class?
I don't know.
It's
Fucking
in the end of the
third
name. It's tetracycline, dude.
tetracycline. Okay,
Yeah,
fine,
if
fine,
it has
fine,
a cycline, it
fine.
ends in tetracycline.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know, dude. I never took pharmacology.
I thought you took farm.
No.
Oh no.
I, the
Oh, I thought
furthest
you did.
the furthest I made the furthest I got in chemistry was like my what's it called? Phychem and
Yeah.
biochem.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But doxycycline, if you were eventually, I do want to do a tier list of just ranking different antibiotics just because of how cool
Ranking
they are.
antibiotics.
Yes,
Okay.
it'd be so
Ooh, that would be
fun.
fun. That would
It
be
would be
fun. I
fun
can
because
you can bounce shit
tetracyclines
off
have to
me.
be S tier
Yeah.
because they also do a lot of gram positive, gram negative, chlamydia, mycoplasma,
Yeah. I think
rickets
clindamycin's
diseases.
pretty cool.
Clindamycin's also really cool. I only know I know a lot about Clinda in terms of like the dermatology
Mm,
stuff. Also really good for
I got prescribed it for like um a sinus track in my mouth.
Oh yeah, I remember. You mentioned that you got a lot of like
Yeah.
weird raspy infections. But
Oh,
for
azithromycin S tier.
oh abso-fucking-lutely. Cephalexin,
Absolutely.
cephalexin, that has to be at least A tier. Ceftriaxone though, S tier. Ceftriaxone,
Azithromycin S tier.
yes.
Erythromycin like B tier.
B. I'd agree to B. I'd agree to B. But this is gonna be a hot take for everybody here. Vanco, C
For
tier.
everybody here.
Vanco, C tier. Vancomycin,
Vanco
C
C
tier.
tier.
Yeah,
Yeah,
vancomycin
okay.
C tier. I don't like that it causes Birdman syndrome, and it's getting like increasing. It's been getting like a lot of increasing resistance to a lot of things. So there's a lot of like vancomycin resistant bullshit nowadays, and then you have to like treat them with like other shit like polymyxins or
Oh shit.
like even more powerful broad spectrum bullshit, and it's like, uh,
Mm,
before it probably was like S tier or A tier, but now it's probably like C or D.
yeah.
Yeah, but
I
for
still
anything
insist
good
on
for
eating
living,
street food, by the way.
why, dude,
It
dude.
tastes good.
Okay, it tastes good, but also
Yummy.
okay, it yummy, but also you sick. You get sick.
I only eat quick these days.
Okay, that's fine. Quack quack is
I'm a
whatever.
I'm a I'm a fancy little bitch.
That's
I eat
fine.
quick, the most expensive thing on the cart usually.
Well, yeah, that's fine. It's
But it's also like,
it's
20
quack quack.
pesos a cup. Yeah, it's
It's
quick.
quack quack. It's fine.
Like I don't eat ESO anymore.
You don't eat these. Okay, good. Because I'd be like, bro, what the fuck, man?
I don't eat ESO anymore. I've completely been turned off from that shit.
Good, good.
And like
Okay.
I never liked Betamax.
What
I
is
like
that?
eating blood. Betamax is gross.
What is
it's
Betamax?
it's coagulated pork blood. It's formed into cubes and then grilled over charcoal.
Ugh, no, thank
Um
you.
it
Oh no,
tastes
I've
a
seen
lot
this. No, I've seen this.
yeah. It tastes a lot more blood-like than
Because I love
dinuguan. I
dinuguan.
love dinuguan.
Okay, we're shaking hands on this because obviously we're the same person. Because I
Yeah.
love
I
dinuguan, but
love
I could not
dinuguan.
do
I
this.
hate Betamax.
I've never tried Betamax. I'm scared of Betamax.
Also,
Also,
hepatitis risk.
hi Axe. Hello. How are you doing? Hey, hi. How are you? Welcome in. We're doing a parasite tier list.
Okay. Have you heard of Hepalane?
What is that?
Hepalane is it's basically just like around the U built Capo area. It just has a
Okay.
lot of street. It's a place with a lot of street food. It's called Hepalane because it's a lot of street food.
Oh. Wait, then why is it? Oh. Oh.
Ah,
Hep.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
I see. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's funny. Also,
Yeah.
Axe, you do not have to do the gifting now. god, please do not. But yeah, so Entamoeba histolytica. Sorry, we ADHD'd all over the place. But no,
Yeah.
I like
Ooh,
Entamoeba histolytica.
that was a hell of a tangent.
It was a hell of a tangent, but it was still important. But the cool
Yeah.
thing about Entamoeba histolytica is that it can also cause liver abscesses.
Really?
Yeah, it can cause liver abscesses. Yeah. So the pathogenesis. So basically, we already know that it can cause GI bullshit. We already know that. But like in severe infections, Entamoeba histolytica can cause something very specific. You can see like flask like, because it looks like a flask, like flask lesions
Mm.
on the let me look at it. So we already know the. Let me just go through the actual fucking thing. So we already know the diarrhea of Entamoeba histolytica. This is going to be bloody diarrhea, red stools. It's going to be loose. The appearance of a liver abscess is going to be anchovy paste consistency, but what am I? The intestinal lesions are flask shaped ulcers.
I do love the people who describe pathologies. I do love their reference pool. Anchovy
Yes,
paste?
yes, anchovy. Legit, they
No,
do call it anchovy paste.
I know it's because it actually does look like that, but
It
I
does.
love the reference pools.
Oh, absolutely. I don't know where they get the references.
Question: would it be a bad idea to be eating while watching the stream? That depends on how squeamish you are.
I don't think so. Motherfucker,
Like
I'm eating
I
Parmesan cheese in a
yeah,
bag
like
right
I
now.
could I'm Parmesan cheese straight out the bag. Look at this fucking guy.
Look, man, that's the only snack I got in my fridge, and it's got like low carb but high protein, so it's fine.
Like look, high protein, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. I have a I was like, I have a block of butter in my fridge.
What? What do you
It's
mean?
not on.
Where? What? You
No, I'm
better.
kidding.
Okay.
I'm
I'd be like,
joking.
I'd be like, huh? What? What?
Just eating it like a popsicle.
Imagine. Okay, though, there probably
That's
are
gross.
butters that would be good for that, but I would never do it. I would never do it.
Oh, nah, it's fine. I have bag cheese in my fridge too.
Look, I love bag cheese.
So sugar butter. Nah, like like a nice French butter would probably be good to eat on its own,
Oh yeah,
but
absolutely.
also
With bread. Wait,
like
no.
it's
Eat
still
it with
butter.
some baguette. Eat it with baguette.
No, no, but we're talking about eating it like a popsicle
I
speck.
know. I know where you're talking about eating it like a popsicle. But like
Of course, it would be
imagine
good with bread.
wait, no, wait, hear me out. Imagine ice cream sandwich style.
As in,
So
sorry.
so ice cream sandwich style. Very thin pieces of the bread, like how there's thin pieces of sandwich, like sandwich cookie.
Yeah, yeah,
The
yeah.
rest is just the bread, the butter.
The rest is just butter.
Yeah, the rest is just butter.
Texas Roadhouse cinnamon honey butter. Oh yeah,
Yes, yes,
yeah.
actually, yes.
Eat that shit with a spoon.
You could. Would I recommend it?
Yeah.
No, but you could.
No. Well, or like the whipped butter that they
Oh my
serve
god, yes. The
at like
compound
Pancake
honey butter.
House.
Oh my god, yes.
The the Pancake House whipped butter, which I'm pretty sure is only like 80% butter.
Yeah,
It
it,
it's definitely butter. There's definitely butter in there.
yeah. Uh,
It's
there's an
it's
amount.
not all butter.
There's an amount
it's
of butter in there.
it's not all butter.
Yes. There's
The
an
rest is
amount
probably
of
like
butter.
hydrogenated vegetable oil or whatever.
Yeah, because that's probably what keeps it to do the whippy thing.
That's what lets it do. No, the whippy thing you can just do that with butter.
I
I'm
mean,
saying
yeah.
I'm saying because it doesn't melt at room temperature.
Oh my god, no, you're right. You're right. It doesn't melt at room temperature. Shit. I forgot about that.
Anyway, Entamoeba histolytica.
And then maybe it's Analytica. Would you say like B or C? A, B, or C?
Mm,
I don't think it would
A, B,
be
or C.
because I don't
It
think
it
it's
it,
good enough
it
for
can't
S
get any
tier.
lower than C. It can't get any lower than S tier, and it's
Yeah,
definitely not. It's definitely not. To those guys' level.
yeah.
I'd say C tier.
Okay, I'd agree to C tier.
I'd say C tier because of personal trauma.
Oh, okay.
It would
I
be
would
B
say
tier if I didn't. It would be B tier if I didn't contract it.
yes, understandable. I would also say it's like pretty C tier because the sketchy for it is it's pretty recognizable. I sent you what the sketchy picture looks like.
Okay. Give me a second. I will turn off my Discord capture
Oh no no no!
because I
What I was
don't
gonna
want people
do?
seeing
No
our
no no! What I was
DMs.
just gonna do is I was just gonna like link it to you and then put it on the stream.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, look at that.
Oh, it's this one.
Yeah, it's this one. Yeah.
These
So
sketchy pictures are so weird,
they're
dude.
so weird, but they're so good though because these are the right lobe lesions right there. Like I
Yeah,
can talk you through this. This is the right lobe lesions right here, the liver lobe. This is the
that's the
this
poop.
that's the
That's
poop,
the
that's the
poop.
poop. This shows that it's bloody because there's a red stool. That's the consistency, but
Red
that flask.
stool?
Yeah,
Fuck that, dude.
yes. And there's also like that little flask right there. That shows that it's a
Yeah,
flask shaped lesion.
it's a
The
flaccid
train
lesion. Ah.
here, the train here is because it's treated with metronidazole. And up there is anchovy paste consistency.
You'll okay, chat. This is how you learn that medical students do everything via mnemonic.
Yes. This is how everything gets done with mnemonic.
Everything,
Everything. And this is
everything
how I
is
know
done
this.
through
And this
mnemonic.
is how I know this shit. This is exactly how I know this stuff. And also, hi Salary. Hey, hi, how are you? Welcome in. We're talking about parasites. We're going back to like educational medical content for a day. For 2 days actually. But yeah, so there's that. The two men here, so technically that red dot
I
shows
don't
that they're
think I'll
holding
ever. I
hands.
don't think I'm. I don't think I'm ever gonna forget the cranial nerves and their functions.
Oh, absolutely, neither will I.
Yeah,
Wait, did you
like
learn it with like the face? Because I did it with the face mnemonic. Where you just draw
what?
the face. They draw the
Oh
face.
no,
You draw the
no,
face.
no! I just learned it. I learned it with straight verbal mnemonics.
Oh, so the verbal mnemonics help somewhat for me, but the thing that I really liked doing was drawing out the face.
Yeah. I didn't
Because
need
it shows.
I didn't need the face because I was able to commit it to memory.
Fair enough. For me, what I do is I draw it out
Yeah.
and then I remember it
But
that
I
way.
have seen this diagram before.
I love this face. I've done the face mnemonic. I love doing the face mnemonic. It's so
I have
good.
no, it does help for exams for quick recall because
Yes,
I remember drawing that mnemonic on my on like a scrap piece of paper so that I could remember everything.
exactly. And that's how I did it. And this is how like, if you ever guys, another tangent time, if you guys ever wonder, hey, how does Spectral ever remember any of this shit? I am an iPad baby. Rather, an iPhone baby, I guess. I don't know what the closest thing to, like, because I'm on Android. But every morning, I just do a shit ton of flashcards, and they have pictures like this. They just have these
Thank you,
pictures.
Quizlet. Though Quizlet sucks now. But
Quizlet
like
sucks. I hate Quizlet now.
why did
Quizlet,
they become a premium? Why did they become a premium
private
service?
equity,
You're a
probably.
yeah, your private equity almost definitely.
Oh,
But
yeah.
like you're a fucking flashcard app. Know your
Exactly.
lane.
Exactly. They don't. Why do I need Quizlet Premium just to make a quiz from the things I already put into your system? Like, come on. It's so easy to just give me the quiz. But yeah, so this is how I studied this shit. This is how I remembered. But also the funny thing here is they mention the gay men like infection thing.
The gay men infection thing is insane. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
but like
Sure.
look, so you see this here, just two guys. That red dot
Yeah.
is showing that they're holding hands. Gay men.
Gay man.
Gay men.
Gay man.
Gay men. That's how you know.
Yup.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Should have showed them kissing.
If only. If only they could have. But this is sketchy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I get a gay man?
Gay men.
Gay man.
Gay representation in the diagram. Amazing. Right? This is the fun times when you tried and study with Spectral. And Numo.
Along for the ride.
You are along for the ride.
I
Ooh, do
I
we
have
wanna
no stake in
do...
this.
It's okay. Ooh, do we want to do Hymenolepis nana?
Ooh, yeah.
It's a tiny little guy.
Yeah.
It's actually the smallest, I think, of all the this is a dwarf tapeworm. So there are different kinds of tapeworms, guys. The ones that we were talking about earlier were
Are the
the
cool ones.
Yes, they're the cool ones, but also the Tania species. But the Hymenalepis species also has other tape. The Hymenalepis species are a different kind of worm, tapeworm. These are different kinds of tapeworms, and they're smaller. These are some of the most common cestodes. Specific, the dwarf tapeworm, Hymenalepis nana, also known as Rodentolepis nana, Vampirolepis nana, or
I
Hymenalepis
I
fraterna.
remember this guy. I remember this
Yes,
guy. This is the guy who doesn't need to leave the body, right?
yes, he doesn't ever need to leave the body. He's that small. He's great.
Yeah, they can just lay eggs inside you,
Yes, they
and the
can.
eggs hatch inside you.
Yes.
That usually doesn't happen, chat.
Yes, it does it, and it's so cool. It's so cool that it happens. Also, like the head, the little the mouth, the little head of a
Oh,
Hymenalepis kind of cute.
tapeworm. Oh no. Oh shit. Imagine, because it's spelled like that. Imagine like a dragon, but it looks like a
Wait,
tapeworm,
no, that would be so funny. But look
like a
at
tape, like a
him.
like a dragon designed after a tapeworm. Yeah, no, these guys are cute.
Yeah, they're cute.
Also they're a lot more. They're a lot more segmented than I remember.
Yes, yeah, no, they have a lot more segments than you thought. They're very segmented. Look at him. Look at the
I don't know if
baby.
I don't know if that's cool if they're growing inside me.
Well, it's fine.
Just ignore that
Just
part.
ignore it. Look,
Cute in
you
size,
guys want to have
but the
spectral
head is
tapeworms.
terrifying. No, the heads are the cutest part.
The heads are the
Show
cutest
him the
part.
Cater Americanus.
Of course.
Look at that
Look
shit.
at them. Antylostoma's smiling. You don't want that in your body? You don't want these. You don't want these
You
in
do
your
not
body.
want that in your body.
You don't want them in your body.
You do not want them.
You don't want them in your body, but look at them. What are the
What in the
Shiholu?
Shaiulud?
But they're so cute. Look
Yeah,
at
they're really cute. Oh my god.
them.
Oh
They're
my god.
smiley. They're
Like,
smiley.
yeah, like Ancylostoma is going, and Nicator Americanus is going. Know what I'm
Exactly.
saying?
Yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
I'm smelling what you're stepping in.
Exactly. But also, fun thing. Did you know
Is
all
there
of
fan
your
art of these guys?
tapeworms are non-binary? They're
Let's
hermaphroditic.
go.
They're all
Let's go.
hermaphroditic.
They're all hermaphroditic. Yeah.
But also, the
Okay, but like
Hymenalepis it's super tiny. They barely get to like past 40 millimeters long, and they're like less than a millimeter wide.
yeah,
They're tiny.
we're talking in the scale of millimeters because these guys are big.
Yes.
Relative to the other shit we're talking
Relative to
about
other
today.
shit, yeah. If you wanted to like put them all into micrometers, no, don't. Why do you want me to do that?
No.
I don't want to do that math.
40,000 microns.
I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that math. But yeah, because of the fact that A, they're really cute. B, they just continue to make eggs inside of you.
I think we just like tapeworms.
I think we like tapeworms, but I kind of just want to put them in S tier.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
that's fair.
yeah, like they're smart too because of that
Yeah.
fact. Like, what do you mean they
Yeah.
can just do
Also,
that?
Yeah, that being able to multiply inside a host is not something that is common in the parasite world.
Yes, it's very
The
rare.
fact that they figured out how to do it. I assume because they're so small.
Probably because they are so small. Because like you could just get direct contaminative infection by eggs. It just
Yeah.
happens.
You don't need an intermediate host.
You really don't. And the other cool thing, they can develop at higher temperatures than the other like hymenaleptids and then the other like Tania species.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
I'm
That's
I'm,
why they're
I
facultative in
I
humans.
intermittently go on the CDC website. Oh, they cause anorexia.
They can. Don't use it for
Nature's
that.
GLP.
Stop it. No. No. Wait, actually, wait. No, no, no.
Nature's GLP-1 inhibitor.
Okay, but theoretically,
No.
theoretically, it would actually not be as bad because they're that small.
Yeah, true.
See,
See, we found
guys,
it. We found the answer.
We found the answer. We found the answer. Don't do it though. Don't do it though. Don't do it though.
No,
Don't fucking do it.
Put it down.
Don't get the tapeworm. Don't order that shit on like Carolina like lab service
Also,
shit.
what? Okay, so you can ingest the eggs.
Yes.
What do you ingest the eggs from?
Another infected individual.
Okay. Any other okay, okay.
Like usually it's humans.
Usually it's humans.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So like infection is acquired mostly from like the eggs and
Wait,
the
what's the
feces
infection
of
vector?
another. Huh?
What's the vector?
Uh, so you can get so okay. What you can't. I'm gonna pull up the picture from the CDC. I'm gonna put them in
Oh,
the.
okay. I see, I see. It's
Uh,
it's fecal oral again.
it's poop mouth. It's always gonna be poop mouth with these
It's always
motherfuckers.
poop mouth.
It's always
It's
poop mouth.
always poop mouth.
But yeah,
Man,
so like if we look at the
when do we get
CDC
a
shit,
when do we get a cool infection vector?
unfortunately, I don't know. I don't
They
know.
crawl in through your eyes. Oh shit.
Oh wait, no, no, you're right. Oh my god, no. Where's the what's the filariasis?
Yeah, yeah,
Onchocercosis.
okay.
You can get eyes because it's in there. It's in the tier list.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Okay, okay.
But
We'll
no,
talk
so
about that later then.
usually, so like you get the embryonated eggs in the feces. Eggs are ingested by insects. Cysticercoid develops in the insect. Humans are infected when they ingest like the cysticercoid infected arthropods, or just embryonated eggs ingested by humans from uncontaminated food, water, or hands. So humans can self-infect, or they can get infected by like
By
other
like
humans
rats and
or
shit.
rats. Yeah.
Yeah. Humans can self-infect because again, they can multiply inside you.
Yes. Hymenalepis nana is a lot more interesting to me than Hymenalepis diminuta. Honestly, that's
Wait,
just my
Hymenalepis
opinion.
diminuta.
Diminuta. Yeah.
So wait. So even smaller.
No,
Not even,
technically it's bigger.
but his name is diminuta.
Yeah, but it's the rat tapeworm.
Oh, because the host is diminutive, not because the worm is diminutive. Okay,
Yes.
I'm smelling what you're
Yes.
stepping in.
Yeah, it's known as the rat tapeworm. It's a species of Hymenalepis tapeworm that causes hymenophiasis. It's prevalent worldwide. Obviously smaller in like third world countries or developing countries, it is more prevalent.
Wow.
Yeah,
Who
no shit.
fucking knew?
Who
No
fucking
shit.
knew? Yeah, obviously. They start as arthropods, like ingesting the eggs. The arthropods then act as the intermediate host. When ingested, the eggs develop into cysticercoids. It's just kind of be this. It's just going to be this pattern again. But then So this is the one that has two intermediate hosts. We have bugs, then we have rodents, and then humans, especially kids, can ingest the arthropods or just ingest like poop, rat poop. And also, I was wrong a little bit ago. Rodents are the definitive hosts. Humans are the dead end hosts.
Okay.
Yeah, I get this one confused with Nana as well. What the? Huh? Lumi!
Whoa.
Hi! Thank you so much for
Oh,
following! Oh
it's
my god!
Lumi.
Lumi!
It's Lumi.
Hi! Hello! How are you doing?
Let's see if I can do this. There we go.
But also, did you see my little
Thank God
follow
for mix it
thingy?
up.
My little follow thingy, it just throws a tapeworm at the screen. It's so fun.
Why do you see a bacterium? They're not bacteria.
They're
They're
not bacterium, they're
parasites.
parasites. It's even better.
Yeah, bacterium are
Yay!
boring. Bacterium, they all kind of act the same. Parasites, they're unique. They
Parasites
all
are
have their own
weird.
pathways. They all have their
Yeah, we're
nerds.
nerds. We're also the same
Yeah,
person.
uh-huh. Oh, Lumi. Put it the three of us in one room will cause some shit.
That's why we need to hang out.
Spec, we
That's
gotta
why
bring
all
it
three
we gotta
we
we
need to
gotta
hang
bring
out.
it a house sweet once Lumi's out of the
Yes,
wheelchair.
when? Just when?
We'll be insufferable.
Yes, it's
Oh
great.
god, Blavova is gonna hate us.
We need to. We need to do it. I'm down. I'm down. When? October?
October?
Okay. Okay, MG. Wait, what? In October, did you guys know that I have like a week break? I have like a midterm
Yeah,
break.
most people do.
We can do it. We can hang out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yay. Also, how's your leg doing? Are you okay? Are you recovering? I still don't know how you broke it, and I'm sorry that you did.
She fell down the stairs.
Okay, fair enough. Fuck.
It's real. Yeah, it's really funny. I fall down the stairs all the time. How have I not? I've never broken a bone.
So I fell down the stairs like twice in my life. I've
Wow,
only
rookie numbers.
I know, rookie numbers. But the funny thing is, I actually broke something, but it's like such a
Really?
weird bone. I broke the navicular bone. In my right foot.
A what? Sorry?
The navicular.
Oh, navicular. I thought you said vehicular, and
No,
I'm like, Vic
navicular.
Michaelis in your
No,
foot?
no, navicular bone.
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
just broke my
Okay.
navicular. And I was like, how? I didn't even know you could break that one.
Now
I
that's a
chipped off a
looks maxing
corner.
influencer. Navicular.
Have you ever
Have you ever
fell
fallen off
down?
a full set of stairs when you were a toddler? Oh yes, I did. Actually, I have a
Neither
story
have
about
I.
this.
I have not. Oh, full
Um,
story is your Chinella strap broke, causing you to slide down the stairs, and you twist your ankle. Oh wow, yeah, no,
yeah.
ow,
Okay, that would break it. Yeah.
that would break it
Nah,
because
I'm just clumsy. I trip.
I trip or I'm not paying attention,
Or
and
like I slip, or like I miss a step because I'm
yeah,
looking at
same.
my phone.
Same. That's what happened to me, and
I
that's how
should
I broke my
I should
navicular.
stop I should stop looking at my phone while I
You
go
should
down
really
the
stop looking at your
stairs.
phone when you're going down the stairs.
Oh,
Like genuinely.
actually, before I tell the story about when I was a toddler,
Okay.
um, I was in Paris a couple years ago. I fell down the big ass flight
No.
of stairs. Yeah, the big ass set
No.
of stairs leading up into Sacré-Cœur. The same ones that John Wick fell
No.
down.
No. Oh my fucking god. Well, that's a good fact, but also, god damn it, dude.
It was raining.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Did it need to be casted? She's
Yeah.
wheelchair
She's in
bound.
a wheelchair. Lumi was in a wheelchair. Is still in a wheelchair.
Yeah. Like it was really funny because like, I didn't fall down the whole thing, mind you. I didn't John Wick it completely.
Thank God, because I'd be like, what the fuck, dude? How did.
I did fall down 2 flights of them though.
Okay.
Or
Okay.
well, yeah, because it's like a flight and then a mini and then like a mini landing and then another flight.
Oh. Wow. Yeah.
And then a big landing. I stopped at the
Yeah.
first big landing.
At least you stopped at the first big landing. Shit.
But yeah, like I fell down and then these Irish people came up and were like, "I'm not gonna do the accent. You okay?" And I'm like, "No,"
Oh my god.
because now I was soaking and it was like 5 degrees.
Oh god damn. Okay. Fuck.
It was a great day.
That
Luckily, that was my last stop. That was my last
okay.
stop before I had to go back to the hotel to get ready for dinner. So it was
Okay.
fine.
Okay.
Yeah, and then as a toddler, what happened was, um, my mom, we were in New Jersey.
Oh god.
We were in Jersey,
Uh-huh.
and
You enjoy Z.
my mom really needed a nap. You know how it
Oh.
is.
Yes.
So my my direct aunt, my godmother,
Mm-hmm.
who was doing a fellowship
Oh.
in oh god, I'm gonna fucking one of the things in New York. W- Hospital in New
SUNY?
York.
SUNY?
I don't know,
SUNY?
fucking maybe the Syracuse have
State?
one.
Oh shit, Syracuse. They may just have New York
Anyway,
Gen. I don't know.
New York, whatever. She was
Yeah.
or like she was or like she was like studying at one of the medical schools in the New York area.
Yeah,
Anyway,
that's probably SUNY.
SUNY, yeah.
Yeah, State University of New York.
Yeah,
Sta-
she was featured on the school newspaper because
Oh
there was a wonderful picture of her asleep in the library
wow.
next to a stack of books.
Oh my god, that's a mood.
They used it for a feature about med students overworking themselves.
Uh um
Anyway, anyway, so she agreed to watch me, and then my other tita, who was my dad's cousin,
Okay.
also agreed to watch me while my mom napped.
Oh. Oh no.
Um, godmother immediately fell asleep.
Ugh.
My dad's cousin took a shower.
Oh.
so 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 I fell down the stairs and you could very plainly hear both of them go, me falling down the stairs was enough to trigger my mom's instincts to wake up and go,
Ah!
"What was that?" And then and then both of them just went, "Oh shit."
Oh no.
I was
Fuck.
fine.
Well, at least you were fine, but still, that's so
Like,
spooky.
yeah, nothing permanent, I think. Well,
Okay.
might have contributed to some of my
Oh, oh, that's good.
various
That's good.
psychoses.
Oh,
But
well. Also, what the fuck,
least you were
guys? What do
already
you
at the
mean I'm at
hospital, X.
431? I just noticed because
Oh
I was like
god.
looking at my.
Oh.
But it's okay. I'm fine. I'm safe. I am not going to be doing it today because I do not have the rest of the conditions.
Hee
Hee. But also,
Where are we gonna get a Celsius, man?
I don't know. That's why like if you manage to get a Celsius, I'll actually be happy to do it because I'll be surprised.
You've tried the hardest out of anyone to find a Celsius in this
I have.
country.
Yes, I have. I bet you it's probably in fuck ass Cebu.
Oh,
I don't know
not
why, but it
Cebu.
probably would be.
Not Cebu.
Not Cebu. Look, here's a funny thing. Some funny story about Cebu before we continue because I'm gonna get sidetracked unless I tell the story.
Don't
So
send me to Visayas.
yeah, what? But okay. So, the story is during like the deepest part of like the Ritalin shortage here in the Philippines, like last year, I found out there were two places in the Philippines that still had Ritalin. Cebu and Mindanao. And I was
Oh
like, could I
wow.
like get it mailed
Really?
to me?
Imperialist Manila ran out of Ritalin?
Yes. Yes.
We
They ran
all
out of
ate it up?
yes, I ate it up.
You ate it up. Yum, yum,
I
yum,
did
yum,
it.
yum.
I
The
did it.
Ritalin goblin.
I know that's me, the Ritalin worm.
The Ritalin worm.
But no, legitimately, like we ran out. There was no more, and I was like, "What do you mean? There's no more Ritalin? How can there be no more Ritalin?" And I was like, "Could I like get the Ritalin shipped to insert mercury drug that's close to my school here?" And they're like, "No, because of like the scheduling rules." But I'm like, "It's that's still you can do that though.
You can do it
You can do
though. You
it.
can do it
You can literally
though.
ship like my question is how does it get there to Cebu in the first place? You ship it. Can't you ship it back to Manila? Please? Please? They're like, no, and I'm like, deep wet it. And I'm like, so I'm just gonna have to fly over to fuck ass Cebu to get it? I didn't end up getting it. I didn't end up getting Ritalin for like 2 months because of that. Because I didn't want to go to fuck ass Cebu. That's the story. Oh, but do you want to hear this fun, cool thing about Haminelepis diminuta?
Yeah, okay.
The cool thing in a behavioral study of like the beetle of like this like Tenebria molitor beetle,
Hmm?
infected with cysticercoids of H. diminuta,
Hmm?
the parasite impairs the beetle's ability to hide itself.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Does it make more noise or does it get like shiny?
No, so other beetles would hide when like in presence of rats,
Hmm.
but the other beetle,
Because rat eats beetle.
yeah,
Yeah.
because rats eat beetle. But in the cases of the beetles that are infected with a parasite, they couldn't hide, which means they had influence on host behavior, which is really
Oh,
cool.
that's cool.
That's cool. Like, and also they're kind
Oh,
of cute.
also, what Tenebrio? What? Sorry.
Tenebrio molit. It's like Tenebrio molitor beetles.
Tenebrio molitor. I knew about the Tenebrio genus because of Tenebrio obscurus, which is,
Oh.
I believe, just like the common mealworm beetle.
Oh, those beetles, yeah. No, I know
Yeah,
those
but
because I would
also
feed my geckos
Tenebrio
those.
obscurus is a
Such a cool
fucking
fucking
metal
name.
ass name.
No, that's such a cool name. Like Tenebrio
I
obscurus. That's a BBG
I
name right there.
right? No, it sounds like a VTuber. It sounds like a VTuber name.
Wait, no, you're right.
I made this joke yesterday about how Plasmodium vivax also sounds
It's a
like a
VTuber name.
VTuber name.
Like, hello everyone, I'm Tenebrio obscurus,
Yeah,
your
exactly. I'm
darkling
stealing that.
demon VTuber.
Which one, Tenebrio obscurus or
Plasmodium
Plasmodium vivax?
vivax. Because no, you should
Oh
if
no,
you should definitely do Tenebrio obscurus. That's such a cool
Lumi
name.
malaria girl.
Lumi Malaria Girl is crazy. Wait, why not mix? You will isekai me?
Isekai.
Wait, who though? Me or
Nah, me.
ah? Why not me? Damn.
I'm the one who said it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. No. But yeah, no, it's really cool. They have influences on like beetle behavior, which makes them interesting to me. Other than that, it's pretty non sequitur as like an infection, like in humans. Because most of their infections are asymptomatic, but you can get
Yeah.
like abdominal pain, irritability,
Oh wow,
itching, and
asymptomatic.
eosinophilia.
Like, asymptomatic. Well, I mean, I think that's what we have in common with. No, not with C, because we have in yeah, yeah. Wait, no, asymptomatic's boring.
Yeah, asymptomatic's boring, but I kind of want to put them in B because they have that behavior effect on beetles.
Yeah, on beetles
Yeah,
specifically. Yeah, sure.
and also like look at their heads; they're cute. A minute,
Oh yeah, no, they are cute.
like I'm gonna look for a picture of the worm itself.
Now, here's a really funny thing.
Look at that! Look at that! Look at that
I
little
took
guy.
so because of like weird like course crediting shit.
Mm-hmm.
I was able to take systematics and microbio at the same time.
Ugh, that sounds like ass.
So, happened more than once. Hymenolepis and him Hymenoptera were constantly
Oh,
crossed in my head.
oh my God! No, I would go insane.
So like I'd be in microbio class and start talking about bees.
Oh no! I don't know anything about systematics either way. I never had to take that.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
It sounds like bullshit. But look at these.
Yeah,
Look at this worm.
it's basically like taxonomy the class,
Oh, ew.
but like a more holistic version.
Okay.
Because how do I put this? Oh god, what's it called? The way that Darwin did it. Like
Mm.
characteristic based taxonomy is just like not that helpful anymore.
It really isn't.
Because, fucking humans are close. Oh, well, what is it that they say? That humans are closer to fish, to like tilapia, than tilapia is to another fish
Yes.
that looks like a fish.
Yes.
Something like that, right?
Yeah, it's weird. I don't understand it.
It's because of common ancestor bullshit.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But
Like
yeah.
where common ancestors split off. So, people are more into cladistics these days.
Mm.
Which
These
which is
days.
why you have the sudden influx of people who will tell you that, birds are reptiles.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because birds are reptiles. Like,
They are.
it's not like,
They're cute though.
it's not like, oh, birds are distant descendants of dinosaurs. No, 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 no. Birds
No, they're
are
actually reptiles.
dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why they changed that's why in some schools of thought the labeling has been changed from
Mm-hmm.
birds and reptiles to avian reptile, non-avian reptile. It's just more
This is some
descriptive that
fucked
way.
up. It's some fucked up
This is some
penis.
fucked up penis. Hi, Sorel.
Hi, Cyril.
Wie cool ist das bitte? You're talking Fortnite und drink Cola.
But no, look
Oh,
at
you
this
say it.
worm. Fuck, I can't say it.
You can't say it.
No, I don't know the whole word. I don't know the whole phrase.
You don't know the whole thing.
No.
You can just say the yippee part.
I can do the yippee. But yeah, look at this worm. He's so cute.
Yeah. Okay, he is cute.
He's kind of cute. That's why he goes in B
I'll give
tier.
that. The four
Yeah,
four
the four
orifices.
Skolex. Yeah, the four Skolex.
Yeah.
Kind of cute.
Skolex,
Kinda
that's
cute.
what they're called, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like four things going, oh.
Exactly. Exactly. Like, but like,
And
look at it from the
okay,
side. It's kind of cute.
Sorel just came in, show her the S tier.
The S tier, of course.
Show her our boys.
Show her, yes.
Look at him.
Look at him. And yes, they do
He's
like
so
the subs of a
cute.
water bear. Look at these little babies. I love them.
Look at those
They're so
cuties.
cute.
You kind of seeing them like this makes you kind of want to have them inside you. Don't put them inside you.
Don't put them inside you though. Please don't.
They will fuck you up.
They will make life for you very difficult. Please don't.
Admire at a distance.
Admire at a distance. Do not put them inside you. They are not Ozempic. They are not natural Ozempic. Please.
They're
Please.
not natural. No, natural as epic is the other thing.
Yeah, that's Hymenopus nana.
I mean, if it's Nana.
Yeah, but I still don't recommend you having it. That's bad too.
Yeah.
Miniature shy halus. They're so cute though. But yeah, and then
They look
also
like they're straight out of Adventure Time.
I knew I would draw them and they would be out of Adventure Time. But yeah, no, like there's also H Nana. And then I will show you Hymenopus nana because it's just really cute too. Like look at
Yeah.
him.
Like A Duodenale looks straight up looks like it has fucking Rebecca Sugarmouth.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. No. And it's good. We love the bean mouth. We love bean mouths, chat.
We love bean mouth.
I mean, look, I drew you with a bean
We
mouth.
can't yeah. We can't stop gushing over this fucking guy.
It's so good though. Genuinely. It's adorable.
Genuinely. Yeah, no. Seriously.
And now we're gonna go on to ooh, do you wanna do like Trypanosoma?
Trypanosoma.
Yeah,
Not
Cruzii,
okay.
which also does eye stuff. These are amoebic, I think.
Down bad for the stomach parasite. No, for real.
Yeah,
Wait.
there's
Let me just
Brucei. There's also Cruzii. They're both really interesting. So these are exclusively extracellular and they inhabit the blood plasma and body fluids.
Oh, who is this?
Brucei and Cruzii. Trypanosoma
Okay.
cruzii or Cruzii. This is the one that's fuck. What do they do? What does it do? If I remember correctly, Cruzii is the one that causes African sleeping sickness and Chagas disease.
Chagas disease. I know about Chagas
Yeah,
disease. Okay.
yeah, it's Cruzii. And also they look kind of weird.
Trypanosoma.
Yeah. They look kind of weird. I'll pull up a picture of like what they look like close up, but they are exclusively extracellular. Look at
Okay, that's
him.
chill. That's
Yeah,
cool. Okay, no, this guy's
that's
cute.
hype. He's hype. He's hype.
Yeah, he's hype.
So
He looks
cute.
like a Pokemon.
He should be a Pokemon.
I'm surprised this isn't a Pokemon design yet.
They need to have. Hear me out. They should have bacterial Pokemon and parasitic Pokemon. The thing I liked about Pokemon was like all the little species and shit. They should have had more.
Yeah.
They should
Okay.
have had more.
Like, oh my god, endoparasitic Pokemon.
Yes. Wait, imagine that could be like a new. That could be like a new Pokemon type, or just like new poison types, advanced poison types.
No. They could just be poison types.
They could just be poison types. But yeah, no, the Trypanosoma cruzii, they're
Sorry,
really cool.
make them fairy types.
No. Wait. Yes.
Ooh, make them steel types because they steal all your iron.
No, you're right. You're so right. No, because they really do.
They make you anemic.
They do make you anemic. They gotta be super purple though. Yes, they still can.
They can.
Well, I mean, it depends on the color. A lot of these will probably be transparent, but they can take up the color of the things around them, which make them purple.
Yeah.
Or
Also,
it
you
can
get
make
these
them
guys
like
from
dittos.
Chagas disease, so you get it from like bugs, right?
Yep, bugs.
Yeah.
Get them from the bugs.
You get it from bugs.
Bugs. So like, they're gonna be from. I think they're mosquitoes. No. They're from shit. What bug is it? The cone nose bug.
They're like roly polies or something.
I don't remember. That's the problem.
Or like they look like roly polies.
They do. They do. You're right. But they're weird.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to remember the bugs that cause them because I don't remember.
Yeah,
them.
it's like they look like roly polies or like fucking, you know, they look like bed bugs. You know, they're the like the small
Yes.
nondescript bugs.
Yes, they're just small.
If you find If you
They're small
find a
bugs.
small bug and you're like, "What the fuck is that?" It's one of those.
Exactly. No, I agree with you on that. What do you think? Because like they're really in Trypanosoma cruzi is really interesting. It's very like definitely pretty deadly, but also
Yeah.
very recognizable.
Oh yeah, no, doesn't Chagas disease like kill people?
Yes, yes, they both do.
Yeah.
They both do. They both
Again, I
literally
only
can
know
still kill
about
people.
Chagas disease.
Yeah, yeah. I know about African sleeping sickness,
Hmm.
but yeah. So like we could definitely put them in
I
like
think I think it's an A tier.
I think I was agree. I was gonna say maybe
I
an
think
A
it's
tier.
I think it's pretty metal.
Yeah, it's pretty metal. And then like if we look at Brucei, Brucei is also really cool. This also causes
Mm.
African sleeping sickness. Brucei is the one that's hosted by the tsetse fly, TSE fly. I don't know how to pronounce it.
Mm.
The infection that it can cause is going to be West African sleeping sickness, but they can also that's like the big problem with it. And the interesting thing about it is you have to treat it with like weird shit. Nifurtimox, which is also recommended for Chagas disease, and it's a weak drug on its own, but when combined with another drug called Malarsaprol, which was developed in 1949, it is used as a first-line medication against like T. Brucei gambians. Basically, a lot of random drugs. The drugs are weird, and it's all in Africa. But since they're pretty similar in like the stuff that they cause, other like they both can cause sleeping sickness depending on like where they are, but Cruzii can cause like Chagas disease as well. I kind of want to put Cruzii still where it is in the tier list, but like Brucei like under it. Like, would we agree to
Yeah.
this? Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay,
Yeah.
next. Next, may I request Dracuris Dracuria?
Of course. I love this
Another
motherfucker.
This motherfucker looks so elegant.
He does. One of my that reminds me of like a thing that our professor said about this worm. They said that the egg looked sexy.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you see it? You can see it.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah,
I
you
see
can
it.
see
I
it.
see it. I see it. Show chat.
I'm gonna look it up. Urus T
Now,
I
this is where nomenclature gets a little fucky. I always got this one mixed up with Trichinella spiralis.
Same. Yes, actually. But look at it. It's kinda
Yeah.
cute.
No. It's a very nice egg.
It's a
It's very
very
like
nice egg.
it's very egg. It looks like
It's
the kind of egg. No. It looks like the fucking, and sorry for referencing the transphobe. It looks like the mermaid egg from Harry Potter.
yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
Lunchtime. Okay, Sigamigs. Are you gonna
Okay.
be eating while
Are you
listening to
gonna be
this?
eating? So what's sexy about it? I don't know. It's the
How
shape.
strong is your stomach? No, I get it. It's a
It's the
very
shape.
nice looking
It's a
egg.
very nice looking egg.
Yeah.
You
But
could
yeah, I always
probably
got the
this is gonna be a curse reference. This could be a goop egg. You know, goop.
as in
The
fucking
Gwyneth
Gwyneth
Paltrow
Paltrow's
thing. Yep.
vagina candle thing.
The
Yeah, okay.
vagina egg thing.
The
You
vagina
could
egg,
use this.
yeah.
You
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
had one in this shape with this design, you could use it. And it would be probably pretty marketable. Sexy egg. Sexy
Yeah.
egg. Maybe I'm
Okay.
cursed.
No, I get it.
You get it. Okay. Okay. We're both
in the
insane.
same we're on the same boat
We're
here.
on the same page.
We're on the same page. I'm smelling what you're stepping in.
Exactly.
Nah,
So, what do you want to say with
but yeah,
this?
I always got this guy confused with Trichinella spiralis.
Yes. But I do like
Especially because
Trichinella.
especially because for some reason every time they have this motherfucker in a slide, they have the tail coiled up,
Yes.
which
They
makes me
do.
think, "Oh, spiral Trichinella
Spiralis.
spiralis."
But it's not. And it looks
But
like
it's
this.
not.
It's
They're
literally
not even
not
the same
though.
kind of worm.
They're just a completely different worm, and that's the
This
problem.
guy's a whipworm. Trichinella spiralis is a roundworm. Like, honestly, that should have been it for me
It really
to
should have
like
been
tell
it.
the difference.
Yeah.
But
But
you know,
look, if you look at them
I
and
was a
you're not
first
paying
year.
attention. Yeah. Mm. Look, I got them confused, and I was in second year medicine. medicine, so
Yeah.
I just never really took this
Good to know
instance.
someone else. Good to know someone else had this problem.
Yeah, I mean, but also here's the thing. I was never exposed to a lot of these because I'm from the States.
Ooh, you don't have a
Yeah.
problem with endoparasites. When you guys get
Yeah.
endoparasites, you go, "What the fuck? Where'd you get that?"
Exactly. Exactly. You're
Yeah,
picking up what
usually when
I
you guys get gastrointestinal problems, it's like norovirus.
Exactly. It's usually norovirus. Like dead ass.
To be fair, lots of norovirus here. Let's not get it
Yes.
twisted.
We shouldn't
Like,
get it twisted, but also there's a lot of norovirus back home because fuck ass white people go on to fuck ass cruises, and I'm like, we can just
yeah, it's
stop
always
going on
yeah.
cruises.
Can we
We can just
stop going on
stop.
cruises? Cruises mean norovirus. Like it
Yes,
always happens. The
it will
the
always happen.
poop gets on the lettuce. Poop gets on the lettuce. It always gets on the lettuce. And then you go to the salad station and then you eat the salad and then you get norovirus and you shit your brains out for the next
Yes,
5 days on a
yes.
boat.
And then now, I mean, now they have like weirder shit going on, like cryptosporidium.
Oh yeah, that's a thing.
Which, by the way, here's the thing: I only knew about cryptosporidium because it's an AIDS-defining illness.
Wait. Sorry. This is the guy that's like
Lettuce.
haunting all the salad, right?
Yes.
Haunting all the lettuce. Yeah.
Yes. Like cryptosporidium, the cryptosporidium species is usually it's an illness that you get from obviously from the parasite cryptosporidium. It's an apicomplexan genus of alveolates that are parasites that cause a respiratory and GI illness. But the thing is, the reason why I know about these motherfuckers is just because of the sketch about them, which is where you get them from. People don't usually get this shit.
Yeah. Oh, the fact that that's a problem now in the US is insane.
I don't understand why it is. We
No,
literally
it
used to test for this shit.
you understand. You understand fully why it is.
Yes, I know exactly why it is. It's because of Doge.
Yeah.
It's because of
It's
Doge and
because of Doge.
RFK.
No, it's because of Doge. Look, screwworm is also a problem because of
Yes.
Doge.
Yes.
No,
Exactly.
screwworm is not on this list because it doesn't really affect humans. It affects humans because it affects the food that humans
Yeah,
eat,
that
but
humans eat.
it doesn't affect humans. It doesn't like, you know, thank God screwworms won't burrow into your flesh.
I hope.
No, they target livestock.
I know they
I don't
target
think humans are
livestock.
on their humans aren't on their radar. Also, screwworms, not worms, they're fly larvae.
Yes. That's also what I don't like about the name because like it's not really accurate.
Oh, if chat, if y'all want to lose your lunch,
Do
look
you
up
want to look up
look up a
trichinella?
screwworm.
Should I do it?
Look up yeah, sure. Look up a screwworm infection.
By the way, trigger warning or content
Trigger
warning.
warning. No, seriously. Seriously, guys.
Seriously.
Like
I'm
what's it
gonna
called? The fucking whole thing? The fucking whole thing?
Yes. It's
What's it
going to
called?
burrow.
Tryptophobia? No.
Trypophobia. Trypophobia.
Trypophobia.
Yeah.
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 Seriously. For real. Trypophobia warning. This
Trypophobia
shit.
warning. If you don't want to see that shit, turn this stream to audio only,
And then we will
and then we will tell you when we're no longer looking at the worm.
yeah.
Because yeah, no, it gets freaky. I don't
Yeah.
even have trypophobia, but it will literally
It does make your
consume
skin
the
crawl.
host, and they
Okay, wait.
burrow through
I got a
the
raid.
tissue.
Hi, Kiefer.
What? Kiefer,
Kiefer.
grading?
Hi.
Why are you parasites?
Because we're doing a parasite tier list.
Hi, Kiefer. Hello.
Okay. So, hi Raiders.
Hello,
Want
everybody.
to do your
Hello,
Let's do our
Raiders.
intros, shall we?
Okay, Okay, I'll start first then. Hello,
Yeah.
I am Spectral Anomaly, a med student, VTuber, and the tapeworm ghost currently haunting your monitor. And we are talking about tapeworms and other parasites because we're doing a parasite tier list. Nemo, your turn.
Yeah. Hey everyone, I'm Numo NDRS. You can call me Numo or NDRS. Mr. George, oh my god, he knows
You
ball.
You know ball.
Okay. You can call me Numo or NDRS. I play fighting game, gotcha game, and Souls likes, and all manners of games that hate me. Today I'm doing none of that, and I'm rating parasites with this motherfucker.
You mean the motherfucker that is literally the same person as you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're also parasites. Yep, I'm a Giardia.
And I am the Tania sagin or Tania solium, really.
Tania solium.
Yeah.
You're a Tania
I'm a Tania
fucking
species worm.
yeah.
I cause Taniasis.
Yeah.
Just Taniasis is non-specified.
You still remember a bit from Micro? Let's
Wait, oh my god, wait, what
go.
did you do?
Yeah, actually, I'm curious
Now
now.
I'm curious. How do you
Okay, well,
where
well,
how do
no,
you know ball?
you're lab themed. Your
Yeah,
VTuber's lab
I
themed. That should
know.
have given me
There's
a hint.
something. I wanna know. What do you like what how come you're lab themed? Are you med tech? Are you pre-med? Are you med? Or former med?
Also, do know that Kiefer is in his 30s.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm saying former med.
Former med, yeah.
Or like post grad? Whatever the fuck. I don't know, man.
But post grad, whatever the fuck.
Post grad, whatever the fuck.
Oh, also, to anyone from Kiefer's channel, trypophobia warning, we are going to be throwing some gnarly shit on screen
Yeah,
in a little bit.
set everything at audio only if you don't want to look at this shit, and I highly recommend that you be careful. We are gonna look at some worm wounds.
Yeah, okay. 3, 2, oh god, no countdown.
Oh shit,
Oh,
sorry.
wait, no.
I thought we counted down.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. 3, 2, 1, and go.
1. Oh, wait, it doesn't.
It doesn't show.
Uh,
It doesn't show?
Screwworm infection cow.
Oh. Why is there that AI generated guy in the corner?
Who the fuck is that?
I don't know. I just use Kagi, dude.
There
Yeah,
we go.
nah. There we go. It's gnarly. It's fucking
Yeah,
gnarly.
they will okay, so like flies
This is a
will
more palatable
lay their
version.
eggs. Yeah, there we go. Flies will lay their eggs in the muscle tissue of a cow, and then the eggs will hatch, and then they will burrow their way out of the cow.
Yes.
And this
Eating their
usually
way
leaves
out.
yeah, this usually leaves the meat terrible and unfit for human consumption. So that's why it has what's the word? That's why it has ramifications for
Like food
agricultural
supply.
industry, for food supply, and that's why beef is so expensive in the US right now.
Yeah, that's what my friends were saying. Like, beef
Now,
used to be
why
like,
is it now, here's the thing. All of these guys are happen like south of the Panama Canal or something like that.
yes,
There's a body of water that acts as a barrier between screwworm land and non-screwworm land. Now, and there were laboratories and facilities monitoring this, and also there was like a factory of
yes,
sterile flies that
yes,
would mate with female flies, and then they wouldn't be able to lay eggs anymore, and it worked. It 100% worked.
until
Screw until Doge.
until Doge. Like
Until
everything,
Doge.
all
They
the
were like,
cuts happen because of Doge.
what are we doing? Like, Doge was like, what are we doing paying for factories that make sterile flies? We should just cut that. And then they cut it, and then
And then
now
they
they have
cut it, and
problems.
now they have. It's like
Who
the.
knew?
It's like,
Who knew?
do you know
Programs
the?
exist for reasons, right?
You remember, those memes about like the load bearing PNGs
The
or something?
yeah, the fucking that one project that's run by one guy in fucking
Yes,
Nebraska holding up the
yes,
entire internet's infrastructure.
yes.
Yeah,
That's this. That was that
that's this.
program for the beef industry.
Science.
Science.
Bravo.
Kevo, hi! Hey, hi, how are you? How are you doing? Oh god, I hope my mic didn't, like, die. Huh. Okay. Okay,
Oogie.
okay.
Oogie.
Okay, though, looks like we have an ad break. So we can take this second to, like, drink water and, like,
Yeah.
reset.
Maybe
I
get the
can...
beasties off the screen.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the
Yeah.
beasties off the screen. But yeah, so,
Yeah.
Lord.
I need to piss.
You need to piss. I need to get some water. I need to
Louder?
hydrate,
Okay.
guys.
Okay,
Or,
guys,
wait,
PRB.
water or like Doc Pep?
Well, I'm getting water. You
I'm-
get whatever the fuck you want.
I might get some Doc Pep. I have a mug now. It's like a wine glass.
Ooh, wow.
I got
Okay,
a
I'm gonna
mug.
go PRB.
Oh yeah. Give me 2 seconds, guys. BRBs. It's like ads in like 15 seconds. So Everclear. I don't even have Everclear. No, I don't have I don't have class tomorrow. So like I could. Hey guys, I return. Also, hello everybody. I am back. But yeah, so the reason why we're doing this thing is because A, it's fun. B, we both have the same mental illness about like worms and like other parasites and shit, and we both have relatively around like the same amount of education to where we have made opinions about these things. And most of our opinions are like converging and we're agreeing on them, and that's what's really
Yeah,
fucking funny about
that's
this
what's
stuff. It's like,
funny.
what do you mean?
Not only do we both have
See,
opinions on
I love
on
worms.
not only do
Hey,
we have
worms are
opinions about
weird.
parasites,
And
but
also,
like we also
y'all should
have this.
see what we have for S tier right now, because if you see them, you'll understand why they're in S tier. Look at these two. Look at them.
They're
They're
really
so
cute.
cute. Oh, one sec. I have to put my IEMs back in.
Oh, yeah, I'm wearing over ears today.
Hello, I return. I can hear everything again.
Mm-hmm. Yippee!
Yippee! Yippee! Man, look at an S tier. They're so cute.
Remind me of a bug VTuber.
Wait, wait, I have an idea.
What?
Should I design VTubers based on parasites? Is is that what I need to do? Is that gonna be the next parasite stream? Is this gonna be our thing?
Are we the worm bros?
I think we're the worm bros.
We're the fucking worm bros.
We're the worm bros. Also, no, it does kind of look like vomit grub. Wait. No, it does. It kind of does. That's crazy. But yeah, so unfortunately, Screwworm isn't on this
They're a
list.
parasite theme. Wait, I have to follow them now. Give me a second.
Wait, yes, they are. They are. Vomit Grub is really cool. Vomit Grub VT is really cool. They're based on
so gas.
Their design is so fucking good, dude. Yeah, they're a grub. They're not like a parasitic grub, but they are a grub.
Yeah. Okay.
Like
This shit
genuinely really
gas.
fucking good. Yes. The design is so good. But yeah, so do you want to talk about Ascaris lumbricoides?
Yeah.
I love I love Ascaris.
Yeah. Ascaris, another like prototypical fucking
It's another good
infection.
worm. It's another good worm.
Everyone knows what this one is.
Yes. That's why I kind of want to put it in just A tier, just off the rip.
Just because it's not hipster enough.
Yes.
Yeah. Also, you can get bowel obstructions made purely of this worm.
Yes, you can.
Because they're big. Because they're really big.
They're really big. They can also like get into
every time you hear about
and
worms,
everything.
Every time you hear about worms, like they pull out like 500 worms from some guy's gut.
Yeah, that's Ascaris.
It's usually this one.
It's usually Ascaris. And I
only say usually because I don't want to say it's definitely that one and then be proven wrong.
So there are definitely a few that can cause those issues. That's why we're not just saying that. Some of them. So the tissue nematodes.
Yeah. Ascaris spaghetti. Ooh, cursed.
Unfortunately, yeah, no, it does look like that, and I hate that it does.
It does. It really does.
It really does.
It looks like pasta, straight up.
I don't like that, but yes. But another one that
Kiefer.
can have like what's it fucking called? We have Ascaris, I mean that's really the big one. That's why it looks like
Ascaris is the one that you know. Ascaris is the horse.
Ascaris is the horse. Rat lungworm disease, that is something else entirely. So rat lungworm. You know what? Can we talk about rat lungworm for a second? Because what do you mean?
Okay.
Why is it around? Why is this happening more often? And it pisses me off that it does. But the rat lungworm
this guy does not look cute.
It's not cute at all. But okay. It's not cute.
Oh wait, no, I'm looking at a snail. The snail is for scale. Okay.
Yeah, but no, if
But no, it still
we
doesn't look cute.
okay, but here's the thing: the this worm, I could see a really cool VTuber design made off of this.
Oh,
Like,
looks almost eldritch.
see, see,
Yeah, or
like
looks
a
like something
really
out of RE.
yes, absolutely.
Is Escar's also the one that can come out of the eye? Asks
Um,
Kiefer.
no, no, no. I think we're talking about Loa Loa. No, no, no. Loa Loa
Mm.
is different. No, it's Onchocerciasis. Onchocerca, whatever the fuck. That one. Onchocerca. I think Onchocerca volvulus. That's the one that I remember. Yeah, river blindness. So Onchocerca
Oh,
volvulus, that's the
okay.
filarial nematode that causes river blindness, and it is the second leading cause of blindness due to infection worldwide.
Okay, so rat lungworm causes eosinophilic meningitis.
Yes. And it's
That's
bad.
fucked.
It's fucked.
That's
It's
fucked.
so fucked, dude.
You get it from snails? Ah,
Yes.
that sucks.
Yeah. I mean, just don't eat snails.
Just don't eat this.
Just
Okay,
don't eat
fine.
snails. Don't eat snails.
No, no, but you can. I think you can also get it from contact, right?
You can, but don't eat
Yeah.
snails.
Don't go near snails. I have a lot of snails in my garden, dude. I
Just
gotta get rid of them somehow.
gloves.
Gloves. You're right.
Gloves.
You're right.
But yes, Kivo, Ankylostrongylus cantonensis just looks really cool, but it's also kind of fucky. Cause like, look at him. He can be eldritch as fuck.
It does look straight out of a Resident Evil game.
It does. You could make so many cool designs just off of that picture. The parasite and mantids. I don't know, but I know someone who does. Let me at them. Let me DM. Let me DM Kimmy.
Let me DM them real quick.
Yeah. I'll be like, Kimmy, help. What is parasite in mantids? I am on stream. Please assist. I love
Answer
you.
fast. I love.
That is what I asked. I hope they answer. Kimmy is also really cool, and they're also bug themed. They're bug themed as fuck. So yeah,
I
we
love
can continue
bugs.
back to the pure list. But yeah, so because of that, oh my god, response. Yes, horsehair worms.
Horsehair worms. Wait, let me. Yeah, look up what that looks like.
I'm looking up what that looks like right now. Where's my tab?
There it is.
Horsehair worm. These motherfucks.
Oh wait, these guys look so cool.
They look so cool. Look
They
at
look like a
them.
Souls enemy. Not gonna lie.
Yes. Yes.
When like infecting a mantis, like that whole thing looks like something that will kill you.
We love Kimmy. Kimmy is so cool. I'm telling them to look at the stream because we're talking about worms and bugs. But yeah, so horsehair worm is really crazy. Hymenopus nana really cool.
I am not cool. You're cool.
We're
You know
all
what a
cool.
horsehair worm
Kimmy,
is.
you're cool. You are cool. You are very cool. Shut the fuck up. Thank you for answering our question about the worm. But yeah, so Onchocerca volvulus. Where do we want to put this motherfucker? Because that's the one that causes the night river blindness.
Mm,
It can
I
also
know.
cause severe itching. Long-term infection can cause keratitis and inflammation of the cornea and the eye, and that's what leads to the blindness. The one funny thing about it is that the most effective treatment is ivermectin, but there's increased resistance.
Yeah, because of
Yeah,
fucky wuckiness. Yeah.
fucky wuckiness. And
Yeah,
also just increased infection.
I'd say I'd say it's a safe B tier. It's
Yeah,
interesting enough that
it's interesting
it's
enough.
saved from C tier. But like,
Loa Loa, though.
Loa Loa?
Loa Loa.
Loa Loa.
Loa Loa. What do you feel
Loa
about Loa
Loa.
Loa? Do you remember the Loa Loa
Hmm.
worm?
I'm gonna need to refresh myself, but I am
That's
familiar.
the eye worm also. It's a
That's also the
conjunctiva
eye
of the
worm.
eye. Yes.
Yeah, conjunctiva. Yeah, yeah. Okay, now it's
Yeah.
coming back.
It causes Loa Loa filariasis. Um, it's
Yeah,
fly
the
bullshit
the
again.
the
And you can see it
the
in
larvae
the
the
eye.
larvae are deposited through flies, and then
Yes.
they burrow through your body, right?
Yes.
Yeah, there we go. And they come out your eyes.
Yes. If you want to look at this, once again, we're gonna count down. Let's count down from like five.
Five, yeah.
Five,
Five,
four,
four, three, two,
two.
one.
Okay.
You can come now.
What? Hey!
Yeah,
God,
there we
yeah.
go.
Yeah. These are the worms. These are eye worms. These are our eye worms.
Yeah. Also, Loa Loa does mean worm for
Yes,
those
that's what I really
for those
like.
curious.
That's why I really like the worm. I love our worm.
Oh, crazy, scary, terrifying.
Oh, absolutely.
Now, this was an episode of Monsters Inside Me that
Yes.
I could not get, that I
I
could
couldn't
not,
watch. I couldn't watch it.
could not watch.
Because of
Okay, here's the thing. Here's
how
the thing.
fucky wucky it is. Do you want to put it also in
Pathway
B?
mechanism, super cool.
Yes. Visual
The fact that
presentation
the
though.
visual presentation, gross, but also metal as fuck.
A?
B.
B? Okay.
I think the gross outweighs the metal as fuck.
Fair enough. I can agree to that. I can definitely monsters. Yes, Kiefer. We're all
Yeah.
agreeing on this.
We're all, yeah. Also, like a really really fast one. Can we please put Plasmodium vivax in F?
Oh, absolutely. Once I
Fuck
see,
that
once I see
shit.
it in here. Where
It's
is
on
it?
the top row.
Oh, top row. Yes. Can I also put Falciparum also in F?
Yes.
And also Ovale.
Yeah.
Just all the
Yeah,
Plasmodiums.
all the Plasmodiums. Yeah.
Yeah. We're shaking
Plasmodia.
hands on this.
Like
We're
they all
shaking hands on this.
Plasmodia
Fuck them all.
Plasmodia can go fucking
They
die
can
in a hole.
fuck themselves,
They can
please.
fuck.
I
They
hate
can fucking
them.
burn.
I didn't like studying them. I didn't like our fucking moving exam with them because they all look so fucking
They all
similar
look the same.
and they piss me off. And it's like there's not even
They all do look the same.
they literally all look the same. Number 1 and number 2.
No.
It was just microscopes. There was no context.
Yeah, I've only ever studied the two variants, Vivax and Ovale.
I had to know Falciparum, malariae. I didn't know all
Yeah.
4.
Yeah.
And
but
they also
yeah,
have really
these...
weird different treatment regimens based on like which ones have resistance. And I'm like,
What? You can't just you can't just blast all of them
no!
with quinine?
You can't quinine all of them. No.
That's
Sometimes you have to
fucked.
do artemisinin and like another one. Or like
That's fucked, bro.
oh my god, there's a whole sketchy
Moving
about
practicals,
it.
I somehow missed them. Oh, by
How
the
do
way,
you miss
Kiefer,
them?
do you get the little
Do you get the
nudge
joke?
nudge wink wink? Do you get the joke
Do you get the joke
in
with
my in my PNG? Yeah, do you get the joke?
Why do you think I have the pointer? It's so good. I'm so happy that I made that.
Yeah, honestly, you were about to stop.
And then I was like, wait, no, I can make this better.
You were about to stop. Then
And
you
I'm
were
glad
like,
I didn't.
I can turn it into a practical. No, and making the man bun a mutated extra flagella is so
Yes!
funny.
It's the piece de resistance. Piece de resistance.
Yeah, and having the pointer indicate the weird ass mutant flagella and
Yes,
go,
but it's like
hey,
really close
student,
to the mutant
what the
flagella.
fuck is
But
that?
it's not close enough to where you know exactly what it's pointing to.
Right?
Like it could be pointing to the base of like one of the other flagella, or it could point to just the man bun, but you don't know.
Yeah.
Which is why I did it.
What's the man bun? The man bun is just like a polyp.
Yeah. Or it could
Yeah.
just be an artifact.
An artifact, yeah. Oh my god. It's just like an extra bit of thing that got stained.
Yes! Or extra staining. It's just extra stain.
It's just
And we
extra
don't know.
stain.
And you
Oh
don't
my
know
God.
until you get the grade back, if you even get the results back.
Oh my god, it's just crystal violet.
It's just crystal violet, and you got it wrong. -1. Fuck
This
you.
shit, this fuck. Ooh, that gave me
Yeah. That's the
that made
point.
me angry.
Yep. Yep. That you're welcome. You get it. You
Love
understand.
that shit. God. I also hated. Oh, I also hated looking into a microscope and going, "Oh, what tree did we get this stem sample from?" And I'm like, "Fuck you!"
Yeah, legitimately, like what? Number one, what do you mean? Why does it matter? The Philippines doesn't even have that many trees, does it?
No, Philippines has a ton of trees.
Oh, it does.
So
I
many
didn't know that.
trees. Yeah, biodiversity is off the charts.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
I didn't know that. So here's the thing: we have a shit ton of trees in Michigan as well, and we had the
Yeah.
same test.
Yeah.
We had
Oh
similar
my
shit
god,
and a lot more
we had to
trees.
learn
A lot of
fucking
trees.
dendrology. We
Blech.
had to learn dendrology. It was a
Disgusting.
nightmare.
Disgusting. Actually disgusting. Genuinely revolting.
We had to learn dendrology, and like our practical test was so um the campus of the university that I went to has
Mm-hmm.
a bunch of trees,
Yes.
courtesy has a bunch of trees planted around, courtesy of the College of Science. And they're
Oh.
and they all have signs saying what they are, right? The professors go around one morning just like covering up all the signs because the practical test is us going around the university and
No.
dendrologying the trees
No.
around campus. You can't just
You're
walk around and memorize
joking.
the signs,
You're joking.
but they spring this on us.
Yo. Oh my fucking god. I would be so angry.
You know what I did?
What did you do?
So they frisk all of the students to make sure we don't have our phones on us. I just put my phone in my shoe.
What? Wait, but then how? I'm too scared to do that because, like, I feel like I get caught.
Once we're out of eyeshot from the professors, I just pull out my phone.
Oh my god. Oh right, because it's a literal like field practical.
Yeah.
Oh my god. No, that's so smart. Fuck.
It's a field practical. What are they gonna do? Follow us around?
Okay, but here's the thing: at my place, at my fuck
We're
ass school,
split.
they
We're
would.
split. We're split into like we're all doing this by ourselves pretty much. We're all running around the schools on our own. That's a lot of people to keep track of. But yeah.
Oh, I see. I see. I see. Now I understand because, like, here's the thing: you know my fuck ass school.
Yeah, I know you're a fuck ass school.
They would actually circle. They would actually circle. They're like that.
Okay.
They're
Oh
ass.
Jesus.
Okay, okay,
Gay.
okay.
Gay.
But also, honorable mention for Trichinella spiralis. Where would you want to put it?
Trichinella spiralis.
Yeah,
Trichinella spiralis
yeah.
is like
It's
the
so
cool
weird.
version of the other is the cool version of the other pork thing we talked about.
Yes. So I kind of want to put it in A,
I
like
kind of want to put an A tier, yeah.
A, like right above Tania solium, but like
Right under Taenia solium.
right under. Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's
But yeah,
interesting though.
Trichinella spiralis, also known as the first parasite I ever learned about because I got in
Dang.
trouble for undercooking pork in a high school cooking thing.
What do you mean? What?
I had a cooking class in high school and I undercooked pork.
Oh my god.
So I learned about Trichinella spiralis because the person running the home ec class where I was learning to cook was also the science teacher.
Oh my god. Okay, that's very cool though.
It's really fun. And like that's why it stuck.
Ah, you see. But for
Now,
those
if
that don't,
only you didn't have such a similar name to Trichuris trichuria.
no, I agree. But the one good thing about Trichinella spiralis is that the eggs don't look like the sexy egg.
Yeah. The eggs don't look like pretty much anything else, really.
Yeah,
Like you
yeah,
know which one is the T. spiralis egg.
yeah. Exactly. They're very different. But for
Yeah.
me, the cool thing about for those that don't know, for the lay people, quote unquote, in here, the Trichinella spiralis, these are the smallest nematode parasites of humans. They have a weird life cycle, and they're one of the most widespread and clinically important parasites in the world. These occur in rodents, pigs, bears, hyenas, and humans, and these are responsible for the disease trichinosis. This is also sometimes referred to as the pork worm, but not the pork
Yeah.
tapeworm. This is a round worm. due to it being typically encountered in undercooked pork products. The symptoms of like, so basically the weird thing about these motherfuckers is that they will burrow into your striated muscle. That's the cool part. They will burrow into the striated muscle of pigs, and you can eat that.
Yep.
And then they'll
Yep. Yep.
can
Yep.
also burrow into you. They can burrow into you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
Actually, I found this really cute picture
Okay.
of like the
So
life cycle.
actually, can you
I'm
can
gonna
you
post
can
it here.
you elucidate something for me?
Yeah, what's up?
Trichinosis, not trichinasis.
Trichinosis.
Why?
I don't know. I wish I knew.
Why does this one get an osis?
It's a status, state, or condition. Because osis means
Does
status, state, or condition.
I know what osis means.
Yeah, we both know
I
what
might
osis
be
means.
misremembering. Doesn't asis mean parasitic infection?
Wait. Wait. No. No. Wait. No. Wait. You're right. Why? Why is it? Why is it?
Why is it?
What
Why?
do you mean?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Also add to the cross infection thing bears. You can get it from bears.
Yes, you can also get it from bears. But what do you mean? What? But technically, asis also means a disease or other medical condition.
Wow, that's so broad.
The most common example. Okay, I looked up fucking affixes.org.
Yeah,
ASIS
affixes.org, good shit.
Or iasis, iasis, a disease or other medical condition, via Latin from Greek asis. The most common examples are words describing diseases caused by an external parasite, frequently tropical or subtropical in origin. Despite its origin, the ending is almost always iasis, incorporating the linking vowel I. Examples are schistosomiasis, or bilharziosis, or elephantiasis, or also filariasis. I don't know. Why is it osis? Why is it osis?
I think that that fulfills all of the I think the word the fucking trichinellus spiralis fills all the boxes for asis.
Exactly. Because here's the thing. When you look, I looked up the Wikipedia just now. Trichinosis. Not to be confused with trichomoniasis or trichuriasis. Trichuriasis. So
Also,
maybe
can
that's
I
why.
also psoriasis, not a parasite.
I mean, it isn't a parasite though. So technically, it's just any status like medical condition, but it's
So they
more
both mean the same.
commonly.
That means they both mean the same thing.
I don't know. Because like candidiasis, oh well, no, that's a yeast-like parasitic infection.
Okay.
But also cholelithiasis, urolithiasis, stones. Stones. So like why is it like this? Genuinely. What do you mean? Like, what do you mean? I'm confused now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like
Now I'm confused. I don't know anymore. What the fuck? But look at this. It's really cute. Look at this. Look at this drawing.
Really cute. Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
I love the drawing
This is so
of the
dope
muscle.
scarf.
Yeah, I love the drawing of the cysts in the muscle,
It's
but
so
also
cute. It looks like an eye.
but also fuck, I've had to draw shit like that so often that I'm tired of it. Why do they ask us to color?
Yeah,
Why do they ask us to
okay.
color it in?
That is my question also, because did you know that we had to do that in pathology lab?
Yeah, everyone has to do
Patho
it.
and micro lab. I don't know why.
Yeah, everyone has to do it.
I don't know
Everyone
why.
has to do
Why
it
do we have to do it?
anytime a course requires microscopy, they make you draw the fuck shit.
I mean, why can't they just let us draw? Why can't they just let us take a picture of it and then put it all in a PDF? Same.
They're like,
thing.
oh, it'll help you. It'll help, mind muscle connection and all that. It'll help you identify it. No, the fuck it won't.
I mean, it helped me, but that's just because I like drawing things and I normally do that.
I always
So
I had an iPad. I always just, like, pulled up the picture that I took with my phone. By the way, getting a phone to take a picture through a microscope lens
yes,
is so annoying.
it's so hard. It's so
There are
ass.
there is a tool that you can use these days, an attachment
Oh wait,
that
you
you
have to
can
show me the Shopee link for that so I can like buy one.
yeah,
Yeah, send it to
that
me.
you
Maybe
can,
I'll
like,
like find
attach
it.
to the you can, like, attach to your microscope, and then, like, you can put your phone in the thing, and it'll, like, be focused to the ocular lens. It's really cool.
Because otherwise, I would just be fumbling with my phone, like trying to.
You're, like, moving it back and forth, trying to find the sweet spot, and
It's like I was gonna make
sometimes
a
you do get a
very,
good
I
picture.
was gonna make a very vulgar joke, but you know
What?
exactly what the vulgar joke was gonna be.
Yeah,
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 okay,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
okay, we're
yeah,
both
yeah.
12.
We're both 12, but like it's we're just trying to find the right part to
Yeah,
put the
you're,
phone
like,
up to.
going back and forth with the phone, and then
Yeah,
once you do find the sweet spot,
it's gone.
like, the image of the stage is so small,
Yes.
and if
Oh
you
my,
try to move closer to focus it better,
it's gone.
it disappears.
It's gone. It's okay. I'm so glad we both agree on this because, like, holy shit, I didn't know how
Everyone's
to.
gone through this.
Everyone's
The
gone
only
through this. This is
no,
a
the only people who
microscope
haven't
thing.
gone the only people who haven't gone through this are people who took these courses without smartphones.
Yes.
So, like,
Or
Kiefer,
unfortunately,
maybe. Kiefer, maybe.
No, no,
He's
no,
not
no,
that old.
no,
He's
no, no,
not
no.
that old.
Kiefer's not that old.
He's
If
not that
Kiefer's
old.
like what? If Kiefer is like early, if Kiefer is like 29 to like 31 ish, he had phone. He had phone. Kiefer, did
No,
you have a phone?
Lumi calls I think Lumi calls him Kuya, though.
What?
Lumi calls him Kuya.
Kiefer, are you still in chat?
Kiefer, how old are
Kiefer,
Kiefer?
how old are you?
If you might share, if
If you
you're
mind,
35, okay.
35. Oh wow. Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
that might put you in didn't have smartphones during microscopy courses.
Probably yeah. Actually, it puts him
That
in
might put you
statistica and
just
psychology range.
yeah.
Oh, he did have.
You
He did
did
have. He
have.
did have.
Okay, 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 okay.
So.
So.
God. You know what I'm still thinking about? ADHD moment. I'm
Yeah.
still thinking
What?
about like the approximation of a Firemeister. I'm still thinking
Yeah, oh,
about
dude,
that.
it was
Did you
so
know
good.
that? I'm still thinking
It was
about it. I
so
want another
good.
one.
When Nokia had good camera phones before Android got good. Oh, so
Oh
you
wow.
took the pictures with a Nokia.
You can
Okay.
do that? Uh oh. Oh wow.
Sure. So he went from oh okay, not that old to oh shit, ancient.
Nokia was good before. I mean, yeah, I heard. I never really had one.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
I
I'm
was a
older than you
freshman when the
technically.
iPhone 10 was technically dude, you're straight up older than me.
I know. I am older than you.
There's no technically about it.
Well, except like here's the thing. It's just like in that weird range of like you're similar to me in terms of like everything else except for age. That's the weird
Yeah,
part.
yeah, yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same fucking joke, same everything else.
Oh,
And
yeah, yeah, yeah.
astigmatism.
Same fucking eyeglass prescription. Can't get
It's
over that.
I can't get over that. Like, what do you mean? But okay, so Nokia used to be good. That
Yeah.
is interesting.
But
I
yeah,
just thought they were
like
indestructible.
I was a freshman when the iPhone 10 came out
When did the iPhone 10 come out?
8 years ago.
Year. iPhone 10 year 2017. Oh, no. No, so I was oh. I was in like my
Ah,
third-ish year. No, wait. Middle of second and
yeah.
third
Oh,
between like
okay.
second and third year of like
Fine.
undergrad.
Okay. It came out in late 2017, so I think of it as in 2018 phone.
Fair
So
enough, fair enough.
basically my classmates all had iPhone 10s to take
Mm,
pictures of the microscopes with.
I
I had
see.
a 7 at the time
Mm.
before I switched permanently to Android in the 2020s.
That is also one of, I mean, I switched to Android, started with like a Google, the first Google Pixel, like
Oh,
around that time.
Google Pixels are cool.
I
So
like them a lot.
too bad they don't get sold here, I don't think.
No, they don't. I had to bring mine over from the States.
Yeah.
And I actually got it fixed here, and it still works. It's
Oh,
good. It's like a
Ah, you can get
fortnight.
it fixed here. You just can't get it here.
I can't
Fucking
get it
hell.
here, which is really weird. Oh, how do you feel about Toxoplasma gondii? The
Ooh,
the the
Toxoplasma
cat
gondii.
the cat one.
Yeah, the cat one.
Yeah,
Ooh, okay. Um,
they look kind of weird too.
okay. Yeah, they do.
I feel like
Okay,
everybody knows that one.
Toxoplasmosis is like a really common thing that you deal
Yes,
with.
yes, especially in HIV.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
well, basically any immunocompromised state, you're gonna see that.
Yeah. Like all I remember about toxoplasmosis is you can get it from cats, you can get it from raw milk,
Yes,
and you you can get it from dirt?
I don't remember if it's a soil borne. Oh,
Oh, whatever.
I don't remember
Is it?
either. I don't know. I'm
Okay.
looking it up. It's not in my notes. I thought it's mainly in humans. Yeah, it's mainly humans. It can also be found in the bald eagle, the gray wolf.
The bald eagle.
Yes.
Sure. I'm gonna
Yes.
get it from a fucking I'm gonna get it from the red-tailed hawk.
Yup. You could probably. I don't fucking
No,
know.
no. I was making a joke about how all the bald eagle sounds are made by
Yes.
red-tailed hawks.
Oh my god, no, you're
Cause
right.
because because bald eagles don't actually sound that
They
majestic.
really don't. They really don't.
They kind of sound like they're dying all the time.
They do. And you know what? That's I could make a hot take statement about the United States. Because the United States is not as cool as it is in media. Just like the bald
Wow.
eagle.
Just like the bald eagle.
Just like the bald eagle. But yeah,
Now you know what is you know what always is as cool as it looks like? The
what is?
Philippine eagle.
Yes, 100%. 100%.
Monkey eating eagle.
Monkey eating eagle. It's really
Just the
cool.
name's badass.
The name is badass and it sounds cool. Like the actual
Also
animal
the
sounds cool.
yeah, also when it like flares its feathers.
Yes, yes,
Ooh, yeah.
absolutely.
This guy, I can get behind this guy.
I absolutely can too. Why do you think I left the United States? Sure.
Ooh,
Do
ooh, ee, ooh, ee, ee.
you want to put it at the top of B tier? Toxoplasma gondii?
Okay, wait. Okay. What's gonna clinch it for me
Okay.
is how it looks like under a slide.
Here.
How it looks like under magnification. Okay, it looks like a single-celled organism.
It does. That's the problem. If it
Now,
looks
here's the thing.
cuter, I would put it in like A.
Here's the really funny thing. Um, here's a really funny thing.
Mm-hmm.
They do look like artifacts.
That's the problem, and that put me.
Like they
No,
do
you're
look like
right.
artifacts,
You're right.
and like the only thing that will clue you in is
Cat.
the nuclei.
Yes. Do you want to put it
B
in
tier,
C tier or B? What?
B tier, B tier,
B tier?
B tier.
Okay. I'll put it in like above Loa Loa.
Yeah. Oh God, I do remember. Yeah, the memories are coming back. I look into the thing, see that, and I read the questions and go, "Oh shit, toxoplasma," and then I look inside and I'm like, "Okay, what the fuck?
Also,
What
wait,
the fuck am I
Kuiper,
looking
what do
at?"
you mean there was an eagle that died recently? I had no idea.
Oh
Oh,
yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I heard about this. I heard
I
about
did not
this.
hear
Yeah.
about this. I've been studying all week, month. Did you know this is technically studying for me too? Because most of what I'm saying is what I'm pulling out of my ass from my old notes.
Yep, yep, yep. This is just me making studying fun for him.
Exactly. Actually, oh my god, yes, there's pinworms. Enterobus vermicularis is in here.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Honestly, the fact that they don't stain purple, they do like they use the weird translucent
They
stain.
do. Yeah.
That gets into a higher tier. I do like that stain.
I like the I like A for it.
I do like A for it. But can we talk about it?
Absolutely, we can talk about it. I could put up the picture that I showed you of the the sketchy. Wait.
None was most likely caused by a widespread bacterial infection. Oh shit. Yeah, I saw this.
Yeah. Let's paste the media link. So
Sorry. I'm in Sorry, I'm in talking to spec mode right now. So I did read that as Sawaga Dalwangan in my head.
So what? How do you say that? Wait, how do you say that? Sa Sawaga Dalwangan? Okay, okay. I'm gonna out myself as being a filthy fucking American. How do you pronounce that?
You pronounce it like it's spelled?
Motherfucker, if I do that, I'm gonna sound bad. I'll try it though. I'll try it. The death of
Okay, honestly though,
Sawaga
I'm
Dalwangan? Or
okay, sure.
Dalwangan? Is it Wangan?
Okay, like thing
Okay,
about
save
Filipino,
me.
the thing about Filipino, stresses are important, but we don't write down where the stresses are.
What do you mean? Then where are we supposed to know where to stress things?
So it could either be Sawaga Dalwangan or
Sawaga Dalwangan.
Sawaga Dalwa Sagawa Dalwangan or
Hmm.
yeah,
Uh,
per- permutations of that.
Shit. That's all I can
So
say.
I'm reading it as Sawaga Dalwangan.
Okay, Sawaga Dalwangan.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, okay.
Mm,
But yes, we're gonna
I don't
talk
know what
about
either of
my
those
favorite
words
worm.
mean, by
I
the
don't
way.
know either. I know nothing, obviously. Of course I would not know this. So, we're gonna talk about one of my favorite non-tapeworms,
Oh, they're
Enterobius
proper nouns. Okay.
vermicularis.
They're both proper nouns.
Oh, they're both proper nouns.
Yep.
Oh.
So, it's pronounced how the people who live there say it's pronounced, which I
Oh,
don't know.
okay, fair enough. Good. Cool. But we're going to talk about the pinworm, which is why I have this picture pulled up from Sketchy Microbiology and Parasitology. This is the pinworm, Enterobius vermicularis. The reason why it looks like this is because this is the parasitic worm. It is a nematode and a common intestinal parasite, especially in humans. The medical condition is enterobiasis, or enterobiasis. And the cool thing about it is this is one that can also cause self-infection. You can continue the infection because the pinworm lays the eggs at the anus, which is why it looks like there's little rats there, rats
Yeah. It
there
does
at
look
the
like rat
hole.
shit.
Yeah, it looks like
It
rat
does look
shit.
like rat shit.
Yeah, because they're rat shit. But like the reason why they have that tail is because it's the thread worm.
Ooh. It
Yeah.
when I first saw this chat, I did think that there was a worm coming out of this bald dude's ass. Oh, bald chick's ass.
Unfortunately, no. It would have been funnier. But yeah, no.
Because
So
it's not coming out of her coccyx.
yeah, it's really not, and that's the
It's
problem. It
coming out
really
of
freaks
her
me out.
butt.
Yes, it's like we need to fix that. It's one of those that we need to fix, Loki.
Like they exposed the coccyx because she's wearing a crop top and it's not coming out of the coccyx.
It's really not, and that's the
It's
problem.
really
It's so
freaky.
weird. It's so weird. But yes, so the adult female of the pinworm has a sharply pointed posterior end, is 8 to 13 millimeters long, and a 0.5 millimeter and 0.5 millimeters thick. Cool thing about the infection. So these will cause pinworm infections. The primary system is going to be itching in the anal and the perianal area. Extraintestinal disease is rare and will most commonly involve the female
Is
reproductive
that
tract.
Groot? We'll get there. We will address the
We
Groot
will address the
in the
Groot.
room.
We will address the Groot in the room because that is actually Ascaris lumbricoides.
Oh shit! It is. Is it?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Yeah, it
Okay.
is. Yeah.
Why is he busting in?
Because he just grows everywhere. That's why it looks like that. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Ascaris lumbricoides, because the reason why it has that in the background, so the Groot thing, yeah, obviously, but it's like it has roots, like a tree. It goes from the bloodstream into the lungs into the GI tract, and that's why it has so much shit going on.
Mm.
Yeah, but so the basic infection pattern for Enterobius vermicularis, eggs are laid on anus. You scratch your anus, you touch stuff, fomites. You
Four
put your hand in
bites.
your mouth. It's worm mouth, ass
Not
mouth instead of like
eating a
poop
snack.
mouth. Yeah.
I have a peanut butter sandwich right next to me right now. Like
I am. I'm eating fucking
cheese
Parmesan
out of a
cheese
bag.
out of a bag.
And it's Parmesan cheese too. You couldn't be eating like, cheese shreds out of a bag.
That is,
It's
I
like
mean,
powder.
um, well, um,
What?
it's
What?
almost like that's exactly what I'm eating. Shredded Parmesan out of a bag.
No, no, no. Shredded Parmesan comes out like a powder, right?
No, no, no. It's like little slivers.
Parmesan?
Yeah,
Can
it's
you
like the
send me a
shaved
picture?
shaved Parmesan, dude. It's the Arla
Oh,
stuff.
oh, shaved. Oh, Arla shaved Parmesan.
Yeah,
No, I was
yeah.
thinking like fuck ass cheese boy.
No, what? What? What do you
I
mean,
thought
fuck ass cheese boy? Also, Bo, you should definitely clip that. But what do you mean, fuck ass cheese boy? Excuse me. I haven't just been like pouring Parmesan powder into my mouth like a troglodyte.
no,
What?
no, that's what I was imagining this whole time.
What? I've just
No, no,
been
no, not
slowly
not
picking
not pouring.
shreds.
No, 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 not pouring it into your mouth. I was imagining you like scooping it into your hand and like shoveling it into your mouth.
Okay, that's even worse. I feel like me just pouring it into my mouth would be better. Like, genuinely, I feel like that would be better than what you think I was doing.
Wait, cheese boy? Yeah, cheese boy.
I love cheese. You know I love cheese. I will just eat straight up
I
cheese
thought
out of a
I thought
bag.
he was I thought he was eating like Parmesan, like powdered, like grated Parmesan out of a
So
bag.
so
This
technically it is grated, but it's like grated into like shavings.
No, that's shaved. Grated means little pieces.
I think uh, but
Less firm cheeses when you grate them, they grate into shreds.
yes, but this is still Parmesan.
Parmesan does not grate into shreds.
Then what the fuck? Then why are these like slivers?
Because it's shaved. Anyway,
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Fine. I'll agree. I'll
yeah.
agree. But
Damn.
yeah.
You go on your monologue. Give me a
Okay.
second.
Okay. So I will talk about the pinworm. So poop mouth. Extraintestinal disease. I already talked about this. Also, spleen abscesses have been reported, but in conditions of rural poverty. Enterobius vermicularis infections are reported to be correlated with stunting and lower means IQ among prepubescent children because obviously these worms are taking up your nutrients. Funny thing about the tapeworm, or not tapeworm, fuck. Funny thing about the Enterobius vermicularis is that there's a common at-home test and also just a common diagnostic test. It's like a big diagnostic test to do. Is the Scotch tape test, during which tape is applied to the skin around the anus, like the perianal area. Also, yes, cheese is amazing. I love cheese. I am known to just eat cheese out straight out of a bag. And also, Kiefer, it's fine to eat a snack while listening to this and watching. This is how it is. This is what this is for. But during which tape is applied to the skin around the anus, preferably in the morning before showering or using the toilet, because the eggs get laid at night and then they become active in the morning, and that's where like they're most known. I think I remember correctly. Kiefer, you can correct me on this. Like, I don't remember if they get laid at night and they're active in the morning, or if they get laid like early morning. But like basically, TLDR, there's gonna be eggs in your anus like early morning, and if any eggs are present, they will stick to the tape, which can then be taken to be examined. The graphicness adds flavor. I'm gonna look at this clip. I'm gonna look at this clip. I'm gonna put the clip on here and we're gonna watch this. Because I'm scared. I'm scared now. We're gonna see this clip happen right now. Snow, um, mods? I don't even know what we can respond to that with. Um, I, what do you mean? What do you mean by that? What that mean? What, Snow Griffin, what that mean? Mods? Mods. Someone turn him into a tapeworm. Or something. A pinworm, even? Something? I'm... Uh, I'm so confused. Like, what that mean? What that mean? It means I am a man of Uh... okay. That's fine. But yeah, Scotch tape test. Once diagnosed, a pinworm infection can be treated with, like, any... Well, not any, sorry. The medications that are most commonly prescribed for pinworms are going to be albendazole, mebendazole. Initially one dose will be given, followed by repeat 2 dose 2 weeks later to eliminate any newly hatched worms that may be present. I got a solution, just pin it. You can. You can. You can pin it. No. It's not. What the fuck? I'm scared. Worm. What do you mean? I am a fan of theoretical physics, and in theoretical physics, there is a concept known as the Einstein-Rosen bridge. I was waiting for this fucking joke to happen. I'm still mad. This is also known as a wormhole. God damn it. God damn it. Fuck you. Genuinely, fuck you. Oh my god.
We talk about the Scotch tape test yet?
We talked about the Scotch tape test.
Okay.
But you didn't see this joke.
Yeah.
You didn't see this fucking.
Yeah,
you
no.
didn't see this.
No,
I
saw the joke.
You saw the fuck ass joke. You saw the fuck ass joke.
I had the stream on my phone.
Okay. Okay. I hate it. I hate it. By the way,
I went.
It goes in the wormhole.
In honor of spectral anomaly, I went down and poured some Parmesan cheese into my mouth. And then I made myself a sandwich.
Delicious. Delicious to both. Yummers.
It's sandwich spread, which is like mayonnaise with like pickle, relish, and vinegar and like sugar and stuff.
Oh.
And then some of the Parmesan cheese.
Okay.
And some wasabi, but like a dot of wasabi, and it's only in the middle of the sandwich. So every bite, I'm like, when am I gonna get to the...
Why are you doing this to yourself? Why do you... What? Numo... And you're... What? Why? Why?
I just hit the wasabi. Fuck.
You just... What do you mean you just hit the wasabi? Holy shit.
Holy fuck.
But also, what do you mean I can't worm my way out of this one? I'm already a worm. And what the fuck is a worm gear? What is this?
I really hope chat can't hear me chewing.
They can't. It's fine. They cannot.
No, on my side.
Oh, I mean, if it's on Discord, I feel like it'd be fine. Oh no. And my
they're
side. I see.
I'm so out of the loop right now.
Look, I'm not paying attention. My brain has.
We are so hinged right now.
My brain has been just completely, just baffled by worm. No. 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 Snow Griffin, you better fucking not. No. 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 I'm so mad. I'm so mad. What do you mean Will Sabi? Fuck you. What the fuck, dude? God damn it.
No, that's funny.
That's so funny, but I hate it. I can't even. I
love that shit.
Ugh.
I love that shit
This
so
is
much.
so bad. God. God damn it. Oh my god. God damn it. Genuinely one of the worst jokes I've ever seen and heard. I am full of anger and spite. I am genuinely full of anger and spite right now. What the fuck, dude?
Oh. Okay. Can we talk about the Leishmanias?
Oh, Leishmaniasis? Absolutely.
Yeah, and how they're all D tier.
No, I agree with you that they're all D tier because number one, they all look fucking the same.
It's almost like they're all in the same genus.
Exactly. But like even the ones that are in the same genus don't look different.
Yeah, true, true, true. Again, there's a reason they're in S tier.
Exactly. One moment. Hey, Spec, what do you call non-binary raw fish on vinegared rice? No.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Mm-hmm. Sude.
I hate you. I hate you. You're never getting Dr. Pepper again.
Oh
I
shit.
hope the next Dr. Pepper that you get is warm.
Oh shit, he really did it.
Yeah.
Okay, wait.
Alright, I'm done. Please proceed with your. Thank you. Thank you. I hate that joke. Fuck you. But yeah, no. Leishmaniasis is
I think I
annoying.
forgot to put the mayonnaise back in the fridge. You go on your spiel.
Okay, so leishmaniasis is fucking weird. So it's all of these motherfuckers are all transmitted by the bite of an infected sandfly, which can transmit the protozoa the leishmania. These sandflies inject the infective stage, which are going to be metacyclic promastigotes, into the body when they drink blood. Because these are one of those like flies where they drink blood. It's not like a, but these are not mosquitoes. These promastigotes are then in the puncture wound. They're eaten by your macrophages and are transformed into amastigotes. Then they multiply in infected cells and affect different tissues, depending on the part of the house and in which part the leishmania, in part on which leishmania species is involved. There are multiple. There are three main species. These are going to be leishmania major, infantum, and brasiliensis. I hate all of them. They all deserve D tier because they all look extremely similar. There's also Leishmania Donovani or Donovani, which is they all look fucking the same. Tropica is the only one that looks a little bit different because it kind of looks like a needle, but I still hate all of them and they all are bad. And so with that in mind, they all go into D tier because like wait, I can't even like open the image. Oh, I can. Look at that. That's Leishmania tropica. Major. The wounds look a little bit different, but they're all cutaneous. Look at the fucking worm. Look at the fucking parasite. They're too fucking similar. The only one that isn't really that similar is going to be Brasiliensis. And it's still pretty similar. They're still all extremely similar to each other, and I hate all of them. Yeah, they're kind of cute. So they cause cutaneous infections. I wouldn't say that they're flesh eating per se. I would not say that they're flesh eating, but they do cause cutaneous infections. This causes an open sore. But like so the pathophysiology of this disease, the red lesion ulcerates. So we first have the Leishmania parasite getting phagocytized by the human macrophage. Then after that, we have a raised red lesion developing at the site of the bite, often weeks or sometimes years after. The lesion then ulcerates and then can become secondarily infected with bacteria. The lesion can.
Did they get did they get colonized by Leishmania portugalensis?
I hate you. This is disgusting and evil. What the fuck do you mean, dude? How dare you? Also, Muffin, thank you so much for the 2 bits. Thank you for the 2 cents on
The
the
two
topic.
cents.
2 cents. That's your 2 cents, and
Two
I
petot.
value 2 petot.
Two entire petot.
Thank you for the 2 petot. But yeah, no, legitimately, I hate all of them. They all look very similar, and a lot of these motherfuckers that we care about are the ones that cause like the cutaneous leishmaniasis. But then infantum and donovanii, these are the ones that cause visceral leishmaniasis, or also known as black fever. I hate them all. I hate them all. Also, like low key, the treatment just kind of is weird because like the best treatment for cutaneous and mucocutaneous leishmaniasis is not very known. People use antimonial drugs. These are like there's like the pentavalent antimony compounds. It's just antimony. Like
It's
that's their
just antimony.
it's it's just
Ah, yes. Some quicksilver
unfortunately
for your
yes.
troubles.
Unfortunately
Oh,
yes. Yes.
oh,
Oh,
I prescribe laudanum.
I prescribe you a small amount of plumbum for your
Plumbum.
plumbum for your skin lesion. Your what's the fucking word what I'm looking for? Fuck.
Of what?
No, like a old timey word
Oh,
for your like a fucking lesion. What's another one?
also, also, okay, I looked it up. Laudanum was not mercury. Laudanum was poppy
Opium, right?
seeds. Yeah, it was opium.
Yeah, it's opium. Yeah, laudanum is opium.
It
That's
was
all. That's
it
what
was
I
poppy
remember.
extract. Yep. Yeah.
Yay!
Oh, have you heard about the thing with Lewis and Clark?
Yes,
So they would run into problems with dysentery. So
yes.
to cure dysentery, they were given pills that were
That
like 30% mercury.
yes, and you could track that, and you can use
And
that
now you can
mercury to
track,
track
yeah,
where
you
they
can track
went.
because where the shiny shits are.
Yes, exactly. It's crazy. And yes, Axe. It's exactly. It looks exactly like the shit you see on smoke packets. Can confirm. I do have
Mhm.
a pack of those on me right now.
Yep.
Don't smoke, guys. It's bad for you.
It's bad for you.
It's very bad for you. But yeah, no.
I was
The only
if
one that
it might be the same pack that I witnessed him buying.
no, it probably have the older one.
Different pack?
No,
Different
no,
pack? Okay.
no. Same brand, but I had two packs. You know this.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
I have the blue. I have the
Yeah.
darker blue one and the sky blue one, or
Yep.
the wind blue. There's for some reason they're called wind blue, and then there's sky blue. Sky blue is the one that's like not as light.
Whatever the fuck, dude.
They're all cancer sticks in the end,
Yeah.
just a different flavor. They don't even have flavors really, unless you get like the menthols or like the weirder ones. But yeah, I digress. They all Leishmania all goes into D tier. Braziliensis goes into D tier, like goes into like the top of D tier because at least it looks a little bit different. But Leishmania major has a little bit more of like ulceration, so it's gonna be second in the second in D tier. Mexicana sucks. It just looks all the same. They all suck. They all suck. They all suck ass. No.
Ooh.
No.
One thing on the list that I do remember,
Okay.
Brugia malayi,
Oh, Brugia Malawi, yes. Malawi, yes. I do like that one.
disease of the lymphatic system, I believe.
Yeah, it does. If I remember
Yeah,
correctly.
lymph nodes and shit.
Yeah, it's another filarial roundworm. And yes, it causes lymphatic filariasis. Do you know the other two causes of lymphatic filariasis?
No, I do not.
Wucheria bancroftii is one of them.
Okay.
And also Brugia timori.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
wow, Southeast Asia, triple jeopardy. Let's
Yup,
go.
yup. And did you know that B. malayi is transmitted by Mansonian mosquitoes and is restricted to South and Southeast Asia?
Wow, more mosquito shit.
More mosquito
Fuck.
bullshit. Yep.
Okay, immediately low tier. I hate mosquitoes.
Putting them
Doesn't
in
matter
C?
how in. I was thinking D.
D, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Already, just being mosquito borne
That I
immediately
agree. I
puts it
completely
in the
agree with
lower
you on that.
half.
Yeah.
I don't care how interesting it is, like
But Wucheria bancroftii is what
pathologically.
elephantiasis. That's elephantiasis, dude.
Mosquitoes in Southeast Asia, aka every weekday, right?
Yes, actually, unfortunately.
Fuck that shit.
Absolutely fuck that shit. And also, let's see what Snow Griffin
Hmm.
says. Spec, what do you call a concentrated solution of a substance created by soaking it in a skinny, gay alcoholic? I'm scared. What?
Twincture.
No! No! No!
Yeah,
You're
I got
right.
it.
You're right. I didn't want to grace it with a response. I knew it. I saw it in my head. I just didn't want to say it because I was like, no, you better fucking not. It can't be that. But it was that, and I hate it. It's not even Pride Month. How dare you? Fuck you. Okay, but yeah, no, we're sharing Minecraft. Cares about
Oh,
motorcycle
what?
and two
What?
posts.
Hey, sorry.
Yeah, what's up?
Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
What do you call
No.
a sealed vial at a drag show.
What?
A campule.
I'm I'm gonna throw myself up out the window. I'm going to do that right now. Fuck you both. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm going to defenestrate myself. Auto defenestrate myself right now.
Auto defenestration. Shit.
Yep. Can't even open the window. You know this.
Yeah. That window doesn't open, huh?
Window doesn't even open. It
Yeah.
really doesn't, and that's the problem. But yeah, no.
Yeah.
So
Also, I always found people who snap campules open really impressive. Anyway, keep talking about the words.
No. So I know. No. There's a trick. There's you know what? There's a cheat for the ampules, basically.
You just like cut at him.
No. I always have a. This is just me. You know me. Sometimes I like randomly just have shit in my pocket for no reason because I just forget about it. I always had like a 5 millimeter syringe, or 5 mil syringe. Did you know that the 5 mil syringe is like the perfect thing to insert the top of an ampule into? Hold one
shit!
end.
So you just
hold one
pry
end.
it on. Yeah.
You hold one end. Just wrap it up in paper. Wrap it up in like tissue or something if you're like worried about it. The other end.
And it gives you more leverage.
Yes, and you just boop.
You just go boop.
Yep.
Yeah.
You just go boop. That's how you do it, or that's how I did it.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I haven't had to work with ampules, but like they seem like a pain.
They are a pain.
Also, people like every time I see people like turn ampules upside down, and then pull with the syringe.
Oh yes, that's aura.
Yeah. That's aura, and I'm always like, wait, there's no thing. How is it not? It's surface tension. I know it's surface tension.
It is surface tension.
But like, it's always so cool when I see people do it.
Look, I used to do it. It was great. It was so fun. But also, let's see what this joke is. What do you call it when you look smacks with high pressure steam? I do know this. I'm not answering your question. I'm not answering your fucking question.
Anyway, the mention of tinctures brought me back to Frenet and Scotch.
Yes. Oh my god. That was so good.
Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, Snow Griffin, we went to the bar.
We went to the bar. It was really good. I texted him about it like really after. It was really good.
It was really good.
It was really good. It was so good.
They humored my really dumb request.
It was a really good request. It was really good. And also, I'm putting with Sherry Bancrofty like above Brugia Malayi, but in D tier.
Yeah.
Also, do you agree with? Okay. It was so good. You need to try the Firemeister, or like the equivalent of a Firemeister, please.
Maybe when he goes there, they'll have Jaeger.
Wait, maybe if he goes there, they will have Jaeger.
Or maybe we can go to your place. And we can bring Jaeger and Fireball.
I'm down. Literally when, dude?
Literally
you know where
when?
I live.
Don't know,
you know where I live. You guys know where I
go.
live. You can just go.
We can't
just text
go.
me. It's almost like you have my fucking phone, dude.
Yeah, that's true.
You have my Discord. You don't have my actual phone number. Well, you have my phone. Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. Literally when?
You haven't left your phone in my car yet.
That I knew you were gonna say autoclavicular. I hate you. I knew you were gonna say autoclavicular. God damn it. Because if you look smacks with high pressure steam, he doesn't even know clavicular. He only knows this shit because I told him about it.
Oh, I know who clavicular is.
No, I'm talking about Snow Griffin.
You're talking about Snow Griffin. Oh.
Yeah. He only knows about this shit because I talked about it.
What does Dr. Mike call clavicular again?
I don't fucking know, and I don't want to think about that.
Dr. Mike, the buff guy, not Dr. Mike, the handsome one.
I agree with you on both. I don't even know what he calls him. I don't even know what he says.
No. He made like a pithy joke using a different bone.
I know. I remember the joke that you're talking about, but I forgot the bone.
Yeah. Anyway.
But yeah, Leash Mania, they're all gonna go down here. They're all gonna go in D tier.
Yeah.
But also Leishmania
Oh my god.
Donovani does visceral leishmaniasis, which is cool, but it's still
Which
D
is
tier.
cool.
Still D
Which
tier.
puts it in the top of the fucking,
Yeah,
the top of the group. No, 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 not the top of the thing. The top of the group.
it is the top of the group.
Okay, sure, fine, whatever.
Yeah, it's just and like Boucher, Bancroftii, and Brugia, they're all gonna be in the bottom of the group because I hate them.
That felt personal.
Yes, but also Dipallidium caninum, I only like it because it has little egg packets.
Wait, does it have something to do with dogs?
Yes, it is dog.
Oh my god. Oh, my high school Latin education working overtime.
No, do you know how that's how I did it as well?
You you learned Latin?
Yes.
Okay. Uh
Yeah.
wait. I'm gonna arrange my thoughts before I talk about this.
Okay.
Mm,
Leishmania sounds like a FetLife con, apparently, according to Snow Griffin. I think that one actually should be pinned. That one is good. That one is good. Oh shit, wait, you had an outbreak? Oh fuck. But yeah, no, legitimately. So, Dipallidium caninum is also known as the flea tapeworm, the double pore tapeworm, or the cucumber tapeworm, is in reference to the cucumber seed shaped like segments, but they really just move. They look more like sesame seeds or like rice. They infect
uh,
fleas.
can you pull it up?
Of course, I can. I was supposed to, and then I
Also,
Googled it.
okay, I've arranged my thoughts. Ecce
Yes.
Romani or Ecce Romani, depending on who you ask.
Oh my god.
It's a Latin textbook.
Yes,
You're aware.
I am aware.
Flavia ex Cornelia.
No, God. You. Oh
Let's
my
go.
fucking god. Dude. God damn it.
Oh yeah, you're right. It does more. It looks more like grains and no, it does look
They
like
look
cucumber
right.
seeds.
They look like cucumber seeds, but also, if you like think about them, they look like rice too.
Oh, well,
They look like
yeah,
rice grains.
because of the scale. Because of the scale.
Yeah, because of the scale. But yeah, no,
But yeah,
legitimate. Yeah.
I love Latin textbook Yuri, bro.
Dude, yes. Though honestly, the one thing that I really remember from like Roman, from like Latin textbook shit is like, so we had Ecce Romani, but we also had Latin for the new millennium.
Okay,
They actually had a textbook sponsored like World of Warcraft guild
that's funny.
where they just spoke Latin. That's the
Ooh,
only reason why I played World of Warcraft back in high school.
that's funny.
I only played it
Wait,
for bonus points.
that's chill as hell.
You cannot get me to play World of Warcraft normally because
You
I don't
can't
really
get me to
like.
play any MMORPG. I'm not that. Yeah, I'm not about
I
that.
I love Final Fantasy 14. The thing is though, I just because like I love the gameplay loop. The gameplay loop is fun.
Hmm.
You cannot get me to play fucking World of Warcraft. The gameplay loop was not fun. The critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy 14. Yes, exactly that one. That's why I like that one so much. It's a good game. I used to have like a. I think I
Critically
still have a
acclaimed
copy. I think I still have
MMORPG
the copy pasta
FF14.
in here. Look at my stream elements.
Yeah, but which version? Is it the version with Stormblood or is it the version with whatever you're allowed to play up to now?
It's the one with Shadowbringers.
Okay.
I think it's the one with Shadowbringers. Let me look at my streaming tool. Let me look at my commands. I think I still have it. No, I don't. I'm so
Yeah.
sad. What I do have is a fucking exclamation point, but yeah, because it calculates it counts every time I say but yeah, because I do that a lot. Like a lot.
Ah, yes.
Yes.
Oh yeah. No, no, I get it. I get it. I say so yeah a lot. Like, oh dude, I get it.
I have to add like 5 more to this. Oh, okay, it doesn't do that. Fine. It doesn't do it. I just have to like do it a shit ton. There we go. 11. I'll allow it. But yeah, god damn it. It's a 12 now. But okay, so what was I talking about? I forgot.
I don't know.
I don't
All I'm
know
thinking
anymore.
about. Sorry. All I'm thinking about right now is uh, what's his name again? Lucius Caecilius Iucundus,
God damn
l-
it.
famous banker from Pompeii and
Yes.
subject of the Cambridge Latin course.
Yes. God damn it. God damn it. Why do you remember this? Why do I remember this? Why are we both in
And
hell?
like the shit in the book is like all the lessons are just about his family trauma.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. God.
Caecilius est in horto.
No. God damn it. We are literally the same fucking person.
Why do you know Latin?
Why do you know Latin?
I went to Catholic school.
I also went to.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, we both went to Catholic school, and it was like
No,
that or
and like
Spanish and French.
but
I just
like
did Latin
you know,
and French.
oh wow, all the private schools in Metro Manila are Catholic schools. Yeah, but mine was like uniquely
My.
Catholic about it.
Yeah. Oh my god, wait. Was it fucking
We
CSA?
did like Latin mass and shit.
Wait, what? You guys did
There was
Latin
a
mass? I
I
thought that was
if
like
you put
removed.
it was removed to this state.
Oh, I see, I see, I see.
Um and like so like if you
Mm-hmm.
stick me in a Latin mass now, I can probably still respond to everything.
Same, because we had Latin mass as well, but it was because of like just Latin class. Because we, yeah,
So.
yeah.
Or you know, uh, I, I, I
What is the
forgot
fucking
what
word?
the
What is the
I
one
forgot
for?
what the affirmative is
I forgot as
in
well.
Latin.
And it doesn't sound the same. It doesn't sound the same as like Latin does or as Japanese does. Like so. It just kind of
Sick, 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 sick.
fuck. Shit, no,
Sure,
you're
right?
right. No, you're
Yeah, it is
right.
sick. It's
It is
sick.
sick. Fuck.
Sick, 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 sick,
Sick,
sick,
sick,
sick,
sick,
sick,
sick,
sick,
sick,
sick.
sick, 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 sick. God damn it. Why are we the same person? God, what the fuck?
Doing this shit, bro.
We keep doing this shit. This is scary. But yeah,
I
I
hate
like
this.
Dipylidium caninum. Dipylidium caninum is kind of
Okay.
funny. I kind of want to put him in
Okay,
C
I don't
tier
have
because there's
strong
really
opinions
much.
about this guy.
Yeah, exactly. There are no strong opinions about him. He's not really much. He can be found in pets and pet owners. Human infections, rare but can occur. They're accidental infections. There's no like definitive where like humans are gonna. It's just dead end.
Yeah.
I went to Catholic school, and the only thing I learned was what it looks like to do a bad job. Like Job?
No, that's capital. I was gonna say bad Job.
Yeah, I was like, I didn't read it first, and I was like, bad, like,
Job.
Job? You already called me
The
Job
book is
coded
called
once.
Job.
I know.
Job.
I know. Look, it's because you needed to have it. It's because they were telling us to be good
Job.
worker. Good worker. Must have
Oh,
Job. Definitely.
oh, who made that? Who made that Smarty Pants presentation again?
No. Wait.
I think it was Anna Garcia. It might have been
Yes.
Anna Garcia.
Yes. 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 You're right. God damn it.
Okay.
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 Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're running we're like running thin on bugs that I know about.
Like, do you know about Echinochus granulosus?
Oh
There's
yes, I
nothing.
do.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That was a fun one.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's a flatworm.
I
These are the
I could
flatworms. These are
never
dog
I could
flatworm. Dog
I
tapeworm,
could
technically.
I could never figure out how to pronounce its common name.
What is the common name?
Hydatid.
The hydatid worm?
Hydatid.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of consonants next to each other, and
Yes,
it
it
kind of
is.
fucked in my head.
Yeah, hydatid.
I don't have dyslexia, but this is bullshit.
No, I agree with you. It's just weird. It's a weird word. Genuinely, it's a
Like I
weird
can
word.
read echinococosis
Yeah,
easily enough.
same. How about? I mean, fasciolopsis. Okay, so do you have any strong opinions on Fasciola hepatica and Fasciolopsis busci,
Um,
because I hate both of them, but they're very similar to each other, except in size and scale, except that they're
yeah,
both really big. I like
yeah,
Fasciolopsis busci more because it just looks more organized. It's really symmetrical. It's very pretty
yeah.
to me
Give me a
specifically.
second to jog my memory.
Yeah, I can put up a picture.
Yeah, while I pull up the CDC.
Yes, of course. Because Fasciolopsis busci is really cute.
Oh no, it is. It is okay.
Yeah, it's a
It is
cute
cute.
one. It's a cute one. And
Well,
like it's very
fl-
symmetrical. It's very cute.
flukes tend to be cute.
They flukes are cute. And it's not even a
Yeah.
fluke that they are. Isn't it
Haha.
is an infection with those called fascism? No.
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 No. It's just a fluke infection.
No.
Oh
No.
no. No. No.
No.
No. It's called fasciolobiasis, which
No.
honestly is worse. Fasciolopsi. Okay,
Fasciolociasis. PS is
fasciolociasis.
the yeah,
Oh
the
my
P and PS is silent.
fucking
Silent.
god, you're
Remember?
right. God damn it, I'm dumb. But yeah, no, fasciolociasis. Fasciolociasis. That's the one with that one. Yeah, no, I like that one more because it's symmetrical. Fasciolopsis busci
So,
is cute.
sorry. I looked up Fasciola gigantica. 75 millimeters is a lot of millimeters.
That's a big boy.
That's a
That's
big
a big
boy.
boy. And no, I like that one too. No, Fasciola gigantica is cute. I actually like that one. It's another, well, but it's only in cows though. It's not in people.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it can be in people apparently. Oh, it
It says
can.
it's on people.
It's
Huh.
on people. Well,
It's on people.
it's on people. Damn, it's on people. Oh god, that's a big boy.
That's a lot of boy.
That's a big boy. That's a lot of boy for one man.
You can get it from watercress?
Yes, you can.
Shit.
So basically, yeah. So the watercress, that's like the intermediate. Then it goes into like cow sheep. Then cow sheep pass egg.
Oh, okay, okay. So it
Yeah.
incubates in snail, and then snail
Yeah.
brings it to plant, and then plant brings it to
Yeah.
human or cow.
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Adult flukes and hepatic biliary ducts. Fuck.
Yes. Yep. It's all liver bullshit.
It's all liver bullshit.
Yeah,
It's
but I
always
like
cows and
fasciola.
it's
I love
always cows or
fasciola
sheep. Sometimes it's
hepatica.
fish.
Yes, it is sometimes fish. I mean,
Sometimes it's
Podarcus
fish.
sinensis.
Oftentimes it's pork.
Oftentimes it's pork. But yeah, where do you want to put
Mm.
number one? Where do you want to put fasciola hepatica?
Fasciola hepatica. We can put that in. We can put that in B tier.
B. Okay.
I'm happy I'm happy putting it in B.
I want to put Fasciolopsis busci, like above Fasciola hepatica, just because of how pretty it is.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I always love it when they stain weird.
Yes. Number one, yes, and also like the way that it stains, it's just so symmetrical. I can't help but love it.
Yeah.
I can't help but like it. It's so cute.
I do. Okay, so I think 3.5 hours in, I'm getting our criteria. Our criteria is mostly what do they do based on what they do to people,
Yes.
and like trend, and like how cool their pathways and like
Yes.
principles are,
Mm-hmm.
and like the principle of their, whatever, right? And our tiebreakers tend to be how cute they are.
Well, yes, because it's like if they look cute and or they're
That
recognizable.
yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, you're right. Brisky is really cute.
Busky's really cute. Cause like it's just
Yeah.
so good. It's so good. Diphilobotryum latum is just weird though. It's not. It's really weird. This is the fish tapeworm, but it's also one of
Yeah.
the longest tapeworms.
It's
It
so
can be like
gross.
it can be like 20 meters, I think. 1 minute. Diphilobotryum latum length.
Okay, I have it. I just decided now because I'm dumb
Mm-hmm.
to open the tier list in another window,
Yeah,
so I can like move the ones that we've already done so that I can see what we haven't done yet.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
But like I can't I can't tell because I'm stupid. Uh,
It's okay. It's okay. I can send the tier list like how it looks.
you can do that?
Yeah, I can just. I mean, I'm pretty sure I can just send the link. Is there presentation mode? Is there not? I mean, I can just send you the screenshot. That way we could like.
No. The screenshot won't do anything for me. I'm already
Oh.
looking at it.
Oh, I see. Shit. We haven't even gone to like the STI one yet.
Ah, yeah, vaginalis, whatever,
Yeah,
something vaginalis, T
Trichomonas.
vaginalis.
Yeah, Trichomonas vaginalis. Which, how do you
When I
feel
forget
about
the name
that?
of the genus, I just say the letter.
You say, mm?
When I forget what the genus is, I just say the letter.
I mean, it's a good one. It's a
Yeah,
good way to do it. That's how people say it, anyways. But yeah,
yeah.
did you know it's technically a neglected STI?
Because it's easily curable,
Exactly. It's funny.
like a very easily curable one, right?
Yes, it is extremely curable. Like, so, I mean, there isn't even really. It's just metronidazole. It's great.
Yeah,
Though there are like some 4 to 5% of trichomonas cases that are resistant to metronidazole, which can account for like repeat cases.
just throw a fucking train at it.
Yeah. Also, did you know that vaginal boric acid can be useful against resistant trichomoniasis?
Ooh,
Yeah. Crazy.
yeah. Okay, like okay, single-celled guys by default are a little cute.
Yes. And it's also look at him.
And I think the fact
He's
that
just kind of it looks like a those what's it called, the brine shrimp. It looks like a brine shrimp to me.
it does look like a brine shrimp, yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of cute,
Like,
and it's easily
and like
treatable.
the fact that it's so like inoffensive.
Yes. How do you feel
Like
about
put
it?
an 8. Put the bitch in A tier.
Yeah, I'm putting it behind. I'm putting it here, like here. Putting it there. Putting it there.
Like inoffensive in the best way.
Yes, it's great. Do you know about Cryptosporidium parvum? Because that's the one that we're dealing with right now.
Cryptosporidium parvum, I am aware. Yes.
Yeah. This is a lettuce haunter.
The lettuce the lettuce
Yeah.
ghost.
The lettuce ghost.
The ghost in the lettuce.
Unfortunately, yes, the ghost in the lettuce. The prevention is just to avoid contact with contaminated feces. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's it. And literally, it's the most important waterborne pathogen in developed countries. And right now, it's kind of ass out here. Love it. Where do you want to put it though? Because like it's kind of inoffensive if like you like treat if you
It-
like scan for it basically.
yeah, and
Oh, good night,
yeah.
Axe. Have a good night, Axe. Sleep well.
Night axe. Good
Bye.
night. Good
Good
night.
night. Good
Good
night.
night.
Thank you for watching this long. Thank you for
Do
watching
you
us
have to
just be
use
ADHD all over the place with this shit.
rural nidazole? No. You use busanidazole.
I
Oh
hate
shit.
you both. I hate both of you. But also, when are y'all coming over for fucking Firemeister? Because legitimately, I will find Fireball and Jägermeister, and I will make this happen.
Yep.
Because that shit was really good. I'm still surprised.
Right?
I'm
You
still,
get it.
I'm still thinking about it.
You get it now.
Yeah, I do get it. I do get it. I do understand. And also, Axe, it's okay. You can rest though. And I'm glad that you liked watching the tier list, but you need to sleep. I don't know if you have class or anything tomorrow, because I don't. That's why I'm still up. But yeah, Cryptosporidium parvum, where would you want to put it? Because I'm okay with it being like B tier, because it's like kind of relevant right now, but otherwise, there's no real, there's like treatment of it. Cryptosporidium parvum is also the one that causes like, it's, the infection is generally self-limiting in immunocompetent people, but in immunocompromised patients, such as those with AIDS, infections may not be self-limiting, leading to dehydration and death. The only thing that it could possibly make me like this more is like the sketchy, which I'm gonna send you the sketchy picture of it because it's really good.
Okay. Okay.
Because it's very, because it's really cool. I'm gonna send it to you so I can like pull it up
Yup, yup, yup.
onto the browser. Copy image link. Also, I complete tangent here, but I'm really liking the soundtrack that I have right now just in the background. It's just like it's just Ace Attorney music. It's very good. I was surprised that it works best for like just chatting streams. But yeah, this is the sketchy for Cryptosporidium.
Hmm. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So those are
I
the
do love
cysts.
Ancient Catacomb shit
Yes,
pipe.
exactly. But yeah, and it's a so the I can explain basically what this shit means. So the reason why this is pink is because it stains acid fast. It's an acid fast stainer. This is for spiramycin. This is like a treatment for it in immunocompetent people, I think. Nitazoxanide is another treatment, but the reason why it's getting filtered through the sock, why there's water getting filtered through the sock, is because you cannot like treat it with chlorine or like chemical treatment. It has to be filtered.
Mm.
Mechanical filtration is like one of the
Yeah, mechanical filtration. And it's big
mm,
enough to be caught by mechanical
yes,
filters.
exactly. That is like the preferred method to purify water contaminated with cryptosporidium's oocysts. The treatment in immunocompetent people is nitazoxanide. This is exclusively in immunocompetent hosts. The infective stage is a cyst. That's why there's going to be like these little these little egg thingies here. The weird shape that's there, those are the sporocytes. Though the cysts contain like four modal sporocytes. That's why they have like the four edges to that triangle thing. It's really weird. But other than nitazoxanide, the drug that can be used to treat cryptosporidium is spiramycin. However, it is not FDA approved, at least
Mm.
until from what I remember. And Snow Griffin, yeah, it does feel like what plays during mission briefings in Ghost in the Shell, the new series. Which, by the way, I need to watch more of it. I love this show so much. I'm going insane thinking about it. It's just good music, genuinely. But yeah,
Yeah.
and also this is the most common cause of diarrhea in patients with HIV, which is different from cryptococcus because cryptococcus is the most common cause of meningoencephalitis and pneumonia in patients that are
Ah,
immunocompromised.
I
Cryptococcus,
see.
these are the fungi. Those are the two fungi. Cryptococcus neoformans and Cryptococcus gaddii.
Mm.
Yeah, those are the two fungi. That's used to be what the way that I had to like differentiate between Cryptococcus and Cryptosporidium in my head was that Cryptococcus in your they're hiding in your spine. They're hiding in your spine. Well, here they're making you shit.
Ah, yes, hiding in my spine.
Hiding in my spine. Kind of like crawling in your skin.
Crawling
Those,
in your skin.
yeah, those wounds they will not heal. You know.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm thinking of putting them either in C because they're pretty okay if you're immunocompetent, but they can cause issues if you're like if you're immunocompromised. So they're not really
Mm.
going to be that important for you. But I mean, they don't really
Mm.
look that cute either. They just kind of look like, look at that. Look at that. They're okay.
What game is this from?
Ace Attorney.
Oh, right. This is the fucking Maya face off?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I'll just send this to you. Man, not legitimately. That's just what they look like. That's all it is.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So I'm down for to put them in C. Paragonimus westermanii. I don't really have any strong opinions on it, except like it just kind of looks weird. That's my only opinion on it. It just looks weird. It just looks weird. Like, look at it.
Kind of looks like a fucked up bean.
Exactly, exactly. But they're the Japanese lung fluke, and these
Okay.
cause
Oh, 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 oh!
paragonomyces.
It's not monocell. It's not unicellular.
No, it's a fluke. It's a
Sorry,
fluke.
it's a fluke.
It's
Sorry, it
literally a
looked
fluke.
like. Sorry, the little folds made me think of like organelles.
I'm just gonna one moment. I'm looking chat. What specialist do you call when your finger joints hurt due to playing too much Street Fighter? I'm angry. I'm so mad. I'm sending this to Blue because
Rheumatologist is.
it was a good one. It was a good one, and I hate that it's a good one. God damn it. God damn it, dude. God damn you. Genuinely, god damn you.
God fucking, I forgot what I was gonna say.
I completely same, exactly.
Oh, that's fucked up.
It's ugh. Oh, I remember now. Paragonomous Westermanii. You were talking about how like they look weird. They look like single cell unicellular because like the folding, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The only thing I know about like Westermanii is like the eggs are weird. The pathophysiology, they can go into the lungs. That's it, and they can cause if the worm becomes disseminated and gets into the spinal cord, it can cause paralysis. The capsules can go into the heart, and that can cause death. But the symptoms are going to be localized in the pulmonary system, which is going to be like bad cough, bronchitis, and blood in the sputum.
Okay.
Yeah, so like maybe B because it's interesting. But how do you feel about how it looks though? Because that's really the tiebreaker here. It looks like a
It's really
fucked
the
up
tiebreaker.
coffee bean.
It does. Nah, like I think looking that fucked up bumps it down a tier.
Yeah. See?
See,
See?
maybe top of C.
Top of C? I can agree to that.
Maybe top of C. Yeah.
And then we have this motherfucker, which is just I'm sorry. This is going in.
Heterophies.
I hate it because of that name and also because they just look really dumb and they don't make
Damn,
sense.
double straight. Double straight and looks like a chopped up penis.
Yes, it's just an intestinal worm. It's just an intestinal fish fluke.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So it's
it's just another
wow. So
fluke.
so it's even boring. Yeah, you just
Yeah,
get it from
D
a fish.
tier. It's just D tier.
Yeah,
It's D
you
tier.
got it from a fish, and then it causes abdominal pain. What
Yeah,
doesn't?
everything causes abdominal pain. I
Wow,
mean, there's
you need to have a
potential
little
for
more.
the
Yep.
eggs to travel into the brain and spinal cord, but it's rare.
Yeah, but also that happens with everything too.
Exactly. So it's like there's nothing. There's nothing
Yeah.
really. There's not much for me to say about it except eh.
Yeah.
And then this one's just gonna be like wildly fucked up. Metagonomous Yokogawai is just weird.
Metagominus Yokogawai.
It's the
These are a
Yokogawa
little.
fluke. These are
Yeah.
a these are the flukes
These
that
are a
I
little more.
had to know.
Yeah, these are a little more obscure for me, so I'm having to Google.
That's okay.
Um,
The Yokogawa fluke is a species of trematode in the family Heterophidae. Basically, it's very similar to the other motherfucker.
to the last guy.
Yep. Signs and
Oh,
symptoms are, take a
this
guess, diarrhea and abdominal
diarrhea and
pain.
perineal pain. Yeah, and then it's like whatever.
It's so whatever. Granuloma
Okay,
can form eggs and can cause seizures, but again, it's just like the other guy. The eggs can be
it's a
deposited in tissue and gain access to circulation. The eggs
it's
can
a
then
bit of
embolize. It's
okay. I get it.
he's
It's a
it's a
lot
lot
of
of
oh yeah, but everyone
potential.
does that.
Yeah, it's a lot of potential, but it's like
It also
okay,
looks like It also looks like a sausage sliced in half.
yeah, I'm putting it under D tier.
Yep.
Yeah, Echinostoma's cute though.
Yeah.
I like Echinostoma.
Maybe we really are just biased to like long worms.
Okay, so yes, but like these are flukes. These flukes like have substance to me. Like I don't know, they have like good character design. I
Sure.
don't know. I don't know, man. They're also found in like bivalve mollusks. That's a fun one.
Oh yeah. Wow,
Yeah,
not a fish.
not a well, sometimes in fish, but like usually bivalve mollusks.
Yeah, bivalve mollusks. I can also see amphibian
Kind of, but like it's usually in raw and undercooked food. So particularly fish, clams, and snails.
fish, clams, and snails.
Mm-hmm.
And
The
it
mild,
usually
yeah,
interestingly, it usually infects like rats and birds and shit. We're an accident.
yes, yes, that's the cool part
Okay.
about it. Yeah, we're weird. We're like
Well,
just a dead end host.
yeah, we're the dead end host. That usually doesn't happen.
Also, Snow Griffin, what do you? Okay, last joke before you retire. Okay, let's hear it. I'm waiting. I'm waiting with bated breath, actually. But yeah, so the Echinostoma species, Echinostoma overall is just kind of weird like that. They're not very pathogenic.
Okay.
So they usually lead
Sorry,
to
I have to stretch out
ulceration.
my
No,
back.
dude, you're fine.
Okay.
I have not been shrimping, so I have been doing okay. I
No, no, no.
really
It's
have
because I've
been
been leaning
working.
back.
Oh, I see.
Sorry, I just did like a little bridge.
Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. I'm scared. What do you call it when a poly person tells their partner in detail about someone else they're dating? Okay. Okay. What's the joke? What's the punchline? Wait, sorry, I forgot another detail. Okay, I'll wait.
If they're
Oh,
lying, is it something about polygraph fucking shit?
oh wait.
Fucking shit, bro.
Oh my, it probably is. Knowing Snow, it probably is that.
Yeah, it probably.
It probably is. It probably is. Like they tell someone in they tell their poly partner in detail someone else that they're dating, and like in like picture. No, no, poly SEO marketing person. No,
Okay.
I'm scared.
Okay.
I hate
Meta
you.
description.
I
Yeah.
hate you. I hate you.
Yep. Yep.
I
Yep.
hate
Yep. Yep.
you.
Yep.
Yep. Yep. Go
Go to
to
sleep.
bed.
Go to
Go
sleep.
to bed. Go to bed. Go the fuck to bed, dude. That was terrible.
Go to sleep.
Go to sleep. The fucking parasites are telling you to go to bed. That's how bad this is. That's how bad this is. That is how bad this is, man.
Go to bed. I timed him out.
I'm not gonna do that, but like, I should have. I don't know how to time people out.
Slash timeout.
Oh, seriously? I don't know if it'll.
Slash timeout. Username. Number of seconds.
What the fuck happened? We timed out Snow Griffin because of a
Yeah, Snow
terrible
Griffin just
fucking
did it.
joke.
Yeah, Snow Griffin
The
just said a really
worst
bad
joke.
joke. It was terrible.
It was so bad.
Also, hi, Cyan.
Hi, Cyan. How you doing? We're parasites today,
Yup. I'm Giardia.
and I'm some unspecified Tania species.
Tanya SPP.
Tania SPP. That's me. That's me. Because honestly, I have features of both, like Tania saginata and Tania solium.
Oh,
And it's
okay.
not
Wait,
really
wait.
disclosed.
What's the word again? What's the word again for like the genus that's like emblematic of sorry, the species of that's emblematic of the genius of the
The
genus.
prototypical. This is the
Prototypical.
prototypical.
Yeah, there you
Yeah,
go.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah, yeah. But yeah, how are you doing,
Yeah, yeah.
Cyan? How you? What's up? But yeah, so we're both parasites, and we're talking about parasites today. This is really fun. But yeah, but because of the echinostoma, I'm kind of down to put him in B because it's really cute. That's the real clincher for me, and also because they're a dead end host in humans. That's what makes them interesting to me. That's what makes them different. Like, what do you think?
Sorry, I didn't hear the last 5 words you said
Oh shit! All I was saying was like, what do you think?
about
Because
where
they're weird.
where to put this
Yeah,
guy because
yeah.
A or
I'm
B.
tied between
I,
B or A, or like A, B, or
yeah,
C. Like it's no, it's not D
no,
tier or F
it's not.
tier. It's
It's
not.
not. It's not C tier.
Yeah, it's not C tier. Okay, okay.
It's
Maybe
A
like
or B.
middle of B.
I yeah. The staining isn't funky enough to
Yeah,
bring it to A.
yeah, but like it is kind of cute. Like it's got got two ovaries,
No, because I was
two
because
testes.
no because I was I'm looking at monotypic taxons to find
Ah.
out because prototypical isn't the word I'm looking for.
I don't know the word then. Because like for us, what we use, I mean, we
Like
just use prototypical.
like how Canis lupus is like the wolf,
Yes, but I don't know the
right?
word for that.
I don't know the word for it either.
I see, I see, I see. Yeah, I would not know, unfortunately.
Anyway, whatever. It'll come to me
Yeah,
if it comes.
it'll happen. It'll happen. But yes, so
Ah, this
Diphilobotryphantum, I
yeah, this
kind
is
of
the
want to.
long guy.
That's a long guy. We never figured out where to put the long guy.
Yeah. Looks kind of like a plant under the microscope.
It does, but that's a segment. Like this is just like the organs inside.
No. Yeah, I know. It
Yeah,
looks like a segment of
it
it looks
does.
like
It looks like a
a
stem,
it does
stem
it looks like a
piece.
plant stem. Yeah,
Yeah.
it looks like it looks like a monocot.
No, you're right. No, you're actually right. Fuck. No. Oh my god. I think that puts it an A.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
I'm down for it to be an A because of that. Because it's like it looks cool. Middle of A.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To this day, mango is still one of the stems I can tell like on site
Same.
under a microscope.
We had to do so. I brought in like a mango, and we had because there was one day and like in botany where we had to do like that kind of thing. So it was really
Yeah.
cool. We had to do that part. It was really interesting. But
Oh, speaking
yeah,
of plants,
yes,
little tangent about plants.
I love
So you
tangents
know
of plants.
how you know how powdered parmesan, right?
Yes,
Like the fuck ass parmesan powder.
yes,
How like it lists cellulose as an ingredient.
yes.
You know how as an anti-clumping
Mhm,
agent, right? And
mhm.
as like filler to make it
Yes,
cheaper.
yes.
You know how many fucking people fearmonger they're like, oh, you're eating wood pulp. Oh, you're eating wood pulp. It's fucking cellulose, bro. Have you eaten any plant
It's just extra fiber. It's
ever?
fine.
If you
Everybody
think
eats
about
a
it,
lot
an
of
extra
fiber.
fiber. Yeah.
It's
Yeah, it's a
fine.
it's like milligrams of fiber, but like you fucking troglodyte probably need it
I
if
do
you're
okay.
fear mongering about parmesan
Yeah, and it's
having
like
wood in it.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with a bit of. There's nothing wrong with a little bit of like sand, and like fucking wood sand in your food. Wood sand. What's the word? Fuck. Am I going insane? Yes, I'm going insane. But like,
Yeah, you are.
what is the word for that? I already forgot.
Wood pulp?
No, like sand powder. Like, what's the word for like the wood? The wood powder.
Sawdust?
Yes, thank you. I was like sand dust. Sand powder. What? It's sawdust. Sometimes you need
You
a
know
little bit of sawdust.
they used to adulterate flour with ground up bones.
Yes, I do remember that. That's why bone meal.
Well, no, that
And also,
bone
yeah,
meal.
I
People do
know,
use bone meal
I know
in
people
like
use bone meal
agriculture
in
and
like
stuff for
agriculture.
like nitrogen reasons, I think.
Yes, yeah, it's for nitrogen fixing,
Ah,
like for plants and shit. But like, I
yeah.
remember that they put that in like adulterants for like flour because of the book. Everybody knows the Jungle by Upton Sinclair. Everybody knows that book,
Uh-huh. Everyone knows the Jungle by Upton Sinclair.
and everybody, and maybe this is just me. I'm gonna be so for real. People mainly got gross. People mainly read the book as like, oh my god, as like, oh my god, gross shit happening in our food. Yes, obviously gross shit happening in our food, but also the gross shit happening in our food is because of like worker injustice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
they
don't
took
seem to
one of the
talk that
right
it's also
lessons.
anti-capitalist.
Yes, they missed all that. Literally, the end of the book has a fucking as a fucking communist treatise. Like
Yeah.
it's right there.
Also,
They
like little tangent to Catholicism. I may not be Catholic, but I follow the news pretty closely
yes.
by virtue of who my family is.
Yes.
Uh Pope Leo
Kind
called
of
himself Pope
based.
Leo for a reason.
Yes. Kind of based.
Because the
It's kind of
last one, because the last one was like, "Hey guys, maybe treat your workers better."
yes, actually. This is I mean, obviously he's based to me, totally not biased because he's from Chicago or anything. But like he's also based
Wow,
because
he's
of
a
that
White
fact.
Sox fan.
He's a Bears fan. He's a Bears
He's a
fan.
Bears fan.
He's a Bears fan. That's why I fucks with him. Totally nothing else.
Yeah.
Totally absolutely nothing else. Genuinely. But yeah, that's another counter for the but yeah. Can someone do that please? Just exclamation point but yeah.
But
Do it
yeah.
like 2 times,
I
please.
say so yeah.
Yeah. We can't keep doing this.
It's annoying.
This is so funny. Why?
The but yeah counter.
Yes.
So yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Exactly. You understand. We're the same person. It's really weird.
We just have similar filler words.
Yeah. I actually don't know this one. What is Spirometra Sinoides? What is
I'm
this?
looking it up, baby.
Same.
Again, these last ones are unfamiliar to me.
This one's completely unfamiliar to me. Oh, it's a tapeworm.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh,
is
it
it
has a
like
whoa.
oh
Custodies. Yeah.
Diphyllobotrium. Okay, now
They're
I know it.
cestos. They're ceststodes.
Yeah, it's another cestode. It's a Diphyllobotrium. Okay, now I understand. Now I'm picking up what they're putting down. Now I get it.
I'm
Now
not.
I understand. Okay, so these used to be called Spirometra. Now they're called Diphyllobotrium.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's part of the family with so Diphyllobotrium, this is a Diphyllobotridian tapeworm. And so the Spirometra, this motherfucker, it's kind of stupid.
Okay, but what does the Scolex look like?
I'm going to pull up what the Scolex looks like.
This is the most important part of tapeworms.
We're going to pull up what the Scolex looks like. And if it's cute, we're keeping it. If it's not, we're eating it.
Well, no, don't eat it. But like,
Yeeting it.
oh,
Yeeting
okay.
it out into like B tier. It's kind of no. I remember this one. It's kind of
Okay.
it's just kind of tentacle like.
Okay.
It's okay. It's an
Yeah.
okay worm.
Yeah. It's fine.
It's a fine worm. It's a fine worm. The only thing is that it causes like sparganosis. Sparganosis is just it's usually asymptomatic, but the spargana typically cause painful inflammatory reaction to the tissues surrounding the subcutaneous site as they grow. So these are going to have edema, maybe seizures, hemiparesis, and headaches, especially
Oh,
if it's
we're the
in the brain.
intermediate host on this shit?
Yup. Mm-hmm. It's a weird one. It's a weird boy. It's a weird boy. That's why I'm okay with it.
Oh, okay, and then we transmit it to the dogs.
Yes. Yeah, dogs or cat. It's one of those where it has like 2 intermediate hosts and like one definitive. So human, cat, or dog are the definitive host, but it has like a few choices for the definitive host, which makes it a little bit more interesting to me. But like, there are a few other things that can also cause seizures and like edema problems and subcutaneous problems.
Yeah, those are pretty common things to cause.
Yeah, but also there's migration. They can also migrate to the eyes, causing ocular sparganosis, which is interesting. Ooh.
That's slightly more metal.
It is slightly more metal. And I forgot, somebody wanted to have a worm that went into the balls, right?
Yeah. Does this one go in the balls?
Yeah, it goes into the balls.
A tier.
A tier. Immediate A tier. Middle of A tier?
A little bit low.
A little bit lower?
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, okay. We also have echinosis granulosus next, which is fine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think I remember this one.
Yeah. I talked about it a little bit because they, for some reason, this one put like Echinosis species and then Echinosis granulosus and Echinosis like multiocularis. And honestly, with all three of those, they can just go into B.
Yeah. Okay.
Though Echinosis granulosus kind of looks cute.
Hmm.
Look at the head.
The
Also has like a
head.
big
Yeah.
bat. It also has a big butt.
Yeah. And
It
throws
kind
it
of
back
it's
in the
kind of
club.
it kind of has cake. It's kind of
Yeah.
got cake.
You're,
So
you're tempting me to move it up a tier.
I'm
Yeah,
down.
let's move it up a tier. Yeah, let's move it up a tier.
Let's move it up to A. Right after
It
ball.
has a
After
yeah, it has a
ball.
big butt.
Yeah, it has a big butt.
Yeah, it has a big butt.
Well, this one not really as much of a big butt. It's just flat, long and flat. It's just fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then we have this one, which is Drac. What is this?
Is it
Oh,
being pulled out of something?
yes, yes. Getting pulled out of a heel.
A heel. Is that a person?
Yes.
Okay, I thought that was like a horse.
Draculonicus medinensis. No, I remember this one. I remember this one. Dracunculus medinensis, or the dragon worm. Dragon worm. It's the length. So this is one of those like sec the sexual dimorphism worms. The longest
Mm,
recorded male is like only 10 centimeters long, but the female is like 31 inches in length. Long
okay.
as fuck.
So they have sexual dimorphism. Okay.
Yes, they do. They do. They're the name is the little dragon from Medina, and it was also known as the fiery serpent. Apparently, it has a biblical
The fine.
connotation
Okay. No,
affecting
no,
the
no.
Israelites
Like,
described in the Bible.
yeah.
Mmm. This is a possible A.
Yeah, this is a possible
It's a
A.
possible A because we're gonna keep going and I'm gonna talk about the pathology. So the D. medinensis causes dracunculiasis as a result of the emergence of the worm. As it emerges to the subcute tissue, the female worm releases a toxic chemical that results in nausea, rash at the site, diarrhea, dizziness, localized edema, a reddish papule, blister, and itching. But also, arthritis and paraplegia can result from a worm that fails to reach the skin, and it gets calcified in or along the joints, or it
Oh
finds
yeah,
its way
no,
into
no,
the
no. That
essential.
would do it.
Yeah, this is A
Okay,
tier.
that's cool.
This is A tier.
Yeah.
It's cool. This is cool. This is an A tier. This is an A tier worm.
Actually,
Mm.
potential S.
Wait, yes. No, I can agree to that. Like
The pathology is really cool.
the pathology is really fucking cool because and there's also aseptic abscesses and cystic swelling can occur when the worm ruptures before emerging. And that's what causes the
Yeah.
acute inflammatory response. And the cool thing, they're visible underneath the skin of the forearm. Have you seen shit like this? Oh, I'll show the picture. I'll copy and I'll paste it into here. Paste and go. That's the worm underneath the skin.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
oh.
S tier. That's S tier.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, that's S tier.
That's straight up S tier. Genuinely S tier. Treatment. So
Fear is how I fall.
you're gonna really like the
Confusing what
treatment.
is real.
Yes. But no, the treatment here. Did you know the most common method, the treatment is removal of the worm.
Yeah, okay. So like a toothpick, like what this guy's doing.
Yes. The most common
Fucked up.
method is to submerge the affected body part in water to coax the worm out, and then you pull it out from the wound.
Yeah, it comes out as a filament.
Yes. Full
Yeah,
extraction
okay.
takes several days.
Oh, they have to pull it out in stages?
Yes,
Are you just gonna
because
have a worm flopping out?
no. So what they
Ah!
do is they after each day's worth of extraction, the
Do they
exposed
just cut
portion
it?
of the worm is wrapped around a piece of rolled up gauze to maintain tension. Because remember,
Oh, it can just crawl back in.
yes. And here's some more cool things. The method of wrapping the worm around a stick or gauze is speculated to be the source for the rod of Asclepius or Asclepius.
Rod of Asclepius.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
this is
ooh, ooh,
yeah,
ooh,
yeah,
sleeper
yeah.
hit.
Sleep. This is S. This is straight. No, it has to go straight up in
Straight
S
S
tier.
tier.
Straight.
Maybe move it up a notch. Yeah. Oh,
I'm
a
gonna
couple
put it.
notches. Okay.
I'm putting it
Top of
right.
S tier.
I'm putting it on top of S tier because, like, think
Give
about
it its
the.
own tier even. This is shit's cool.
Yeah. How do I make a no, How do I make a new tier?
You click the gear next to the
Okay, add tier.
yeah, there we go. And then
Add a
add
row
a row
above.
above. There we go. And then you name it amazing. No, I was gonna say just name it that. I just name it the name of the fucking thing. That thing. Yeah.
Wait, how do I spell it?
I don't know, man.
Draculus medinensis.
Yeah.
How do I delete
Oh
this?
no,
Delete row. There we
yeah.
go. Oh, what? Oh no. At or
Yeah, you
above?
just renamed S tier.
Well, I didn't think about that. I thought it would, like, S. Okay.
I hope you copied it.
I did.
There we go.
There we go. It's its own tier.
It's
Because,
its own
like,
tier. It
that's
does
so cool. That's so fucking
that
good.
shit's
And
really
also the
cool.
name is
That
cool.
shit's yeah.
Like, the fucking nickname Dragon Worm or the Fiery Serpent. Come on. Come on. That's aura.
Yeah,
That's a
that's
media
aura.
aura. That's a media
Immediate aura.
aura.
Unremarkable under a microscope,
Yes. But the
but like
implications, the
everything
cultural
else,
implications, so
everything
fucking
else is
cool.
really cool.
Everything else.
And the
And
pathology is really cool
the
too.
pathology is really fucking cool. But yeah, but you have to wrap the worm around a piece of rolled up gauze or a stick to maintain
Yeah,
tension.
because
Literally,
it'll just
you,
crawl back in because you did kill it.
yes,
Because if you kill it, it can go
exactly.
septic.
Yes, it's so cool. It's so fucking cool.
Must suck for the person having it pulled out.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Here's a specimen on display.
That shit must hurt like a
Oh,
motherfucker.
abso-fucking-lutely. We're gonna copy this link and we're gonna put it into this thing that way everybody can see. Paste and go. Here we go. That's the guinea worm, or
Oh,
also
it's
known
so
as.
long.
It's so long.
Oh, I cannot imagine that inside my foot.
Ugh. They
Well,
cause
like
excruciating pain.
where's the rest of it? Where does it go? Is it just like coiled up under the skin? Yes, it is.
Yes,
But
it
like,
is coiled up.
ugh.
It's coiled up. It's
Wait, in what
long as
layer
fuck.
though?
Probably. So let's look at
Subdermal?
it. I think it's sub Q.
Yeah, it's sub Q.
So yeah, okay. So it emerges to the sub Q tissue.
Okay.
So they're found in fresh water where they're ingested by copepods. Copepod, the metanenses, they develop to the infective L3 stage within 14 days. Oh my god, no, this is cool. Okay, listen to this. When the infected copepod is ingested by a mammalian host drinking unfiltered water, the copepod is dissolved by the stomach acid and dies. But the larva is released and migrates through the wall of the of the mammalian intestine and enters the abdominal cavity and retroperitoneal space where they mature into adults. Then the females migrate into subcu tissue towards the skin surface. Around a year after infection, the female causes the formation of a blister on the skin surface, generally on the lower extremities, though occasionally on, yep, it has to be its own tier because it's also balls. Ballworm.
It's also balls.
It's also a
Oh,
ballworm.
it
It's
just gets
also a
better and
ballworm.
better.
It gets
Oh, I
better and
cannot.
better.
I do
It's so
not want
cool.
that getting pulled out of my
I
balls.
do not.
I.
Uh,
Ooh.
uh.
Oh, I need a minute. Okay.
Yeah. And when the blister ruptures, the female slowly emerges over the course of several days or weeks.
Damn. You know God doesn't exist because why would he create something like this?
Oh, abso-fucking-lutely. And
Why
during
would an
those few
intelligent
days,
designer create this?
yes, actually. And during those few days to hours before the worm exits the skin, the person may develop a fever, pain, or swelling in that area. And if the host, in an attempt to alleviate the burning pain, submerges the body part into water, the female releases thousands of larvae into the water.
And yeah,
And
because that's
then,
what they want.
the larvae infect copepods, continuing the cycle. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I love this guy, but also,
Keep him away from me. I hate him,
Keep
but I
him
love
away
him.
from me. Yeah.
Yes.
I love you from
Stay
another
away.
room, from another continent.
I love you from a vial. Look, I'm gonna look at you from a vial.
Yeah. Oh my god,
It's
dude.
so
That
cool.
shit.
It's so cool. It's so fucking cool.
Okay.
Also, Belantidium coli is just F tier. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Valentinium Call. Yeah.
It's nothing.
What do you
It's
do?
literally
What do you
nothing.
do?
Nothing.
Not even,
So
not
it's. I
even
mean, the only
persistent
thing is
stomach
that it's.
pain
I mean,
and
yeah,
diarrhea?
it can. Yeah, it does.
Okay.
It's also common in the Philippines.
Okay.
Okay.
It's in the Philippines.
Okay.
It'll probably get confused for like a billion other things.
I mean, it's pretty recognizable.
Like
Like, look at it.
no. I mean, like
Oh,
in the
oh, yeah.
differential.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I would think
It's like
meningitis before I even
they'll
think of
think
this.
yeah, they'll think of like a billion different things before this thing, and it gets hit by the same shit.
Yeah. Hmm.
Yeah. So who cares?
Who cares? It's very. That's why I'm saying it's F tier.
So who cares if you're in the who cares if you're thinking of the wrong thing?
Yeah.
This shit also gets hit by the same shit.
Yeah. Literally, you can just treat it with tetracycline or metronidazole or
Okay.
iodoquinol. Iodoquinol is a
Wow.
luminol agent, and
Wow. Playing
yeah,
the greatest hits.
yeah, literally. That's all it is. It's fine. Genuinely, that's
Okay.
it. It's fine. It's fine. Like signs and symptoms, it's just gonna be intermittent diarrhea, but it's asymptomatic in immunocompetent patients. The only possible interesting thing is that it can cause prostate hyperplasia in males, and that's it.
Okay.
That's it. It's also a ciliated protozoan, and it's the only one known to infect humans. It's zoonotic disease, and it's a zoonotic disease, and it's acquired by humans via the fecal oral route from the normal host, the pig, where it's asymptomatic. And that's it. That's it.
Also, just to be clear, this is the Gyakuten Meets Jazz Soul album, right?
Yes, I think.
Okay.
I mean, I just sent you the link to the what's being played.
Okay. I'm not gonna look at it right now. I'm
Yeah,
streaming my Discord.
of
Like,
course, but yes. Oh, that's good because that means you're listening to the same music as I am. Yay!
yeah. That's why I
Yeah,
brought it up.
yeah, yeah. No, it's just a good album.
Okay.
But yeah, no,
Yeah,
legitimately,
F
it's
tier.
very F
Put
tier.
it put the bitch in F tier.
Yeah, just above Plasmodium. It's just above
Above Plasmodium,
Plasmodium.
because fuck Plasmodium.
Yes, above all the fuck all the Plasmodiums. Ooh, Strongyloides stercoralis.
Strongyloides, I remember
I
this
love
one.
him. He's a cute little boy. So Strongyloides stercoralis. This is the rabided, rabtided roundworm or nematode. Um,
That is so many. That is so many
so many.
consonants.
Yes, it is. It's another threadworm. It's another threadworm.
Yeah.
Um, this one also can cause auto infection.
Ooh.
Yeah. So basically, I actually
Auto infection feels like it, we auto B tier
we auto
auto
beat here.
infection.
We auto beat here. But here, get this. So many people who infected are asymptomatic at first. The
It's one of
symptoms,
those fucks.
yeah, symptoms include dermatitis, swelling, itching, and mild hemorrhage at the site where the skin has been penetrated. Spontaneous scratch-like lesions can be seen on the face or elsewhere, but if it reaches the lungs, the chest may feel like it's burning, and wheezing and coughing may result. But then, but then,
Mm-hmm.
uh, the intestines can be invaded, leading to burning pain, tissue damage, sepsis, and ulcers. The stools may have a yellow mucus with a apparently recognizable smell. Chronic diarrhea can be a symptom, but in severe cases, edema can result in obstruction of the intestinal tract as well as the loss of peristaltic contractions. And also, once a host is infected with Stercoralis, infection is lifelong unless effective treatment eliminates all adult parasites and migrating auto-infective larvae. It's kind of cool.
Okay. Oh, thank God. Sorry. I'm already prepping the Genshin mail thing since we're coming at the end of this.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank God. Thank God Hoyo doesn't make too many male characters.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But hey, I kind of want to put it at like mid of B tier, but there's a little bit
Yeah.
more fun things.
Okay, more fun things.
So basically, the eggs hatch in the intestine, which is what so only females will reach reproductive adulthood in the intestine. Female strongyloides reproduce through parthenogenesis. They're lesbians.
Okay.
They're lesbians. They're
Ooh.
lesbians. The eggs hatch in
Lesbians
the
puts it on top
intestine.
of B tier.
Yes, because the eggs hatch in the intestine and the young larvae are then excreted into the feces. But then it takes 2 weeks to reach egg development from the initial skin penetration. S. Saccharellus can cause respy and GI infections or GI symptoms, and the worms participate in autoinfection, where the rhabiditiform larvae become infected filariform larvae, which can then penetrate the intestinal mucosa or the skin. Internal or external autoinfection. The girl can do everything.
Hmm.
I kind of like that about it. It's very versatile. It's very bi. It's very bi. Like, do we agree?
Yeah.
Top of B.
Top of B.
And this is our tier list. I'm downloading the image. Okay, good. But yeah, here is our tier list. Obviously, Dracunculus medinensis is its own tier. Necator and Ancylostoma are in S tier because A, they're really cool and also they're really cute. Hymenalepis nana, also really cool, also really cute. A tier is a lot of our pretty recognizable ones. Everybody knows Giardia, everybody knows that girl, everybody knows Ascaris, everybody knows Tania Solium. Trichinosis or Trichinellus viralis, also pretty recognizable, also pretty cute. Trichomonas vaginalis is just funny.
Yeah.
Diphyllobotium really cool. Spirametra mansinoides, kind of fun, kind of fun.
Okay.
Echinosis granulosus, really cute, got a big ass, we love it. Trypanosoma
Got a big one.
cruzii, really cool. Same with brucei. Trichuris tricura, really elegant worm, and also apparently the egg is kind of sexy.
Mm-hmm.
And Enterobus vermicularis in A tier is because really weird, really interesting, and can cause autoinfection. A lot of our B tier is going to be a lot of the weirder ones. So Strongyloides, it's at the top because it's lesbian and also autoinfective. Clinorchus sinensis, pretty recognizable. The schistosomas are all in B tier. They're all pretty similar, but they're all pretty cool. That's why they're in B tier. But there's not really much differentiating between them. Hymenalepis diminuta, pretty cool. Echinostoma species overall, so pretty cool. The Echinococcus multiocularis, also in this tier. Toxoplasma gondii, we like our cat parasite. We like them. We love them.
Mm-hmm.
Fasciolopsis busci, also in B tier. A lot of similar things going on with a lot of these like flukes. It just looks
Yeah.
really cool on staining, which is why it's in B tier. That's like a
Yep.
real tiebreaker here. Fasciola hepatica,
They'd be
pretty
in C
big.
if they didn't look so cool.
Exactly. Loa Loa, also pretty cool. Worm, we love our worm.
Worm.
Onchocerca volvulus is the weird one. It can also cause eye issues. Both Loa Loa and Onchocerca can cause eye issues. That's why
Loa Loa famously causes eye issues.
Yes, Loa Loa is a famous eye worm. Then we also have our Paragonymous westermanii. It's fine. Tania saginata, it's not as cool as Solium.
Yeah.
Entomopia histolytica, amoebiasis.
Amoebiasis.
Yeah.
Everyone knows
Everybody
Entomoeba
knows that one.
histolytica.
It's fine. Dipylidium caninum is okay. It's got egg packets. It's kind of cool on that end. Cryptosporidium parvum, that's our lettuce haunter and also our HIV, diarrhea disease.
The demon in the lettuce.
The demon in the lettuce. We have our heterophes. It's fine. Meganomus yokogawai.
Stupid fucking name.
Yes, actually. That's why I don't like it. And they both look really. They both look chopped.
Though, they both look chopped. There is a bird who follows that naming convention that I think is really fun.
Which bird is it?
It's the Eurasian wren.
Wait, what is the name of it?
Troglodytes.
I love it. Also, all the Leishmania belong in D tier because I hate them.
D tier. They all look the same.
They all look the same and I hate them, except for like Donovanii. Donovanii does not look as similar to the other ones.
You can tell which one is that one, but the rest of them are fucking...
Yes, and it's so annoying. Wucheria bancroftii and Brugia malawi. Hate them. They're mosquitoes.
Yeah.
Volantidium coli, F tier because it's boring and there's not really much to care about it. And Plasmodium, Plasmodium,
Plasmodium.
Plasmodium, they all go into the F tier because they're all in hell. And I hate them.
They're all in hell.
They're
I
all
hate
in hell and I hate
Plasmodium.
them. All
Okay,
right.
so fun-ish
Okay.
mosquito story.
Okay. I want to hear the funniest
I
mosquito
con
story.
I contracted chikungunya in
What?
high school. Yeah.
How? What?
What do you mean how? I got bitten by a mosquito. How else do you think I got it?
Okay, but like that's really rare. Is that oh, chikungunya? Is that even what?
Yeah.
What?
And yes, I'm sure it wasn't
Philippines?
dengue. It wasn't dengue. It was
This isn't
chikungunya.
Tanzania. This isn't Tanzania. What?
Yeah, yeah. I'm 100% sure it wasn't dengue because my
How?
platelets did not drop,
Oh,
and
what?
it wasn't Zika.
Okay, because I was gonna ask, is this Zika?
It wasn't Zika.
Because like, literally the three in the Aedes mosquitoes that carry chikungunya are dengue, Zika, and yellow fever. Are you sure it wasn't yellow fever?
Yeah, yeah. I'm like 99.999% sure it was
Did they
chikungunya.
do like
Oh,
Elise? Did they do
so
like
was
the Eliza?
so so was the doctor. Yeah, the doctor told us it was chikungunya. I'm gonna trust them after
What
the
the
tests.
fuck?
They were like, okay, they were like, what the fuck is going on with you? They're like, oh, it's chikungunya. What the fuck?
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Me and my mom got it.
You two are medical anomalies.
We may have been the only two cases that year.
Cause like, how is it, mother, bro? If I look at a map of it on the Philippines, technically, yeah, it's on current or previous local transmission of chikungunya virus in the Philippines. But like, how the distribution is so small.
Yeah,
The distribution is so small.
yeah, yeah.
What?
And we also have another
I'll
close.
show you this
We also have
picture.
a close friend. We also have a close friend who contracted it
What the fuck?
a few years later.
What?
Yeah,
What?
yeah.
Like
No shot.
you like
Look,
you see
I
this
know
map?
it was chick. Also another another thing that points to it being chikungunya. I had arthritis for months.
Oh yeah, no, that's chikungunya. That is
I had
chikungunya. Never
arthritis for
mind.
months.
Yeah, that's chikungunya.
My mom and our friend, they it started their arthritis and their joints still hurt to this day.
Oh my god.
This was over a decade ago.
What the fuck? That's
Like,
crazy.
they were gonna get arthritis anyway because they're old.
Right, but
But
like
like
if this triggered
but like
that's
it triggered it triggered their like arthritis from aging earlier is how it
wow.
was explained to me. But like
Wow.
it's more of like,
Also, do you
it
hear
already
that rain
started. It's
outside?
not going to
Holy
get any
shit.
better than this. Now,
That
here comes
rain's
the funny part of the story. It's
mm.
impressive that three of us know each other, but like um this is where the funny part comes in. I was at a school trip when my
To
symptoms were coming in.
where?
Batangas.
Okay. Fair enough.
I was on a school trip to Batangas when my symptoms started coming in. It has a gestation period. I don't know how long it is,
I don't know
but
either.
like,
I never remember.
yeah. But who the fuck cares, right?
Right. I don't. I'm just
Anyway,
confused.
yeah, it's like 0 to 1. No, I know it's a percentile, but like it's just funny to see 0 case, 1 case.
Yes, the percentile. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, Philippines is right there.
Yeah,
Context for everybody. Chat. That's the Philippines. How? How? I. How? How? How?
like you'd expect us to get dengue or Zika or
I was
yellow
hope.
fever.
I was thinking. I was thinking literally any of those. Those would be on the top
Yeah,
of my differential.
yeah, no, that's actually what that's actually what baffled them a little bit. It was like chikungunya, shit, fuck.
What the fuck? Jesus. Because it
Anyway,
literally closely resembles all the other motherfuckers.
yeah,
Did they even do RT-PCR? Did they do RT-PCR to find out?
I don't fucking know. I was 13.
Well, now you tell me this story and then I get intrigued.
Yeah. Anyway, but
Yes.
all the signs and all the symptoms point to chikungunya and not the other ones.
What the fuck?
Anyway,
Okay.
I had
Anyways.
like a crazy fever.
Okay.
I was at the top. I was on the top bunk when this happened.
Oh.
Like crazy fever happened, and then like I was itchy all over,
Oh.
and then joint pain like you wouldn't believe.
That's that's chikungunya.
Like seriously, I wanted to die. I like m- um if I try to like flex my fingers, I could maybe get 2-3 degrees of flexion
Oh my god.
before I'm pain. It was
Oh.
that bad. And it wasn't just my fingers, it was also it was every joint. My knees were hit especially hard,
Oh my
and
god.
my ankles and like the plantar surface of my foot.
Holy. Also,
I
for
was in the
context,
top.
chat, this is something that you can't use like NSAIDs, like aspirin or ibuprofen, to treat
Trust,
until
I've
dengue is
tried.
fevered out.
Yep.
Yeah, because like usually the way to treat is just using paracetamol, rest and fluids. It's unfortunately just supportive care.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I wish I had something stronger than paracetamol, let me tell you.
Jesus Christ.
Seriously.
Unfortunately,
Seriously.
I think you would have been the best choice with the chikungunya vaccine.
There's a vaccine.
Yeah, there's a vaccine. Yeah.
Well, I mean, though, once you get it,
In some countries.
looks like yeah. Look, once you get it, looks like you're never gonna get it again. It's like a lifetime immunity thing.
Yeah, but even
But
then,
like, it sucked. Anyway,
that sounds like ass,
so
dude.
school trip, top bunk, terrible arthritis.
Yes.
Next morning, they want to send me home because I'm dying over here.
Yes, no shit.
But also, I'm on the top bunk.
No, how can you move?
I can't get down the ladder.
No.
So, the school nurse was like, "Okay, how are we going to solve this conundrum?"
Okay.
At which point, I get just enough strength to push myself off the top bunk and just bump
No, I
onto the
remember
floor.
the story. I remember the story. That's still insane, though. What the fuck?
So it was like, so I fell on the floor, I crumpled, and then I started yelling and crying. It's like, ah,
Oh no! Holy
that
shit!
sucks. Right?
No!
And the nurse was like, "Why did you do that?" And I'm like, "Hey, I'm down. Can we go to the car?"
Oh my god!
Yeah, I was out of school for like 3 weeks,
No
and
shit.
when I got back to school, I had a limp for another
3
four
weeks, probably.
months.
4 months. I was like thinking 3 months. Damn.
Yeah, I
Or
had a
less.
limp for a while. It sucked.
Holy.
I was really slow at test taking because my fingers hurt that much.
Did they give you like any accommodations because of that?
Mm, eh, the thing is, right? My test taking was significantly slower, but we're talking about like I used to finish in half the time. Now I finish in like 3/4 the time.
Oh, I mean, okay, so we're the same person because I finish quickly as well in exams.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
And then like stairs. Can't really do anything about stairs.
Stairs, the worst thing in the world.
Like if you gotta go through stairs, you gotta go through stairs. There's no way to accommodate that. I don't think.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, there is no really way to accommodate it, but like it's something.
But yeah, you know what I did? You know what I did
What
to
did you
pass the
do?
time, while
I'm
away the
scared.
hours, while
I'm
I had
scared.
while I was beset with chikungunya.
What did you do?
I was playing Plague Inc.
Okay, plaguing is good. Based.
I was playing Plague Inc. I was like, haha, you all get it, baby.
Were you just like making your disease that you had
Yeah, pretty much.
iconic? Actually, no, that's actually iconic. No, 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 no. I support this. No, I support this.
This is king shit.
No, I support this. This is iconic shit, dude. No,
Okay.
no, 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 no.
But
Don't
yeah,
get it twisted. No, no, no. I'm for it.
also, hi manga.
Oh shit! Hi, manga. How are you
But
doing?
yeah, I've also
Hi.
had dengue. I've also had dengue 3 times.
I. Oh my god.
Mosquitoes love me, dude.
Okay, they love me too, but I've never gotten it yet.
Yeah.
I'm gonna knock on like all of the wood that I can.
Knock on all the wood,
I
dude.
am.
That shit
I'm gonna
sucks.
ASMR moment.
Like, yeah, here's the thing, right?
Yes.
Chikungunya. I've had chikungunya and dengue 3 times.
Okay.
Dengue, I was usually better in like a week.
Yeah, but like
So
chikungunya
like
is like
chikungunya,
months.
that was a long recovery. So like, pros and cons, upsides
Mm,
and downsides.
fair enough. Fair enough.
Fucking I had to get my pass. I had to go because we had an appointment at the DFA
Uh huh.
while I had dengue.
Jesus.
So I was like sick, right? And I was like, I didn't have a crazy fever, but I did have the dengue rash.
Oh no.
And my platelets were, let me think.
I'm so scared.
My platelets were like 200.
What?
Yeah,
Jeez. Jesus
it's not yet
Christ.
thrombocytopenia.
It isn't, but like you were circling that area, dude.
Yeah, I was near there.
You were near. You were near. And
Yeah,
also
no,
one
because
moment.
like I've never. Sorry, what?
Mongoa, you can't sleep and a bit tipsy. Did try to drink some beer to sleep easy. Seems like it didn't help you either. Shit, dude.
Shit, dude.
That's
That sucks.
that doesn't help. Alcohol doesn't help really, but I completely understand. And I hope listening to
I
us yap about tier
yeah,
lists helps you.
yeah. We're still talking about
We're still
medical
talking
shit.
about tier list, dude.
We'll be talking about men from Genshin in a little bit, but
Hell yes.
I gotta get through my mosquito shit.
I want to hear the mosquito story.
Yeah. So so like my first dengue infection is actually
Mm-hmm.
how I got over my fear of needles.
Oh. Oh.
So I grew up scared of needles, right? Like I'd take it, but like I wouldn't be happy about it.
Right, right, right,
And
right,
like,
right.
I couldn't look and
Yeah.
they tell me to breathe in deep and I go that type of
Yes.
shit.
Yeah,
And they're
yeah,
like,
yeah,
"Okay,
yeah.
stop and then the med tech goes, "Okay, stop tensing. I can't get the vein."
Ah, yes.
What tier list are you guys working on? We were working on a tier list of parasites.
Parasites. Here is the tier list. All of the parasites.
Yeah.
Trachunculus medinensis is just that girl.
Yeah.
She's at the top.
Well,
She's at the
sleeper
top.
hit. We did not think
I
that
did
would be that
not
high.
think. I did not
I
think either.
really
I didn't
I really
know.
thought we'd end with the hookworms on top.
So did I. I thought they would be on top, and then I remembered, and then I saw this. I was like, "Oh no, no! It is that. It's that epic. It's an epic
It is
fucking
that
worm.
girl.
It is that girl. We love
Anyway,
her. Iconic.
but yeah, needles.
Yes.
We didn't want to bring me to the hospital for it because going to the hospital sucks in general. And also, I've been so good. I've been so good.
Mm-hmm.
At that point, it's been several years since I've had a trip to the hospital. And before that, I'd be going to the hospital like 5 times a year.
Oh.
I was severely asthmatic.
Oh yeah, I know that. I remember you mentioned.
Yeah. So, I've been really good. We didn't want to bring me to the hospital. Also, hospital acquired pneumonia is a bitch when you have
Yes.
it's a bitch generally.
Yeah.
It's a massive bitch when
When
you
you
have
have like a
lung
respi
issues.
issue. Yeah.
When you have a respi issue, yeah. So we didn't want to bring me to the hospital. But if I had thrombocytopenia, I have to go to the hospital.
Right. But you didn't.
So so we were going into the laboratory every day to get CBCs. And I'm
Mm.
like 7 a.m. on the dot. I'd get woken up at like 6:45 so that we can drive to the nearby laboratory. We actually drove
Mm.
past it. We actually drove past it when
Oh,
I
oh shit.
picked you up. Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
Um they wake me up at 6:45 so that we can get to the laboratory at 7 a.m. right when they open so that we can get we can get one be like one of the first in line and we can get my CBC done right then and there. Or like,
Mm.
get my CBC, get my blood drawn and then the CBC will come like in the afternoon.
Mm.
But like, yeah, doing that every day for weeks, not weeks, for about a week and a
Right.
half,
A
about
week.
thereabouts. Like, I'm not scared of needles anymore, man. Just fucking put it in there. Fuck, I'll watch.
I real actually.
Yeah.
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 But also,
Like,
let's see what Mongo says. He never had a tapeworm before. He never had
no,
parasites
I've never
before
had a parasite
tapeworm,
besides tapeworm.
so he can't really tell, and he can never enjoy sashimi anymore. Well, understandable.
Well,
Understandable.
I was gonna say which
Which
tapeworm, and I'm like,
tapeworm?
no,
That's a bad
the
question
one
to
that
ask.
comes from fish.
The one that
Yeah,
comes from fish. Probably Diphyllobotium latum.
yeah.
The fish tapeworm, the one that's super
The
long.
fish
Yeah.
tapeworm. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Sketchy sashimi is
Don't
scary.
eat sketchy sashimi. My God.
Yeah, there's a reason the sketchy sushi places don't actually serve raw fish.
Yeah, because
They
it's
don't they
safer
don't
that
need the
way.
liability.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it.
Like, the sketchy sushi places know that the sushi is sketchy, so
Yeah,
they'll always use, like, you
cook
know,
shit.
surimi.
Yes, actually. Yeah, that's why. Yes, yeah. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Fuck.
See, now I'm saying.
Yeah. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Okay. But yeah, let's see.
Mm.
Well, do I have any other exotic? Nope, I don't have anything more exotic than chikungunya. That kind of
That's
tops the list.
that tops the list. Like if we were to do a tier list of like the shit that you've been infected with, that that has to be the top. That
Chikungunya is
that's its own
impressive,
tier. That's its
honestly.
own tier. That is its own
How
tier. Like if you somehow got infected with like something crazy, yeah, that would be the top of the tier.
Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah, crazy that I got it though.
Yes. Also, I gotta tell you, apparently another thing about about like Dracunulus,
Yeah, that one.
yeah, Dracunulus ameninensis.
About fiery serpent.
Yes. So Carl Linnaeus included this worm in his 1758 edition of Systema Naturae, naming it
Okay.
Gordius medinensis.
As in the Gordian knot,
Mm-hmm.
in reference to the fact that you wrap it around a stick.
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
tight.
That's kind of hard. That's kind of
That's
hard.
pretty tight.
Mm-hmm.
I think I prefer Dracunulus,
I like Dracunulus more because it's literally the fiery
but
serpent.
Gordius is
Gordius is
goes
really
pretty tough.
good. Gordius is really good, especially because like the way that it comes out, like dude,
Yeah.
and the way that it infects people is fucking clever as hell.
Also, Mong, just know this is a very self-indulgent tier list.
This is an extremely self-indulgent tier list. We've been talking about this for hours. It's so fun.
I did not know I had. I don't know I had 4.5 hours of this in me.
Neither did I. Well, I knew I had like probably like 2. I didn't know we would talk about it this much. This is so fun.
Yeah, even taking away the ADHD tangents.
Yes, but even then, like I feel like if I were to send this off to an editor, they'd be like, "What the fuck is wrong with you guys?" Like I'm gonna have
I'll do it myself.
Exactly.
I'm
I'm not gonna do it myself. I'm probably gonna like clip the end of it.
Scrubbing this VOD is a nightmare.
This VOD is going to
would
be a fucking nightmare. Which is why I'm gonna have like my bestie head mod and also like kind of clipper bonehead do it. Hee hee. Hee 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 hee. I'm such a bad person. But yes, we're gonna do the Genshin playlist.
Do you want to move on to the
list.
Genshin
Yes,
one? Okay.
Yes. Do you have a link to it?
No, it's fine. I'll do it. Yeah.
Okay.
My turn.
My turn.
Your turn to sit in the chair.
Okay, it's my turn to sit in the chair now, which means I have to like figure out how to. One moment, I have to figure out the source. Okay.
Yeah.
Cam source.
Give me a second to get everything situated.
Hi, Blockhead. Love you. Hee 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 hee.
Fuck that. What the fuck are we doing, man? Okay. So
we're being fucking dumb.
I have it on my screen.
Okay.
Share your. Oh wait. Let me get some music going.
Yes, we're gonna switch the music out.
Yeah, now it's my turn, bitches.
Yeah. Which means, okay, I have to figure out like what Windows is gonna be. You're being the same person. Yes, we're being. It's really funny how that works.
Okay. Give me a
It's so
second.
funny how that works, dude.
Oh, the tab's muted. That's why. Okay. Let me just turn down the
Okay.
volume. If need be, I can adjust the volume through the thing. Then we can do that. And then we can do this.
Okay.
Oopsie. We can do this. And then Chrome is here.
Okay. Wait, let me pop out the window.
Ah, you can see all my windows. You can see that I play crosswords and connections.
Oh my god, wait, I still haven't played the connections for the week. Fuck.
Okay, whatever.
It's okay. I am never up to date anyways.
Yeah.
Let me open up the Discord.
Okay, wait, it is a little loud. It's a little loud on my end. Let me just pull it down. And I'll pull it down for chat too.
Thank you.
Just so that you can hear it, right?
Let me a moment. I'm gonna turn off my music because I didn't realize it was still open. Mute tab. Oh yeah, no, I can hear it. Which then means I have to one moment. I have to change the source over to the window as well. Oh god, wait. I have to fuck with this and fix it. Wait, show it to a minute.
Gotta fucking fix. Gotta fucking fix.
Here we go. Beautiful.
I
There
can
we
fuck
go.
chat. I can fix.
I can fix.
I
can fuck.
Fuck.
This is so funny.
Okay. Here's the thing, right?
Yeah.
Genshin does have a same face problem.
It does. I know nothing of these.
Yeah. Okay, I can pull up the dudes.
Wait, why can you hear double? What the fuck?
Double stinkies.
Wait.
Double from who? Oh, from Spec?
Okay, I'm just gonna mute the tab then, because I don't know why it wasn't pulling up the music. That's so weird.
Oh.
That's so weird. It's fine. It's fine. I can just put up my music then. Oh, wrong
Yeah,
thing.
my chat gets Ace Attorney music.
I know. It's okay.
But it's the orchestral mix.
Ooh,
It's the orchestral album.
it's a good album, so it's fine.
So there's Gyakuten meets orchestra and Gyakuten meets jazz soul.
Mm.
Okay. So
Okay.
let's start it with the MC. I can pull up I can pull up renders too if you want.
No, it's fine.
I'll pull up renders of the ones I think are interesting.
Okay.
Okay. He is so milquetoast. I'm just gonna put him here for visibility's sake. I'm gonna use D tier as a holding area for now.
Okay.
He is so milquetoast. He has no personality, but that's because he's the MC of a gacha game.
Right. I mean, kind of has to have no personality. That's kind of the point of them.
Exactly. Also, he looks kind of mid.
He's not the anime boy of my dreams.
He is not the anime of my boy of my dreams. In fact, he could tier. Agree
Yeah.
on the face. Just strictly
completely
on face,
agree.
on
Completely
face card.
agree. Completely agree on face card. Face card alone.
Yeah, face card alone, he's in D.
Yes.
Okay. Albedo. You can see they look kind of similar.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I can see it.
He's like an alchemist.
I mean, but it doesn't feel like it.
He's like an
He tells me nothing. That tells me nothing.
yeah. Well, let me pull up a render.
Okay. Like, what does he do?
So
Okay.
Albedo is an yeah. It's like an alchemy thing, right? Oh wow. Oh fuck. Not open link. Fucking open image. There we go.
Okay.
Also, what I don't like these
uh-huh.
fuck ass shorts.
Yes.
Fuck ass
What are
shorts,
these like
tight
twink shorts?
boots.
I hate that.
Yeah,
No, I hate that.
I like his hair.
The
I
hair is
think
cute. The hair is cute.
The hair is
cute.
very cute.
Yes.
He has this he has this whole mystery tied to him
Yeah.
where he talks to the MC and he's like, when I destroy the land, you be the one to stop me. It's never happened yet. It hasn't
What do you mean
happened
it's never
in
happened
6
yet?
years.
What?
They have not paid that off in 6 years.
Then what the fuck is the point of the? What is
Yeah.
the point of that?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, I'm confused. What is the point of that then?
Actually, wait, actually. Let me
Oh,
let me
I have
move
to
some shit
do
around.
slash marker.
I just realized I have to move some shit around. No, Discord.
Oh wait,
Oh,
slash marker.
oh fuck. Okay, we're good.
What the fuck? It doesn't slash marker it for me. I have to do it on my end.
Yeah, no, I was just moving some shit around like sources wise
No,
and
it's
oh
fine.
no. What the fuck happened there?
It's okay.
Oh
I
right.
had to like set my marker. I had to do a slash marker.
No, I remember what happened.
Uh huh.
I don't know why all my sources got fucked. Anyway, my audio sources got fucked. I had to reroute them.
It's okay.
Anyway, yeah. So he has like a whole mystery surrounding him that doesn't get paid off. He has like a mysterious teacher who like is like the alchemy goat, never paid off,
Okay.
at least to my knowledge.
Then he just kind of
I
sounds
I
like a milquetoast character who looks very similar to the milquetoast character.
yeah, like I don't pay attention to the story anymore, but like I catch things through osmosis.
Right. Fair enough. That's really it
Yeah,
feels like the best way to do shit nowadays.
yeah. Anyway, I think he's slightly cooler than AMC.
I mean, yeah, because he has like that mystery, but also it feels like if you have a lot of potential, but it's never been paid off, then you're just waiting.
Okay, fair. Yeah,
Yeah, that's why like maybe top of D tier right now.
maybe top of D tier. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on to a character I actually do like.
This
Al
character looks cute.
Hytham.
This character looks cute. I know nothing about him.
Okay,
Tell me more.
let me pull up a render
Teach
because
me.
this is Al Hytham.
Okay.
He's cute.
He's cute. No,
he
he's
actually
cute.
he
I like
actually
the
is
design.
cute.
I like the design.
Yeah.
I like the design a lot. I'm
He
totally.
like
He has
I
some stuff
forget.
going on about him.
Yeah, I forgot what his job is, but like he works at it's either he like works at a university or like
Okay.
studies at one.
Oh, okay. So he's a student,
Something.
and what I
So-
mean, also, wait. Can we look down on his
some
legs?
he wears
Okay.
pants.
Completely agree. Yes.
He wears
Yes.
pants. Don't worry.
Yes.
Don't worry.
No fuck ass shorts.
He uses the tall person model, so he wears pants.
Ah, yes. No fuck ass shorts. Beautiful.
Yeah, it's usually the short dudes. It's the short kings who wear the shorts.
Okay, but like the short king should be given the opportunity to wear like
To elongate their
anything
legs,
else.
right?
Yes, because like it just
Anyway,
makes them look even shorter. That's
he
so
is
dumb.
he is, I believe, the first character the first male character that they introduce who's actually rude to the MCs.
Okay, I like him already.
Right? He's like manipulative, and he
No, I
spends
like
his
that.
he spends his whole arc. He's a good guy, for the record.
No, but I like that though.
Yeah, he's like a sort of guile hero archetype,
Yeah, exactly. I like that.
which I dig.
No, I like that a lot.
Yeah. And he was kind of smug about it too. He's like, "Oh, I orchestrated this whole thing,
No, I like
and
that.
now
No, I like that.
we can beat the bad guy." I
No,
like
I
that.
like that. No, I like that. That's interesting.
Yeah. He goes in S tier.
Yeah. I mean, maybe I don't know anything about him, so yeah, we can keep him there until we have to change it.
Yeah. Another character I like. This is Ito.
I know nothing
Couple-
about him except that he's cute, and I've had to draw him in art. That's all I can say.
You've had to draw him in art?
Yes.
Yeah, it's this guy. I
Yeah,
like
no,
this guy.
I've drawn him in art.
He's like really enthusiastic and all of that. He's voiced by Max Middleman,
Okay, yes.
and he uses the Ryuji voice.
Yes.
This dude is literally just Ryuji, but tall.
And you know what? We like Ryuji, but tall.
Now, there is something I'm gonna beef with. He is the big buff Bara character of the game,
Where's the bar, though?
right? They're like, oh, this guy's
Where's- give him-
muscular. This
give me-
guy's
give me-
huge.
Bro, I feel like my shoulders are bigger than his.
My arms are bigger than his. Those abs are painted on.
Yes. What is that?
This
Give
is
him some beefy
bullshit.
thighs. Give him beef. I feel like there's
Well, I
fan
mean,
art.
he's wearing parachute pants, so like,
Even then, like if your parachute pants are that big,
it's like I don't think
Where's the
his quads
proportion?
would show through.
yeah, they
parachute pants.
wouldn't.
It makes his silhouette really bottom heavy,
Yes,
despite being the big bar character.
yes. Like, I bet you there's like fan art, and I have drawn fan art of him like bigger,
like like really
bigger,
big, right?
bigger.
Because that's
Make
look
him
how big
bigger.
I'm getting.
Make him bigger.
Come.
1, 2, 3. You can come
Come.
now.
Same reference pool. Fuck. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Of course. You pulled the same reference earlier.
Yeah. It was this exact same. Yeah.
Same
Anyway,
episode.
yeah. Actually. Anyway, I'll put him in A tier. I like him personality wise. I think his design is so wasted on
Yes.
this game.
Yes.
This
I
no,
just
his whole character
his
is
character is
wasted
wasted
on
on this
this
game.
game. He should be in a game that respects men.
He should be in a game that has like more sizes, please,
Yeah.
please,
Actually, to be fair,
please.
this is a Chinese problem.
Yes, this is what I've
Must I bring
noticed.
up the Valko situation?
We can bring up the Falco situation. I just wish that like I'm sorry. I love the voice of Silas. I just think it's wasted on that design. Give me a man with a little bit more facial hair. Please. He
I
deserves a little bit more facial hair. He deserves a little bit more long hair. He deserves long hair. He deserves like a man bun. Come on. Come on. Give me I
Mm,
love that character's
yeah.
voice so fucking
No, I
much
get it. I get it.
because
I
I
get it.
know
I
I
get it,
love
dude.
that voice actor. I can't say who the voice actor is, but if I showed you a podcast that I really love, a horror podcast called The Soap Versus, you would understand immediately. Because I'm pretty sure they're the same voice. I can't say that out loud. Yeah, but yeah, no, I love that character. I just think the voice should be given to like a Yasuo
Yeah.
type.
You know though, like listening to him, it's like,
Yes,
this is
yes.
speculation. It's speculation.
It's
I'm allowed to say
speculation.
it.
It's
If it's
speculation.
speculation, it sounds like Ray
Yes.
Chase.
Really?
To
I
me, to me, he kind of sounds like
to
Ray
me it
Chase.
sounds like Jimmy Yamaguchi.
Same shit.
No, there's a little bit more
No,
gravel
no,
in Jimmy
there's a
Yamaguchi's
little.
voice than in Ray Chase. And you
Yeah,
can hear it
fair,
in
fair,
you can
fair.
hear it when he's voicing Yasuo in 2X
Yeah.
KO. I have been a Jimmy Yamaguchi has been my voiceover Oshi for years because of one audio drama. I have been obsessed with him since then.
You know, actually,
Yeah.
hearing Jimmy Yamaguchi's voice in 2XKO, where
Yes.
my only prior exposure to him was through Zenless Zone Zero,
Yes.
was wild.
Yes. Dude, I will show you more shit with Jimmy Yamaguchi in it because oh my god.
Wait, he was in the Star Wars. He was in the Star Wars anime.
He was, yes, and he's also in he's also in Kogias. Like in one of the things
Oh yeah,
called
he
Kogias.
is.
Yeah, and he's also in the Soap Versus, which is my favorite audio drama of all time, and I love that audio drama so much. I literally auditioned for one of the roles in like their second show. I'm on the short
Ooh.
list.
Ooh.
Eventually, I've been just waiting for my email to be like, hey, so SQ Productions, please let me in. Please let me in.
I love you.
Let me
Okay,
in.
but yeah, Ito, this design, this character as a whole is wasted on Genshin.
Wasted. Completely
Doesn't help that
wasted.
doesn't help that he's weak as shit gameplay wise. I do remember.
Oh, seriously? I did not know that. I know.
I tried so hard. When I played the game, I tried so hard to make him work. He
really
is tough.
Oh,
It is rough with him.
Oh, so.
Okay.
Or, I still hate that we both know
Now
Latin.
this guy, what the fuck is his name?
I don't know, but he's cute. He's twinkish, and I drew him before.
He's a doctor.
That's why I like him.
His name's not Baiju, is it? No, it's not. That's a Honkai character.
Just look up Green Doctor
Man.
Doctor Man. Yeah,
No,
see,
it pulls up Dottore. That's not what I mean.
Doctor character.
Green Doctor.
I like him a lot.
It is Baiju.
It is Baiju, but
yeah.
he's so cute. I like him a lot.
It is Baiju. What was I thinking of?
I don't know.
There's an HSR character with a very similar name who is also similarly like a TCM doctor.
Look, I just like doctors and I like doctors in media. I think we should have more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah.
So like a bit of a cunty midriff going on.
Yes, and I like Look, I'm a fan of the cunty midriff. I love cunty
No,
midriff.
cunty midriff, tight pants. Into
Yes.
he kind of dresses up like a millennial gay.
Yes. You are correct. Look, look. Cunty midriff is cunty midriff, and anybody with cunty midriff, I'm a fan.
Yeah.
Always have and always will be.
Also, canonically a good boss. I think
You know what? We
he
love good bosses.
he employs the zombie who's a little girl
Oh,
and kind of just lets her run wild.
you know what? Iconic. Wait, who's that? Who's that character?
Chi
'Cause I don't
Chi,
know.
she's a Junxia.
Oh, Chi Chi. Okay, yes, I've seen her character.
Yeah.
That's so cute. I love that.
Yeah. Also, the snake talks. I think she snarks at you.
I and look, I love the snake. I like drawing. I love snakes. I love snakes. So
Yeah.
I would say A.
A.
A. Would we agree
Okay.
to A?
Yeah. Let's agree on A.
Yeah.
Bennett. This
Who
guy.
is this guy?
This fucking guy.
Who is this guy?
So his thing is
Mhm.
like he's bad luck. He has
Oh.
all the bad luck.
Okay.
He's been struck by lightning multiple times.
What do you? Oh. Oh.
type shit,
Oh.
right?
Wow.
He keeps
Okay.
going on adventures and he keeps getting hurt. And it's honestly a little pathetic. But like
Okay, but
but
is it
like
pathetic in
he
a
stays
cute way?
he stays plucky and he has that can-do attitude.
Okay. Okay.
But also because he is a short male
Oh
character,
no, does he have the fuck ass? He has the
he has
fuck
the fuck ass
ass.
shorts.
Okay,
He has
wait.
the fuck ass shorts.
Okay, but
But
at least there's no leggings.
it makes sense with his design
Yeah, and
because
at
of his like
least
youthful
yes,
exuberance.
and I like that. And the design looks nice, but also at
Yeah.
least the boots aren't like super long to where you only have
Yeah,
like
yeah,
a
yeah.
little
You're
bit
right.
of leg. It
He
doesn't
wears
make
like
sense.
shoes.
He wears it's sensible. It's like Sora.
Yeah.
It's like early Sora.
Yeah, it's
This
it's
is
like early
cute.
Sora.
Yes, and
Yeah.
I like that. You know what?
Okay.
I don't know where you could place him, but I'm okay with
Also,
anything other than like D or F.
okay. Maybe this will sweeten the deal
Okay.
because this is an important detail.
Okay.
He was abandoned as a child
Oh.
and left on the stoop of the Adventurers Guild.
Oh.
He
Okay.
calls all of the male adventurers his dads.
A tier. Low A. Low A. Low A or
Yeah,
high
okay.
B.
Yeah, low A.
Low A.
Yeah, and like he has a lot of voice lines where he's like, "Oh, I should get something for my dads."
Oh, gay family.
He's a little sweet. He's a little sweetie
sweetheart. I
pie.
love him. I love him already.
He's a little sweetie pie.
I'm a fan. I am already a fan. You sold me.
Yeah. Also, I don't know if he's still good now, but Hoyo had to specifically tailor enemies to make him bad,
Oh.
to not work when he's on the team.
Oh. Oh, I see. Wow.
Because like he kind of plays the MMO game. I make a circle, stay inside the circle.
Oh, no, I like that. I do love the MMO game.
Yeah, but it's a single player game, so he makes a circle, you switch to another character, and you stay inside the circle.
Oh. Oh.
If enemies move out of the circle, you can't use the circle.
Oh.
So like, they just made more and more mobile enemies so that it becomes harder and harder to use him because he was kind of just like everywhere early on.
Okay, wait, no.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. I kind of like that, and I like the fact that there's MMO mechanics with him.
Yeah,
That's just me being an MMO head, though.
yeah.
But yeah, no, I think
speaking of
low A.
circles.
Circles.
Speaking of
Who was
circles.
this kid? Who was
Oh,
this
this is
blue
Chong
twink?
Yun. Fun
Wait,
fact.
no, I remember him.
Yeah. Fun
I
fact,
drew him.
I own the 8-bit do collab controller.
What the fuck?
Oh, you don't
Wait,
know about it? Okay.
No, I do know the 8-bit. I know 8-bit dough because of
No, but do you know
because
about
of
this
Anki.
specific controller? I'm
No, I
talking
do
about?
not.
8-bit do Chong Yun.
No, that's gorgeous. No, that's gorgeous.
Yeah, it's a very nice controller.
I mean, I'm a fan of 8-bit dough because of I love their like fuck ass little tiny remotes that are very good as Anki remotes. Because yes, I am one of those people that have Anki remotes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a pretty decent controller in and of
Genuine,
itself.
genuine. It looks cool, and like everything else with
And it
it, there's little
and it
keychains.
looks cool.
It
Yeah, the
looks
little
cool.
keychain, the little caps for your
Wait,
analog
they have.
sticks,
Oh yeah, no.
the little case.
I would say
Like
S.
this
The
this
branding is
was a
S.
great this was the branding is S.
The branding is S
This was
tier.
a great collab.
Yes.
Best part, I bought this first part like first party sealed at a data
Ooh.
blitz.
Why? What?
2.5 or
Wow.
so.
Wow. Yeah, no. Sorry, just because of
It's
that
cheaper
story.
than the
S.
it's cheaper than a Hall Effect controller.
Yes. That's S.
Yeah. Anyway, I very much enjoy using this thing.
It's a
No,
very
nothing.
good thing.
I just wanted to bring it up.
No, it's a good
I
thing.
was looking.
And it adds.
No,
It's means the deal.
I was looking to buy like any 8-bit do like 2.4G controller, and then I saw the Chongyun one, and like I hadn't played Genshin in like 3 years at this point, but I saw this and I'm like, okay, no, the branding's pretty dope.
The branding fits. The branding fits.
The branding fits, and well, I found out that another PH VTuber,
Mm-hmm.
Chico,
Mm-hmm.
she's like a, I don't know what she is. She's like a moth or a worm or something.
Okay. We love worms,
Whatever.
as we know.
Whatever.
We love worms. In
She's
the chat.
something. She's a piss tuber. No,
What?
she's a bug. She's some sort of bug.
Okay. Like a
I
a
forget
parasitic
what
bug?
kind of bug.
Okay.
I don't wait. I can check. Give me a second. I follow her.
Actually, ADHD. Well, we should really have like more parasitic VTubers.
Or parasite VTubers.
Technically, I count as one when I'm in worm mode.
Oh no, she's a stink bug.
Okay, iconic. No, I love that.
Iconic.
That's cunt.
Yeah. And I believe she sent someone like she as a joke at one point. This is shit I picked up off of Twitter because I wasn't there for any of this.
Uh-huh.
But like she joked that like, hey, if you send like insert outrageous amount of money here, I'll send you an audio of me pissing.
What?
And then
What?
one of her friends sent a bunch of money as a
No.
joke, and then she
No.
sent the piss audio as a joke.
No. Oh my god. Okay,
Like
but in
it
some
genuinely
cases,
can't be fetish. It genuinely can't be fetish content.
Okay, good.
When it's a bit like that.
Okay, good.
Anyway, this is what he looks like. This guy's cute.
I like him. No, I know him. I've drew him before. And he
Yeah,
doesn't
he
have
also
the
eats-
fuck ass.
Yeah, he has like capris on and like
And you know
the
what?
Chinese
That's
shoes.
yes. And you know what? That works for his design. I like him.
Yeah. And okay, a little thing I like about the design. I do like that it's like one of those I don't know the name for this style of Chinese top,
I know what you're talking
but it's
about.
also a hoodie.
Yes. No, I like that.
Yeah. Like it's a really cool blend of designs and stuff.
It's very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was already saying S because of the branding of the fucking controller, but like I might actually agree to S.
Yeah, S.
Yeah, S.
I'm down to S. Also, he has really unique eyes.
Wait, I don't see where. Let me see the
Yeah.
eyes.
He has slitted pupils.
Ooh, no, I'm a fan.
Yeah, he has slitted pupils.
No, I'm a fan of that. I'm a fan. I'm into that. No, I like it.
Okay. Sino, Jackal Boy.
Who is this?
He's like head of police or something like that.
C for cop.
C for cop.
C
He
for
also
cop.
makes a ton of bad puns. Like it's an irritating amount, honestly.
C D D for puns.
Alhytham S tier real, so true.
Hi Kels. Hi Peach Demonade. How are you doing?
Literally, number only redeeming factor. If I'm not mistaken, he is voiced by Alejandro Saab.
Okay, never mind. C tier. We're keeping him at C tier.
I might be wrong. Let me check.
Sino D tier for dog.
No, it is Alejandro Saab.
Okay, you know what? Yeah, C tier. I'll keep him at C tier.
Yeah, C
Happily
tier.
keep him at C tier.
Okay, D Luke. Wait, Baiju not S tier? What the fuck? I don't know enough about him either. I stopped playing in like the 3.x patches.
I
Give me a
never
break.
played Genshin. I've never played Genshin, so I'm sorry,
And
Kels.
yeah, and this dude's never played Genshin.
I only drew characters for like for stuff, as
Yeah,
you
this is
know.
like blind leading the blind type shit.
Yes, 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 yes. At least with the Parasite tier list, it was like
Er,
it worked.
early characters who were released before 3.x. I can tell you stuff about them.
Who is? Wait. Who's that
Like
yellow motherfucker?
the yellow motherfucker.
Yeah.
Which one?
Right next to the top hat motherfucker.
Next to the top hat motherfucker.
Yep.
There's a top. Oh, this
Top hat.
guy.
Yeah. Is that not a
Okay, we can
top
talk
hat?
about. No, it is a top hat. It is a top hat. He's a magician.
Oh, okay, cute.
This guy. Okay,
Yes.
can we talk about D-Luke first, or do you want to
Yes,
talk about this guy first?
absolutely. We could talk about Redhead. I know somewhat stuff about Redhead. I just know that he's
Yeah.
edgy.
Okay, he owns a winery.
B tier.
B tier.
B tier.
He owns a winery. He's a little, he's sort of the straight man to Kaya's
Oh, that's why they're blue and red.
an-
Okay.
being annoying.
Okay.
Yeah, the blue one's annoying, the red one's the straight man,
Okay.
which is a fun little subversion. Also, they're like adopted siblings, but also the fan
just
art
know
makes them
people
fuck
ship-
because of
Yeah.
course the
Yeah.
fan art makes them fuck.
Yeah, because
And
I have
also
had
there was
to
a huge
commission- I've had
controversy
to be
with
commissioned.
about that.
I have been commissioned to draw art that makes them fuck.
Yeah. He's gay for
I-
Ayato. He's gay for Ayato?
I know nothing about this.
That's okay. Now that's stuff I'm not familiar with.
I know nothing about this. Oh, that's
your
your
crack
crack
ship.
ship.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough.
Okay.
Okay, so this guy.
Okay.
Oh, I like this guy.
Okay.
So he is part of the Explory squad
Okay.
of the Knights of whatever the fuck. I forgot
Mhm,
their names
mhm.
from the first area,
Mm-hmm.
right? So, okay, so story time. The Knights of whatever the fuck are on a skeleton crew right now
Okay.
because everyone is off on a big expedition. So the only people left home are like the B team. And I think he's one of them.
Oh, wait, that's really cute.
Yeah. What the fuck is his name?
Kels, what is his name? Because I think you would know, because I don't.
What's his name? What the fuck? What the fuck is this kid's name?
What's his name? Because I don't know.
Who is this kid?
Because I definitely don't know anything about this character.
Wait, if I look up Eula, because Eula's his boss. I Eula boy?
You love boy.
No, that doesn't do it. Of course that doesn't do it.
Wait, it's right there. Look at the art. Look down.
What?
Look
Down?
down. Right there.
Down? Huh? Oh,
Down to the left.
yeah, okay. But like, what's his name?
No. There was an art of just him.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
No, it still just says happy
You're joking.
birthday, Eula. It's Mika. His name's Mika.
Mika.
His name's
Okay.
Mika.
Okay. Because I was like, there's
Yeah, here we
gotta
go.
be. Okay, cute. Cute kid.
Again, he pulls off the shorts and boots look a lot better.
Yeah, no, and it works.
It's because Albedo was wearing like thigh highs with shorts.
Albedo wearing thigh highs with shorts is bad.
He was wearing like thigh highs with like long shorts.
Yeah, no, that's a bad idea.
It was weird. And tights. It was a whole thing.
It's a
weird look.
It's a look.
He definitely
Genshin-
deserved to wear pants.
Yes.
It looked like he wanted to wear pants, but the character designers were like, no, boys his height wear shorts.
But like, what's wrong with boys his height wearing pants?
Right? Anyway, he's cute. He's a little like he's a little soft boy.
I like him. I think I'm liking the soft boys a lot.
Yeah, I think he uses a bow. No, he uses a spear. Okay. But that doesn't matter.
Okay.
Oh, and his constellation is a
that's cute. It's
bird
a
of
little birdie.
some description.
A little birdie. I like it. No, I like him. I would say A.
Yeah.
A or A. I'd say A
A?
tier.
A
would agree
tier.
to A
Okay,
tier,
Mika
yeah.
in A tier.
Mika in A
Now
tier.
this guy. This is another guy whose name I don't remember. Okay, let's save the names I don't remember
I know
Like people
the
after my time for later.
I know the kid with the braids.
Eh? Oh, this guy?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Venti.
Venti. I
No,
like him. His design is cute.
I have an opinion about him already.
Okay, tell me your opinion on him because I have none.
I like him.
Okay, iconic. We're
He
agreeing
is
then.
an icon.
He's cute. The only thing I know about him, other than the fact that I have to draw him in safer work content,
Yeah.
thankfully, uh, is at my school during every Halloween because we have like a weird costume party thing that
Yeah.
happens like at the end of October.
Hmm.
There is
Also,
always
not a kid.
one.
For
Not a
the
kid.
record, he
I
is an
know. I know
alcoholic.
he's not a kid, and I know he's an alcoholic. But like the only thing I know is that like there is one person in my school who like will dress up as Venti without fail,
Yeah.
and it's a really good cosplay too. And I don't know
Look,
where
if you
they
got
get
if you
it
got if you got it.
exactly. And I just want to
If
know
you
where
have
they got
one
the
move, you
cosplay.
use the one move.
Exactly. It's like when I use Yanni Neko.
Yeah.
You have the one move, you use the one move. I get it.
Yeah. Anyway, I really like him. He has a special place in my heart. Genshin was my first gacha.
Mmm.
So even
I
though I don't
see.
like the game now, some of the
Right.
characters I'm still attached to, like Alhaitham and Chongyun.
Okay,
Venti
fair
is among
enough.
them.
Oh, I see. I like him. He's cute.
He was the very first gacha character I went, yes, that one.
Ah, I see.
So yeah, I'm putting him in S tier for purely sentimental reasons.
Okay. Okay. Real.
I can move him down if you want to move him down one spot, one tier.
I'm good with him being an S. I'm sorry,
Okay.
he's one of the ones I know.
Yeah, good shit.
Yeah.
Kaya.
Blue hair kid.
Again,
I also know.
he's the straight man. He's the straight man to deal. He's the mischievous
funny,
one.
He's the bokeh.
He's the
to
funny
straight-
man.
Yes.
To
Yeah.
deal straight man.
Yep.
You know, he plays pranks on the other characters, and he's like, ha. And like the little girl with the bombs, he's the one who enables her.
Oh,
Like
I see.
terrible habits.
Understood. Okay. I'm picking up.
I think I put him in the right place.
Yeah, I'm good with him. I'm good with him being.
the fact that he's a starter mon,
Oh, he's a starter.
and he doesn't really feed, like a starter Pokemon.
Yeah, I didn't know he was a starter.
Yeah, he's a starter mon.
Okay.
Like how Goldchip is a starter mon.
I mean, but Goldship is great. Like,
But Goldchip's great. He's not.
yeah, I see. Understood.
I don't like him. No, he's fine.
He's fine.
He's fine.
He's fine. Okay.
He's fine.
Okay. Picking up what you're putting down. Got it.
Okay.
Don't mind me just
Goro.
holding. Don't mind me just
I
holding
do-
my mic so that it doesn't like make the
Yeah.
buzzing noise because it's crowding
Yeah.
against itself again.
Goro. I like this guy.
He's
Okay,
cute.
so let's
He's cute.
I think his name's Goro. Yeah, it's Goro.
He's cute. Is he
He's
another?
He's supposed to be like the lieutenant to like an army or something. And
Where's
again,
his?
he's in like
Where are his muscles? Where are his arms? My arms are bigger than him, and my arms are
he's
pretty
such
small.
a twink.
He's too much
he
of
has
a
like,
twink.
He has like the slutty half shirt going on.
This is an example of a twinkture.
Now, okay, so
Yes.
where do we put him for now?
I say B.
Before I expound on him a little bit.
I say B for right now.
B for right now.
B for
okay,
B or
are you
C for right
familiar with
now.
Mrs. Nesbit?
Yes.
He does the exact same shit.
No. Oh no, that's funny.
He has an advice column that he
No.
writes, but as a
I
woman.
love that. No, I love that. No, I love that. Wait. Okay.
Oh, Miss Hina. What is Miss Hina? I might be misremembering. Give me a second. Okay. Yeah. So
Oh,
okay.
hey, Sigamix.
Okay, here's
Welcome back.
Hey Sigamix. Okay, here's what I think yeah. Here's what happens. He
Okay.
writes the advice column
Mm-hmm.
or whatever. Yeah, he writes the advice column and then he submits it to the publisher. The publisher publishes it under the name Miss Hina.
No, I love that. Yeah, that's A. That's
A.
A behavior. That's A behavior.
That's A behavior.
That's
yeah.
A behavior. That's A tier behavior.
he, he's Mrs. Nesbit.
I love that. No, I love that. Okay.
Also,
Cool.
you're of course
Mhm.
you're elder Gen Z. Of course you've watched Drake and Josh. What am I talking about?
Of course, yes. I am elder Gen Z slash young millennial,
Young
youngest
millennial.
millennial,
Well,
youngest
depends on who you
millennial.
ask, I guess.
I mean, the real for me, the real definition for Gen Z, the real start for Gen Z is: do you remember 9/11? I was around. I don't remember 9/11.
Okay.
This is like a
Yeah.
very
Again,
American thing, but yes,
I was no. Like, fair enough, right? I've also heard that metric of if you
yeah,
remember 9/11, you're a millennial.
yes, and I don't remember. I have no time. I have no memories towards 9/11. I don't remember where I was during 9/11. Everybody else does, but I don't.
Yeah. That's a very America centric way to look at it, but like
It
I
is
get
a
it.
very America centric way, yes, but like this is a very America centric way of like looking at Gen Z versus like not, because
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
you
I get it. I
probably
get it. I
have
get it.
something around that time, like 2000.
I'm
But
smelling what you're shitting in.
yeah, exactly,
Wait,
exactly,
what?
exactly. What?
Okay.
You're stepping
What?
in. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. Stepping, not shitting in.
yeah, yeah,
Jeez.
yeah. Because like, if you're smelling that, that's probably tapeworms. I'm joking. Topical,
Tapeworms.
topical. It's topical.
Ooh, flukes.
Ooh,
Ooh,
flukes.
larvae,
Ooh,
larvae.
larvae. Oh my god.
Ooh,
Gee.
cysts, cysts. Okay.
God damn it.
This
I don't know
is
anything about that guy.
Kazuha.
Kazuha.
He
Okay.
has he has a pretty cool design, I think.
Okay.
He's supposed so like up to
No, I
then.
like
Okay,
it.
so this is what my thing was. Up to then, all the wind characters were just green, 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 green
No, I like this because he's giving like autumn leaves.
because he's like the autumn leaf guy.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
No, that's
Like
cool.
and it's like, yeah, orange and green play well together. Of course, duh.
Yeah, obviously, no shit.
I do like his design. He also has like a dead friend or something, but like, I forget all the details about that.
Okay, I just like his design a lot. Yeah, and wherever
Also,
you,
he was the first character to have two names.
Oh, wow.
Everyone everyone is mononymous,
Mm-hmm.
like in the menu,
Great.
and he was the first character to have a family name and a given name.
I see.
But yeah, he's
No,
cool.
I like his
He's
design. He's
chill.
very pretty.
He's like his story is like pretty typical, and it's like, he angsts about his dead friend or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he's really pretty while he angsts.
He's very pretty. Also, Mungo, have a good night. Rest
Yeah.
well.
Dude, Jesus Christ, dude.
It's like
It's
4
4
a.m.
a.m.
It's 4
I'm
a.m. I don't
we're
know how we're up.
we're what's wrong with the world.
We are indeed.
Snork me me me.
Snore
Snork
me
it
me
up,
me.
dude.
Snore honk me honk shmee me me. Go honk shmee me
Honk
me.
me me. Go snork it up. Go honk it up.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
guys should sleep
yeah.
too when we're done, dude.
When we're done, we will. Yes, but
We're
also
here already.
he makes the. Is he short?
He's yeah, he's short.
But he makes
He
it
is
make sense,
he is of the short guy variety.
and he makes it make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, like
Yeah.
I like his design. I like his design a lot.
Yeah. His design's cool, his story's whatever.
That's fine. I would say B.
B tier?
B tier. Yeah.
Okay,
The
so
one
his design isn't cool enough to push him into A.
his design is like cool enough to take him out of C tier.
To take him out of C. There we go.
Yeah. Yeah, because like if
I have no clue who this is.
I don't know who that
Who
is.
this fedora
Who the
guy is.
who is this fedora guy?
I have no clue, dude. Now this is Ayato.
Oh, Ayato's cute.
Yeah, Ayato is cute.
Is he tall?
Yeah, he's tall.
Okay. Yeah, no, I like his
I
design
like his
already.
design. I like
his design already. Yes.
He has a sister.
Oh no, I've seen them
I think
both.
I think he looks cooler than his sister.
Yes, he does.
He's sort of like, he's the head of the Kamisato family.
Okay,
And
okay.
he's a bit of a trickster. He's a bit of a
No, I like him. I like him. I like him.
Wait, his idle animation has him like pull a cup of boba out of his sleeve.
A tier. A to S.
Wait,
High
there,
A, low
there is a
S.
video. There is a video about this that I think bears viewing.
High A, low S.
If I where give me a second
Just
to
maybe-
find it.
Just And idle animation.
No, 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 not the idle animation. There's a certain chibi video. There's a
Oh,
there's a video of Ayato drinking his boba. Oh my god, I cannot find
it's
it. Oh
okay.
no.
It's
No,
okay.
it's cute. It's cute.
Okay, I'll wait.
Wait. Wait. There what's the name of the fucking anime? Was it is it Kumax? No, not Kumax. Fucking what the fuck?
Genshin Boba animation. I don't know. While you look for this, I'm gonna go pee. BRBs.
Yeah, while I look for this shit
BRB.
cuz it is
BRB,
it
guys. I gotta
this is
go
important.
piss. I wanna do the go piss girl moment.
Okay, I'm going to turn off my browser for a second so you're not watching me just Google shit. um God, what the f- that guy's name? What's his name? What's his name? We're looking for his name. Hmm. Oh, okay. I was close enough with Kumax. Uh, I, there we go. Found it. I'm probably gonna get an ad. Yep. Okay. Let's also switch up the songs. The song Gyakuten meets jazz. Wait. But wait. Okay, I found the video. Oh damn. Ooh, I know what I'm listening to tonight. Okay. You guys do not you guys should not see my Rex, bro. Uh, Fucked up. Okay. Insane and fucked up. Okay. Oh no. Sorry, I'm on my phone. I saw Nakatsu joined Harada.
Here,
Anyway,
I'm ready.
I found it. I found it.
I also found out I had broccoli in my fridge, so I'm gonna munch on that
How
instead of like just fuck ass parmesan.
wait, are you just holding like a thing
One
of
sec.
like a
Putting in my IEMs so I can hear things again.
okay, are you
I
like
have my
wait, sorry.
IEMs are
Do
on.
you okay. Are are you just like holding on to a stalk of broccoli?
No, I have like a little container of like steamed
Okay.
broccoli
I
that I made.
thought you were just like
No,
eating popsicle.
no, I'm not that trog.
Okay. Anyway, here's the fucking video.
Mmm. Oh, that's cute. No, I love this. Nah, wait. No, that's so me. No, I love him. I love him. Low ass, high A.
Yeah. I'm down to put him in S.
Yeah.
Shit, it's so
Dude,
gas.
I want boba. Fuck.
God. I really want to go to a one zone now.
Oh, yeah, no, I like going to
Oh,
Onezo.
yeah, is it Onezo?
I thought it was Onezo.
I thought it was Onezo,
No, it's Onezo. Onezo.
but it's not Japanese, is it?
Yes, it is.
I thought it was
Yes.
Chinese. I thought it was
No.
Chinese. Huh?
Is it not Onezo? Is it not Onezo? Bro, am I wrong?
Wait, wait.
We can find out.
Ah!
Is it
Pulls one out
Onzo?
of his sleeve. You know, yeah, we're googling this shit.
We need to find out if it's Onzo or not. I need to know. We need to know.
Mm, mm. Ah, I think it's Chinese.
I guess so. Or Taiwanese?
No, and it's two words. One zo.
Fuck, it is Onzo. Shit, I thought it was Onezo this entire time.
Yeah. Anyway. Shit, not the crossword. Um. Anyway, Ayato. Low-S?
Yeah, low West. Low
Low-S.
West or high A. Yeah.
Kave. This motherfucker.
Who was this kid?
I stopped paying attention around. Okay, so like, I pulled for him because I thought he was cute. He's
Okay.
Alhaitham's roommate,
Oh. Okay.
and Alhaitham does shit to him, like hide his keys and
Okay.
shit like that. He's like an architecture student
Oh. Oh god.
or
Okay.
something to that effect.
Okay.
Like these two have a very hate fucky relationship,
Okay. Low
and
A.
Loe.
Low A.
Yeah. Also, his design is pretty cute. Like, well, yeah,
I like Toxic Yaoi.
yeah,
I love Toxic Yaoi. I'm weak for Toxic Yaoi and interesting design.
yeah. I do hold tags like that.
Yeah, of course you do. Of
I
course
have
you
been
do.
known to hold bags
We're the
over my shoulder
same
like that.
person.
I think I picked it up from the guy from Clannad.
Oh my fucking god. Fair
You
enough.
know, a lot of people pick mannerisms up from anime characters all the time.
I know. I know. I'm guilty of it.
Yeah. Okay, I know who this guy is. I can't tell you anything about him
He's
other
pretty
than
though.
he makes pixels happen.
Oh,
Like he summons actual pixels,
okay.
like pixel dinosaurs and shit.
Oh, okay.
I think his name's like Kinich. Yeah, it's this guy. Yeah,
I'm a fan of his design
yeah,
already.
that's a splash.
Oh no, okay.
Like
B
I
tier.
can't tell you anything other than this.
Low
He also
B.
has a U Green collab.
Low B.
Okay, low B.
Low B.
Yeah,
He is low
he
B.
also has a U Green. He also has a U Green collab, and I see it all the time when I go looking at power banks.
Oh shit, wait. Yeah. Low B.
Yeah. Okay, Linny, this fucking twink.
He's a twink. Low B.
Uh, yeah. Linny.
Okay, wait. No, I like the design.
See, he wears hot pants.
Yeah. They should give more of these motherfuckers either long pants or hot pants.
Yeah.
Not fuck
No,
ass shorts.
none of these like jorts situations.
None of these fuck ass jorts.
I,
I wear fuck
I,
ass jorts sometimes.
yeah, you do wear fuck ass jorts.
Okay, but like they're comfy.
I get it. I get it. I get it.
Hmm.
Look, people think it's wild that with as nice legs as I have, I almost never wear shorts when I'm going out.
You should probably like start wearing like some short inseam shorts. Hear me out.
Yeah. Like the only time I wear shorts is in public, like when I'm out, is when I'm
Yeah.
like running errands and I'm going to the gym after.
And see, that makes sense. For me, it's if like I don't want to. For me, I wear shorts when like I have a lot of shit I need to do and I need to move around. Like
Yeah.
for example, when I was moving, I was wearing fuck ass shorts.
You were wearing fuck ass shorts.
They
Yeah,
were
no,
very
but
fuck
like
ass.
my gym shorts are like, halfway up my thigh. They're like
Yeah,
they're like slutty guy shorts.
yeah. You know what? And that's iconic.
Yeah. It's really funny. I've never been self-conscious about my legs. I think
Mm.
my legs are one of the few things about me that look nice.
Yes,
Even with all of the scarring and stuff from psoriasis, but like whatever,
that's fine.
right? That's fine.
Yeah.
Right. Um my uniform, my summer uniform in college because we had um like rainy season uniform and summer uniform.
I actually didn't know that. We don't do
Yeah.
that in
Yeah,
like fuck
that,
ass
that, that was like
school.
it was like Japanese style. Oh, okay, the
Mm.
seasons changed. Do you wear the other uniform now?
Oh, I see. We
Yeah.
have like a wash day uniform that we can wear, but it's just like pants and
Yeah.
purple polo shirt or white polo shirt.
But yeah, it was a polo shirt and black shorts.
Oh wow.
Um, because I knew that we were going to be wearing shorts as part of our uniform, I started shaving my legs, and it was great.
Okay. 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 Iconic.
I did not want to. Like, the only reason I don't shave my legs now is because it's a pain in the ass.
Real.
Like, I was willing to put up with it when I was a freshman.
Mm-hmm.
Now, 26-year-old me, not that much.
Fair
And
enough.
my legs are relatively hairless for a guy anyway.
I mean, yeah, that's just us as Asian though.
I've had other, I've had guy friends comment, like, why are your legs so much less hairy than mine? It's bullshit. That kind of thing.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Like, and I actually don't have that much body hair in general.
I mean, yeah.
I've been blessed in
Again,
that regard.
yeah. Again, Asian shit, but also
Asian
even
shit.
more so.
Yeah. Anyway, Linny. I kind of want to put him in A.
Yeah, I'm not for A.
Yeah. I like a top hat.
I like the booty shorts. So
Yeah.
yeah, we're agreeing in
Well,
different ways.
I believe we know who this guy is.
I know who he is. I know him
He's
as
like a
the
judge.
Oratrice Mécanique.
Yeah, that guy.
Mm,
Denelise Cardinal.
yep,
I believe he's voiced by Ray Chase.
he is voiced by Ray Chase because that is not Jimmy Yamaguchi.
Yeah, okay. Anyway. Yeah.
I think B. He's interesting enough.
Yeah, he's interesting enough. He's
That
he
the
has
meme
a
is what takes him out of C tier for me.
the meme is fun.
Genuinely, it's the meme
Honestly,
that
he's just
takes him
kind
out
of a
of C
he's
tier.
just kind of a stick in the mud.
Yeah, so B tier. B
Yeah.
for basic. Low
Be
key.
for basic. If you
Hmm.
like him, you're basic.
No, if you
No,
he's
no,
a
I'm
safe
joking. I'm
choice.
joking.
Yeah,
He's a
but I mean
safe
he's a
choice.
safe choice.
Now, speaking of safe choices, Razor, not a
B
safe
tier.
choice. He's like a wild child. He was raised by wolves.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
and he has a
Romulus and
stand.
Remus.
That's the stand is a wolf.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. But like, okay, Romulus Remus.
And because he's feral, he talks in broken English.
Oh,
Wow.
okay.
Though a fun thing that came out of that is when because Genshin has a brevity problem.
Mm-hmm.
A terrible, terrible brevity problem. Even when I was still playing, my god,
Okay.
so many words. So people would always ask on like Reddit or whatever, Twitter or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
can you explain it in Razor language?
Ah,
To
okay.
mean, can
Can you
you
make it
to
shorter?
mean fewest words possible, please?
Yes. So yeah, I would say B tier.
Yeah, B tier. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know who you are. Oh, this guy. This guy's a cop. C for cop.
C for cop. All cops go
Yeah.
in C. I'm sorry.
He does punchy shit. He does cool kung fu punchy shit.
Okay,
Or
but
like, well,
cop.
he's Japanese. So like karate or jumpy punchy shit. But like fuck that guy.
Okay. It's so he's basically he just does shit to you. Okay, but
Yeah,
punchy
yeah, yeah.
shit and he's a cop.
He
So
does.
cop
He
C
really
tier.
does.
Yeah,
My god.
yeah. I know Shitoru. I've seen that art. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
No.
had to do some drills in that shit.
Oh, no, no, no. I was gonna be like, oh shit, he's what the fuck is his name? Oh god, oh no, I'm blanking. I'm blanking. The guy from Yakuza 4.
Oh my god, no, I know what you're talking about, but I forgot the name. I also
Tanimura.
only yes. I know
I love
everything.
Tanimura.
I
I
know
wish we had more.
everything
I
from
wish we
more
got more.
Yakuza. I know everything from like Yakuza 3 onwards, but I've only played 1 to 3 or 0 to 3.
Okay. That's so weird.
Well, here's the thing. I just didn't have time to like play the rest of the games.
No, okay. No, okay. I thought you were saying I only exclusively know everything from 3 onwards, but I've only played 0 to 3.
No. I
I'm
know
like,
a lot about the other
that's such
games.
a weird way to set up your memory, but
No,
okay,
no.
bro.
So like I know a lot about the other games, but
Yeah.
I just
No,
didn't
I get it. I get
play
it.
anything other than 0 to 3.
0 to 3. No, I get it. I get it.
Hell,
I have
I
opinions
wanted
about
to
0.
play. I wanted to play 0 again,
I
like
I
after
did a
Japan.
Yakuza game tier list back in the day.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, where did you put 0? Because I feel
I
like
believe I
that's a controversial opinion for everybody.
put 0 in like B tier.
Okay. I put it.
Yeah.
I for me. I put it at A
Yeah, like my
because
S
of the
tier is Yakuza
mechanics.
5.
Yes, I agree. But like, it looks cool. But
Yeah, my
like,
S tier is like Yakuza 5 and Yakuza 2 the original one.
interesting. Interesting.
Cuz
Okay.
I've been playing these games since like 2006. I
Oh
should
wow.
not have been playing these games
You should
since
not have been playing it.
2006.
You
I should
motherfucker.
I was a
You
6-year-old.
yeah. You should not have been playing those games
I
since
was a
6 years
6 year
old.
old playing the English dub of Yakuza 1.
Why were you doing that?
My
What the
mom
fuck?
walked in the room and it was like, 10 years in the slammer made you a fucking bitch.
Why were you doing that?
No,
Are
sorry,
you
sorry, sorry.
okay?
It was the fucking no, sorry, sorry, sorry. It was the fucking scene where Date was getting hounded by homeless people.
Oh my god.
It was like, fuck you. Well, I'm having pig tonight.
Uh, okay, that is a good one, but
So
also like, what the fuck,
funny.
man?
It was so funny.
We're yeah, yes, we're still up. We're not done yet.
We're
We're
still doing
not
this.
done yet, Cyan. Why are you up?
I I don't remember where I saved the Yakuza tier list though.
You know
But
what? Show
like
it to me later if you find it.
if I find it, yeah. But
Yeah,
like yeah, just know that I have that I hold the older games in higher regard for
fair
the most
enough.
part than the Kiwami remakes.
You're working. You're
Okay.
working. You know, fair enough. Wait. Oh, okay. I see. I see. I see.
Wait.
So.
Okay, this fucking guy.
I, I know nothing about him.
You know nothing about him. Oh my
I just
god, with
draw
all the
him.
fan art?
I've just drawn him.
Yeah, there we go.
Look,
But you don't know anything about him.
no. All I know is I've drawn
Okay.
him.
He's the first playable character who is a villain.
Oh, yeah. No, I've drawn
Well,
him.
villain big scare quotes. After you beat him, you guys are chill, but he
Okay.
still acts as an antagonistic force in the
Okay.
story
Okay.
just by virtue of who his bosses are.
Okay. Okay.
Like, also he's in my favorite het ship for this series, for this game.
Okay.
My god, I have looked at so much Chillumi art.
You know what? I
So
allow
much
it.
Chillumi art. Huh?
That's cool. That's
Yeah.
cool.
If
All I
you're
know is that
familiar
I've
with
drawn
the
him.
artist Erimion,
Yes.
she draws a lot of Chillumi art,
Yes. No, I've seen it. Yep.
and it's always very hot. Anyway,
Look, real. And that's allowed. That's okay.
that's allowed. That's okay. I want to.
Yeah.
Also, his attack animations are fun. He has a
Okay.
bow.
Okay.
The reason he uses a bow as a playable character is because he's like, oh, I know how to use every other weapon. This one's the one I know how to use every weapon. This one's the one I'm weakest at. So I'm
So
just
he
gonna be
just wants
using
to
this
improve.
one.
Oh.
Yeah, he just and it really shows that the bow's the one he's the worst at because one of his attack animations with his bow is he just chucks an arrow.
What?
He
What do
literally
you mean?
swings his arm to throw it because he's like
What?
tired of shooting pretty much.
Oh.
I'll pull up his basic attacks.
Okay. Please show me, because I think that would push him up into like A.
Yeah, here we go. He also has a melee stance where he's like, "Oh fuck the bow," and then he pulls out like water swords or some shit.
Okay. No,
But that's
iconic.
less fun. Yeah, that's
Oh
that
yeah.
last attack.
He just throws it. Oh, that's so
He's
funny.
like, yeah, he's like, oh, okay, enough of that.
He just throws. Okay.
He
No,
just
iconic.
throws it.
Iconic. We
A
love
tier?
that. A tier.
A tier. I'm gonna put him a little higher in A tier, just
Yeah.
'cause-
Mid A.
Yeah, upper mid A. Now, Toma.
Who's this?
He is Ayato's head housekeeper.
What? What?
He's a maid.
Why? Okay.
He's a male wife. They
I
get
love
shipped a
him.
lot together.
No, I love him. Male wife, I ship. I love.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's really all there is to it.
Oh, okay. I mean, I like his design.
Yeah.
I would say
The tall
B.
characters tend to get better designs.
Yeah, because there's more space to literally work with.
True.
Yeah, that's why.
And also, see, okay, Albedo, when you wear knee-high boots, see what he's doing?
Yeah.
Pants.
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 Also, he's best friends with the Shiba Inu, who's a chef.
I love that. No, that pushes him in like B. Because I was gonna keep him at C.
Yeah, okay. He's in B now?
He is in B. He
Okay,
wasn't B.
I like him more than Razor. I like him more than this guy. Definitely
Yeah.
like him more than this guy. Do I
Yeah.
like him more than Kazuha? Nah. Also, let's move these guys down a bit.
Okay. I'll allow
Uh,
it. I don't know them enough.
yeah.
I
Yeah,
want to
there
keep
we
them
go.
together because obviously they get shipped together.
Same.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. Just a
That's where
little
I'm
lower.
going.
Yep, and that's just a little lower.
Yeah. Okay. Tainari. He's
Who's
like a researcher. He's like a
okay?
botanist or some shit.
Ill. B for botanist.
Also, I think he's being voiced by Greg Heffley now.
What?
The
What?
actor played Greg Heffley.
Yeah. What?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. What happened to the?
No, because like
Can
his
I ask
original
about
voice
the?
actor got into some controversy. Ah, he was
Oh,
DMing
okay.
minors.
Okay. Yep. Okay. B for botanist.
B for botanist.
B for
Yeah. Oh,
botanist.
his design's also cute.
That's what's keeping him out of C tier. Because
Yeah.
botany.
Also, I like his giant ears. Like
I love the
seriously,
giant
they're
ears. They're
so
giving
big.
bat. They're giving bat ears.
They're so big. I think he's supposed to be like a lynx or something, but like,
Oh, okay.
yeah. But yeah, B for botanist.
Yeah. The design is keeping him out of C tier.
I definitely like him more than Kinich. Okay.
Again, it's the design keeping him out of C tier.
True.
Yeah, because botany, no, that would be instant D.
Oh, Wanderer. This guy's cool.
He's cute.
Again, this is another playable character who is actively vitriolic with the protagonist,
And I like that.
with the MCs.
And I like that. Good.
He used to be called Scaramouche.
Oh, I know that name.
Yeah, he used to be called. This is what he used to look like.
Why is he called Wander?
Because okay, so like story stuff happened,
Oh,
and
story
then
stuff happened.
he
Okay.
story stuff happened, and then he was sort of reborn.
Oh, okay.
Like he sort of he sort of has the memories of Scaramouche, but he's
Okay.
not the same person. Type shit.
Okay.
Also, he's an android.
Oh, okay, robot.
I he's an
Okay, robot.
android, I think.
Okay, robot. Okay, robot.
This is all like
Okay,
this is all
robot.
like remembered from like 5 years ago type shit.
Okay, robot. Okay.
Yeah.
He's interesting.
Yeah.
And I like the lore change.
Yeah.
I like
his big
I like
hat.
his new design more than his old one.
True. Oh, Scaramouche is also one part of the biggest unpaid off like story hook
Ah, I see.
from from launch 1.0 release
From
patch.
Oh, wow, okay.
They had an event where he was like, "Oh, do they know the stars are not real?" And I'm like,
What do
"What
you
the fuck
mean?
does that
What does
mean?
that mean? What that mean?
The stars aren't real. Apparently the sky is fake."
We live in a simulation type shit, I guess.
I guess.
I
I
guess.
don't know, man.
I don't know anything about
The
this
gods are
game.
trying to keep people down and the sky is fake.
Um
Shit
what's it
hasn't been
called?
paid off yet.
Uh
I don't think.
they're just putting chemicals in the water to make the frogs gay?
To make the fucking frogs gay.
To make the fucking frogs gay.
Yeah. Anyway, I like his design.
It
I
is
like
cute.
that he's I like that he's kind of mean to the MC.
I like that too.
You don't get that enough in any gotcha game, really.
You don't get that enough. You don't get that enough in a lot of games. I feel.
Yeah.
I believe. We
Yeah.
can definitely do more. We could do more of that.
Yeah, I'll put him in
preferably.
A tier though.
Yeah, A tier is fine.
Yeah. Next. Oh, this guy. What's his name? Reevesley.
Who the fuck is that?
He is voiced by I don't know. Give me a second to look it up. Also, his name is spelled weird.
B tier because of that.
Oh yeah, he's voiced by Daisuke Ono in
Yes.
in Japanese
Okay.
and Josieha in
Okay.
English.
Okay. So I have a question for you. How do you feel about Daisuke Ono?
I think he's fine.
I like.
His voice is
Did you like him
his
a
voice
lot
is
as a
instantly
younger person? Like
his
as a
voice is
child?
instantly recognizable every
Yes.
time I hear him.
I love Daisuke Ono. I always have. I was one of those.
It's kind of it's funny that I'm pairing them up because a JoJo reference.
Yeah.
I think of him in the same vein as like Taketo Koyasu, where it's like,
Yes.
yeah, no, that's him.
Yes. Exactly. No, I agree. I completely agree with you.
Anyway, it's spelled Wriothesley.
B tier.
Wreathsley.
B tier. I hate that.
Also, he's like the warden of of like a prison or something. You know, the Raft from
Oh, C
Marvel.
tier.
It's kind of like that. C tier.
C tier.
It's like Alcatraz. It's like Alcatraz for
Yeah,
magic
C
people.
tier. C for cop.
C for cop.
C for cop. I'm sorry.
All the cops go in C tier.
All the cops go in C tier. Like, where else do they
Okay.
deserve? They deserve C tier.
Next, Zhao.
Who's that? Okay.
This guy's fun.
I
He's
like
like
his design because I've had to draw him a lot for other stuff.
yeah, Xiao.
Yes, no, I like this weird
Yeah.
ass twink.
I like that. He's also canonically the male character.
Oh, yeah, no, I like this weird ass twink. I've always liked drawing this weird ass twink. He's a very fun one to draw.
Yeah. Okay, so like his deal is sort of so Zhongli, who we'll get to later, sort
Okay.
of assigned a bunch of nature spirits, Zhao being one of them, to like
Okay.
defend the land or some shit, right?
Okay.
And as they accumulated bad karma from doing bad things, they all went crazy, and Zhao had to put them down.
Oh. Okay. Crazy.
And now he's angsting all about it.
Oh. Okay.
He's a
Dead
very
type
sad.
shit.
He's a very very sad boy.
Okay, I like
He's
that.
the saddest, wettest dog.
Ah, yes. Are you also a fan of pathetic wet characters?
Yes.
We're the same person.
Yeah. Oh, I love a pathetic wet man.
You would
Or like a
love.
wet girl.
Yeah, we love our girl failures. Why do you think I love Yanni
Yeah.
Neko so much?
Neko.
Granted, I love Yanni Neko because unfortunately she's very relatable.
Finding Miani Neko relatable is not a very good position to be
Oh, I
in.
know it's not a very good position to be in. I know exactly what position I am in.
Okay.
I could always be worse. That is the reminder that I am not Yanni Neko.
That's the reminder that she gives you.
Yes, yes. She is my hey. Hey. Don't go down to that level. You don't want this. That's
Honestly,
Yanni
I
Neko.
did find Xiao is one of the few stories I found very compelling in Genshin.
Okay, okay.
So I'm willing to put him in S tier. His design is also good enough to put him up here.
Yes, no, I agree. For me, his design is fun enough to draw that I would have put him in S tier as well.
I don't think I like him more than Ayato though.
We can put him in like CD
No. Like, you know,
or like
the
low
bottom
A,
of S.
low S.
Yeah, bottom of S.
Okay, okay, I'll allow it.
Okay. Xingqiu, this twink. Xingqiu. You know, there was a time for like the first 3 weeks post launch where people would pull Xingqiu and go, "Oh man, this fucking guy," and then they found out that he was one of the best characters in the game.
Ooh, no, I like him. He's a cute guy.
And tiny shorts, just the smallest shorts.
And no, here's the thing: I liked Xincho's design because of the tiny
Yeah.
shorts.
Yeah, no.
Tiny shorts,
it
long
really,
socks. It fits.
no, it really gives Master Short Pants vibes,
Yes.
right? He's also like the son of a merchant or something like that. He's like mercantilist class,
Okay.
but like, which explains why he's fancy.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. It
Oh,
all makes sense.
and he constantly plays pranks on Chongyun. That's like their whole
it
thing.
all makes sense.
That's why
It all makes sense.
they
I
get
like
shipped.
them.
They get shipped together.
It makes sense, and I like it.
Oh, another thing about Chongyun that's fun. The reason he's like icy and he always eats popsicles is because so you're familiar with the Chinese concept of like heaty foods and cooling
Yes,
foods, right?
yes.
If he eats too many like lychees or whatever and gets too hot, he goes crazy. And
I love
he goes
that.
crazy and kind of like, you know, not crazy like violent, crazy like me on a Saturday after 5 shots of tequila.
Oh yes, no, I like that. No, that's fun. That's fun.
Now, how does this relate to Xingqiu? Xingqiu is always sneaking like chilies into his food.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
This dude was made to troll his boyfriend.
Beautiful. We love it.
Unfortunately, I don't like him quite as much as Chongyun, so he's going in A tier for
Yeah,
me.
I would say mid A maybe.
Yeah, mid A, above Bennett.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now for the last of the characters that I know,
Yeah,
Zhongli.
Zhongli. I think
This guy.
I
He's
mm,
attractive enough,
I'm drawn
but
him in art, but
like
he's okay.
he's
Nothing
fine.
really compels me towards him or against him,
Yeah.
which is
A
why.
definition of a B tier.
Yeah, exactly. Like mid B or just low B.
Yeah,
Low
maybe.
B.
Low B.
Low B.
C even if he was a cop. But since
Is
he's
he a?
not a cop,
He's not a cop. Okay. Yeah.
he's like a god.
He's like
No,
okay.
it's funny because he's like,
He's
oh,
the grandpa. He's the
it's
unk.
also he's voiced by God, what the fuck is his name? He plays the fucking dad in Miraculous Ladybug
Oh.
and
Oh.
Shido in Persona.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Low B.
God, what the fuck is his name? Keith Silverstein. Yeah. Yeah, this guy Keith
Torbjorn and
Silverstein,
OW.
I
Okay.
already like. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. Hear me out. Can we look at his design?
Who, Zhongli?
Yeah.
I do remember finding him very attractive when he was like one of the few mature men options.
I agree with you, but like Torbjorn Overwatch with he does not look old enough. He does not look old enough. Give me some old man Yahweh. Give me some wrinkles, please.
And because I mentioned, because Keith Silverstein compelled me to mention Miraculous Ladybug,
Mm-hmm.
the dad in Miraculous Ladybug. What the
Yes.
fuck is his name?
I don't know his name, but I know who you're talking about because I really like
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Miraculous Ladybug.
Ladybug. Dad? No, not that dad. This dad. A Gabriel Agreste. There we go.
Yeah.
This man was supposed to be a fashion designer. What the fuck is he wearing?
What is that fuck? What are those fuck ass pants? What are those fuck ass
He's
pants?
dressed
And also,
he's
hello,
dressed
blockhead.
like a candy cane.
I hate it. I hate it.
I hate it. He wears a fucking white
What are those?
and
What is
red
that?
cravat.
What is that? What is that?
He wears a white and red cravat.
This is why he's a
It's
villain.
so fucked. Yeah. Eventually he switches to like an all white suit
Okay, that's Aura, but
and
the
like white
red,
gloves.
the
But
red.
the reason he
though.
does this is because his body's like rotting from the inside out.
Okay,
The show goes crazy sometimes.
it
Sometimes.
does. It
Like
does.
the
It does. It's
the
very
the show
weird.
goes crazy for like 30 minutes for like 30 minutes every season, and those 30 minutes make it worth it for me to like check it out. But
Yeah.
every time I watch the show, I'm like, okay, like the only reason I keep up with the show is so that I'm up to date with what happened in the show, so that
Mm-hmm.
the fan fictions make sense.
Real, real. Actually, no, I completely understand that.
Yeah.
But no,
Oh,
I
speaking of
just
shows I
think
gotta watch, My Adventures with Superman should be wrapping up soon, huh?
I need to I need to watch that as well. So many of my friends have been watching that, and I've been like, I haven't been able to watch it. I'll eventually do it though. Eventually.
Okay. Eventually.
Eventually. Like I have to finish
Okay.
Ghost
Wait.
in the Shell.
Okay, now we have list of male characters, because who the fuck are these other dudes?
I don't know who any of these motherfuckers are.
Freminette. Okay, Freminette.
Who?
Okay.
He's okay. His design is cute. I like the
Yeah,
longer
it's
hair.
kind of giving steampunk. Okay, I think I know some of what's up with this guy. He's like Arlecchino's adopted son or something.
Okay, okay,
He calls her father.
okay. No, I love it. I like it. I like it. Maybe C.
C.
Yeah,
Sure.
C for
Yeah,
child.
first non-cop in C.
Yeah,
C for child.
C for child.
Okay, who the fuck is this guy?
Who's that kid?
Who the fuck is this guy? It's Ga Ming, I think.
Okay,
I think he's another kung fu dude.
okay.
Yeah, he's a kung fu dude.
Oh no, I like his design though.
I like his design though.
Yeah, I like the
Oh,
longer
he's
hair. I like the
he has a
two-tone.
little like dragon lion thing going
No,
on.
I like that. I say
I
low
like
B.
that.
I think
Oh,
low
he's a
B.
dragon. He's a dragon dancer. Okay, I get it.
Yeah,
I
low
get it.
B.
I see
Low
what
B.
you're putting.
Low B.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Smell what you're stepping in. Low B.
Low B.
Low B.
Above
After
Zhongli, sure.
Yeah.
Okay, who the fuck is
Who
this?
was that? Who was that fedora ass motherfucker?
Top-headed man. Top hat. Not fedora laden man. Aoife. His name's Aoife. I know just as much as I did going in.
Who is this kid? Guy.
Who is this dude?
And also, where are his
Maybe
muscles?
I'll go to the fucking wiki, see what's up.
Vet?
Uh-huh.
He's a
Oh, he's
veterinarian?
a
Okay.
vet? Okay,
Wait,
okay,
no,
okay. Wait,
cowboy. He's
he's like a
cowboy.
Pokemon professor.
No, I like
Wait,
him. No, that's kind of
he's kind of
based.
giving no, it
No,
kind
it's
of gives Professor Sycamore, right?
yeah. Yes. Yes.
Jesus, all the pop-ups, all the pop-ups.
I
Jesus
hate
Christ, I
that
hate
shit.
fandom wiki.
I
I
hate
hate
Random
fandom
Wiki.
wiki. Oh my god, if only more people migrated off.
Holy, yes, we're not done yet.
Yeah,
We're
we're not
not done
done.
yet. We will finish when we are done.
Want to do crossword after this?
Sure. Yeah, I'm down.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
But okay, because of the fact that he's a vet and he's like kind of Pokemon professor, I say B.
I'll say B. Honestly, the fedora and the open shirt kind of grew up. It's kind of growing on me.
Yeah,
A.
I think A.
Low
Low
A.
A, high B.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Who are you,
Who is
dude?
that bitch? I don't know who these are.
Yeah. Also, there. This is missing a bunch of characters because
Mm.
there are. Whoa, this is a lot of dudes. Because it's missing Varka. My God.
Is it Sethos or something?
Is it? No, it's not. Who are you? Low. Lohan? No. Flins. His name's Flins.
That's a weird name.
Yeah, I think that's him. Wait, match cut. Yeah, that looks like him, right?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, he just looks kind of edgy.
B?
Oh, oh, wow. Oh, yeah, all these
Okay.
characters, same
Yeah.
vibe,
Yeah,
same
yeah. Same vibe.
vibe
Same
on
vibe. Same
all of
vibe. Yep. Yep.
these.
Yep. 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 Yep.
Wow, he does look like a Hawks. He does
Yeah.
look like a fucking Kuro or
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
Greed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ah,
I would say yeah.
yeah.
I don't know. Low B.
Look at this edgy motherfucker. Jeez.
Edge ass
he's, tr-
motherfucker.
he's trying so hard.
He really is.
He's trying so hard here.
Yeah, D. D. I agree.
Now, okay, I believe this guy is Thethos.
Oh, is that Sethos? Okay. I know
Believe
nothing.
so. I don't know
It
anything
is
about. Yeah,
Sethos.
it's this guy.
What are those
What are
fuck
you?
ass pants?
Yeah, what's your deal, dude?
Why does he have? I don't like his pants.
Okay, no, I'm just saying. Yeah, his pants kind of give lesbian, but not in a good way.
Yeah. Like, if you're gonna wear pants like that, at least have longer socks. Because you just have like
Yeah,
the weird
he's doing
taint
the
of the
loafer
leg.
thing. Yeah, he's
Like yeah,
doing like
I
the
don't like it,
millennial loafer thing.
and I don't like it. I've never liked the millennial look.
I'm so glad. I'm I'm so glad. No, here's the thing, right? I was in high school
Oh no,
during like the tight pants, no show socks, boat shoes
no,
everywhere,
no.
and
You're
like
joking.
polo shirt like buttoned all the way to the neck, or
No.
potentially short sleeve button down with small repeating patterns.
Okay, but I was a short sleeve button down with small repeating patterns kind of guy. But I never wore
Yeah,
those fuck ass boat shoes.
no, I wore
My
Sperry's
shoes.
all the time, dude.
Oh my god. I had one pair of Sperry's.
And
I'm
then
pretty
and
sure
then
they were still in the box.
yeah, and then I got my first pair of boots, the Doc Martens, and I was like, nope, this is it. This is it.
Yeah, I was wearing boots forever, constantly.
Yeah. Or no, wait. I also got a pair of Palladiums that I really liked.
I have been okay, that reminds me. When I went to like do some like social health testing shit, there was like an
Yeah.
Ugai Ugai store and they had some really cool palladiums, but they were too small.
Mm,
And they were like thrifty, and I was like, oh my god, wait, I could have. Because they were like white, like pale brown and mint, and I was like, wait,
yeah.
it could
No, the ones
fit.
I had were like straight black. But
Ooh.
like I wore them to school. That was really cool.
No, those are cunt. Those are cunt. But
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
I don't like this guy's
Leader of the
pants.
Temple of Silence. He's like a priest or some shit.
Okay. C for clergy?
C for clergy, I
C for
think.
clergy.
That might be where we put him, yeah.
Yeah, C for clergy.
Former vessel of Hermanubis, who is a jackal-headed god. Wow, who could have thought? Who would have thought?
Yeah, C for clergy.
Yeah. Wow. Someone named Hermanubis
Wow.
has a
Wow.
jackal head. Wow.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Varka. This guy.
Varka.
He was one of the most anticipated characters for years because everyone kept on talking about him. He's the actual captain of like the knights of the first village of the first place,
Oh.
but like because he left the B team at home.
Mm. He's cute. He has big
Yeah.
shoulders. I like
Now,
him.
here's the thing. I already knew he was going to be like a great sword character. I spent years coping that they were going to make him like he was going to be the first character to use the Shota model.
Oh. I'm glad
I
he
really
doesn't.
wanted him to be I really wanted him to be tiny,
What do you?
but
What?
I know that wouldn't
I just like
sell.
muscles. You know me.
Yeah, I know you. Like
Yeah.
I wanted this guy to be so small
It would be really funny. It would be really fucking funny.
cuz I thought that the Gap Moe would be so good.
Of course you would say that.
I
Why
love
am
Gap
I
Moe.
not
What can I
surprised?
say?
Yeah. I know someone else who also is obsessed with that shit. I get it.
Okay. Now, there's a guy whose name I don't recall right now.
And also, motherfucker, I
I'm
need to show you these shoes like eventually because like they're really cute. I'm tempted.
Oh, there we go. I found it. Dainsleaf.
Who the fuck is this? What kind of name is that?
This guy.
Oh, this guy. No, I've drawn art of him. I've drawn art of him.
Yeah, of course you've drawn out of him.
I've
People love
had to.
this dude.
People love that dude.
People love this dude.
People love that dude. Like, they told me to draw him just with like the mask thing, which yeah, of course I would.
Yeah.
Mask thing and cape, because yeah.
Now, interesting lore stuff. So you know
Mhm.
how there's like a little mascot character
Yes.
who hangs around the MC?
Yes.
It's kind of so like the premise of the story is the MCs are twins and then they get split.
Yeah.
The MC is one of a pair of twins and then they get split and then, you're trying to find the other one, right?
Yeah.
The other one was kind of sent to the world like thousands of years before your
Oh.
character.
Oh.
And it's sort of implied that he acted as the other one's guide
Oh.
in the same way that Paimon is your guide. And
Oh, I see. Hi, Trentimus. How are you doing? Hi.
and like
Welcome in.
he's really guilty. He's really guilty about about helping the dude destroy the world or some shit.
Oh,
I don't know, man.
Okay, fair enough. Fair
Yeah.
enough.
He's also voiced by Yuri Lowenthal, I think.
Okay. Iconic. I love that.
Okay. I think he's voiced by Yuri Lowenthal. I might be making that up.
I mean, if he is, that's awesome. I'm already a fan.
And it, in fact, is Yuri Lowenthal.
Hell yeah. But yeah, Trent, we got through a Parasite tier list, and now we're going through a Genshin Men tier list.
Yeah.
It's been fun.
The Genshin Men tier list is by request from one of my viewers.
And I'm just here to come along for the ride because Numa was here come along for the ride for the
Honestly,
Parasites.
Yeah, no, I wanted to do the Parasites.
I'm so happy
I'm dragging you. I'm dragging you along for this one.
No, here's the thing. I like learning. Regardless.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Let me look at some of these names, see if there are people. Oh, Ororon. It wasn't fucking whatever the hell the other guy's name was.
Who the fuck is
The guy
this?
we were looking for was Ororon.
Oh. But also, don't worry. I'm gonna post a tier list on Twitter, so you're gonna see.
Yeah, and you can always go back into the VOD.
Yeah,
we
of
talk about
course.
it for like 4.5 hours.
Yes, this is like the only 2 hours that we've talked about Genshin.
You're still going.
We're still going.
There's an hour left. The Digiton banner comes out at 6. You want to just tough it out to watch me pull?
Sure, I'm down. I'm so down.
Okay. What does Ororon do? Born with an incomplete soul. Ororon is an oddball. Blah, blah, blah. He's an edgelord. Okay, I'd put him in the same place. You're about to go sleep. Oh, shit, the German?
Wow, wait.
Oops.
Oh my god, oops. Like how one
Oops.
time I was awake, I fell asleep and woke up and you were still streaming.
Yep. Okay. We'd put him in the same place. It's
Yeah,
fine.
it's fine.
It's the other guy. Iluga.
Ooh.
Emperor of the Sun, the Jester of Tortuga. Love that song. Oh,
It's a good
he's
song.
cute.
Oh, he's kind of cute.
He's cute.
He's kind of cute. I'm a fan.
Actually, wait. I'm gonna check something. Please.
The light keeper, so he like lives in a lighthouse and he does the lighthouse thing where you go insane, like the movie The Lighthouse
Ah,
with the
damn it. Okay. No, no, I was checking if Snep does like an Uma sorter that's just casual outfits.
ah.
Because I'm honestly I'm down to roast some Uma Musume fashion
I
for
am.
like an hour.
Oh, absolutely. Because I'm gonna just say, what the fuck is
Metro Ryan wearing.
yes? What is that? Like, come on.
I think casual outfits, full body 2026. Okay.
Beautiful.
Oh, okay, and it's a manageable number too.
Oh, that's a manageable number as fuck. Oh, that's so manageable. Because like we
Okay.
know what I was gonna do instead. I was gonna be like, hey, do you want to like look at shoes?
We could look at shoes.
We could look at shoes because I was like looking at Palladium and I was like, damn. I was thinking how much like
but you know, we're here.
we're here. Damn,
And there
I
are some
kinda
good
wanna go-
ones.
Oh, absolutely. I was like,
Okay.
go which goes into B. It's a nice one. Beer. A
Okay,
or B?
first. Well,
yes.
you know, I think we're going down in alphabetical order, but I
Oh.
lost Almond Eye.
I don't know
lost
where.
Almond Eye. I don't know where she went.
I don't know where any of these are.
Oh no, here she is.
Okay.
There. Can I just open image in new tab? No,
Cannot?
no,
Because
that's.
I
I
can.
don't think.
Because
Really?
right click it. Right click it.
Yeah, doesn't say.
When I did it on like, well, I was on Firefox.
You're on Firefox. Maybe if I move this to Firefox. Give me a
I
second.
always use Firefox, man.
Yeah. No, I have to separate it like that because I have a billion tabs open on Firefox.
Yeah, that's why I opened up the multiple windows on Firefox. It's
That's actually smart. I really should do something
Yeah.
like that. Okay, and I'll zoom in so that we can see what we're doing
Slayage.
somewhat. Okay. Then okay, so I changed the browser source to Firefox.
Mhm.
That one. Okay. I don't know why it was like Firefox platelet count, and I'm like, what the fuck? Okay.
What?
Whatever.
Fair
Anyway,
enough, fair
this is
enough.
Almond Eye.
Okay.
This is Almond Eye.
Wait, can you like switch the window over to the Firefox?
Oh, on Discord. Sorry, forgot about that.
S'il vous plaît.
S'il vous please.
S'il vous please. I don't know where I like got in the habit of saying it, but like, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what
I
do.
also don't know where you got the habit of saying danke.
I don't know either. I don't know. I just know a lot of people, man.
I don't. Where'd you pick up danke schön? Like,
I don't know.
okay, so this is Almond Eye.
That's cute. S tier.
Yeah. S tier
S tier
immediately.
immediately. S tier immediately.
S tier immediately. Okay, this is Agnes Digital.
I think A.
We know what Agnes Digital looks like,
Yes.
but for posterity, this
Yes.
is what she looks like.
It's very cute.
I love her.
She's
It's
so
very cute. It's honestly very like it's very Harajuku.
Yes, and I like that style with her.
Yeah. The Velcro shoes kind of take me out of it though.
No, but like she would wear those.
She would wear those.
She would absolutely wear those.
Yeah. A tier. A for
Absolutely
Agnes.
A for Agnes.
Tachyon.
Yeah. Okay, but here's
She
the thing.
kind of.
I can see the appeal.
Yeah.
I can see the appeal, but like, why purple?
Yeah. Why purple?
Why purple?
Also, I all I remember is like there's a Reddit post asking, is that bra or is that tank?
It could be bra.
It could be tank.
It could be bra or it could be tank. 50-50.
50-50.
B for
It's
bra.
whatever you think it is. B for bra.
B for bra.
B for bra.
B for bra.
Okay. Next, Air Groove. She she dresses like such a mom.
She is she not old though?
She is old. She is old.
Yeah, so like it's fine. It's coded. It's mom coded.
Yeah,
She's very like mom going to the PTA meeting.
yeah. She's the student council vice president.
Yeah, that's mother.
That is mother. Also, like she's very stern when she's gardening.
Yes, exactly. She gardens. That's
She will.
mom.
She will tell those plants to straighten up.
Yes.
Hmm.
I would
C
say,
tier?
yeah.
If we're gonna
maybe.
put Golshi in C tier, Air Groove goes in C tier.
Yeah, yeah.
They dress pretty similarly.
They do dress pretty similarly.
Next, Air Shakur.
A.
It's a lot of fucking colors. I kind of dig it.
I know, A. I would wear that.
A.
I would wear that.
Yeah. Oh, I could see you wearing this.
You know I would wear this.
Yeah.
Literally, I used to be the motherfucker that had jacket and then hoodie. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aston Machan.
I actually
she's really
don't know
cute.
this horse, but that's really cute. I would
Oh
say
my
A.
god, that's so topical.
It's so A.
No, sorry. Okay, so Aston Machan.
Uh-huh.
So you know about Daiwa Scarlet and Vodka,
Yes,
right?
yes.
There was supposed to be a third member of that rivalry,
Oh my god. A thruple?
and her name was Aston Machan.
Oh my god, thruple.
She unfortunately just didn't perform as well as Vodka or Daiwa Scarlet, and didn't win as much as Vodka or Daiwa Scarlet, so
Oh.
kind of fell by the wayside, and then she died.
Oh. Oh no.
So now, this is really fun. I'm going on a tangent here because I love
Okay.
Aston Machan. She has a thing in the anime where, as a background character, she'll always be looking at the viewer. She'll always be looking at the camera
What the
and
fuck?
sort of hinting at like, "Do you remember me? Do you remember me?"
Oh
Yeah,
my
here, like
god.
this.
What the fuck?
Yeah, and she also has like she also has like, you know, a marketable plushie of herself that she
I do
shills.
love the marketable plushie.
She has like how do I put this? She has a big mascot.
Wait, no,
Like
I love that.
if you watch Beginning of a New Era, she's like in the background.
I still haven't watched the new movies, but I still am getting through like season 1 and 2.
Oh, okay. The movie, I mean.
Oh, the movie. I still haven't watched that either.
Okay. Yeah. She's in the background of one of the shots. Like it's her and the mascot. And if you notice, she is looking
No.
at the viewer.
Oh my god.
And because the owner was like, please everyone don't forget about Aston Machan
Oh.
with all of, you know, with how Vodka and Daiwa Scarlet are like skyrocketing, right? Can we please remember this? Can we please remember our girl?
Oh my god,
And
that's so sad.
And honestly, I'm willing to pull on her just for her story, because her story does explore like the fear of being forgotten like that.
You know what? Yes.
Anyway, outfit.
Outfit S.
S.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
That
Look,
cute, huh? Yeah.
It's
No,
cute.
it makes sense.
It fits
I like it.
for her, and it's also like pretty unassuming.
Yeah, which really fits.
Fits for the
Yeah.
story and the character, and you kind of sold me with the story.
Yeah. Now, sorry, this is either Bamboo Memory or Yae no Muteki. It's Bamboo Memory.
It's Bamboo
okay?
Memory. Okay, I'm
I still
sorry.
can't tell the
I'm
difference between
biased
them.
because I would wear that because I have worn something similar to that.
Yeah, you would.
I have.
Yep.
Yup. I would say A because of that.
A.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'd say B.
B? Okay. Yeah, it doesn't have as much colors as like Air Sugar, so I'm fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Biko Pegasus,
What is
our
that?
favorite. She is
What?
a tokusatsu otaku.
Never mind. It makes sense. So
You
I'm
know,
I was like, bitch,
there's
what
a
is you
live
wearing?
action tokusatsu that Psy Games made as marketing material called
Oh my
Carrot
god.
Man,
Oh my god.
and the voice actress dresses up as Biko Pegasus and does like a fucking rider kick.
Okay, with that in mind, maybe high B or A, low high B low A.
I'd be low A. And she totally dresses like
Oh,
someone
absolutely.
IRL, like a girl
Yes.
IRL who's a fan of Toku.
Yes, absolutely. And it fits. It all fits.
She's like me for real, for real. Oh, so true. A.
Yes,
It really
exactly.
does like befit her personality.
It really does. It fits so
Okay,
well.
also we're not ranking within tiers. The
No,
too
I
many
don't
to do
care. There
that.
are too many.
We can do that in like, the Genshin Men or the fucking
The
Parasites because
parasites.
there's not a lot of them.
Yeah, if we do it for antibiotics, no, you would be there
Nah,
forever.
we'll be there forever.
You will be
Next,
literally be
Biwa
there.
Hayahide.
No, I love that.
Our resident big head.
No, I love that.
She dresses like your trendy friend who's like
Yes.
she's like the trendy friend who's elegant, right? As opposed to the trendy friend who's like cute or whatever.
Yes. No,
I
I
love the
approve.
neck scarf.
I love the neck scarf.
I love the neck scarf.
Okay, this is gonna be a bit of a stretch, but like the D workwear, that Twitter account,
Yes.
she
Yes.
dresses like,
She-
of course you
yeah, yeah, yeah.
do. Of
She
course
dresses
you
like
do.
one of the posts and yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I get it. I get it.
Yes, we can't keep doing that, man. What do you
Oh,
mean?
dude.
God damn it.
Okay. We have the same interests. Wow.
Yeah, wow,
Anyway, I'll put
crazy.
her in A.
A.
When we get to her sister, this shit's gonna get so funny.
This is gonna be very funny.
Karen-chan.
I love Karan-chan.
I love
No,
Karen-chan.
it's
And
so cute. It's simple, but
here's the
it
thing.
works.
Here's the thing. She does dress like she does her shopping on TikTok in the most
In the
effect and like the
cutest
most
way
complimentary way.
possible.
The most complimentary
Yes.
way I can say that,
Yes.
which does feel influencery. Like, okay, she dresses she dresses like the plastics from the new Mean Girls movie,
Yes.
but like in a good way.
Yes.
But like in a way that actually befits her character.
And it does. And it's
That was
good.
my biggest beef. That was one of my biggest beefs with the new Girls
Yes.
movie with like Renee
Yes.
Rapp. The
Yes.
plastics
They
don't
don't dress
because like
like they don't dress. It doesn't
the
make sense.
plastics don't dress in trendy clothes
They
because
don't.
the plastics make the trends. They're all dressed in like, high school power suits basically.
Yes.
So like putting them in TikTok fashion felt weird in a way
Be-
that like I couldn't put until a couple weeks ago, really.
I mean, it makes sense though because it feels weird to be put into trendy shit when you're the ones being the setter because you're
Yeah.
not supposed to be following, you're supposed to be setting it up. So wearing something completely different from the current trends but is fitting for you makes sense.
Oh, this part of the VOD's gonna be fun to scrub.
Oh, absolutely. I am so sorry.
Anyway, it's
Sorry,
like, oh, they're
Bone.
talking about Mean Girls. Oh, they're
Sorry,
talking about.
Bone. Sorry, Bone. This is what happens.
Let's
But
see.
no, I say yes.
I'd say S tier.
Yeah.
Yeah. Daichi Ruby.
No, wait.
She's very ojo.
It's very young girls don't play fighting games.
It's very young girls don't play fighting games. Now, Daitaku Helios calls her ojo
Yes. It's
in
very ojo.
Japanese.
Yes.
It gets localized as Rubei.
What? Why?
She gets Helios calls her Rubei.
I hate that.
Have you seen the presentation? The
No.
localization presentation?
No, I haven't.
The localizers gave us a little insight into how and why they make certain choices. Like, so for example, fucking tangent. For example, right? Kansai accents or
Yes.
Kansai dialect gets
Mhm.
localized a lot as Southern US, right?
Yes. Yeah.
They can't do that because there are Umas who are from the Southern US
Yeah.
and they get the Southern accents.
No, okay, and that's why there's that one character who
So
speaks in
so Tamamo
crazy.
Cross, who
Mhm.
speaks in a Kansai dialect, what they decided was they sort of did a phonetic analysis and went for non-standard English spellings that have the same sort of rhythm and sound
Okay.
as a Kansai dialect, and it turns out the same rhythm and sound comes out as kind of New Yorker.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. And of course, you know, the genius stroke of how do we translate gyaru, how
Yeah,
do you
to Gen
translate
Z.
what's it called? Gyarugo.
Yeah, gotta go.
It's Gen Z.
It's Gen
It's
Z.
Gen Z speech.
And it kind of
Now,
makes sense.
they did share a screenshot from one of like the translation team's conversations
Mm-hmm.
of, hey, um Helios has this nickname for Gold Chip, and it was like a bunch of katakana I didn't understand.
Yes.
How would I translate that? And then another person on the team being like, off the top of my head, G shizzle.
I still hate it. I still hated it.
It's terrible. Anyway, Daichi Ruby's outfit.
Daichi
I'm
Ruby is
willing to
gonna
I'm
be.
willing to put it in an A.
Yeah, A.
A. A. Oh, I love Helios's outfit so much.
Same. Like, I would wear that.
Yeah.
I would wear that.
Like I also, is she wearing shoes or is she shubin?
I think she's Shubi. I think she's a Shubi.
She shubi? She
She's
shubi in it?
she's Shubiing it. I'm so glad we learned what
Okay.
Shubiing is.
Yeah, I'm so glad we learned what that meant.
But I mean, it made sense when I was Shubiing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very much Yaki Yani Neko coded. And also
Yeah.
because I'm not going out with my dogs out to a fucking convention.
To a convention. This is why you get Crocs. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, I don't have Crocs. I don't want to like buy new shoes.
Yeah, and like borrowing my Crocs would be nasty.
Yeah, and also too big.
Too big, yeah, right.
Too
My
big.
foot size is, yeah, we're not the
Yeah.
same foot
We are not
size.
the same foot size. We're just the same glasses prescription.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, well that's just because I'm taller than you.
I
Anyway,
know.
Ruby, I
I
not
like
Ruby.
it too much.
Helios,
I like it too much.
I think Helios should go in S.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Daiwa Scarlet.
What the fuck is
Yes.
that? I love it though.
Ugh,
She
okay,
looks too
hear me out.
okay.
She dresses kind of 27-year-old.
Yeah, is she? And she's younger than that, isn't she?
Yeah, no, I mean, sure. She's, Uma's ages are arbitrary, pretty much.
Yeah.
Like, I read most Umas as like 18 to 25-ish. Because like I
Mm.
I I read Tracing Academy as like tertiary education.
I mean, yeah, I can see it as post grad.
I see it, yeah, right?
Yeah, it's giving
Like
post grad.
obviously it's coded after a high school,
Yeah,
but
it's
because
still
of how
post-grad.
a lot of the students are written to be a lot of students are written to act like adults.
Yes.
Like I'm willing to read the youngest of them to be like 18-ish.
I
17
mean,
maybe.
it's
Unless you're like
just like
unless
wait,
you're
hear
like
me out.
Nishino Flower. Unless you're like Nishino Flower who's canonically a child.
I mean, yeah, but also hear me out. That just makes it feel like I'm gonna be so fucking for real. Med school here in the Philippines. I have
Yeah.
classmates that are like 18 to 19 or 20 because
Yeah.
they were in accelerated undergrad.
Because they went to fucking Leap Med or something.
Yeah, Leap Med or
Like
Hume Bio.
Intermed or Hume Bio. Yeah.
Yeah.
God, Intermed. I always found Intermed people to be so cool.
Yes, I agree. Hume Bio people, though, I'm totally not biased or anything. They're terrible. Terrible fucking people. Mostly terrible people.
Like for me, it goes Intermed, Leap Med, Hume Bio.
Correct. Absolutely
Anyway,
correct. Anyway.
Daiwa Scarlet.
Daiwa Scarlet. I would say A. A or B.
A or B? I'll put her in B.
Okay.
It's a little basic for my tastes. I think
Yeah.
it's cute.
It's cute, but it's like
if she wore not sneakers,
I would have liked her to
I-
be in like like those just really like
I
the
like
boots
ballet
that
flats.
and ballet flats even. Yes. Ballet flats and maybe like a nice little cardigan. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on, it'd be cute.
The sneakers kind of give millennial
Yes.
in a way.
It's like your sneakers like make an outfit feel less formal, but like
Yeah.
you get it.
Yeah. A Shin Flash.
Oh no, that's
I
cute.
think I
I
think her outfit
really.
is very cute. Okay, I love, like, I don't know what the name of this flavor of dress is,
It's
but
just
I
a
love
button dress, button down.
yeah,
Just
button dress, okay.
button down dress, but it's like the
I
full
love
way.
button I love button dress, and you can choose how far up to
Yes,
slit it.
yes, and it's iconic. It's cunt.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah,
No, they're
and I
nice.
also love whatever this blazer cardigan howery
No, it's
thing
just a
is.
jacket.
It's just a jacket. No, but the sleeves are big, I think. I don't know what the clipping situation
I
is.
don't know. I don't.
It's
I
like a
think that's just clipping. I feel like that's just
yeah,
clipping.
okay. N is it like a blazer with big sleeves?
Yeah, you can just you can have blazer with big sleeves.
Okay,
Hmm.
it's just a blazer with
It's
big
just big
sleeves.
regular blazer with big sleeves, but I feel like there's just a cutting situation going on or
Yeah.
clipping, whatever the fuck.
She kinda dresses like your cool manager.
Yes, I would say A.
Hey,
Yeah, it has some character for A.
okay. El Condor Pasa. Th
This is
People say
fair.
she's chopped. She's
I
chopped.
say it makes sense.
I adore this outfit so much.
It's
People
a
are like, "Oh, she looks like she
no,
works at McDonald's."
no, but it's a
No,
good outfit for her. It really is.
she
But it kind of reminds
she
me of like
dresses
Catholic
she
school
dresses
uniform
like
B.
no. She's Catholic school uniform B, or she dresses like, "School just let out. I'm going out with my friends. Let me just
Yes.
change my shirt real quick."
Ex- okay. See, exactly. We're thinking in the same wavelength here.
Yeah,
Because I was like, yeah, this looks like a uniform B, like for a school. What?
yeah. This looks like a type B,
Yeah, yeah.
and it fits her character.
It really
And
does.
honestly, I think the polo shirt looks cute on her. I think the polo shirt looks very cute on
I
her.
like the polo shirt a lot. I just don't know, like, what's with the weird armband, man. She's not working
Yeah,
out in that. We can take that
yeah,
off. That would put her,
yeah.
like, that
You
puts her
didn't
in
need that.
B.
I think it's just because the designers thought she needed more red.
Buddy, give her red socks. Like, fully red
Like
socks.
fully red socks, actually. You're
Yes,
right.
that would have been better.
Like fully red socks, maybe make them go up a little higher.
Yes, like maybe mid leg, mid thigh situation, or like below the
No,
knee,
no, no.
below the knee.
No, I was thinking like mid calf,
Oh, mid calf. Okay, okay, okay.
like
No,
dress
I can see that.
socks.
Yes. No, I approve. I approve. Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Okay.
would
So
say
A tier,
because B,
B. Okay,
B.
I can
It's
handle B.
the armband that keeps it in B.
Yeah. You compromised letting me put Ruby up in A. I'll let
Yeah,
El
yeah.
Condor Pasa fall to
No,
B.
it's because like it's really the fucking amount of red, and why they
Yeah.
chose that to be the amount of red. Like, come on, there's better ways.
Yeah. Okay. The IRA horse.
What do you mean? Oh yes.
She's Irish.
Oh yeah, she is Irish. Is that a kilt or
I
shorts? Do you
no,
see where like
it's
that?
a
Do you
skirt.
see that
It's a
crease though?
pleated
Do you see
it's a
that
pleated
crease in the
skirt.
middle though? Look at the crease in the middle
Oh
though.
yeah.
It feels
Yeah, yeah,
like
yeah.
it feels like skirt. It feels like shorts
That might
or
just
like
be
long
artifacting.
pants. Is it?
Maybe. I think it's just meant to be a pleated skirt.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I'll allow it.
And what's her shoe situation? Like
What is that?
to quote the 2010s, what are those?
Genuinely, what are those?
Genuinely, what are those?
I feel like
Are they
she'd
sandals? Are
fall.
they shoes?
I mean, I've seen sandals, fuck ass sandals that look like that, but they're pretty fuck ass.
No, but you can't see her toes.
Maybe she has like nude.
Maybe she's wearing stockings?
Maybe she has like the nude
She's wearing
stocking.
nylons?
Yeah, nude.
Yeah, maybe
Nude.
she's wearing nylons.
Yeah, like the nude nylon situation that you have to do in like school.
Yeah, maybe. And
Hmm.
it would fit her personality to
It
wear
would. It
something
would.
like that.
Huh.
Also, fun fact, um, 2 ear decorations
Oh yeah,
because
she's
IRL fine motion was a
herm.
hermaphrodite.
Yeah, or she's
Well,
intersex, right? Intersex.
yeah, intersex.
Yeah.
It was like a hormonal hermaphroditic situation.
Oh, cool, 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 cool. So.
It's like all the female parts but incapable of producing eggs or something like that.
Oh, maybe it was an androgen insensitivity then.
Something like that.
Maybe.
But yeah,
Interesting.
one of those hormonal intersex type situations.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, no, I like her. I like her for multiple
Yeah.
facts. She's very
I
cute and it also very Irish.
yeah. I'd honestly put her in B tier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can agree to that.
B tier would work. Fuji Kiseki. Fuji Kiseki.
What are those?
What the fuck?
What is with that? Honey, take off the
This is the
blazer.
Uma.
Take off the
This is
fucking
the Uma
blazer.
that fucks. This is the Uma that fucks.
Take off the fucking blazer.
IRL IRL Fujikiseki had like that 4-digit fold. Oh no, 5-digit folds.
Oh, wow.
That's why the racewear looks like that. Looks the way it does. With like the
Mm,
giant booby window
yes, cause
and like dressed, kind of like a just kind of like a
she's
playboy or whatever.
she's prolific. You could
Cuz
say.
she's fecund.
Jesus Christ! Of course you would use that word. Yep. Yep. Of course you would use that word. But then what
But
if?
yeah, girl,
Yeah.
take the blazer
Take the
off.
blazer off, or like give
No,
her.
I get it. Dorm mother, so like, kind of dresses a little more on the homely side, but
Okay.
like
At least make the
with
pants
those
not blue.
capris and like
Make the pants not blue, even if you're gonna have
nah,
that fucking
make the
cardigan. At
pants
least
like
make them.
khaki.
Yes. Or again, just take off the fucking blazer.
Take
Show
off
some
the
arms.
fucking blazer.
Show some
Yeah.
arms. Show arm.
Yeah, also I
Just
don't
show
know
arm.
if that's like a tube top or no, it's not a tube top because
No.
I see like a collar
Yeah, it's
situation. But
no.
like
Or I thought it was a tank.
no, it looks like it has sleeves. But anyway, it's not
I don't
great.
like it. I don't like it.
Like
C or
maybe it's a
D?
I'll put it in a C tier. Like it's a B
Yeah.
tier in line with like Air Groove, but the wasted potential. No, sorry, it's a C tier with Air Groove. I think I'll put it in D tier.
D. And I approve of
I
D.
think she's the first D tier.
She is the first D tier.
Oh my god, I can't believe I said that.
I mean,
Fuck,
I
the
like.
Raycor's gonna kill me.
It's
Anyway,
okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
here's Gold City. I love Gold City.
I love Gold
Gold City.
City. I love her so
Okay,
much.
here
What is with
there's
the
some
pants? What
clipping
is
going on.
Okay.
There's some clipping going on. This skirt is supposed
what
to
is
go
with
all the
that
way
skirt?
down.
I know, because I was like, what is with that skirt, man? What is that? What's happening? But yes,
Yeah, the skirt's supposed to reach below the
I think
the
A.
knee. Yeah,
I can agree
like
to A.
fashionista Uma Musume
Yes.
really living up to it.
No, she
I
really is.
love
I
the
love
plaid
weird.
blazer.
I'm such a sucker for plaid, dude.
Dude,
I love
if I was skinnier, I would be wearing plaid pants all the time. I don't think my body right now is that flattering for plaid pants.
I mean, you just have to like get plaid pants like made. I feel like you could pull it off. Genuinely.
Not yet. I
Not
need my
yet?
ass to pop a little more.
Okay, well, we just have to do squats, dude.
We just have to do we just have to do like
hella
hip
squats.
hip thrusts and
Yes.
shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
A.
A?
A.
Yeah, it's between A or S for me.
Yeah, see? I'm like low A, high A, low S.
High A, low S.
Yeah.
I think just to keep S from getting crowded, let's put her in
Yeah,
A.
A, yeah. Because I feel like a lot of these they may end up turning into
Yeah, we've already
she-
established
C.
this because she goes in B tier.
B tier, yeah.
she
just fits.
I love
She
her
just
ankle
fits.
boots.
The ankle I mean, I'm just a fan of ankle boots.
The ankle boots with this outfit is such a choice.
It is, but like it works.
No,
And
sorry, that blazer. I thought it was a cardigan. No, it's a blazer.
It's a
That blazer
okay.
is a choice.
It is a choice, but like it kind of makes sense.
And I think she pulls it off.
she does.
The blazer with like the knit top.
Yes.
Love that.
I mean, I love
A
knit tops
sensible
anyways.
choice for pants.
Yeah, they look like weird. They look like just regular,
know,
chill khaki joggers
wish-
or joggers.
I
or
wish
something.
I could no show. I wish I could no show socks or like shorter socks with boots
No.
because I love that look. But like chafing.
Yeah, see, that's why I don't, because I don't want to get fucking blisters, dude.
Yeah, that's why I always wear dress socks.
Yeah, same.
But like
Or I wear
love
multiple
the look.
pairs. I just wear 2 pairs
Yeah.
of socks.
Jesus Christ, I can't do that. The slipping. Anyway.
Oh no. My socks are like pretty thick, so they don't.
Oh, okay.
Eh.
But yeah, like I do love the shorter.
I
The
love
shorter pant
jogger. I
legs.
love joggers. I love
Yeah.
joggers.
Honestly, so I've only started doing it recently,
Really?
like sweatpants with boots.
What?
Yeah.
Honestly, you might oh my god, there's a brand. Oh my god, ADHD moment. Really big on going on a tangent. There's like a brand that has like these denim-ish joggers. They're really
Oh yeah.
good.
I've seen those.
Yeah,
I've
no.
seen those.
I wear those all the time. I mean,
I was like,
I wore
denim-ish
them at-
joggers. Like,
yeah. I
are you
wore them
talking
at
about
fucking Yanni Gecko.
Uniqlo?
No, 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 no.
No, I know, I know,
No,
I know which
rag
ones
and
you're talking
bone.
about. I saw what you're talking about. Don't worry.
Yeah,
I know what you're talking about.
yeah.
Grass Wonder.
Cute. Also,
Cute. I think
kind of
she's
boring.
going for a similar look as Findmo, and I think Findmo does it better.
Yes. No, I can
Um,
approve. I can agree.
like a different top would have been nice, like a different blouse.
Honestly, maybe this is just me and my bias towards like turtleneck. Maybe she's a knit turtleneck.
It
Think
should have been
about
a
it.
turtleneck, maybe. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it makes it can happen. It
No, I
can
was
be
thinking
good.
more of like a conventional neckline for the blouse.
Really, I'm just a
Yeah,
fan of like
it, it would it
I'm
would
just
make her
so
look a little plainer, but I think it would have pulled the outfit together a little better.
I agree. I can agree to
But
that.
anyway, B tier.
B.
Ah, this cutie pie,
Oh,
Hishiakebono.
S. Immediately.
S.
S.
S immediate S. I
Look,
love
look,
Hishiakebono.
the bows on the shoes, the socks. No, it's also cohesive. It's perfect.
It's perfect. I love
Genuinely
Hishiakebono.
perfect.
Also, I think it's so funny how every time is on screen, she's like, "Oh, the turbo big Uma Musume, the 20 gigabyte Uma Musume," right?
Yeah.
She's 5'11".
She is tall.
She's 5'11". I put on my platform boots, and I'm her height.
What? God damn you. Sorry that I'm
So
a
I just think it's funny how the turbo big Uma Musume is like not even 6 feet tall.
She should be 6 feet tall. She deserves the extra inch.
They should have just like committed and made her at least 6 feet tall. I think 6'2" would have been fun. Anyway,
Six. Yeah,
S
yeah,
tier,
yeah. S tier. S.
easy S tier.
Immediate S.
Now this is how you make like an older look
Yes.
work.
Yes. Like it
I
fits.
love
I don't like
I
the
love
fuck
the
ass
frilly
little
off the
toe hole
shoulder
though.
top.
I don't like the toe hole though.
The toe hole in the sneakers is weird.
I don't like that.
Like it you know.
If she had like regular sneakers or like chucks, oh my god.
Also, this is what Daiwa Scarlet's top should have looked like.
Yes. Exactly.
Right?
It would have fit so best. It would have fit so good. Like genuinely, what the fuck?
Um yeah.
Mm.
Oh
And
wait,
also just the ear thing is cute. The red,
let me
the
pull
white,
something
the
up.
red, the blue. It's perfect.
Nope, that's AI. Nope, that's AI.
No,
Nope, that's AI.
that's all S.
Damn it. Give me a second.
Okay. I might just get like the bag of fuck ass cheese because I put it back in the fridge.
You put it back in the fridge.
I put it back in the
Yeah,
fridge.
okay.
BRB,
I'll
I'll
just
get the
do
bag of fuck ass cheese.
yeah,
1 second.
okay.
1 second. Oh my god, wait, I can do something better. I can put some cheese into my bowl.
Into your what? No, I don't want to hear about Kopiko. I don't want to hear about Blanca. Instant coffee's already bad on like most like our instant coffee's already bad on most days. Kopiko Blanca's just oh my god. Yeah.
I come
Come
back with a
on,
bowl of
dude.
cheese. Cheese and bowl.
Cheese and bowl. Oh my god, you put the cheese in a bowl?
I know I put the cheese in the bowl. My only bowl.
God, we're ritzy tonight, eh?
It's morning?
Oh shit, it's 5:30.
Yeah, it's 5:30, dude.
Okay. Yeah, Hishi Amazon. I think I put her in A.
Yeah, A.
Okay. Next. Hishi Miracle. This is a clipping situation, I think.
Okay. Because it would have been cute if that was like a pocket.
Yeah. No, I think that's just a clipping issue.
Okay, okay. I mean, it's cute. It's cute enough.
Yeah, it's cute enough. Like there's not much to say about it. I love the bottoms. I really like the flared I really like the flared
Same.
hem.
Those are very cute. The rest just is kind of feels one note.
Yeah, the rest
Like,
is just
fine.
normal clothes.
Yeah.
B tier?
Yeah.
C tier.
B. Actually, no. C. 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 C.
C. Yeah.
Yeah. C. 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 C.
This one is Hokko Tarumae. I like
Wait.
it.
No, I like it a
I love
lot.
I love sweater plus skirt.
Sweater plus skirt is good though. It's so good.
Yeah, and I love her socks.
No, it all fits.
Like those socks or those sneakers. Like it's all really cohesive with the braids
It's
too.
very good.
Like
It's very good.
it's
Is
very
that a
good. Yeah,
beret behind there? Like, oh my god,
I think
no.
so.
She's
Yeah,
she's she's
no
styling.
notes,
No
no
notes. No
notes.
notes. S.
Easy A. S.
Yeah,
I'm done for S.
I'm down for S. It's just too perfect. Like, it's too perfectly
Okay.
cohesive.
Ikuno dictus. Oh. This is where my bias comes in.
Approve. Approve.
Proof S.
S.
We're
Look,
S in it.
yes, we're Sing
We're
it. Dude,
sending
yes,
her to S.
absolutely, absolutely sending her to S. Look, turtleneck, dude. Turtleneck.
Yeah. Turtleneck,
Turtleneck.
suspenders, high waisted pants,
And really nice
and
and really nice sneakers.
yeah, I like those
It
sneakers.
fits together.
Now,
It really fits.
if I was wearing a similar outfit to this, I would wear dress shoes or something like that. But the sneakers do work.
If I ended up buying those fucking palladiums that I saw for like 690 pesos, I would have worn that.
Yeah, 690 is a great deal for palladiums. I got mine for
I just
about
don't know if they were real.
that price. Nah, mine were legit. Anyway, this is Inari 1.
No way. I like it.
I
I don't like the belt.
Here's the thing. No. I think the belt pulls it together.
Really?
Otherwise she'd be drowning in fabric. The cinchy kind of
Yes.
works in her favor
No, I
here.
see that. I see that now. But also, it's kind of a look for it to be drowning too, you know?
Yeah, I think other characters would pull the drowning off a little better.
Yeah. So yeah, belt is good. Belt is good.
Like someone like Twin Turbo drowns in
Yes.
fabric a little better than Inari 1 does.
I agree.
Especially because she and the poofy sleeves sort of give off the impression of her race outfit, which is like a kimono type deal.
Oh no, yes. Okay, I approve. No, I can see it. I can see
And
it
like
now.
you can think of this as like a
Yes.
casual OB situation.
No,
Yeah,
I can
see?
yeah. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I'm picking it up.
See.
Mmm.
I think that's really clever. So I'm willing to put it in A.
Yeah, I approve.
Like just the outfit B, because I think it's clever, it's an A.
Yeah.
Okay. I believe this is Ines Fujin. Yeah, okay.
No, I love that. Yes, we're talking about Hans.
Talking about Hans.
We're talking
We're
about
talking about
Hans.
Hans while we wait for the Digiton banner.
Hi, Vi. How are you doing? Hey, how
Hi.
are you?
At least I think the Digiton banner is today.
I mean, they said it's today. I hope it's today.
They said it's the 18th, but like math is weird. Anyway, we'll find out in 30 minutes.
Yeah, but
Or whenever we finish this.
I'm biased. I like it a lot.
I do like it a lot. I love the pants.
I love the pants a lot because I wear those pants. But also,
I love the pants a lot.
Vi
I love
said,
the crop
"Hey, hi,
hoodie.
I'm exhausted. How are you? We're
am
good. We've been
exhausted.
doing
Yeah, we're
tier lists for
fine.
forever. It's
We're doing
great.
tier list since 11 p.m. It's been 6.5 hours
It
of
has been
tier
6.5
lists.
hours, but it's so fun. Genuinely.
Okay, here's the thing, right?
Mm.
I'm imagining with or without the tank under the hoodie. The tank is a great choice.
No, yes.
Like without the tank, I think I would have liked it less.
With the tank, it kind of adds to it.
Yeah.
No, I approve.
And I love her chunky sneakers.
Yes. I love chunky sneakers, dude.
I think
Chunky sneakers
I think
have,
ti-
like,
I think
so
it's a
much
time
fun.
and place thing, and some people pull it off better than others. She
Yes.
definitely pulls it
She
off.
pulls it off. She pulls it off. But yeah, we're just rating, like,
A or S?
honestly, for the amount of cohesion it has, S.
Okay.
I don't know. It just kind of all fits together.
Now, Jungle Pocket.
No.
She dresses like you.
You're right.
She dresses like you, dude.
You're right. You're right. You didn't have to out me, but you're right. You're so right, and that's the problem.
Wow. The tomboy character has similar dress sense to Spec. Jeez, who would have guessed?
Who would have guessed? But I would not wear fuck ass like cheetah print.
Cheetah print. Yeah, I thought that was boba print for a second. No, that's cheetah
No,
print.
it's cheetah
No,
print.
that's weird. And it's on the elbows too.
I don't like that, see?
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, but like I have worn jacket
I like
before.
the rest of it.
I also like the rest of it.
B
The
tier?
cheetah, yeah, B. It would have been A if it didn't have that.
Yeah, exactly. Katsuragi Ace.
Yes,
It's really basic. It's
it's
really basic.
basic, but it fits. I
But
just
it
wish that
fits.
the
But
red.
also
I just wish it matched the red.
the I just wish it was more red. Like this pink,
Yeah,
like the salmon is
yeah.
a
I
choice.
wanted it to match. I wanted it to match with the red, like
Like
that's in the hair.
if we wanted salmon, we could have made the shirt salmon and then the jacket red.
Yes. I mean, where's the salmon supposed to be? Like, where is this coming from?
Yeah.
Because
Maybe from her race outfit. Maybe it's a race outfit thing.
maybe it's a race
Maybe they're
outfit.
being clever and we're not and we don't know. Wait, give me a
Maybe.
second.
Let's find out. Oh no! Go back. Go back to the horse. That's where the salmon comes
Okay.
from.
That's where the salmon comes from because it's definitely not in her
It's in the
normal
drive, the
outfit.
racing out, the race,
It's yeah, it's definitely
rider's
it's
outfit.
not super in her racing outfit. It sort of shows in the belts on the bottom of her coat.
Yeah, but if you look at the actual guy riding the horse, yeah, it
Yeah,
makes sense now.
that's where the salmon comes from. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
Then they should have. They
the
should have
shirt
made
should be a
the
little powder blue.
no.
The shirt should be powder blue.
The white on the jacket should be powder blue.
Ah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, it would have been cooler.
Yeah, that would have been cool. So, B tier,
B.
C tier,
B.
B.
B. I mean,
Okay,
yeah,
I'll put it down in C.
yeah. Because for me, it's like it would have been better. It feels okay. I think I'm figuring out like our metric for the Uma Musume. It's like the least amount of notes.
Yeah,
Yeah, because like that's why I was
yeah.
thinking
Oh,
with that one.
and like if we have a lot to say, it's usually because it's a lot of good to say.
Yes, exactly. And like if it has no notes or it's like pretty one note, that's like sometimes it's B, sometimes it's C,
Yeah. There's only one D so
and there's
far
one D. There's one D.
because it's like Jesus Christ, Fuji Kiseki, what happened?
What happened to you? Come
Okay,
on.
Kawakami Princess. I love Kawakami Princess.
No, I love that. It
She
all
looks great
she's
in
so
all of
cute.
this.
She's so cute, and it matches like the bow, the socks,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
the collar.
It's all
Yes,
yeah, it's
it's
all
perfect.
oh yeah.
It's
It's
perfect.
perfect.
It's
It's
perfect. It's
perfect. No
perfect.
notes. No
No
notes.
notes. No notes. Literally no notes.
Now, will her dad also go there?
Mmm.
I also really like King Halo's outfit.
I like King Halo's outfit. I just wish. Come on, give me something on the legs.
Mm,
I feel like it's missing something.
I don't think so.
Really?
No, I don't. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I mean,
Like
no.
King Halo's casual outfit is one of my favorite ones in the game.
Oh, I see. I like it enough. It's more just. I wish it was a little bit more yellow.
Wait, I can fucking check. Give me a second.
I just wish there was a little bit more yellow. Okay.
A little more yellow?
Yeah, a little bit more yellow.
Ah, I see. Like the yellow bands, you want them to be a little
Yes.
thicker.
Yeah, I want them to be a little thicker, or like maybe something else has a little bit more yellow to accentuate it.
Okay, no. Digitan is today. Good shit.
Dijon is today perfect. Because yeah, no, I just wish there was a little bit more to the design, but I like it a lot. It's very solid.
Okay.
Like for me, that's an A.
So that's an A.
Yeah,
Like okay,
high A, low S.
yeah, I'll let my bias slide a little bit here.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no,
Sorry you
it's
can't
okay.
be with your dad.
It's okay. It's okay. It's just very.
No,
It's like high A.
I'm saying sorry to
Yeah,
Kawakami
yeah,
Princess.
exactly. For me, it's just very high A, low S, or
Yeah. Now, people have very divided opinions on Kita-san Black's casual outfit.
let me see the horse.
The horse.
The horse. Like with the rider on it.
Oh, with the jockey.
Yeah, with the jockey. I forgot the jockey outfit. Where the fuck is this
It's
coming
like black
from?
and brown.
Where I'm confused, but I like it. For me, I'm
Yeah, okay. So
confused,
there's
but I
nothing
like it.
clever. They're not being
Yeah,
clever about it.
that's why I
So
was
now
like
we just
wondering.
look at the outfit on its own merits.
Yeah, and I'm like, I
The thing is,
like
I
the yellow.
really like these shorts.
I like the. I feel like it's a skirt.
Is it a skirt? It might be. Or it
It
might
looks
just
like
be like a
skirt.
pleated hem situation.
Maybe pleated
No, no,
hem
no. I've seen her
situation.
move around. I've seen her move around. They're shorts.
They're shorts. Okay, okay, okay. No, I like them. I like that part. I just don't know where the top blue comes from.
Yeah.
That's my
It
question.
also the hoodie the not the hoodie. No, it is a hoodie.
It is a
The hoodie
hoodie.
does look a little ratty.
Yeah.
It does look thrifted.
It
Parenthesis
looks
sad.
thrifted like multiple times and yeah, parentheses sad.
Yeah,
Like I
and
feel like it would have been better.
she could have probably worn a less washed out top as well. Yeah,
Yeah.
the top part of her outfit looks very washed out.
Yeah, the bottom is great.
Yeah. Hell, I love the coordination between her shoes and her socks.
And the shorts. All
Yeah,
three of that is great. I just
and then
don't
the top
know
hat.
what's happening at the top.
Is that a B tier situation?
It's a B tier situation.
Yeah, I like it enough to leave it out of C tier.
Yeah, exactly. C tier is where things go wrong.
Yeah, KS Miracle.
Yes.
So, how do we feel? High waisted pants, button down shirt, white sneakers.
Okay,
It
it all matches really well, and
it's
I
giving, it's giving caddy,
it is, and I like it.
and I kind of dig it.
It's giving Princess Carolyn.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not S tier, definitely
A
not S tier. A tier. Yeah.
A.
Now speaking of S tier,
Yes. I already know. Perfect. No notes.
no
No
notes. Can't
notes.
say
I
anything bad
can't say
about you.
no, because I want that
Manhattan
outfit.
Cafe.
I don't care.
I
I
would
want
wear
that
this.
outfit. I would
I
wear
would wear
this.
this.
I would wear this. We should
I would
all
wear
wear
this, and I'm a
this.
cis dude.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly. I would go high femme for this. Excuse me? Fuck.
yeah.
Like, give me that. Where do I get that made?
Maru Zensky.
Yes? Yes. But I have a reason
It.
why.
I
Because
think it. Yeah, I think it's
I could see her, like, drive a Ferrari in this.
like drive a Ferrari in this. It's
Mm-hmm.
very shoo up, and I kind of
Exactly.
dig it.
It's very good. I like it a
It's
lot.
very top. It's very like top down convertible
Yes, we're shaking hands on this because we're agreeing. Yeah,
because we're right.
we're right. I would say
A
yes.
tier.
I would say yes.
S. Okay.
Look, it makes sense. It's very clever. It's very cute.
Yeah,
And
you're
it
letting her
also,
have the S. Okay.
yeah, I'm letting her have the S.
I also like her. I also like her shoes
The shoes help. I just don't know how she's gonna drive in a race car in
and
that. But
heels.
yeah, look, I've
She'll
driven.
just take them off.
Oh, you know what? Fair, 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 fair. Yeah,
I've driven in bare feet before. I
yeah.
don't recommend it, but
I don't recommend it either. Maybe she just has Crocs in her car.
she would.
She would. She would.
She would. Or like ballet flats.
Yeah.
Okay, Marvy. Given how colorful her racing outfit is,
This is a nice change of pace.
it's a nice change of pace. Her
Yeah.
racing outfit is loud,
It is very
like
loud.
capital L
Yes.
loud.
Yes. But I like this a lot.
Yeah, I dig this.
I dig it a lot. I don't know. I don't really have any notes.
I love the boots. It's kind of
Boots.
it's kind of cowboy boot ish.
Yes. I completely agree. And like the top, like the hair thing is giving cowboy as well. And I like it.
Yeah. B tier.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's
It's
nice.
nice. It's nice.
And speaking of it's nice,
It's
Fuku.
another, it's nice.
It's another. It's nice.
Yeah.
Can't really say much about it. I love her socks though.
I love the socks. I want those socks.
I would. I
Hell,
want those
I want
socks.
that jacket.
Yeah. Oh, those shorts are cute on her.
Yes, but I want that jacket.
Yeah, there's just something about like cinched shorts like that.
Yes.
I dig.
Yes. I'm just gonna keep saying it. I want that fucking jacket. I love
Also, the polo
stripes.
shirt. The polo shirt is a nice understated top.
Yes.
Most of these girls don't wear polo shirts with their outerwear,
I like polo
and
shirts, so
and I,
I'm
and I
biased.
like that. And I like that Fuku is like, yeah, polos. Duh,
Yeah, of course. Iconic.
iconic.
Iconic. A.
Machitan, Machitan, my beloved.
Yes, Makitana Hauser. Yep. I just don't know where the blue came from, but I love everything else.
Honestly, the blue lavender really well. and then a
Okay.
cream.
I love the cream.
It's a
That's the
very
thing.
well put together.
It's very well
It's
put
a
together.
really
I
well
just
put together out.
really low key, I just wish that the pink was like not nudged a little bit on like the circle. You know the circle? The color circle thing? Like maybe like a less purpley
Yeah, yeah,
pink.
yeah. Maybe
More of a
a less
reddish
perfect
pink.
thing, just
Yeah.
so that it plays a little better with the rest of the thing.
Yes, exactly.
Because
Because it
it does
feels
clash a little
it
bit right now.
clashed. That's
It's a
why.
little saturated. It's a little
Yeah,
saturated. It's a
yeah.
little
That's
light.
why it clashed a lot with like the
Like value
blue.
down a little bit, and it'll
Yes,
be perfect.
value down and a little bit more red in the pink.
You,
Hello,
Faye,
hi Faye. Hello. We've been
hey
up for
Faye,
quite a while.
Faye.
We're still going.
Yeah, we're still
We're
going.
still going.
We keep getting distracted and
We
talking about other
do.
things.
I know, or like talking about fashion in general.
It's a nice B tier,
It's a nice B tier.
I think.
Yeah.
Or maybe like high B, low A.
High B low A.
So what's the difference here?
I
I
just really
think
want to change the pink.
yeah, wanting to change the thing puts it in B.
Yeah.
Okay. Maya, she's so cute.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
She's so cute. Like
Beautiful. No
this
notes.
outfit is so
Beautiful.
cute.
No
Yeah.
notes.
High A, low
Beautiful.
S.
High A low S.
Like I love everything about this.
It's so good.
Yeah.
I have no notes to say. Like it's just so good.
Yeah. Well,
Like
I have one. I
okay,
have
what's your
one,
one
but
note?
it's
What's
more
your
of a
one note?
it's more of a snarky side comment.
Mm-hmm. And yes, this is the horse game.
She does kind of dress like a picnic table,
She does, but like it fits
but
her.
like I
It fits
yeah,
her.
it kind
It
of
fits
works.
her.
I love the yellow plays with her hair so well.
Yes. And also I'm just a fan of like that kind of Gingham pattern. G I
Yeah, yeah,
N
yeah,
G H A M. I don't know how to pronounce it.
yeah, yeah.
That word.
I know though. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
That word.
that word.
Gingham.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It
Also,
will allow
like
it.
with these boots, ooh,
No,
she
exactly. I
she's
love those
serving.
boots.
She's
I
serving.
love those boots. I love those boots. I want those boots.
Yeah, tangentially. So she's treated like in the story as like a little bit childish, right?
Yes.
Canonically, and by canonically I mean based on her real life horse racing record, goes toe to toe with the best of them.
Of course she does. We love her.
So in yeah, so in like the Star Blossom manga, she
Mm-hmm.
sees Narita Bryan, winner of the Triple Crown, you know, fucking horse LeBron of the
Mm-hmm.
time,
Yes, yes, yes.
right? And then she goes, "Hmm, nah, I can beat her."
And she does.
And she says it, and she doesn't say it like determined, "Oh, I'm going to beat her." No. She says it matter of fact, "Yeah, I can beat her."
Yeah. And I approve.
And I love that.
No, it's vibes.
But
It's
that's more
real.
character stuff. We're talking about their clothes.
Yeah, yeah.
She goes she goes in
Low
I'll put
S
her in
high
S
A.
tier.
Yeah. Low S high A.
Oh, Meisho Doto.
Meisho, my child.
I love her big sweater so
I love the
much.
big sweater. I love everything.
Is it obvious that I'm a Haru Persona 5 fan?
Yes.
He likes big hats, he likes big sweater.
Yes. She's baby. It fits
Oh,
so
she's
well.
baby.
She's child. She's
Faye, you
baby.
want to hear how she sounds? you
Absolutely.
want you want to hear her fucking voice?
I hope it like allows me to play the audio. Puting kapre. Hello.
Puting capre. Hi, Puting capre.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, she goes, oh, oh,
Okay, I don't know why it still plays your audio twice because I don't understand.
yeah.
It's
Whatever.
so weird. That's why I muted everything. It's
Yeah.
so strange.
Yeah. Whatever, dude.
I'm so sad.
Yeah. Okay. So Meisho Doto. What do we have to say about her outfit though? Other than she baby.
Other than she baby, it kind of fits. She's really shy. I just wish the blue on the
Oh wait,
flower was
I never sent you that jive.
What are you ranking? We're ranking
Their
Ula
casual
Musume casual
outfits.
outfits.
Yeah, I never sent you that jive. Give me a second so that you can
Yay.
so that you can show Faye.
Absolutely.
Because I think y'all are gonna get a kick out of that. Copy link, and it's
What
in the DMs.
interestingly shaped parasites? Yes. Yes, this is all in the test. All of
Yep.
it. All of the test. I hope you have your yellow pads out.
I need to learn this. We don't wear clothing often. Oh, yeah, the
Wait, where's the
jive.
audio? Oh, oh no, I love the
It's a
GIF.
jive.
Oh yes, I love
Yeah,
the GIF. The GIF.
the jive.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. We love the GIF.
Ooh. Okay. Okay. Tell me when we can move on.
Yeah, you can move on.
Okay. So, Meisho Doto. I love the flower print skirt.
I do too. I just wish it was a
And I love that
different
it's
blue.
long.
I just wish it had different blue. That's all.
And I wish she wore like I don't know. I wish she wore ankle boots instead of high top Converse.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that's like a personal quibble. That's like a taste thing for me. Like high top Converse definitely works with this outfit. And it definitely works with her character, but I think it would look better if she wore ankle boots.
Of course. Yes. I just wish the colors of the flowers on the dress matched like the rest of the outfit.
I wish they were a little less saturated, yeah.
Yes. Like I want the shoes to match with the flowers and the flowers of the blue to match with the little blue ribbon because it would all fit
Yeah.
better. I like that amount of cohesion.
Yeah.
I love that amount of cohesion and we need that. Skirts
It
are
can easily be
problematic
turned
for me.
backwards. Yeah. Anyway, B tier?
B tier.
Yeah. Honestly, it would be C tier, but Meisho Doto being so cute I
Yeah.
can't.
Yeah, no, no, no,
I
no.
can't bear to put her that low.
No, I agree.
Okay.
Okay, that's
Who's
just
this?
nice.
This is Air Messiah.
That's just
She
nice.
she dresses like a VTuber. I watch.
I she dresses like she has like so many VTubers, dude.
I'm familiar with Lev Velikor.
Dude, I'm group mates with Lev.
That okay, fair
We
enough.
were in the same group. We
We're
left the
group,
same
yeah.
manager.
Yeah, okay.
She was why I was in the same managing group with her. Yes.
Oh wait, when you were
Yeah.
telling that story, the other person was Lev?
Well, the other person was another friend.
Another friend, but
Another
like there was
friend. Same group.
okay. Okay.
Lev was why I got into the group. Because I was
Okay.
already kind of friends with her because I would always ask her psychiatry step questions.
Psychiatry stuff. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Lev mentioned in stream, just apropos of nothing, amazing. We love Lev.
We love Lev.
We
No.
love Lev.
Oh my
Dude,
god.
I had a sex ed collab with her last Valentine's.
Oh shit, that was you.
That was me before my design changed. Yes. That was my 1.0.
I watched
You
that
watched
collab.
that collab and you didn't. That's so funny. What the fuck? Well, I'm glad you watched it. Did you enjoy? Did the voice not sound familiar?
No.
What?
Look, your voice is like I was only half paying attention to the collab.
Oh my god, you hate me.
No.
No, literally
But
though.
yeah.
It was a good collab.
But yeah.
It was a good day. It was really fun.
But you know what I'm saying, right?
Yes, I do know what you're saying. It's Lev. And because
It's
of
Lev.
that, it's A. Because of that, it's A.
Because of that, it's yeah.
Because of that, it's A.
No. Oh my god, I do remember telling like me being sick story in Lev's chat at one point though.
No, I was there for that.
The one where I was cyanotic.
Yes.
Oh, you were there for that. Good shit.
I was there for that. Yeah, I know. I
shit.
watch her all the time.
The pneumocyanosis lore.
Yes, I was there for the pneumocyanosis lore, which is really funny. Circle has
Damn.
gotten smaller.
Uh-huh. Also, crazy.
Crazy. Genuinely crazy. Because no,
that's
hey,
hilarious,
it's
dude.
so funny. That's so funny. Like,
Anyway,
what the fuck?
Medro Arden. Remember the guy at Oshicon who was like who I introduced as like the coffee VTuber?
Yes, he
This
looks
is
like
his Oshi.
this. Ah, yes, beautiful. I don't even know. I'm actually trying to find like a video, a recording of that collab because I don't even know if I have it anymore.
We're gonna be doing a bunch of Medros.
Yeah, we're doing.
This
It's
is
time for
Medro
the
Arden.
Meijiro. It's time
It's time
for
for
the
Medros.
Meijiros.
They all dress pretty similar. They all dress like proper young ladies.
Beautiful. Yeah, I
Okay.
know. She's very cute.
I love the flower print
I
on the
love the
skirt.
flower.
The flower print is more well done than on Doto's.
Yes. Yeah, I mean it's a little bit more mature,
Yeah.
and that's what I like about it.
Yeah,
I like the
and
shoes
I
as
love how
well.
it
And
matches her blue hair.
yes, and I like how a lot of the pink on it matches with the shoes.
Yeah.
Like you see how that
Ooh,
it's
and I
cohesive.
like the lighter stocking.
It's cohesive. It's all cohesive.
I like the lighter stocking. Um Temptation is usually to make use a black stocking with this.
Yes,
I
I
love the
like the
light
lighter
gray.
stocking. No, it's so good.
So A tier?
A tier.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry. We're gonna go back to a second. So you remember the fucking Valentine's Day collab? Do
And I
you
don't
not?
remember you.
How dare
I didn't
you?
remember you.
How dare you?
Sorry, man.
It's okay. It's fine. But that means I have to send you one of the TikToks from it because it's the
Uh,
one where I say you make goo happen because it's where you make goo happen.
it's where you make goo happen.
Yeah.
This is wind variation.
Yes.
Capris with a
Pretty.
skirt.
Pretty.
Capris with a skirt. I I love like the athletic wear turtleneck situation.
I like it a
She
lot. That's just what I
she
would
looks
wear.
like a girl who's gonna go on a run.
Yes, and she is. It's
She looks
very
like a girl who's
fitness.
gonna go on a run and insists on looking cute.
I have so
And
many friends that do that. Yes.
honestly, kind of stand her for that.
Yeah, and that's A tier.
That's A tier. Metro Bright. I don't know why wind variation was in the middle of all of that.
I don't know either.
But here's
Okay.
Metro Bright.
It's
It's
cute.
it's giving a little more juvenile.
It's juvenile, but also if you squint a little bit, why does it remind me of like those cursed dolls?
It does. It does. It's because it's because this is like, little girl dress
Yeah,
from the 1800s.
exactly. I like it,
Mm,
but I can't get
I
rid of that out of my mind.
yeah. I think that knocks it down at least a tier. So
Yeah.
see?
See,
Yeah.
because like I just look at it and I'm
Medjuro
like, ball. I see.
Dober. I
Yes.
love the shoulder
No, I love
cutouts.
it. I love it. I love it.
I love the shoulder cutouts. I love the capris. I think it's such a good choice for Dober to wear capris. Yeah,
No, I
she's really
approve.
cute.
No, I
Also,
approve.
she draws dojins of her friends.
No, I know, and I love that about her.
It's like her and Digitan can probably go band for band.
Oh, absolutely. I like it a lot.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So B tier? A
Yeah,
tier.
B. Beer like
Okay, B tier.
it's like low B, high A, or the other way around.
No. Metro McQueen. Ka-chow.
Really cute. I just
It's
wish the
very cute.
it's very
The,
cute.
I like the flirts. I like the
I love
flared
the
like
flirt
cuff
sleeves.
on the
I
sleeves.
This is just me being nitpicky about color again
Yeah.
because
I
that teal can
I
be a
would have
little bit more desaturated.
more purpley. Yeah, like a more lavendery teal.
Yeah, like a little bit more
Yeah.
desaturated. And same with like
Yeah.
the little hair thingy. Could be a little bit more
Yeah.
desaturated as well.
And also this is also a quibble I have. The little foible or whatever it's called
Yeah, the little yes.
on
What's
her
with that?
neck.
Yes. What is
Like
that?
either
Come
get
on.
like a real collar or like commit to like a turtleneck situation.
I love turtleneck situations. She could have just done that.
Yeah.
Or like, I mean, I those collars can be cute though. I just don't like the
Yeah.
little tie thing.
Yeah.
I don't like the ribbon. The ribbon makes it too much
Mm.
going on in the neck. Weirdly enough. Because
Yeah.
there's that with
Like,
the buttons.
honestly, if the tails on the ribbon were a little shorter, I would have liked it more.
Yes, exactly.
So B tier?
B.
Yeah. Palmer.
Yes. Correct. Correct, correct, correct. Yes.
I saw someone describe it as this is what happens when you get like a rich girl and like have her guess what a gyaru would dress like.
Yeah. Yeah. It's good. It's good though. It's good.
Yeah.
It's so
It's
good.
very good. I
It's
love it.
very
Also,
good.
plaid pants. Again, plaid
Plaid pants.
pants.
Plaid pants.
Plaid pants.
Plaid pants.
Plaid pants.
Yes. Yes.
So
Approve.
remember, so chat. Remember when I said all the McQueens dressed like proper young ladies? What the fuck?
What
She
is
dresses like my tita. Dresses like
what
my
is
fucking
this?
tita, bro.
Why? Why does she look like she has a duster on? Like
She
put
does
on
have a she does
duster.
look like she has a duster on.
Like what the fuck is that?
She looks like my fucking tita.
She looks like my fucking Lola, bro.
I can. She looks like I can like walk into a Mary Grace and find like 10 of her.
No, Robinson's, the grocery store. Like
But
right
like
before,
all,
right
all the titas
before,
gather at Mary Grace. Or
or
before going
yes,
to Mary Grace,
yes,
running errands at Robinson's
yes,
supermarket, and then going to
yes,
Mary Grace for
yes, to
lunch
meet up with her other titas.
with the other titas, with the titas
Yes,
of Manila. Yeah,
yes,
ganon. Yeah, yeah,
yes,
yeah, yeah.
yes, 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 yes. Or like like post mass.
Postmass. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my
God
god,
damn.
the big
It's the
necklaces also
necklace
sell
that's
it.
selling it.
So,
It's the
oh my
necklace that's
god.
fucking with me. It's
And
that.
the short hair. The short hair really
The
sells the
short
tita-ness of it
it's
all.
so tita.
And the capris. It's like and like the
Oh
you
my
know, the
god.
very practical sneakers. It's
The very
such a
practical
perfect
sneakers.
amalgamation.
It's so tita.
Yeah,
I I kind of want to put it into a tier of its own of just tita. That's it.
tita.
Tita.
I'll
I don't
put a
know
tier
even know
below.
where I don't even know where the tier should be, but it's tita. I just know there's a tita
I'll
tier.
put it below D. I'll put
Yeah.
it below D.
I also like the colors, but like it's
I like the
very
colors, but like, yeah. Let's make it red. Or no, let's make it purple because purple matches her clothes.
and then just tita.
Tita.
Tita. Tita Brian. Wait.
Tita
Oh,
Ryan.
Tita Ryan. Yes. Yes.
Should I call her Tita Ryan?
Yes.
No,
Or
because there's
Tita
one
Raya.
more. There's one more Tita. There's
Okay.
one more
Okay.
Tita later on.
I
You'll see.
approve.
You'll know exactly who it is when you see it.
Okay. I approve. Okay, I'm excited.
Okay. Mihono Bourbon.
Yeah? Okay.
It's very street.
Very street. And there's a lot going on, but it all makes sense.
I do like the cinchy into like the flare.
Yes.
I really like the structure on her hoodie.
I
Now,
approve.
why are her tights patterned like that?
Okay, so here's the thing. I can see the pattern happening. It's giving
Yeah,
like Lululemon.
no, yeah, okay, it's giving like Lululemon, and I guess
Yeah,
yeah,
and
because because you know
I do have Lululemon type fucking
because
jogging pants. Of course I
cyborg,
do. Yes,
so it like evokes circuit board
yes, but
and
also I
wiring,
just wish there
but
was a
also
little bit
looking like
pink.
Lululemon.
I wish there was a little bit of pink.
The outfit needs magenta.
Yes,
That's not just in the shoes.
yes, and you know where it could have had it? Like in the little like trim on the jacket.
Yeah. Oh, the like the pocket trim, or
Yes.
like the barcode on her.
Yes.
Yeah,
Or like just on the leggings. Like if you want
yeah.
to relegate it
Or
to the
hell,
bottom,
or hell, like the graphic on her shirt,
yes, it could be
on her.
pink. It could just be
Yeah,
pink.
it could have been magenta. Yeah.
Yes, it could have been magenta. So with that, I feel like C.
See?
High C
No,
logo.
I like the outfit enough to put it
Yeah,
in B.
yeah, yeah. For me, it's the color changes.
Now it's
No
the
notes.
daughter ng bayan.
No notes.
No
No
notes.
notes. No, absolutely
She
no
looks
notes. It's so
she
perfect.
looks great. This is exactly what a
This is
Haru Urara would
exactly what
dress like.
Haru Urara would dress like. This is our daughter. Everyone's daughter. This is the daughter
My
of the
daughter,
country.
your daughter, our daughter.
Our daughter.
Mr. CB. Mr. Cockball herself.
Yes. I
I love it.
I love the fuck
I
ass
honestly
shorts. I
love it.
love the fuck ass shorts.
Yeah,
I
I
love
love the
everything.
shorts with like the open button down revealing a tank top. At least I think it's a tank top.
Oh, it looks like a camisole,
Or like a
like those
cami. Yeah.
bralette type
Yeah.
situations.
Like a
Yeah,
camisole. And
yeah.
like the I love this blazer.
The
Oh, this
blazer
blazer
is
looks
so
so
good.
good on
It's
her.
so good.
And again, this is personal bias showing would have looked better with ankle boots.
Or like palladium, but like in that weird beige.
Or yeah, or like beige hiking
Mm,
boots.
beige hiking boots or like just beige sneakers.
Yeah.
They're just plain
I
white.
think the shoes should have been beige.
Yes, the shoes should have been beige.
Bottom line, shoes should have been beige. Hell, fucking beige chucks.
Yes. Do they
I
even
used to
have
own
beige chucks?
I used to own a pair of cream chucks.
Though, okay, that sounds good though.
Yeah. I used to own a pair of cream chucks and they were awesome.
No, like
This
I
was
would
back
get
when
that.
I wore chucks.
I still wear chucks sometimes.
No, I have two modes. I'm either wearing running shoes or I'm wearing boots.
Fair enough.
Though I've been thinking of getting myself a pair of chucks for the gym.
See, that's good. That's a good idea. Unfortunately, mine are too big or too tall. I could not use them
Ah,
for the
they're
gym.
the chunky chucks. They're not like the
They're
flat sole.
so they're
They're not like the
flat
flat sole
sole.
crack.
They're flat sole. It's just that they're a little tall.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not like the flat sole no support at all chucks.
No. They have support. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
see,
that's
then that
A.
wouldn't work. Like
Yeah.
the reason people like to wear chucks while lifting is because they have no support.
Yeah, no.
Nakayama, okay, next Nakayama Festa. She's the gambler and all of that.
Yeah, she looks like it.
Yeah,
I
honestly
like it.
though,
It's
denim
perfect.
jacket over hoodie
Yeah,
is
I wore that.
exactly something like I would wear if it was cold out.
Yes. I wish it were cold out.
Yeah, the
I
shorts,
wish
you know, the
I
shorts are a good look.
it all fits. And
Honestly,
plus plus
it could have
plus
been
ankle
shorts.
boots.
She could or plus ankle boots, or she could have worn leggings. I think leggings would have been really cool with this outfit.
Leggings would have been really good, but I like the shorts
But
too much.
the shorts
Or
work.
like joggers. Just like weird denim
Or
fucking joggers.
like the Gulshi joggers.
Yes, the Golgi joggers would have been really good.
Like
But like in
the Gulshi
denim print.
joggers in like a darker gray.
Yes. God,
Yeah.
wait, this reminds me, I need to show you my fuck ass fit from today.
Okay.
I'll send it to you later. Because yeah, no, it's
Yeah.
very fuck ass, but also exactly the jogger type situation I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I'll
Okay.
send it.
Let's put her in A.
Yeah, A.
Okay. So here's the other Tita,
Yeah, that's Tita.
Narita Bryan.
That's so Tita.
She looks like she got dressed by Piwaya Hida.
No, you're right.
she she looks like Biwa told her, "Hey, you got to put on something nicer," and this is what she came up with.
No, legit.
So Biwa Hayahida is Narita Bryan's IRL sister,
Yes.
brother. So horses are only considered like siblings in that sense, in like the sense of being like siblings, if they
Mm,
share a mom.
yes.
Having the same dad doesn't mean you're siblings. Having the same mom means you're siblings.
Yeah, because like born from the same
And
motherfucker.
because they tend to nurse together and all of that,
Yeah.
right? And also, it's just how gestation works, I guess.
It is just how I
Right?
guess,
Um,
yeah.
right. A male can pump out 1 billion kids. A female can only have so many kids, right?
Exactly. And it makes sense. But yeah, no, that's very Tita. That's
It's
another
very
Tita.
Tita. She's the other Tita.
She's the other Tita.
I love how their fists do line up.
They do, because they're Titas. They're the ones bringing the echo bags to Robinson's, and then they're gonna go to Mary Grace.
Yeah, Ryan and Brian.
Or maybe they're gonna go to Felly J's.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. God, I actually want Felly J's.
Oh no,
Shit.
if they're fancy titas, they go to Dean and DeLuca.
Yes. Also, Second Mix, hell yeah, work over. Hell yeah, welcome
Yeah,
back.
yeah. So this is Narita Taishin.
Perfect.
no notes. I
No
love this
notes.
outfit
No
so
notes.
much. I
S.
love the big shirt. I love the relatively smaller jacket. I love that
I love
the
the little stripe, the
like
little
that she I
stringies.
see that she has drawstrings to pull in the
Yes.
hem. I love that it
Yes.
is that it is cinched in a little bit.
Perfect.
The ripped jeans, the boots. It's oh my god, it's perfect. I love her little hat.
Gorgeous.
Gorgeous.
S.
That's my girl.
That is beautiful.
NTR. Now this one gives catty.
I like it. I like it a lot.
I do like it though. I do like
I
it.
like it a lot. I like it so much, actually. It's very nice.
Yeah. I like the knee high boots.
I love knee high boots. I love knee high boots, dude. They're so good.
The store in PGDX where I bought
No,
my
I was
boots,
bro, I was so
they had
tempted
knee
to
highs.
buy.
They had knee highs.
I was so tempted.
I and then like I tried them on, couldn't get the zipper up.
Well, wait. I was looking at the brand though, because like I just didn't know what they
Yeah.
were.
My
Because like if they
calves are
were
way too
denoting,
juicy for my
yeah,
calves are way too juicy for knee highs.
real. That's why I mean, hell, mid calf ones it would probably be really fucky for you.
Yeah.
But no, I think this
Anyway,
is an
it's
A.
cute.
Solid
It's
A.
A.
Solid A.
Okay.
There's less notes.
Yeah. Neo Universe.
Huh? What's with the shoes? I'm sorry. Everything was fine but the shoes.
Yeah. God, couldn't get a pair of like Mary Janes or something?
Or come on, if you wanted to get like weird sneakers, Yeezy type shits, or like the
Yeezy type shits,
Yeezy
right?
type shits, or like
Or like
the sock
boosts.
sneakers. Sock
Or
sneakers.
like sock sneakers. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was thinking like, yeah, the Yeezys are boosts.
Yes. Though that would make sense.
God, I love Ultra Boosts, man.
Yes.
Anyway.
No, so I feel like that's just a big glaring issue for me. Maybe this is a B or a C.
Yeah, I'll put it in C, don't worry.
Yeah. I
Fine.
just don't like it that much. Like
Yeah.
everything else was fine until that
Also,
point.
fun fact about Neo Universe, she is fourth wall aware.
I know that she is. That's why I liked her, and that's why I liked the white. It's very giving
Yeah.
very much like like Cassiopeia
Yeah.
or Cassandra.
Cassandra. Anyway, nice. I love the jean skirt.
I
I
love
love
jean
this
skirt.
jean skirt.
It's cute. I like it a lot.
And it's like a very plain like top combo.
No, it's good. It's good,
Yeah, no,
and it still
plain
has the red.
affectionate.
And it still has the red.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's like a deep maroon, which I like.
Yes,
Which I like for nice nature.
it's very good for nice nature.
Yeah. Yeah. No notes. Not
No
really.
notes. No, not really. Not at all. It's all cohesive.
But it
It's
isn't
very
super
solid.
standout, so it's like
Yeah, it's
A.
A.
Nishino Flower. My
Oh,
child.
oh no, she's so cute.
She looks like her mom dressed her to go to Sunday school.
Or like, no, First Communion's not white enough.
First No, not white enough for first communion. It's like powder blue. Or like, Easter.
Yeah, yes,
It's like Easter Mass.
definitely Easter Mass. Definitely Easter
Yeah.
Mass. Definitely A.
Definitely Easter Mass. And it fits her,
It fits
honestly.
her. A.
Now, I believe this
Ogre girl, I like it. I like it. What
it
is
gives
you
gold
doing?
chip.
It gives
It
gold
gives gold
shape.
chip.
It gives gold shape.
It gives gold chip. I do love socks with the loafers though.
I like socks with loafers. I'm just
But like
what's with
but
those
like
mom pants?
tight pants with a tapered cuff. Like that's
Mm,
very millennial. Oh,
yeah.
I wore pants like this. I knew so many people who wear pants like this.
So does I. Yeah. I just
And like if you're gonna wear these kinds of pants, you gotta no show. You gotta no show the socks.
yeah, that's why maybe B.
Yeah.
Yeah, B. I mean, also it kind of makes sense though, because like she's very just
Yeah, of
literally
course.
provincial.
Yeah. My
She's a
God.
fucking country ass horse. No shit. She
Yeah,
doesn't know this shit.
she's behind she's behind on the trends.
She's is behind on the trend. She's literally a millennial
She
coder.
thinks this is cool.
She thinks she has it on.
Yeah. She thinks she's got it going on.
She does not,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Anyway, rice
Beautiful.
shower, no notes.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. My child,
Beautiful.
baby.
Beautiful. Beautiful. I love Rice Shower. I love this horse. I love this
Oh my
outfit.
God,
It is
she
gorgeous.
she looks like you pulled her straight out of a box of chocolates.
It. Oh my god, no, you're right. It's so cute. Fuck. It's so
Yeah, and
good.
I love the little bow she
It's
wears.
so good.
It's oh my God, it's so, I'm gonna gush over my daughter a little more, but like, oh my God,
S
I love
tier.
this one so much. Yeah, it's S tier.
S tier. S tier. Don't you dare put her in A.
No, never.
Exactly. This is Bakshin.
Okay, Sakura Bakushino. I honestly
It
like. I
fits.
think
It fits.
uh, I've dated a girl who dressed like this.
I have dressed like that. I do dress like this. A lot.
Yeah. You would,
Yeah.
huh?
I do. I literally do. Constantly.
Yep.
Yep. I am guilty. Guilty as charged. Except I don't
Yep.
wear like white shorts, but yes, no, legit. I would say
White shorts is. I feel like white shorts is dangerous for any woman to wear.
just white shorts are dangerous in general, especially if you're fucking clumsy as shit. Like imagine
Yeah, if you're
falling.
clumsy as shit. Yeah, but imagine like, yeah, not no, you don't have to imagine.
Yeah, no. Just imagine falling though.
Yeah.
That is where all of the stains have happened. Because I'm clumsy as fuck. And then oh
Yeah.
no, now there's just dirt on it. I'm like,
Oh, here's
ah,
Chio.
no, that's cute.
Sakura Chio no. It's cute.
It's cute.
It's cute in a ooh, I just threw this on kind of way.
Exactly.
Cause like you can tell that like this knit shirt that she's wearing, you can tell that it got stretched out in the wash.
Oh, absolutely. And it's so look, there's like fashion storytelling. There's like environmental storytelling here.
You can tell this shit got stretched out in the wash
Oh,
because the
absolutely.
knit sweater that I bought at that flea market
Yeah.
was stretched out the same exact way.
Yeah. Well, it was a good it was a good knit though. I was
Yeah.
I was tempted to get that corduroy like shirt. I really
Oh
wanted
hell
to.
yeah.
I really
Oh
wanted to.
hell
The
yeah.
only thing that stopped me was that my iPhone wasn't
You
connecting.
couldn't pay for it.
I couldn't pay for it and I didn't want to like just buy it.
Yeah. Okay, B tier
Yeah, B.
with the other Sakura.
Yes.
I believe this is Dansu Flame. Oh no, this is Sakura Laurel.
No, that's perfect.
I like the cardigan.
I really like the card. I like the plaid skirt.
I would have preferred an open cardigan actually.
Really.
Yeah.
For me, I think I like it because of like the balance of the white.
Okay, I get it. I do like the plaid though.
Yeah. Anything with plaid is gonna go like A, at least.
A at a minimum.
A at a minimum.
Okay.
Yeah. Like you can see the choices that are being had.
Yeah.
There's so many
I
things. Yeah.
now here's the thing, right?
Yes.
Normally I would say ankle boots.
No,
I think the sneakers work better
fit.
for this.
The sneakers
Now,
fit more.
now, little quibble.
Mm-hmm.
They could have chosen a less hot pink for the sneakers.
No, okay, wait, no, but look at the ear thing. There's a bit of
I
hot
see.
pink. Yeah.
No, okay, they were going for like a more magenta to match the purple on the ear thing.
And also look
I
at the
see.
plaid. Look at the little plaid accent.
No, okay, I get it.
It
I get it.
matches.
I see.
You
okay.
see what I like.
Yeah.
I like matching color aesthetics throughout the
Yeah.
entire thing.
Okay. We don't have too much more.
Okay.
Satono Diamond.
No, that's so cute.
Oh, she dresses so much better than Kita Sun Black.
Yeah, she does. What the fuck? God.
Also, I find it so cute that Kita and Daya both sleep with plushies of the other.
No, it's so cute. We love
They
our
sleep with
girlfriends.
plushies of each other.
We
Yeah.
love the girlfriends. That's A. That's definite A
Yeah, it's
tier.
A. Nah, Seeking the Pearl. I love Seeking the Pearl.
No, that's cute.
Oh, it's like vertical stripes are a choice, and she pulls it off
She does.
flawlessly.
For me, I just wish
And
this
the
is just
with the
me.
pencil skirt
Yes.
and
I
the
don't like
stiletto
pencil
heels.
skirt.
Oh,
Yes, no, it's all giving. I just wish
yeah.
that the jacket thing tied around her neck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah.
Why is it
It
around
would
her
have fit.
waist?
Yeah, it would have fit more. And like you already know
Like,
that
if you're dressed like
tying
this, you tie your
yes.
sweater around your neck.
Yes. And you already know that like tying your sweater around your neck and versus your waist is a bit of a class signifier. She has the class shit
The
going
class.
on. She
Yeah.
she has that like she has like that upper middle to like upper going on. She
Yeah.
should wear that around
Yeah.
her neck.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
She's also, she also travels a lot.
Yeah, so yeah, upper.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She
so
rich.
put it around her neck. Come on. Come on.
Yeah.
You know you
Come
want
on.
to.
Come on.
Come on. Come on, Psy Games.
Honestly, not A. Not A.
B.
That the B. Yeah,
B.
tying it around her waist is enough to like
Yeah.
push her down 2 tiers.
Yeah. Yeah, because like look at Maruzensky. It fits. It
Yeah, it
fits.
fits on Maruzensky.
And it's around her neck.
And
And
we
they
know
both
that Maruzensky's upper class because she owns a convertible.
yes. And like so you can we're missing that aspect in her.
Right?
Yeah.
I get
Like
it. I
that's
get
what
it.
took me out.
Yeah. Okay, Saint Sky.
No notes for me.
Yeah, honestly, this is great. Oh
No,
my
it's
god,
so
this is
good. And
amazing.
she's a
Also,
shooby.
she's a shooby.
She's a shooby. She's another shooby.
Yeah.
And it fits with
Also,
her though.
yeah, totally. My god, oh, I love overalls
I
just
wear too
generally
many.
as an aesthetic,
Yes. Overalls
but
are
like,
good,
oh,
dude.
she wears them so well.
She does. S. Immediate S.
Yeah. Okay, this is Shinko Windy. Girl, what happened?
What? Okay. Hear me out. I can see it.
Okay,
I
but
can see
still,
the potential. I just
girl, what happened?
girl what happened? It's a girl what happened question mark.
It's a girl, what happened? Yeah, you're going next to Fuji Kiseki.
Yes.
She might even be able to stop her from biting people.
Actually, yeah.
Okay, Silence Suzuka.
No, I've always liked the Silent Siska outfit.
Yeah. This is just a minor taste thing. I would have preferred if she had long sleeves on. Or longer sleeves on.
For me
Like maybe like a
though,
3/4. Maybe like 3/4.
yeah, 3/4 could work. For me, it's more that like it's a nice contrast from her racing outfit.
Yeah,
Because it
because
would
her
be
racing
too
outfit is like
close.
really covered up.
Yeah, because this is too like if it were a little longer, I feel like it would be too close to the racing outfit.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That makes
Yeah,
sense.
and
Also,
especially
I have
because
to
like
turn my music back
long
on.
legs, long leg, the fucking tights. I like that, obviously. So it's like some nice tie-ins to the racing outfit, but some nice contrast from the racing outfit as well.
I see it.
Yeah,
I see it.
yeah.
A tier?
Maybe yeah,
B tier.
A or B, up to you.
Yeah. I'll put it in B just because I
Yeah,
I really think she should be wearing 3/4 sleeves.
yeah.
Here we go. Serious Symboli.
Beautiful.
Those shoes are loud, woman.
Those shoes are loud, but also they kind of work.
Dorothy called, bitch.
Yes, but also, hear me out. She would be the type to wear just really loud, no socks loafers.
Yeah. Really loud no socks loafers with a really understated outfit.
Yes,
Matches the belt. She
yes.
knows what's up.
She knows what's up. We love I love color coordination. She has it.
Yeah. Also, you really are just supposed to match your shoes to your belt anyway.
Yes, yes. And these motherfuckers don't usually do that, and she does.
Yeah. A tier?
A.
A.
Immediate A.
Smart Falcon. Oh, I love this outfit.
No, that's perfect.
This is totally what an off-duty idol would wear.
Yeah, I've seen VTubers that wear this.
In real life. Like,
In real life, yes, yes, yes.
seriously.
Yes. Cat wore it. Cat basically
Cat
wore
wears this shit.
Cat wears this shit. And so it has to be
Anyway.
S tier.
And so it has to be S tier. I think Ash wears stuff shit like that too. Like,
Oh, she does? Asha? Shit.
yeah. No, not Asha.
Oh.
No, also Asha. But like I was talking about Ashley Cloud. Um,
Oh, yes. No notes.
yeah.
You're
Anyway, special week.
she's Special Week is so good.
I
I
love the
love Special
sundress with
Week.
the crop denim jacket.
Yes.
Yeah, I like that the sundress cinches right under her boobies as opposed to like around where her waist as it usually would, because it lets the jacket do the cinching.
Oh no, it does. And also it just feels like those kinds of dresses that when you're a little kid,
Yeah,
your mom puts you in and you still wear those kinds of dresses. And she's
yeah,
basically a mama's girl.
yeah. And yeah, this is one of those situations, yeah, where yeah, no,
It fits.
sneakers
Sneakers.
all the way.
Sneakers all the way.
Yeah, no, it's an A.
It's an A.
It's an A for me.
It's an A.
Okay, next, Super Creek. It's very maternal, which makes sense.
It
Her
is.
character.
Loki, I feel like it could be a little bit more maternal though, instead of like a little bit more
She,
juvenile.
she,
I don't like
yeah,
the bow.
she. Okay, yeah, you're right.
I don't like the bow.
The bow could go. She most for the most part she dresses like the mom, like the doomed mom from an anime.
Yes, and it would be nice and it would be better if we had no bow.
Yeah,
But I can
honestly, for
see,
real.
like, remove the bow and for the pink, just match it to the belt. You see?
Yeah,
You see
pink.
what I mean?
Yeah, move the pink to the belt, take out the
Yes.
bow, and then
Yeah.
just leave it as like, and then just leave it as like an almost off the shoulder thing.
I mean, it's like it kind of had like that Hepburn shoulder type shit.
Hepburn shoulder. That's the
I
word I was
think,
talking. That's the thing I was looking for. Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah. No, you're right. You're right. You're right.
yeah.
So B tier.
B tier.
Yeah.
There are some glaring issues that I would like
There's
fixed.
like a
That's why
major
beer tier.
flaw.
Yeah.
Sweepy.
No, that's so cute. I love Sweet
She
Pro
is
Show anyways.
adorable.
She's very I love it. S. I'm sorry,
S.
S. S.
S.
S.
Yeah. Okay.
S.
Fine.
Look
Wow.
at it.
It's
Look at it.
obviously we have a type for our S's, huh?
Well, it's like it's cohesive. The colors
Yeah. No.
match.
No. I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
She dresses like an air like a young heiress would.
Exactly. Or like those
Like
little like the sweet the fucking girl trainer characters in like Pokemon.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Like if someone like Kawakami Princess or Manhattan Cafe dressed like an heiress
Yes.
who is like older, Sweepy dresses like an heiress who's a kid.
Yes.
Chris S.
Okay. I like everything
You
except the pants.
ooh, I think she could have gone for darker pants.
No, I want joggers for her.
You want joggers. Ooh, you're right.
Yeah. Cuz like everything else looks so sporty.
Right.
Like
Instead of like
what are these fucking
chinos.
Yes. Like come on.
Yeah, joggers instead of chinos. You're
Yeah,
right.
yeah, yeah.
Also, you walk around BGC and you run into like 10 of these.
Exactly.
In every hour you run into like 10 of these.
Yes, exactly. And like it would fit better if there were like joggers or like workout pants. Those are not
Yeah,
workout pants.
chuckers or like workout pants or like leggings or
Or those like
nah, she
weird
wouldn't. I was gonna
pleated
say
like
she
the pleated trout pants. Like the pleated like
uh,
semi jogger
if
pants
sh
from Uniqlo.
yeah, yeah, no, I know exactly
Yeah,
what you're talking about,
exactly.
like the
You
ones
know
with the front
this.
pleat.
Yes, the ones with front pleat or
Yeah,
like yes. Yes, we're
yeah.
shaking
If
hands
she
on this.
had to wear a non-jogger pants, like a non-jogger pair of pants, it would be like the like pleated trousers.
Exactly. Uma ing Musume's. Hello, Sevens.
When was this
We
day?
are rating Uma Musume casual outfits.
Yeah, we apparently have a lot to say about a lot of these.
We have a lot to say about fashion, dude. We dress
Turns
similarly.
out,
Yeah, I would say
yeah, there's a
B.
big
I
flaw
would
that
say
puts her in
B.
B.
Yeah.
Now, not Tita
Speaking
tier for sure, but like
mm, what is with that green shirt? Come on, we can do better.
it's very green.
It's so Tita.
I think it's I think it's
Unironically Tita.
I think it's goofy in a really fun way that she
Yes.
wears glasses.
Okay, I like the glasses.
Yeah.
Last thing you saw was microorganisms. Yes. Now we're rating Uma
Now we're
Musume.
rating Uma Musume.
And we have been rating this shit for quite a while, and it's great.
I've
Hi, Ava. Hello. Welcome in.
yeah. My title hasn't changed to reflect shit. It's still
Neither have
talking
I.
about this
Neither have I. Mine
rating
has not
bugs.
either. Mine hasn't either.
Yeah. Crazy. Yeah.
It's okay.
This
It's
is
all in
what
the
tangents
test.
do to you. Yeah, it's all in the test.
It's all in the
Anyway,
test.
are we putting her in D tier with
Yes. Yes.
Fuji?
Yes. Yes. Goofy. It's all
Okay.
goofy. This is the goofy tier.
Now, you know exactly what my opinions on TM Opera O's casual outfit is.
S.
Are. Yeah, this is obvious S.
Obvious
My
S.
god, I
And
love the
also
gold trim, I
the
love the
the, the
blazer, I
heeled
love the plaid pants, I love the
loafers, or
loafers.
like whatever those heeled
No, they're
situate.
not loafers. They're
What are
they're like
those?
brogues.
I love those. I love
Yeah,
bros. I love those.
like
S.
oh
Immediate
my god.
S.
She is
Immediate
so
S.
gender. I love her.
I love her. She is extremely gender. In any which way.
Yeah. Shuttle.
I'm guilty of wearing this. Especially
A
in
lo-
Arkansas.
Complete with the cowboy boots?
Yeah.
You were in Arkansas.
Mm. And also, those ain't cowboy boots. Those are just fuck ass sandals.
Oh, you're right.
Mm.
The fringe made me think they were cowboy boots, but
No,
like
no. They're fuck ass
no.
sandals with like the fringe that looks like
They're like it
cowboy
looks like
boots. But no,
yeah, okay.
I'm just a fan
Oh,
of
that
like the
pulls it
flair.
down for me.
Yeah, see,
What
that's
the
the
fuck?
issue. Exactly, exactly. But I am guilty of wearing this exact same thing. With actual
So
boots
B
though.
tier?
B tier.
B tier or C tier?
B.
B.
Yeah. That's like the one major issue.
Yeah, okay. Here's Tamamo Cross.
Perfect.
I do love how because she's small, even the image is a lot smaller than usual.
Yes, no, it's perfect. I love it.
Oh.
And it's
Yeah,
all
I can't
cohesive. It's all
yeah, I can't
cohesive.
really say anything wrong with it.
I can't either. I could say
A tier?
A tier. There's something really like it's all cohesive,
Stand
but
out
like there
super
should
good
be
about it.
more.
Yeah.
There should be more to it. That's my opinion. Okay, who is this horse?
This is Tanino Gimlet.
Oh no, I do know this horse. Yes. No notes.
This known in the real
No.
world as the god of destruction.
No notes.
Now, do you know why he was called a god of destruction?
I don't remember anything.
He kept on knocking over fences by
Oh,
kicking
yes.
them.
No, I remember that story. I remember that story now. Yes.
Yeah.
No,
And
she's
his
so good.
daughter and his daughter was Vodka.
Yes. Okay, that's what I was remembering.
Yeah. His daughter was Vodka. And the reason Vodka's name is Vodka, because the owner was like, oh, she's going to be stronger than a gimlet.
No, I remember the story now. And yes, I want to wear shit like that. I just can't find some of that shit.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, she pulls all of this stuff off really
It's so
well.
good. It's so good.
Like the shorts into the thigh-high socks into the boots.
Yes.
Like this
The
is a
boots are
really good
perfect.
combo.
The boots are fucking
Like I
perfect.
love how understated the top is
Yes.
because of how like
Yes.
batshit her not even batshit, but
No, it's just
her bottoms are
character.
more her bottom half is more elaborate, so she
Yes.
wants you to draw your eye to them.
Yes.
They're like her choices there. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, no. It draws your
This is an
eye.
S tier.
Immediate S.
This is an S tier. Alt baddie, A tier uwu, S tier, baby.
S tier.
Now we have Tokai Teo. It's very cute.
It's very cute. I just wish there was more.
I love the sky print on her sneakers.
They're so perfect. I just wish there was a little bit more blue going on in the top. Just tiny bit.
Yeah.
Tiny bit.
Yeah.
Tiny bit.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, maybe replace
No. So you can do less of yellow.
less yellow and more like
Yeah.
maybe like blue trim around where the shoulders are.
Yes. Yeah. Or
Something like that,
no.
right?
Pink instead of the pink like bralette situation.
Instead of the pink sports bra, she'd be wearing like a blue sports bra. No, I get it.
Yes.
And then try to find pink and then try to work pink in somewhere else in the outfit.
Yeah. Hell. You can do
That yellow
like
hurts.
it does hurt. It does hurt.
It
But
does
like,
hurt, but there's a reason for it. That
yeah,
those are the jockey silks.
yeah, maybe like a pink belt.
Oh yeah, pink belt maybe.
Yeah, and like it ties in with like the pink in the socks.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. We're picking up.
Or like I was thinking like a pink wrist scarf thing.
Oh, you know those like handkerchief belt thingies?
That's what I'm talking. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, handkerchief belt, but it's pink.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And then make the sports bra blue.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So B tier.
B tier. B tier.
Okay, who is this again?
I don't know this horse.
No reason. Damn.
Why does it
She
giving
comfy.
Oshikon?
She comfy.
She comfy. It's giving Oshikon.
It's giving Oshiko.
It's giving Oshikon.
It's the Howdy.
It's a howdy. Yeah, exactly.
It's the Howdy.
It's the
But
howdy.
like Howdy with a t-shirt with these specific
Yes.
types of shorts with the
Yes.
sandals,
Yeah.
she is
She's
comfy.
comfy as fuck. I say
She's
A.
not leaving the house.
She's A.
She's
Like
A.
just cohesive. It's so
Yeah.
cohesive. It's perfect.
Okay. Who's this again? I keep forgetting. Durandal or yeah, this is Durandal. Okay.
I'm you know what I'm gonna say.
Yep.
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 I don't even have to say my rating. Yep.
Yeah. I do love that it is a button down, but they like cinched it so that it would form this like
Yes.
silhouette thing going on.
No, it's
Like
so
the
nice.
opening.
It's so nice.
Yeah. With the high-waisted pants
Yes.
and the boat shoes.
And yes,
Well, no,
candy
they're not
shop
boat shoes.
coated.
They're loafers.
They're loafers.
Top seems off. No, I like the top.
I like the top a
It,
lot.
it's very barbershop or like peppermint.
Candy. Yeah, it's peppermint. But also it kind of fits with her.
Yeah.
This is
And
peppermint in
yeah,
a good way,
I
unlike
do like that
peppermint in that
I do
one
like that it
outfit.
opens up. Yeah, I do like that it opens up into the cami.
You should show the picture of the one guy, the dad. I
The
was like
dad?
a
Oh,
the dad.
Gimlet?
No, the dad from the one with the white and red.
Eh?
The dad from the Miraculous Ladybug.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, as an example of what not to do.
Yeah.
Because
This
like
motherfucker.
this motherfucker
Oh, it's
is
so bad.
it's so
Oh,
bad.
it's
But like
so
look at the
bad.
do the T pose, do the T pose. So you can see like the way with the yeah. Look at that. Look at that color. And now look back at the candy shop coated. That's how you do it.
That's
That's
how
how you
you
do it.
do
Because
it.
literally look at that. The colors are very similar. There's a lot of black, there's a lot of beige, there's a lot of white, there's a lot of red.
Yeah.
You just had to move shit around and it would look cohesive. He did not do it in
Yeah.
a cohesive way.
The fucking barber pole cravat is so
I
bad.
hate it. I hate it so bad.
He's supposed to be one of the top fashion designers in the world.
And I don't believe him.
Also, you know what he makes his son wear? Like galas and shit? It's like a t-shirt with a button with like a short sleeve button down over it and jeans.
He does not have that shit on, dude. But yeah, no, that's S tier immediately.
Oh yeah, Durandal?
Yeah,
Yeah.
immediate S tier.
Who's this again? Bubblegum Fellow.
Who's that? Okay,
I kind of dig
I
it. I
love the
kind of
fuck
dig
ass
it.
shorts.
I kind of dig it. Like
I love the fuck ass
honestly,
shorts.
a normal person would wear this with pants or like a pencil skirt. I love the fuck ass shorts.
I would wear this with fuck ass shorts. Because of
Yeah,
course I
and
would.
like and like fuck ass shorts means you wear a normal shirt under the blazer. Oh, I like it.
Yes.
I like
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
And
yeah.
the sort of what's it called? Dress shoe situation.
I
These are
love those dress
Oxfords.
shoes. Those are Oxfords. Okay. Yeah, no, I don't know anything about like the shoe type, so I just wear whatever looks good.
Yeah,
That's an A for me.
it's an A. Yeah. Is Cesario, I believe. What is this
What is this
Parasite tier
Parasite tier
list?
list?
Oh,
It's
we got done
horses.
with that like
We got done with
we got
that.
done with that like 5 hours ago.
We got done with that 5 hours ago.
Okay, this is Cesario. You know what
You know
I'll
what I like.
say.
You know what I like.
You know what I like.
And
And
also
I do
Omnom.
like
One second. Om nom. So we put a fucking guinea worm at the top, and it's tier all
Yeah.
of its own.
Yeah, guinea worm is its own tier all the way
Yeah.
up there.
Yep. 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 Because it's that
It's so
girl.
cool.
We love
Yeah.
we love the guinea worm.
We did not expect it to be that. We didn't we forgot what it was.
I completely forgot what it was. Yeah, no, this horse is so
Any,
cute though. S tier.
anyway, yeah.
Immediately.
S tier. Yeah,
Yes,
I
S tier.
loved like the butler, like the little butler thing. This is how you do the little poofy neck thing,
Yes, this is how you do the
McQueen.
poopy neck thing. McQueen did not have that shit on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I love the sort of peacoat situation going here.
Yes, yes.
Ah, up you go.
Up you go to S tier.
And I'm already putting Dream Journey in S,
Yes, I
like
agree with you. You
like,
already know why.
preemptively.
You already know why.
Om nom. Thanks for the follow.
I'm not. Yeah,
Really
no.
appreciate
Numo
it.
is really cool. We stand Numo.
I'm cool enough to talk to for 8 hours straight.
I mean, yeah. We're the same person. It's like talking to
Yeah,
myself.
yeah. Maybe we're just vain.
We are just vain, but also it makes sense. But
But
also,
yeah,
look at them. It's
I
so good.
love the
It's so good.
Dream Journey outfit so
I would
much.
wear this shit.
Yeah,
Genuinely.
dude. 3 belts. Oh, Nomura would be
No,
proud.
no, 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 no. No, no.
Is it a corset?
It looks like a corset situation.
Okay.
Look at it. It has like it kind of looks like it has boning.
No, I was no, I was gonna say it looks like a corset situation, but it looks like it's attached to the pants.
Wait. Ooh. That could be a vibe.
No, I love the loafers.
Same.
See, okay, whoever that last one was, this is when you wear socks with loafers.
Yes. I approve. I agree.
Yeah, I love drink. Wow, he likes masked women. Who fucking
Who
knew,
fucking
huh?
knew? Who fucking knew?
And you are Fusaichi Pandora.
Adorable. No
Adorable. It
notes.
it feels like a riff on what Hishiake Bono is wearing.
Yes, but like she
I
also wears it
like
so well.
I like Bono's a little more. I
Yeah.
do like that she's a lot girlier with it though, and a little more mature about it.
Yes, and I you already know what I'm gonna say. I love the plaid.
Uh,
I love the plaid. I love the black trim on the plaid. And like it
yep.
kind of matches well with like the top of the like there's so much black trim going on, but in like a very nice, tasteful way. It's very nice.
It yeah, it's like it's sort of like the way that it reminds me of the way that Jiraike
Yes.
uses pink and black.
Yes. Does okay, let's see the shoes, because like are there black sole?
No, no, no.
That's the sad part.
Yeah. Oh, black soled. Ooh, if they were like black
Yeah.
soled platform boots.
Yes.
Oh, like
No, just
platform heels?
yeah, no, like
Not boots. I
even
didn't
if
mean
they
to say
just
boots.
had like the black
Had black
lining.
sole.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It would have fit more. I would say like A
A?
or B. A.
A or B? I'll put
A
her
or
in
B.
A.
Yeah.
Ooh, Calstone Light O.
You already know what's
I
gonna
was
happen.
waiting to talk about this one.
You already know what's gonna happen.
I
Because I love
love
it.
her I love her poofy pants.
These are the pants that I was talking about, the Uniqlo pants. I call
Yeah.
this the
Yeah.
Uniqlo pants.
You okay, you know the green pants that I like to wear.
Yes, I do know the green
They're
pants.
exactly this kind of pants.
Exactly. I know. They're so good.
Yeah. And then along with like the waistcoat situation and the poofy
Yes.
sleeves and like the
Yes.
ruffles and the fucking oh, it's so
No,
good.
it's perfect.
Honestly, she's so put together here.
It's
You
so
wouldn't even
perfect.
believe that she's racist.
What?
No, she has
Wait,
a
what?
no, no, no. She she there's she has a story event where she has like a story chapter where she goes to karaoke and then she just goes neko 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 over and over again.
What?
But it kind of sounds like a certain other word that starts with an N.
No. 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 No.
So it's like her and Special Week have been seen as like a duo.
Uh
So it's so funny.
uh
Yeah.
uh
Who is this? I believe this is Buena Vista.
Okay. I have thoughts immediately.
Hmm?
I like mm, I just wish there was a little bit more stuff with the yellow, actually. Give me a
Yeah,
yellow
more than just
belt.
the socks,
Yeah,
no?
give me a yellow belt or
Give her a
something,
yellow belt, and I wish
or yellow
I kinda
trim.
want this. I was gonna say I kind of want the skirt to be a little like to be like embroidered, but no,
Yes,
there's patterning on the skirt
there's
between the
okay. No, I
pleats.
see the pattern, and I like. I see the
I didn't
patterning, and I
notice it at
like that.
first.
I like that. I
Yeah,
just wish there was a little yellow,
yeah.
and that's my one complaint.
Ooh, they could have made the patterning yellow on the skirt,
Yes,
like the accents, like the
yeah,
darker
like
parts of the
yellow plaid.
stitching.
Yellow plaid?
No, it's not plaid though.
Is it not? It looks like it.
It's not plaid. It's not plaid.
What is it?
It's like check. It's like checks.
Okay, well, I mean, whatever the fuck, whatever the fucking pattern, yellow pattern,
Yeah,
yellow with
yeah.
like that. Yeah, like
Like the
the
stitching on the
yes,
yellow, on like could be yellow
yes,
to sort of tie the whole thing together a little
yeah,
more.
because it feels like
But otherwise, cute
it's
top, cute
cute up.
skirt,
Yes,
cute shoes.
yes.
Yeah,
I would say B or A.
put her in B.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel. You know what I like in S tier and A. I like cohesion.
Yep. This is Daring Heart.
Wait, I know I just said I like cohesion, but like it kind of fits.
Yeah.
I don't know where the blue one came from, but I kind of like it with this. It's a nice contrast from the yellow.
I do like the I love me a monochromatic color palette.
Yes.
Dark blue with powder like this is sort of like a royal blue
Yes.
or like a sapphire blue
Yes.
with the powder blue cardigan kind of eats.
No, it's serving. It's serving. If I had to be
I kind
hyper
of
femme for like an event, I would wear this.
yeah. And then pair it with these cool
Yes.
ankle boots.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah,
Yes. Yep.
yeah.
Yep.
A
Yep.
tier.
Yep. A tier.
Okay, wait. I actually want to check how many of them are just how many of them are mask. One,
Two.
two question mark. Okay, not too many.
Not too
Three,
many. Not too many.
not too many. Okay,
Not
okay,
too
okay.
many.
We're not totally predictable.
Not entirely, but a lot of them do have plaid.
Sounds of Earth.
You already know my answer. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it has the cinched waist. It has the cool shoes. It has the
Yeah, I
fucking.
like the buttons.
It
I
has the
really like the
pants. It has the
buttons.
fucking the buttons, and
I like
it's
it.
like a cummerbund. I like it.
Yes, no, I love it a lot. And yes, we're still live. Don't don't question it. It's
Don't
fine.
yeah no don't no, don't ask any questions you don't want any answers to.
Yeah,
She's an S tier.
she's an S tier immediately.
This is Royce and Royce, I believe. Yeah, there
Like
we go.
Royce and Royce like the chocolate?
Royce and Royce. I don't know.
Like the chocolate?
Is that a chocolate?
Yeah. Yes, the Japanese chocolate brand. The one that's always in like airports.
Oh yeah.
Or like in fucking Greenbelt.
Hey, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do
Yeah,
like those
Royce and
chocolates
Royce.
though. Yeah. I like it for that, but also
Oh,
where
they're
the
the ones who
fuck
make the potato chip
yes,
chocolate.
yes, and like the really nice like matcha little squares. I really like the matcha squares.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they're so
Anyway,
good.
okay. Now I like
I like
I'm
this. I
liking the
like this.
yellow socks with the loafers with
I
the
like
skirt.
this. I like this. I just need some purple.
Like this is a situation where I would usually advocate no shows. This looks good.
No, this looks good, especially because it kind of matches together. I just want some purple.
Yeah, she needs more purple in the outfit. Maybe these X's.
Yeah, or like
No,
a mm,
or maybe something to do with her top here,
yes.
like under the dress.
Yeah. No,
Like
I
maybe
could
yeah. She has buttons. She has like buttons on her like open
yeah,
shoulder thing.
she could have done it there. She could have done the purple there.
Those could have had like a splash of purple
Yeah.
on them. So A tier.
Yeah, you too.
I like her. Yeah, she's cool. Oh, still in love.
I I love my little obsession coded character.
Oh my god. Oh,
No,
what
it's
is there to
perfect.
say?
S tier.
I love the ruffles. I love
S
her little
tier.
bonnet. I love the bow.
S tier
The shoes
immediately.
are so cute.
Why are you
Why are you
still
still
awake?
awake?
Don't
Hey,
ask.
femboy
Don't ask
lover.
that question.
Yeah.
Don't ask that
Uh,
question. Don't ask
don't
that
worry about
question.
it.
Don't worry about it. Also, thank you so much for checking in. Holy shit, dude.
Tosen Jordan. She totally
Okay.
looks like she's friends with Daitaku Helios.
Oh, absolutely. Femboy, Don't ask questions that you don't want the answers to. And no, I love it. It's just very cohesive.
I'll sleep and study. Then I'm about to go to school.
Wait, you
Yeah.
have class today? You didn't it didn't get canceled for you?
Yeah. Well, no one's going anywhere right now.
Okay, yeah, because I'm like, it's canceled. We don't have class today. Everything was suspended.
Yeah, it's raining way too hard.
It's raining way too hard. Like shit's still flooding like a motherfucker out
Yeah. Anyway, Toast and Jordan,
here. I would say A or B.
A or B?
Yeah.
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 She doesn't stand out the same way that Helios does.
She really doesn't. Like Helios makes a whole lot of sense.
Also, can you get closer to the mic?
Oh, is this better? Sorry.
Yeah, yeah. That's not the worst. Yeah, no, the rain
Oh,
really is
okay.
bad in the zone.
Oh yeah, no. We're
And
we
in
are the
Metro
ones
Manila
getting fucked.
especially. In Metro Manila especially because of the flood control shit.
Yeah, we're
Fuck you,
we're kind
Marcoleta.
of fucked out here.
Fuck you, Marcoleta. Anyway,
Blech.
who's this one? Down to Flame.
Oh,
I do like. Okay,
I
I
like
am
it.
a sucker for like double zipper situations.
Same. So am I.
It's the 2000s and me talking.
Yes, of course. But also, I do like it. My only thing is not enough pink at the top.
Ooh,
That's
yeah,
all.
like the
That's all.
lining on her hoodie could be
Yes.
pink.
Yes.
I do like the big sleeves.
Big
I
sleeves are
love
good.
the design on this skirt.
No, the skirt is amazing. I
I
just
love that it's like a
wish.
wraparound that's secured with like a buckle.
Oh, yeah, no, it's very pretty. It's just the pink. That's all I need.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. I would say A other than
Uh,
that, though.
A. Yeah, A other than that.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Believe? Yeah, this is Believe.
Okay.
I love the shorts
I
and
love fuck ass
tights.
shorts.
Yeah, fuck ass shorts with tights. Like this is a
And also, don't
great
forget,
combo.
Smonigiri hydrate, redeemed to hydrate. We should drink some water.
Redeem to hydrate. We should hydrate. Yes.
I should hydrate. I will hydrate.
I sound like I haven't been drinking. Jeez.
I've been drinking like water, not alcohol.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Anyway, so I am a sucker
No, I love
for
that.
button down under a sweater.
Yes. No, I approve.
I'm also a sucker for fuck ass shorts.
I just
Does she S tier? Is it enough for an S tier?
the shoes though. How do you feel about the shoes?
Mm, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, because that for me is gonna be what the clincher is between S and A.
Yeah, she's A. This is Vivlos, I believe. Oh no, it's Verxina.
S
S.
S
Yeah.
S.
S.
Immediate S tier. She's very
Mm.
pretty.
Yeah, she is. God, I forgot your name. Satono Crown. There we go.
Okay. Okay.
Honestly, could do without the gloves.
Yeah.
Unless the gloves are like an integrated sleeve thing with
I
like
think they
the
no, I
thumb
think they
hole.
no, I think they are no, I don't think they're gloves. I think they're just a
Okay.
sleeve.
Okay. I do like a
think they're just
turtleneck.
sleeve. I do like a turtleneck. I love a turtleneck.
I do like the skirt is a little longer than you'd expect of an anime girl.
Yes. My only thing is I really want those shoes to be not white.
I'd like for those shoes to also be powder blue.
I just need them to be not white. I can go black
Or
or
like
powder
brown.
blue. Brown. Like a
Brown would
nice
go good.
like a
Yeah.
nice cool brown. Cool
Like
tone
a
brown.
like a camel.
Yes.
Yeah. So just for that A.
Yeah, A.
Okay, Ramonu.
I'm sorry, you know what I'm gonna say.
You know, for the oldest of the Mejiro clan,
She dresses the best.
she really does. I was gonna say she dresses the sluttiest, but like
But like she's giving like
she
the
does give.
younger she's giving like younger auntie. Like the
Yeah,
aunt
younger
that's like
auntie.
32.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah,
younger Tita who's like only 32.
yeah. Anyway, she's an S tier.
Yeah,
I love it.
I approve. And also, hello, Axe. Good morning.
Here we go. Cheval Grand. I love her hat.
Perfect.
Number one,
No
I love her
notes.
hat. I love her hoodie. I love the fuck ass shorts again. Oh, they're like cargo shorts, but short. Oh, awesome. Yeah. Oh, also, yeah. Hi, good morning,
Hello.
Axe.
Good
We
morning.
won't be on for much longer.
We will stay on until this is done.
Yeah,
And no, that's an immediate S.
yeah.
It's too cohesive for me not to say S.
Yep. Love that shit.
Oh no, I approve.
North Flight. I
Gorgeous.
asymmetrical dress
Gorgeous.
with with like decreasing pleat frequency, and then the little ruffle on her top going that way,
I
and
like
the
the gray.
fucking beret,
I love the
and
gray. Do you see the
yeah,
gray? It's so good. It
I
matches.
see the gray,
It's
and
so
her
perfect.
shoes match the rest of it, and I love her oh my god, it's
No, it's
so good.
perfect. It's so good. It's perfect.
Literally cannot improve on it.
No, it's S. It's immediate S tier.
Who is this? Furioso.
Okay. I
It's kind of
gotta.
giving Safari.
Yeah. It's giving. Okay. This is gonna be either outing myself as American, which, yeah, no shit I am. But it's giving new age Christian youth counselor.
No, you're yeah.
Or like
Nah, I was
new
gonna.
age Christian
It's
camp
giving youth
counselor.
pastor. It's
Yes.
giving youth
Youth
pastor.
pastor with like the fuck ass guitar.
Yeah, C tier.
Yeah.
No, D tier. C
C.
tier.
C tier.
She's not that bad.
She's not that bad. Evangelist, yes.
Darkosher would look better.
That
Darkosher would
too.
take it away from youth pastor.
Yeah, but
Okay,
unfortunately, youth
so
pastor.
this next one is Espoir City.
Perfect. No notes.
I
Immediately
love
perfect.
the chunky boots
I
with the
love
ripped socks.
everything about this.
Lots of pocket. Yeah, no,
No,
this
I love
this this
this. I
outfit.
love everything about this.
It looks like a fit. Oh no, it looks like a fit where every piece can only go with this outfit.
Yes.
S tier.
S tier. Immediate S tier.
Okay, Twin Turbo.
S.
S.
S. S or A. I
A.
just
I'll
wish
give
that
it an A.
I just
The
wish
thing
there
is, right?
I don't like that I don't like that yellow.
Yeah, the thing is, right? I think that her race outfit works really well as a casual outfit as well.
Wait, what does her race outfit look like again? I forgot.
You forgot? Okay.
I forgot. I forgot. I forgot. Oh yeah. No, you're right.
Yeah, see what I'm
Exactly.
saying? Like maybe
Exactly.
just change the shoes out for like more practical shoes, and
Yeah.
suddenly
No,
like it
exactly.
works. It
Yeah.
still it works as a casual fit,
And honestly,
and
she
it looks
seems
much
like the
better than
type.
this.
She seems like the type who would just wear her race outfit like as a
Who would
casual
who
outfit.
likes her race outfit so much that she just wear it
Yeah,
whenever she can.
exactly.
Exactly. Yeah.
I would
So
say like A or B.
I'll put it in B.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm.
I forgot her name. I completely blanked on her name. Mm,
Who is this
it seems
horse?
like a less interesting version of Ruby's outfit.
I would say maybe C.
Yeah.
Again, darker shoe.
Huh?
I mean, I like the shoes. I just feel like they get washed out a little bit by the stockings.
Uh
Okay.
oh, they're the same. They're too similar in
They're
shade to
too
the
similar
stockings.
in shade.
She should be wearing like either lighter stockings or black shoes.
I just love black shoes. I
Yeah.
love
Okay.
black shoes.
Here we go. This is Vivlos.
Beautiful.
Yeah. I
Unironically
love the bows
beautiful.
on her skirt. I
The
really
bows
like
on the
the bows
skirt,
on her skirt.
the bows on the skirt with the bows in the
And like
hair. Perfect.
the the detailing on her top.
No,
Ooh,
it's so good. It's so good.
yeah.
This is genuinely amazing.
Yeah, this is good shit.
This is some good shit, yo.
S.
S.
It's enough for an S.
That's enough
Okay.
for an S for me.
Now here's vodka. Oh, I love vodka's casual outfit.
Oh, you already know what I'm gonna say.
Just like leather jacket
Yeah,
with
you
these
are.
je with
Oh
the
yeah,
fucking lesbian jeans and the combat boots.
by the way, help me like eventually, like whenever eventually that you're free and when I'm free, help me like thrift a leather jacket, please.
Okay.
Thanks, because I've been like looking Loki, but I just
I
haven't
mean,
found any.
when we go to Expo with our mutual friend,
Oh shit. Oh yeah. Wait, when is that?
you can I don't know, whenever she can. She's the limiting factor here.
She is a limiting factor. That is true. No,
She's
you're
the rate
right.
limiting factor.
She is the. God damn it. Yes, of course she is.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, literally whenever. But yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
But yeah, like lesbian jeans with the
yes.
combat boots.
No, it's perfect. It's so good.
Yeah. She so dresses like a lesbian.
Because she is a lesbian.
Yeah.
She is a
It's
lesbian.
like they're like diametrically opposed lesbians.
They are. No, no, no. You have the butch and the femme.
Yeah, the butch and the femme. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, we're almost done. Winning ticket.
Perfect.
It's
Something
a
about
bit
it
of a
is just.
mess,
It's a
but
bit
I
of a
kind
mess,
of
but
love it.
she is a mess
But
though.
she is a mess. She is a
That's
mess.
why I like it. That's
Yeah.
why it's perfect. Also,
If
is
I
that
do have a gripe, I think that the beanie could be bigger.
yeah. No, I agree.
But like flannel around the waist with with like short shorts and
Yes.
yeah, she looks like
No.
she's just ready to have fun. And the big t-shirt, yeah,
Yes, the big T-shirt, and I initially thought it said rum, and it said run.
it says run. Of course it
Yeah.
says run. She's
I
winning ticket.
well, I kind of forgot that. Okay, I just thought I read rum because I don't have my
But yeah,
glasses on.
she, like I mean this in the best way possible. She kind
She's
of
a
dresses like
mess.
a pick me.
Yes, she does, but like pick me positive.
Yeah,
Pick me with
pick me.
environmental storytelling.
Yeah. Like I don't think she's a pick me. I just think that's what her outfit gives.
And I agree with you.
And here's Grandpa Wonder Acute.
No, wait, that's so
It's
cute.
it's such a grandpa sweater.
It's such a grandpa sweater, but I love the grandpa sweater.
This is the horse that paints pictures, and they sell the pictures to
No, I
fund
love this horse. Yes. No,
help
I
fund the
love that
thing.
horse.
Yeah,
No, I love that horse. It funds the
helps fund this farm. Yeah.
yeah, funds the farm.
Oh, and
Perfect.
with the boots. Oh, someone actually listened to my advice and wore boots.
Yes. I mean, also
Yeah.
she's a
Oh,
grandpa
and it
horse.
matches with the belt. Yeah, look at that, grandpa,
Grandpa knows how to dress.
grandpa
The older
killing it.
generation knows how to dress.
Who the
Like
fuck knew?
that outfit would be a post on D Workwear.
Transcend. Oopsie. Transcend. I love this outfit
No, it's
so
so good.
fucking much.
No, it's so good. I just wish the
The
pink was a different pink.
like a deeper magenta. Like it's magenta right now.
Yes, but like I want it to be red or pink.
Red or pink, yeah, just to
Yeah.
match her eyes and her ear ornament
Yes.
a little better.
Yes.
I
But no, this is
love the
such a
chunky
standout.
boots with the denim leg warmers.
I love leg warmers in general. Genuinely. Leg warmers are just so good.
And then like the denim outer jacket and the fucking I think she's wearing a polo
No, it's perfect.
with a tie, a polo with a tie. Oh, she's
No,
breaking all the rules and it's great.
it's amazing. Genuinely amazing.
Yep. That's an
That's
S
an S
tier.
tier. Immediate
Yae
S.
no Muteki.
Yes,
Well, she's
S.
ready for
S.
training.
S.
Yeah. Yeah.
S. S. I have worn that outfit. Yes, S.
Yeah, who hasn't? Yamanin Zephyr.
No, I like it.
I can't. Okay, this I haven't seen her in motion, so I don't know if this is artifacting or like if it's a skirt or
I feel like it's a
if
skirt.
it's shorts. Feel
It
like it's a
might be
skirt.
skirt.
Okay,
It could be skirt.
running on
It
the
makes more
assumption that it's a
sense to be
skirt.
skirt. Running on
Okay,
assumption that it's skirt, I like it a lot more.
I like it. Yeah, I love the loafers. Ooh, it's like tassel loafers.
And I love those. I don't
Yeah,
wear
I'm
them,
okay
but
on
I love
I'm
them.
okay on tassel loafers. I don't wear tassel loafers.
Same. I don't wear them, but I like looking at them. They're very
I'm
pretty.
starting to look like a source error texture. Yeah, well, she's like a computer nerd. I'm,
She is a
about
computer nerd. She is a computer
transcend,
nerd, but still,
but
I don't.
still, it's a little loud.
It's a little too much.
But I think it's a little too much. Like tone down the like saturation
Yes.
on the purple a bit, and it would be like perfect, perfect. Right now, it's like perfect. But
Yeah.
if you wanted to be like all caps perfect,
Yeah. If you wanted to be S plus,
yeah,
but we're not adding an S plus this late in the game.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah,
A
this is A. Yeah, A.
Phenomeno.
Yes.
My queen. My
Yes.
queen.
Immediate yes. You already know
I
my answer.
yeah.
You already know my
Oh my
answer.
god, I love Fenomeno's casual outfit so
It's
much.
such a good casual outfit.
Her race outfit is okay. I think that, I think it's a little chunky
Yeah.
for what it wants to be, but this is sleek.
No, this
This
is good.
is
This is a good outfit.
this is sophisticated.
It is. I like it.
Love this shit. Okay. Next, Yukino Bijin.
Okay.
She's like a bumpkin.
No, that really fits with her. No, I like it.
Yeah. Oh, I always love these like really fluffy
No, they're so
cardigan
good.
type
They're
deals.
so good. My only question is like, I don't like that bow. I feel like it should be on the back.
Oh, this
It
one. Oh yeah.
yes, it looks
It
like it
it
should
fe-
be on the back.
it does look like she put her skirt on backwards.
Yeah, that's what I don't like. That's my one real gripe.
Okay, so B tier, A
B.
tier,
B.
B. Okay.
Like it literally looks like she put it on backwards, and I'm like, girl, what are you doing?
Oh, by the way, Admire Vega is the queen of. Oh, I've worn that.
I yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Yep. 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 Yep.
Uh-huh.
Yep. 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 Exactly.
So
Same with
B
those
tier.
fuck ass same with those fuck ass shoes.
Yeah, that's like the sneakers. This is literally
The
I'm
fucking
running errands and
Adidas.
I
The
couldn't
fucking
give less
Adidas
of a
type
shit.
shits. Yes, exactly.
You are Tap Dance City.
Perfect.
This is another case of if I'm walking around BGC, I'd probably run into someone wearing this.
Yes. Some of my friends have probably worn this same thing.
Yeah. I'll put an A.
Yeah, A.
Next is Rhine Craft.
Wait, no, that's
It's like an overall
sweet.
skirt
It's
situation.
so
Yeah, it's
cute.
cute.
No, it's
With
so
like
cute.
a nice warm sweater.
No, it's
And
perfect.
those are boat shoes,
Those are
I
boat shoes
believe.
and I
No,
love them.
no, no, no. They're Oxfords. They're Oxfords.
Are they still Oxford? Oh no, they are
No,
Oxfords. I can't
yeah,
see.
they're open laced. They're open laced.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, okay. I still love them.
yeah. I thought they were boat shoes because of like
I couldn't
the color.
see. I couldn't see too far, but yeah, no. Those are cute. I like it a lot.
A tier?
A tier. It's there's nothing bad. We
Yeah.
need more.
Copano Ricky.
I want some red.
Yeah. Oh my
Immediately I
god.
want some red.
She dresses like she goes to Poveda.
You're correct. I need some red.
Yeah.
Like literally you could just make the bow red. This is when like
Yeah, just
making
make
the
the bow
bow
red.
red
Literally
would be
just make the
perfect.
bow red.
Yeah.
Yeah. So A tier?
A tier.
I mean, do we even have to talk
You
about
know the
Orfev?
answer. You know the answer. You know what I'm gonna
Okay.
say about
Okay, I
Orfev.
do have one gripe.
What is
This
that
is
jacket?
very ornate.
What is that thing
This
anyways? What is that?
it's like a belt chain into the
What is it connected to?
I don't know. I think it's connected to like one of the buttons. I'm not sure.
No, but like what is that thing?
It's like Orfev, this is trying too hard.
Like everything else was great, but it's still S tier. But like what is that? What is that thing? Just just
Also,
what is this
also,
thing? What is that? What are
if I
those?
may,
Yes.
Orfev's racing outfit.
I love her racing outfit more, I feel.
Yeah, I really like her racing outfit. But can
Yeah,
I just
no.
say the fucking
The
okay,
crown is
yes, a
aura.
bust. The crown is really funny because obviously it's not clothes.
But it fits.
They're I believe I forget if it's like a comic or like in the game that brings up that it shows up when she wears her racing outfit. So like it's like an
What
equipment bonus.
what the fuck? So it's just or it's literally just extra
It's
aura.
literally just her aura.
It's just more aura. Okay.
But yeah, like honestly, I love it. The jacket is weird, but like it's a cape. It's not a jacket, it's a cape. Which like the cape is cool. I like the cape. This shit is weird.
I don't understand what that is. I wish I knew.
It connects in a really weird way. If it connected to one of the buttons on her waistcoat, like it would make sense.
My question is just what is that thing though?
What thing?
The is that like a purse?
Oh no, it's like a hangy offy bit. It's like a
I
half
don't
skirt.
like the hanging offy bit. But
A tier?
other than that, it's still A tier.
Yeah. Grand Algeria.
No, that's perfect though.
Yeah.
Yeah. The red,
I like the sneakers. The
yeah,
sneakers are very,
yes.
oh god.
No,
I want to say Air Force.
it's low key. It could be
Yeah.
Air Jordan, maybe. Like just
Yeah, something like that.
uh, no,
And
they
like,
fit. They really
crop
fit
hoodie,
together.
asymmetric
No, it's
it
so
looks
good.
like, or it might be a clipping issue,
It
and
could
it's
be a
actually
clipping.
one length.
I think it's like one length, and it's a clipping issue.
Okay,
But even then, it's still pretty.
okay, I do like it. It's
It's
A.
so nice. It's a definite A.
This is oh god, Love's Only You.
I need some more. I need something.
Yeah, it's a little
I
plain
say B tier.
considering all the other stuff we've got going on. Yeah,
Yeah.
B tier. It's like it kind of it's like it wants to be Aston Machan's outfit,
Yes.
but like it doesn't quite hit the mark.
It's like it's almost there, but it's not.
This is okay. Next is Chronogenesis. An
Same problem.
Okay, same problem. The purse at least adds like a
It
fun
does.
accessory.
Yeah. You can just put it above.
Just put it in A.
Yeah, just A.
Okay, Stay Gold. I love Stay Gold's outfit.
Perfect. Genuinely perfect. I wear those
I feel
pants and
I
I
would
feel
wear this
called
whole
out.
fit at the airport.
This is airport. This is airport clothing.
This is airport.
This is
Yeah, this is
airport
airport
clothes.
clothes.
These are airport clothes.
This is what you would wear to an airport if you cared about looking good at an airport.
Yes, or if you were already like if you didn't really care but you already had those clothes on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it.
I love the over the shoulder tie on the flannel. I
Yes.
feel like not many people do this.
It's because it's really hard to like move in. Okay.
Yeah, true. Fair enough.
Yeah, stuff will fall. Like, though I feel like I could probably try, but yeah, no. Stuff may
I'm putting her
fall.
in S tier.
Yeah, S tier. I approve.
Okay, Kiseki.
No.
Nah,
No.
nah, yeah, nah.
No.
This she oh she
What is she
dresses like a
doing?
normal person.
What is she doing? She can do better. What's with the green?
Yeah.
Come on. At least match the green to something. There's some stuff in the shoes, but like, girl, what are you doing?
Okay. Oh, Gentle Donna.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like the
Ooh, I
houndstooth.
God. Yeah, I was gonna say hounds. I forgot the name of that pattern. I was like houndstooth, but I wasn't sure.
No, it's houndstooth.
It is houndstooth.
It's houndstooth.
Yeah.
The only thing I really like houndstooth. However, houndstooth was like the uniform thing for all of my
Ah,
like school.
I see.
But other than that, it's still S.
There's like internalized trauma there. I get
Yes,
it.
yes.
It's why I can't wear sweater vests.
Oh, that's what I see. Picking up where you're putting
My
down.
my my school had sweater vests as part of the uniform.
Ugh. Yo,
Well, to be fair, we were only required to wear the sweater vests when we have to look nice.
isn't that like every day though?
No, no, no. For like events and shit.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Normal days we would just wear polos.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay.
And for like really special events, we wear a white button down with a sweater vest over it.
Ugh, interesting. For this, I just want the shoes to change.
Ooh, yeah, yeah,
But no, other
true.
than that, it's pretty solid.
No, change to what though? Because these look like
Honestly,
Keds.
honestly, Crocs.
Crocs.
Yeah, hear me out.
Nah. Wait,
Really?
you're kind of cooking.
Yeah, it's like hyper casual.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. No, you're kind of cooking with Crocs. Like,
Yes,
I was like, how do you get more casual than Keds? Crocs.
Crocs. But yeah, no, this
B
looks like
tier?
A or B.
Oh, yeah, I'll put it in B.
Yeah,
Xeno Rob Roy.
we're almost there. Perfect. I'm sorry, she's just solid. It's just such a solid design.
Yeah,
Everything is cohesive. She matched her fucking bag to her shoes, dude.
yeah.
And the skirts
My
matched to the
God.
hair accessory. Like,
Yeah, no,
it's no,
she's
she's got that going on.
coordinating
She's got it going on.
queen.
She got it going on.
She's
Immediately
a
going on.
coordination queen. S tier.
Yes. Yes. Immediately.
This one is, oh God, I forgot your name. I think you are Tsurumasu. Um, okay, I love hoodie and jacket, and then fuck ass shorts, and then like
I love all of it.
big boots. Yeah,
Yes.
nah, and I love the little splash of blue, and like it's asymmetric on like the midriff, or like the middle of the jacket. Oh
Yes. No, I like it a lot. The amount of blue is so nice. It fits very
yeah,
much. I'm also just a
yeah,
fan of
nah,
like brown and blue. Honestly, brown and blue are just
yep,
such color
S
combos
tier.
together. S.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay, Lucky Lilac, one of Gold Chip's kids.
I did. I like it
Mm,
a lot. Like a lot.
yeah, 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 yeah,
No, I like it a lot.
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
like it a lot.
I like it a lot.
Yeah. A.
Okay, hey, can't really say more than that, huh? What is
Exactly.
there to say?
There isn't really much to say.
Okay, here's Red Desire. I love the star patterning
No, yeah.
on the skirt.
Yes.
Who was the other one that was wearing like a sort of who like a similar outfit that we criticized?
Fuck. Um.
Wait, I'm looking around.
Who was that horse?
Metro Bright.
Yes.
This is how you do it.
This is actually how you do it.
I love the white tights with the
It's
black
perfect. It's
with like the
perfect.
black. They're not Mary Janes, but like I think I think
Is this
Mary
the
Janes would have
ad
looked really good
horse?
with this outfit. Huh?
Chad is asking if this is the ad horse.
Yes, this horse is in a lot of the ads.
Yes. And yes, no, S
S
tier.
tier.
Well, yeah, that's why it's in S tier.
Yeah. Last but not least, Admire Groove. I love those pants.
I love the pants.
And I love that top.
I love all of it, actually. This is
Yeah,
definitely an S tier.
this whole
The
outfit is
whole
really cool.
outfit is S tier.
I love the lace choker.
Yes. Like there's a lot going on, but like
I
it
love the
matches. It
platforms.
fits.
Oh
It
my god,
fits.
it's all really good.
It's so good.
And that is an S
And that
tier.
is the S tier, and that is the tier list.
And that is the tier
And
list.
thankfully only two
Whoa.
titas.
Yeah, only two titas.
Amazing. Amazing.
I
I
don't know
don't
where the
know.
trend for flare pants came from. I
I
don't
don't
know
know
either,
either,
but
but
I
I love
love
it.
them.
Same hat. Same hat. Literally same hat. God damn it.
Okay, I'll save it and I'll send it to you if you want it.
Yay, thank you, because I'm gonna post the fucking Parasite tier list in the tweet after.
Yeah.
Uh
Okay.
but
There's
all
cool, but every
the
ZZZ design is saturated. Oh no, it's true. That's
that is
true.
true. Oh yeah,
Okay.
that's
Now
Endless Zone Zero, but
time.
this is Uma Musume.
Yeah, now time to open the video game. So
Okay,
I
it's time to
can.
open the video game, but also, yeah.
Can you cheer on my pulls, friend?
Of course I will cheer you on while you do your polls. You got
I
this. Full
I need
hope.
it.
You can do this.
I want Halloween Digiton so bad.
I hope you get Halloween Digiton. Are you gonna stream it though?
Oh yeah, I'm doing it right now.
Oh, where can you change the
I'm
window?
Yeah, I'm changing the window now. Give me a second.
Okay,
I just
okay.
changed the game.
Oh shit. Okay, fair enough.
I I
I'm
just opened the game. Jesus
sorry.
Christ.
I'm sorry. I got impatient. I was like,
Uma
wait, oh
pulls?
shit. Uma
Yeah, Uma
pulls.
pulls.
Uma
Yeah,
pull
Uma
time.
pulls.
Uma pull time.
It's Uma pull time.
Uma pull time. I'm so excited.
God.
You share your game now, please.
Ah, here we go.
Okay, let's go. Wait.
I love her so much.
Ah!
And I love her so much.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna pull up, pop out the stream. Here we go. Let's hope.
Okay. Now, uh,
Yes,
we have a song we want to play.
I have no fucking clue.
Just goes, okay, but why do they actually have good form?
Yes, yeah, because they do have good running form.
Yeah. It's really funny. They have great running form. They all wear heels.
I don't know how they wear heels and managed to do that though.
Um, is there a song I would play? Wait, what's the Yuri song? Is anything from Nana?
Anything from Nana, honestly. Or, well, you could always just play some fucking random Green Yuri music.
I have a playlist that is just a bunch of songs that were featured in Green Yuri.
Then you can just play the Green Yuri playlist.
I'll just play the Green Yuri playlist.
Play the Green Yuri playlist. You know what to do.
Yep.
Yeah,
Give me a second. Spotify is being a dick.
it's okay.
Also, I find it really funny how Medjuro Palmer is the only Uma who runs like completely upright.
Why is that the case?
I have no clue.
But also, I guess I don't know anything about running form because, like, there was a while, there was like a month. Actually, no. There were like 3 months where I tried to get into running because of Uma Musume, and then I realized, oh no, I have bum fucking ankles. I can't run.
Oh, I can't find the. Wait.
Money's obtained.
Oh, here we go.
Yay.
Okay, here we go. We're Loser by Beck.
Yes.
Okay.
It is time.
Now, it is time.
It is time.
It is indeed time. Now,
No,
I'll
it's
use
so
up my
cute.
tickets.
Okay, use your tickets up first. Let's hope, let's hope, let's hope, let's hope.
What the fuck is this shit? Okay, there it is.
Regular.
Long
Okay.
shot star. Okay. Nah, that's not gonna be anything.
No.
That's unlikely to flip.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, see.
Nor.
Oh, favorite star. This might be something.
Ooh. Okay, what does that mean? Because I actually don't know anything about all this.
Long shot star means that it's all gonna be guaranteed. It's pretty much guaranteed, right? With a tiny percent chance of flipping into an SSR.
Oh, I
But
see.
it's mostly gonna be 1 and 2 stars.
Okay, fair enough.
Favorite star means that a flip is imminent, likely to be gold, slightly less likely to be a 3-star, but like it can be
Okay.
like that. See,
Oh, I see.
and then eclipse first, the rest nowhere. You're getting a 3-star.
Yes. Well, yeah. Let's just blow up and act like I don't know anybody. Eh. Okay. Long shot
Okay.
star. Okay.
Yeah, see, that's a bunch of nothing.
Okay.
Come on.
Let's
Give me
go.
a flip.
Come on. Let's gamble.
Okay.
Nor.
Long shot star, I'm willing to skip because it's very unlikely that I'll get anything good out of it.
Yeah, interesting pull system. It is an interesting pull system.
No, it's not.
I know nothing about this. I simply press the buttons.
Yeah. Okay, here we go.
Let's go.
Now we're actually spending carrots.
We're spending in-game currency in order to pull horses.
Okay. Wow, more golds. I hate the pause. I hate the pause so much.
It's so annoying.
Oh, it gives me a heart attack every time. Tachyon, Haru Urara,
Makizaru
Fuku,
Furizaru.
Air Groove.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay. Please. Please.
Please, Uma,
Horse
I
gods,
need
look upon me.
this. Please,
Horse gods,
Psy
look upon me
Games, we need
favorably. Ooh, favorite
this.
star.
Ooh! Kaya mo yan. Yes, kaya mo yan.
I mean, oh, hey, Doppel.
Hi, Doppel.
What's up?
Hey, hi, how are you?
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Come on, give me a
Okay.
flip. Give
Come
me a
on.
flip.
Uma maxing. We're
Oh my
Uma
god, I'm maxing.
maxing. Yes.
Give me a flip.
Come
Give me a
on.
flip.
Come on. Come
Give me a
on.
flip. Please.
No.
No, okay.
Rip.
Ooh, another
Favorite
favorite
star?
star.
Okay.
Okay. Favorite. I know that favorite star is a scam, but your boy needs to have hope.
I have hope for you. All of chat has
Okay.
hope for you. Come on. All of us have hope for you. You're gonna pull something. I hope. I believe. Full faith. We just have to keep running it
Come
down,
on.
right?
Just keep running it down.
Yeah, it's just like playing League. It's just like playing League. You run it down.
Okay.
It's fine.
Uh uh uh
Uh,
uh
uh,
uh 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 uh.
uh.
Okay, no flip.
Nor.
No flip. Okay. Ooh, flip, 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 flip. Okay. Fucking hell.
Nothing. Damn.
Oh, the upgrades always give me such a heart attack.
I believe in us though. I believe in you. I'm giving you all the gotcha luck. Long shot star.
Okay. Oh my god. They're all flipping to golds, but my golds ain't flipping to my golds ain't flipping to rainbows.
I'm sorry, there's no gaze for you right now.
No gaze for me right now.
No gaze for you right now.
Oh wait, shit! I forgot to pull out the summoning circle. That's what happened.
You need to pull out the summoning circle.
That's my issue here. Give me a second to locate it.
Oh my god, I'm curious what the summoning circle is.
Here it is. Found it. Oh wait, give me a second. Oh yeah, there it is. It's already a source.
Beautiful, beautiful. Oh yes. Oh, I love this. This is an amazing source. I see. I'm picking up what's happening.
Yeah. Ah, that's what was happening. She wasn't showing up because I didn't pull out the Yuri.
Yeah, she needs the Yuri, dude.
She needs the Yuri to show up.
Yeah.
Imagine if Akikawa showed up right there.
It would have been really great though.
I mean.
Oh. 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 Huh?
That loaded a bit long. That's not an indication of anything, Doppel.
Unfortunately, no.
Okay, fucking hell.
Ah! Let's go! Let's fucking
We
go.
got Doto. We got Doto.
Let's fucking go. Oh, it's good enough. You got something. Wait, no, that's so cute though. No, that's so cute. No, that's so cute though. Holy shit. It's so cute. Look at that. Wait.
No
Oh,
fucking way, though, that the
no.
summoning circle worked to get something.
Okay, so we have to do another. We have to do more.
Yeah,
You're gonna run
we
it
have
down?
I have to go until Digitan. Digitan is the one I want.
We have to run it down, yes.
Even though I already have base Digitan.
I don't care, but you want fancy Digiton.
Yeah, I want the outfit.
Yeah. Ooh,
Jesus fuck.
wait, wait. Hey, hey, there's hope.
Okay.
Nah.
Okay. Okay, Doto.
Okay, okay. Okay, okay.
You're so lucky you're cute.
She's very cute though.
Mhm. Okay, we gotta keep going.
You keep running it down, dude. Maybe you'll get Akikawa. Who knows?
Oh no. So like the Digitan pulls are gonna determine whether or not I can pull for like Aston Machan and Daitaku Helios.
Oh shit. And this is why we hope. Uh,
Okay. So I got the syllabus on the classes. I'm not locked into Photoshop for this class. You can use CSP. Woohoo!
just use clip. Just use clip. We love clip.
Let's go CSP.
Let's go CSP.
Okay. Come on. No. Not sparkly.
Oh
Not
damn.
sparkly.
No, like next, just one, dude.
Oh wow. Oh shit. That was bad.
That was the worst pull I've ever seen.
Mm. Okay. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah, no. Oh no,
Yeah.
not even any flips in the inter.
Damn.
Come on.
I'm hoping.
DG.
Oh!
Jesus Christ. DG.
Wait. Eh? Eh?
Yeah, Eclipse first, the rest nowhere.
Oh, let's go.
Akikawa.
Come on. Come on, Akikawa.
Did flip.
Come on. Come on. Come on. Let's hope.
Okay.
Let's
Here
hope.
we go.
B?
No, it's another Doto.
Oh, it's another Doto. What the fuck?
She's not leaving me alone, man.
All the fucking Dotos, though. You've got like three.
She's
Almost
a
in a row.
4-star now, bro. Oh, ooh, ooh.
Oh, oh!
Yes!
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Yes! That's you. You got it. You
If you
got
laugh,
your
you die
horse.
and go to hell. If you die, you go to hell. If you laugh, you die. If you laugh, you die. And if you laugh, you die. And if you laugh, you die. And go to hell.
You did it. Congratulations. You got your horse. You got your
Yeah,
fucking Uma, dude. Hell yeah.
this is chill. Okay. Also, Jesus Christ, I can probably 4-star my Halloween Doto now.
You could. You probably could.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
I mostly just want it for the outfit. I'm probably still gonna run normal base Digitan. Oh wait, no, she comes with It's On and still has Umastan. She's cool too. Anyway,
Ooh,
that's like technical game bullshit.
amazing. But you still got the horse.
Yeah, I got the horse.
You got your horsey.
What song did it? Feel Good Inc. Ah,
Look, maybe that's the song. Or
yeah.
maybe you just
Okay,
have to
let's
go
find
through
someone
that
to raid.
playlist. Okay. Okay, are we rating the same
Do
person?
you have anyone?
I do. There's apparently someone who's also a ghost, also transmask, who is named Spectral Fusion. And they're doing art.
That's awesome.
Let's go. Let me figure out how to
Type the name in chat because I want to spell it right.
Did it type? Okay, cool. Let me open up
Okay,
chat on
and
my
then
end.
we can time our raid to happen at the same time.
Yes, okay. We can do. Alright. Ready to press enter in like three,
Two,
2, 1.
one.
Enter. Alrighty, we are gonna be rating out. Alrighty, everybody. Hope this
Yeah,
works.
thank you to everyone who stuck through this.
Thank
It
you
was a
for
lot of
being
yapping.
here. This was so
Seriously.
much fun. This was
Yeah,
so much fun.
we should do another one of these. Maybe not another 8 hour long one,
I didn't know it was gonna
but
be for 8
definitely.
hours.
Yeah.
I didn't know this was gonna be for 8 hours, man.
Oh shit. Wait.
Jesus. Did it work?
Wait. Shit. Um, Worm raid.
Worm raid. Hopefully it works.
Wait. Let's use it. Let's use an emoji. Worm
Yeah, let's just
raid.
worm.
There we go. I got it.
Okay. Worm raid. I don't know why it's not raiding on my end. I don't know what's happening. Raid
Okay.
browser. Okay, now
Oh
I
wait.
figured out how it works.
Okay. And then let's just sync up the raid now button because my timer is going down.
Okay. I figured it out. Alright.
Okay.
Okay,
And
so I still have 51 seconds.
yeah, we can just click raid now.
Oh, okay. Let's do it in
In 3,
3, 2,
2, 1.
1.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Okay. Okay.